Harry, Wang Li is a kind-hearted individual. Ron, Wang Li is a helpful person. Hermione, Wang Li is someone who transcends trivial pursuits. Draco, you are all talking nonsense. Chapter 1. After 2.5 years of cultivation, you tell me this is the magical world? Gazing at the departing owl, and then at the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, signed by Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Wang Li's expression contorted into a complex geometric shape that even Gauss would find bewildering. As a graduate of a mediocre university, oppressed by a ruthless employer who forced him to work late into the night, while also burning the midnight oil reading novels, it seemed entirely reasonable for him to succumb to a sudden death. Rebirth after such a demise, although not entirely rational, could be considered acceptable. However, as a mediocre student born in the 21st century, finding himself reborn in the 1980s in England was undeniably overwhelming. This was a hellishly challenging beginning. Just grappling with the English language alone was a Herculean task. While Wang Li was gritting his teeth and striving diligently not to embarrass other fellow transmigrators, more daunting challenges loomed ahead. At the age of 8, Wang Li's parents suddenly went out one night, never to be heard from again. With the London police proving useless, Wang Li swiftly became an orphan. He managed to endure this, for the parents of transmigrators often found themselves in the most perilous of situations. Moreover, his adoptive guardians, Uncle Wei and Aunt Wei, who were friends of his parents, treated him as their own, so the situation wasn't entirely dire. Yet just as he was finally mastering English and attempting to reclaim the knowledge he had long returned to his teachers, hoping to rise as a top student, transform into a successful entrepreneur, and marry a wealthy beauty, unexpected events began to unfold. The Hogwarts acceptance letter before him was already the second of such occurrences. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li opened the drawer of his desk and retrieved an ancient metal box. Inside lay a ring that resembled bone or stone, unremarkable and lacking luster. He placed the ring on the desk and took another deep breath, saying, "Old man Zoe, come out, we need to talk." A wisp of white smoke emerged from the ring, gradually materializing into a 3-inch tall, translucent humanoid figure. This was an obviously ancient being. With long beard, eyebrows, and hair, he donned a simple robe. His spectral form was entirely white, giving him an ethereal appearance. Once the old man appeared, he shook his loose robes as if to dust off non-existent dirt, and then sat down leisurely. With his youthful appearance despite his age, he seemed almost otherworldly, though his triangular eyes slightly marred that image. Wang Li glared fiercely at the old man, who appeared utterly unconcerned, and once seated, said slowly, "Li, my boy, have you been thinking of your grandpa again today? What brings you here?" At that moment, Wang Li's demeanor lacked the expected reverence for elders, but he felt no guilt. The presence of the old man alongside the acceptance letter stirred an uncontrollable irritation within him. To understand the situation, we must go back 3 years to the time of his parents' disappearance. While sorting through his parents' belongings, Wang Li discovered an assortment of bizarre items. At least, he thought that a military shovel, a trident, a compass, a helmet with a headlamp, and a revolver should not be found in a small eatery. Especially the revolver. The safety in London Chinatown was not akin to the lawless Florida, where everyone practiced American kendo. The ring and its box were found among these peculiar items. The box was locked at the time, and lacking a key did not deter him from opening it. While reason mocked his fanciful thoughts, emotion compelled him to wear the ring. In fact, he even cosplayed as Gollum, uttering a line that would elicit awkward expressions from anyone who witnessed it. "My precious." Then, amidst a swirl of white smoke, the old man appeared. "You have an eye for valuable things, young man," was Zhou Yan's first remark upon manifesting, laced with commendation. Had Wang Li still possessed his previously ailing body, that moment might have sent him into another fit of transmigration, followed by an awkward desire to eliminate witnesses. However, he lacked the skills to silence his spirit, leaving him to regretfully abandon the idea. The old man introduced himself as Zhou Yan, hailing from the East over 2,000 years ago, and claimed to be a qi practitioner. As an avid reader who had died from reading too much, Wang Li was certainly familiar with qi practitioners. The elderly figure within the ring was even more well known to him. This was a golden opportunity, second only to his system. Thus, when he first acquired the ring, Wang Li was elated. Yet, his excitement quickly transformed into wariness. In the genre of possession literature that he had perused in his past life, tales of this nature were not uncommon. Even Wang Li himself, as a transmigrator, bore the suspicion of being a potential usurper. Hence, he became vigilant. Fortunately, Zhou Yan, as a spirit residing in a ring, was somewhat ineffectual. He could not engage in mental communication nor possessed any notable abilities. According to him, although he had once been the world's most esteemed qi practitioner, an accident during his research had led to the destruction of his physical form. Now, only a fragment of his soul remained, tethered to the ring. Having nearly dissipated, he had seen promise in Wang Li and wished to pass on his knowledge, preventing his immense cultivation from being lost to oblivion. Initially, Wang Li was skeptical. He had just acquired the ring. How could Zhou Yin discern his character? For safety, Wang Li attempted to research the subject in the library, but the arduous process only made him nostalgic for the internet era. Fortunately, he ultimately uncovered something of interest. Zhou Yin was, in fact, a notable figure. He was the founder of the Yin-Yang school during the Warring States period. Wang Li was not particularly familiar with the Yin-Yang school, only knowing of the Yin-Yang people. However, this did not diminish his understanding that this individual must be quite significant. If indeed Qi practitioners existed in this world, and he, as a transmigrator, had encountered one, he found it relatively easy to accept. This esteemed figure from the Yin-Yang school seemed, at least in name, to be the most plausible candidate perhaps. Though his doubts were quelled, Zhou Yin's subsequent behavior caused Wang Li's expectations to plummet. Breathing techniques, meditation, and physical refinement. Each posture had its corresponding breath method, which felt decidedly inhumane. Meditation was exceedingly rare, and physical training was even more so. As for the various spells Wang Li was curious about, such as the 36 transformations of heaven and the 72 transformations of earth, there were none, absolutely none. Even basic techniques like X-ray vision and wall passing were absent. It wasn't that Zhou Yin lacked the ability, rather, he refused to teach them. In his words, those spells were merely tricks, peripheral paths. What he imparted to Wang Li was the genuine way, the Tao rather than mere techniques, that he cultivated the essence of life, and once a certain level was achieved, techniques would naturally flow easily. Initially skeptical, Wang Li, adhering to Zhou Yan's guidance and not entirely committing within a mere week, began to sense a newfound strength within him. According to Zhou Yan, this was the distinguishing factor between a Qi practitioner and an ordinary person. Qi. Now that Wang Li had attained Qi, he had effectively entered the realm of a Qi practitioner. Thus, he placed his trust in Zhou Yan's words and commenced earnest practice of the breathing and meditation techniques. This training continued for 2.5 years. Until this year, Zhou Yan had only begun to teach Wang Li a few minor spells. He possessed a heart connection, an ability to hear the thoughts of others. However, the novice Wang Li could only discern the thoughts of infants and a few animals. Utterly useless. The method of fasting allowed one to absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth as a substitute for food and drink. After attempting it, Wang Li suffered from severe gastrointestinal distress for 2 days. It is worth noting that he had not fallen ill since he began cultivating Qi 2 years ago. According to Zhou Yan, this was due to the current decline of spiritual energy in the world. Wang Li, however, believed it was likely related to air pollution. Utterly useless. If one were to inquire about Wang Li's most profound interest, it would undoubtedly be the telekinesis technique he had just begun to study for over a month. At the outset, Wang Li mistakenly thought it was a sword-flying technique. Having read numerous tales of immortal heroes, he was incredibly eager for the prospect of flying on a sword. However, Zhou Yan promptly doused this enthusiasm with cold water. Telekinesis and sword flying were worlds apart. Sword flying involved a deep bond between the flying sword and one's life, allowing for complete freedom of movement. Telekinesis, at best, was merely an introductory skill. At Wang Li's current level, he could not even lift a primary school student's backpack, still utterly useless. As Wang Li began to ponder whether his efforts were somewhat misplaced after all, what Zhou Yan had imparted to him was extraordinary even for the average person acceptance. Letter from Hogwarts arrived. Upon seeing the notification, Wang Li's composure somewhat faltered. Last year, he had purchased a bag, and here he was, in the world of Harry Potter. He recalled his first encounter with Zhou Yan, where he had internally criticized the long hair, bushy eyebrows, and beard reminiscent of Dumbledore and Gandalf. Lo and behold, this world truly had Dumbledore. Moreover, had he known this was a magical realm, why had he toiled so hard practicing breathing techniques? Would it not have been far more delightful to simply learn magic at Hogwarts? Zhou Yan's method of cultivating both life and spirit was inherently arduous and contrary to human nature. One could say that everything about it was at odds with human physiological habits and comfort. Over the past 2.5 years, how much hardship had Wang Li endured? In the end, he had not mastered a single substantial spell. The only thing he could manage was telekinesis. And even then, he could barely lift anything over 2 taels. He could not even lift a primary school student's backpack. Had he known this was a magical world, he could have gone directly to learn magic instead of enduring all this hardship. Zhou Yan maintained his usual indifferent demeanor, a perpetual expression he wore. Glancing at the Hogwarts acceptance letter on the table, he smiled and nodded. Ah, the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, how intriguing. Intriguing? What do you mean? Wang Li was momentarily taken aback, but then he noticed the crux of the matter. You know about Hogwarts? Of course. Zhou Yan nodded matter-of-factly. It is the oldest magical school in Europe. I even know some of its founders. Then why didn't you tell me that this world has magic? Wang Li gritted his teeth. Since magic exists, was all the suffering I endured over the past 2.5 years in vain? Chapter 2. The first intimate encounter with the wizarding world. Had Wang Li been given the choice between the Eastern practice of qi cultivation and Western magic prior to his training, he might have favored the former. However, after 2.5 years of arduous practice, Wang Li vehemently declared his aversion to qi cultivation. It was simply too grueling. Clearly, he was not one to endure hardship. This was, of course, no surprise, had he possessed the fortitude for such trials. He would not have found himself attending a second-rate university in his previous life, only to succumb to the oppressive demands of a ruthless employer, leading to his untimely demise in suboptimal health. Thus, upon receiving the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, he decisively resolved to embrace the life of a wizard. Zhou remained unperturbed by Wang Li's inquiries. What is there to discuss about such unorthodox practices? Moreover, I am quite astonished that you, in your circumstances, have been accepted. He continued, I have had little interaction with Hogwarts, but I am more familiar with Durmstrang and Cultivation, both of which seldom admit students from ordinary backgrounds like yours. Wang Li was aware of Durmstrang, having watched a film in his previous life that left a lasting impression. He knew it did not accept children from commonplace families. As for Cultivation, he had no prior knowledge, but it was of little consequence. Not wishing to dwell on this topic any longer, Wang Li cleared his throat and shifted the conversation. I intend to study at this school. Do you have any advice? Hogwarts? Zhou furrowed his brow. What about qi cultivation? That is a definite no, Wang Li asserted with conviction. I have long since abandoned such a torturous endeavor. But do reconsider. Wizards are rather inept. They struggle even with the simplest forms of flight. While you may not yet be able to soar, with a few more years of study under my guidance, you may not master sword flight, but you could certainly learn to glide through the clouds with ease. Zhou Yan's urgency became apparent, while Wang Li internally scoffed, thinking, I trust you as far as I can throw you, you cunning old man. Wizards struggle with flight? Are you jesting? Anyone who is not a muggle can ride a broom with proficiency. The levitation charm is among the simplest of spells. While advanced wizards may not appear as graceful as those who can fly on swords, they certainly manage to navigate the skies with ease. Given my current progress, when would I ever achieve sword flight? Yet, Wang Li did not believe Zhou Yan was deceiving him. After all, according to Zhou Yan's earlier claims, he had been dead for centuries, leaving him ignorant of the advancements in magic. Perhaps, in his era, broomsticks had not even existed. Noticing bang les indiferenza. Zhou Yan earnestly implored, Listen, young Li, I would never lead you astray. While the magic of wizards indeed possesses its merits, their physical prowess is lacking. As cultivators, we enjoy longevity. 300 to 500 years is merely a trifle. Should one attain mastery, like myself, barring unforeseen circumstances, one could achieve immortality. Wizards, on the other hand, may live a century or two at most, and often find themselves hindered by age. I assure you, if I still had my corporeal form, even at 1,000 years old, I could still perform that moonwalk you so admire. Wang Li was left utterly astonished. Zhou Yan was not surprised by the moonwalk. After all, his room was equipped with a small television. The moonwalk, popularized by MJ since the late 1980s, captivated the world, with Wang Li being one of its enthusiasts. During a casual outing, Zhou Yan had caught a glimpse of it in Wang Li's room. What astonished Wang Li was that this old man had the audacity to use the moonwalk as a means to assert his superiority as a qi practitioner. Yet, it seemed rather enticing, didn't it? Setting aside other considerations, Wang Li mused that Dumbledore's frail limbs were unlikely to perform the moonwalk, unless, of course, he resorted to magic. However, the rigors of qi cultivation were indeed arduous. Reflecting on the hardships endured over the past 2.5 years, Wang Li shook his head, declaring, I simply cannot persist any longer. Zhou Yan, with his petite frame, pursed his lips and finally resolved. What if I were to teach you the arts of X-ray vision and invisibility? Old man, cultivating qi is my lifelong aspiration, Wang Li replied with a solemn expression. He felt akin to a donkey dangled with a carrot before it. Despite Zhou Yan's grudging decision to impart what he considered inferior techniques, X-ray vision and invisibility, the lack of sufficient qi within Wang Li rendered him incapable of mastering them. In essence, the teachings were promised but not yet delivered, a Schrodinger's lesson, if you will. Yet, the allure of invisibility and X-ray vision was undeniable. Wang Li had to concede that his own human frailty was expertly exploited by Zhou Yan. In the realm of wizards, it seemed that spells akin to X-ray vision were non-existent. At least, Wang Li could not recall any instances in films where such abilities were displayed. Only Mad-Eye Moody possessed a similar power, though it came at the cost of one eye. Wang Li found this notion unacceptable. As for invisibility, while wizards did possess such spells, they were certainly not taught during one's formative years. This was only logical. Otherwise, mischievous troublemakers like the Weasley twins could wreak havoc. Harry himself did not require an invisibility cloak until his 6th year. Wang Li vividly remembered a scene where Harry, attempting to eavesdrop on Malfoy using the cloak, was ultimately thwarted. This moment left a lasting impression on him, particularly because Luna had performed a spell to fix Harry's nose, achieving spectacular results. Quite literally spectacular. In truth, Zoyan's issues were minor, as he could not truly impede Wang Li's actions. Even if the old man engaged in some trickery, it would only mean that Wang Li would attend Hogwarts while still dedicating himself to chi cultivation. The more pressing concern lay with Wang Li's adoptive parents. Convincing two ordinary individuals to accept their child's enrollment in a wizarding school was no trivial task. At least, that was Wang Li's initial belief. However, the unfolding events deviated significantly from his expectations. His adoptive father, Wei, and his adoptive mother, Ling Yulan, were already aware of the existence of wizards. Though both were indeed ordinary people, a fact Wang Li confirmed shortly after acquiring the ring, Wei, who operated a repair shop, had even once serviced a wizarding customer. Wang Li was taken aback by this revelation. Couldn't wizardly magic be repaired? Nevertheless, this did simplify many explanations. The couple, Wei Jiangwo and his wife, exhibited a rather open-minded disposition, granting their son Wang Li's aspiration to attend Hogwarts their tentative approval. Nonetheless, they hoped he would ponder this decision thoroughly for a span of 3 days. Should Wang Li unequivocally wish to venture into the wizarding realm after this period, their consent would be forthcoming. Wang Li comprehended his adoptive parents' apprehensions. After all, despite their prior encounters, the wizarding world remained an entirely alien domain to them. Yet, was contemplation truly necessary for Wang Li? In truth, it was not. Whether 3 days or a longer duration, the essence remained unchanged. Who could possibly turn down the allure of Hogwarts? Perhaps some could, but Wang Li certainly could not. Once Wang Li had firmly resolved to embark on his journey to Hogwarts, the Wei family, Wei Jiangwo, his wife, and their son Wei Nian, accompanied him to Diagon Alley. Among the materials Wang Li received with his acceptance letter were not only the admission notice and a shopping list, but also a guide. This guide provided a succinct introduction to accessing Diagon Alley, exchanging currency at Gringotts, and navigating to Platform 9 3/4. Additionally, it included several recommended readings to facilitate a better understanding of the wizarding world. This was evidently a supplementary resource intended for young wizards hailing from non-magical backgrounds. However, Wang Li felt that the guide lacked certain essential details, such as the mention of the Confundus charm and the Muggle-repelling charm at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. It was only after he sensed something amiss that he rose to locate the entrance. Wang Li expressed considerable skepticism. The subsequent shopping excursion provided him with a clearer perception of the previously nebulous wizarding world. He discovered that Gringotts imposed limits on currency exchanges. Second-hand goods were prevalent in Diagon Alley, bargaining was part of the wizarding experience, and that wizards could indeed utilize checks. Furthermore, Diagon Alley was not merely a shopping street for students. It housed a plethora of other establishments, including confectionery shops. These revelations were unknown to Wang Li until he experienced them firsthand. The three accompanying him were equally overwhelmed by the sights. And had the amount of galleons they exchanged not been so limited, they likely would have far exceeded their shopping list. Wei Nian was particularly captivated by the Nimbus 2000 broomstick displayed in a shop window. However, Wang Li remained uninterested, noting that first-year students were prohibited from possessing broomsticks. Moreover, their galleons were insufficient to cover such an extravagant purchase. The price of a single Nimbus 2000 surpassed Gringotts' exchange limit. That thing looks unreliable. Riding it would be quite uncomfortable. In cartoons, witches always sit sideways. If we do the same, wouldn't that make us appear effeminate? Bumli Ramarka. Wei Nian was persuaded, acknowledging the validity of his brother's argument. With all other items procured, only the essential wand and potential pets remained on their list. Wang Li refrained from mentioning that the acceptance notice stipulated that all pets must possess magical qualities. His family remained blissfully unaware of this detail. Consequently, the four of them headed towards the wand shop, which Wang Li regarded as the most anticipated destination of all. Harry Potter had watched the films and engaged with derivative games, yet he had never perused the original novels, though he had encountered some unique fanfiction solely on forums. Among the fan works he had perused, the wands wielded by various time travelers were remarkably unconventional. Wang Li, too, was curious about the wand he might acquire, pondering whether Harry had visited before. If he were to seize the Holly wand first, The ensuing amusement would be considerable. Chapter 3. The Initial Encounter with the Savior. Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. Wang Li cast a glance at the sign of the wand shop and inwardly scoffed at the British penchant for boasting. He then pushed the door open, causing a cheerful bell to jingle with his entrance. Inside the modest establishment, Wang Li surveyed his surroundings. It appeared larger than it did from the outside, yet remained cramped and confined. There was a solitary long bench outside the counter, while the interior boasted shelves that reached the ceiling, crammed with an indeterminate number of boxes, exuding an odd blend of order and chaos, a striking resemblance to the film's portrayal. As he contemplated this, a gentle voice emanated from behind the counter. "Good day, esteemed guests." The four individuals inspecting the shop were taken aback. To their surprise, Wang Yin and Wang Li could not suppress their exclamations, only to be met with a sharp reprimand from Ling Yulan. "Good day, sir." Wei Jiangwo courteously greeted the elderly wizard with gray hair who had emerged from behind the shelves. "Mr. Ollivander, the shopkeeper." "Good day," Ollivander responded, his remarkably bright eyes fixated solely on Wang Li. "I have received notification from Professor McGonagall that an unexpected new student would be joining us this year. That would be you, I presume? If I am not mistaken, you're Mr. Wang Li?" He smiled warmly, though Wang Li sensed a peculiar expression on his face, one of both curiosity and astonishment. What did unexpected entail? "Yes, sir," he replied, suppressing the odd feeling, "but I prefer to be called Wang Li." "Oh, very well. I have some Eastern friends who share a similar custom," Ollivander smiled, nodding to Wei Jiangwo and the others. He said nothing further before emerging from behind the counter, a soft measuring tape now in hand. "Mr. Wang Li, which hand do you prefer to wield your wand with?" My left hand, I suppose." Wang Li contemplated and raised his left hand. Although he was not left-handed, both of his hands were equally adept, having honed their dexterity during his previous life as a student subjected to punishment through repetitive writing. He chose his left hand, envisioning a future where he could master swordsmanship, wielding magic in one hand and a flying sword in the other. How splendid that would be, though swordsmanship might still be a tad distant. What followed was a discourse on the theory that wands select their wizards, a notion Wang Li had previously encountered in the films. As he was presented with wand after wand, like all who had traversed into the world of Harry Potter, Wang Li proved to be a discerning customer, trying no fewer than 7 or 8 wands, most of which yielded no response when held. A few wands did indeed respond, yet it seemed that Ollivander remained unsatisfied. Wang Li felt a twinge of embarrassment, while Ollivander maintained an air of calm, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. It was only when Wang Li attempted the 7th wand that he muttered, "A rather discerning customer," just as Wang Li was about to say something. The sound of bells chimed as the door opened. Instinctively, everyone turned to look. To their astonishment, a figure much larger than the door was attempting to enter sideways. The remarkable size of this individual was the source of surprise for Wei Jiangwo and his family. However, what truly astonished Wang Li was the identity of this giant. Accompanied by a boy clad in noticeably ill-fitting, worn clothes. Was that Rubeus Hagrid in Harry Potter? One extraordinary coincidence. "Rubeus, it's a pleasure to see you." Ollivander greeted the towering figure of Hagrid before his gaze fell upon the timid, slender boy beside him. At that moment, he seemed to remember Wang Li and the others were present, offering a somewhat apologetic nod to Harry and Hagrid. "Rubeus, would you and Mr. Potter mind waiting for a moment? I still have a rather special guest here." "Of course, Garrick," Hagrid replied heartily, settling into a bench with Harry. Remarkably, the seemingly ordinary seat fit his large frame perfectly, an astonishing sight. Harry, sitting beside Hagrid, placed a cage containing a white snowy owl beside him, his gaze involuntarily drawn to Wang Li and Wang Yin. He had encountered few peers that day, only having met one while shopping for clothes, and the impression was not particularly favorable. Wang Li and Wang Yin noticed Harry's gaze. Wang Yin merely nodded, while Wang Li smiled warmly in acknowledgement. After all, he was the true protagonist of this world, or in the parlance of web literature, the chosen one. It was worth noting that Harry appeared even more delicate than Wang Li had anticipated. What a remarkably handsome young boy he was. Wei Jiangwo and Ling Yulan seemed somewhat uncomfortable, likely due to Hagrid's imposing stature. Wang Li had intended to engage with the chosen one, but at that moment, Ollivander had already procured a new wand. Another round of attempts ensued, and the counter was now cluttered with an array of boxes. Wang Li felt exceedingly awkward, while Ollivander was brimming with excitement. "This is quite rare. How fascinating. No need to worry, Mr. Wang. We shall surely find the most perfect wand for you." Let me think." Ollivander seemed to have an epiphany and quickly darted behind the shelves. Wang Li, noticing that Ollivander might take a moment, turned to Harry. "A first year, I presume?" "Oh yes," Harry nodded eagerly. I am too. My name is Wang Li. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wang Li offered the friendliest smile he could muster while extending his hand. Harry quickly rose to shake hands with Wang Li, Harry Potter. Nice to meet you. He introduced himself. Wang Li intended to say more, but was interrupted by Ollivander's cheerful voice from within. Ah, here it is. A bit difficult to grasp. Wang Yin also exchanged a handshake with Harry. Harry secretly mused that from yesterday to today, he had shaken more hands than in the past decade. However, another revelation piqued his interest. The reaction of Wang Li and others upon hearing his name differed from that of the previous wizards. Observing Harry's expression, Wang Li seemed to deduce something and casually remarked, "Ah, Harry, may I call you that?" "Of course." Harry nodded in agreement. "I just found out that wizards exist in this world. It's incredible, though you might not share this sentiment," Wang Li said, subtly indicating that he did not hail from a family of wizards. In stories, Harry was often overshadowed by the academically gifted Hermione, yet he was indeed quite intelligent. He immediately inferred from Wang Li's words that this newfound peer was not from a wizarding lineage, which endeared him even more to Harry. The boy he had encountered earlier in the clothing store seemed to know everything, which made Harry feel somewhat uncomfortable. In contrast, Wang Li, a fellow novice in the wizarding realm, evoked a sense of camaraderie in him. "No, I only recently discovered that magic truly exists in this world," Harry stated, his previous awkwardness dissipating significantly, his tone becoming more cheerful. "I find myself a bit envious of you all," Wang Yin remarked, his eyes sparkling with genuine envy. Earlier, when Wang Li had experimented with his wand, the various commotions had struck Wang Yin as rather fascinating. The ability to wield magic simply by waving a large chopstick was undeniably intriguing, was it not? Lan Lisa was Wang Yin's girlfriend. Indeed, Wang Li's comment prompted Wang Yin to shake his head immediately. While magic was marvelous, having a girlfriend held greater importance. Harry chuckled, finding Wang Li and Wang Yin increasingly amiable. "Mr. Wang, would you like to give this one a try?" Wang Li asked, glancing at the wand with a slight frown. This wand was indeed extraordinary. Its appearance was not merely unique, although the wand bore patterns reminiscent of storm clouds, which were indeed rare. He had seen two others adorned with even more exquisite designs. The irregular patterns on this wand paled in comparison to those. What caught Wang Li's attention was that the wands he had previously tried were all new. Although he suspected that these wands had been wielded by many, Ollivander had maintained them impeccably, making them feel new upon handling. However, this wand exhibited very clear signs of prior use. "Ah, it seems you have noticed," Ollivander said with a knowing smile. "This is a legacy wand, over 500 years old, a gift from my old friend Grigovich. I can sense its loneliness and desire for a new master, yet I have been unable to fulfill that wish. Perhaps you might give it a try." With that, he handed the wand to Wang Li. Intrigued, Wang Li took it and gave it a shake. Nothing happened. Ollivander's expression turned to one of disappointment. "Oh, it seems," he began, but before he could finish, the wand suddenly emitted a brilliant violet light. Simultaneously, a gentle current of air radiated outward from Wang Li, enveloping everyone in a refreshing breeze. "What? Has it truly worked?" Ollivander's face instantly lit up with delight, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is truly splendid." However, Wang Li raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a glance at the unassuming black ring adorning his left index finger. In that fleeting moment, the ring seemed to emit a faint warmth, almost imperceptible, leaving Wang Li uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination. Subsequently, the wand responded. Could it be that this wand had some connection to Zhou? Ollivander, absorbed in his joy of having found a master for the wand, cheerfully described it, 11¼ inches, a bit lengthy for a first-year boy. Yet, having observed Wang Li, who stood just over 1,60 meters, he deemed it suitable for Mr. Wang. The wand was crafted from jujube wood, a volatile and particularly irritable combination with the nerve of the chimera. Wang Li appeared rather composed. Just moments ago, he had pondered whether this might not be the best match, but to his surprise, what exactly is a chimera? Wang Li couldn't help but inquire. He had heard of dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns, and knew of companions who had encountered thunderbirds and serpent birds. Why did he have to confront something he had never heard of? He hoped it wasn't akin to the Niffler or the Tree Guardian. At that moment, someone spoke up. The chimera. Now, that is a rather tempestuous creature. This was not Ollivander, but rather Hagrid, standing nearby. While others remained oblivious, Wang Li was taken aback. It should be noted that Hagrid was someone who aspired to raise a dragon, had cared for a 3-headed dog, and had a peculiar fondness for exceedingly fearsome spiders. If even he regarded the chimera as a fierce beast, Wang Li couldn't help but wonder just how formidable it truly was. Chapter 4. Wang Li, lacking some acumen. The others, including Harry, who had accompanied Hagrid, were still unaware of the extraordinary nature of Hagrid. Thus, they felt no particular apprehension. But Wang Li was acutely aware. Consequently, he yearned to inquire about the chimera, though he recognized that this was not the appropriate moment. When it came time to pay, Wang Li felt a pang of regret. 7 galleons, which equated to approximately 35 pounds, was no trifling sum. Moreover, this price was already a discounted rate. First-year students purchasing their inaugural wands benefited from dual subsidies from the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts, resulting in a price that was half of the original. Ordinarily, a wand should cost 15 galleons. The purchasing power of 15 galleons was still a mystery to Wang Li, but he was well aware of what 75 pounds could buy. What an outrageous profit! In that moment, Wang Li found himself wishing he had learned the craft of wand-making. Alas, hadn't Zhou Yin claimed to be an alchemist? Perhaps he could inquire whether he possessed such skills. Afterward, while Wang Li had intended to witness the moment Harry obtained his wand, Wei Jiangwo and the others were not inclined towards that spectacle. Instead, they noticed Harry's charming little snowy owl and felt that Wang Li too should acquire a pet. The letters from Hogwarts, aside from the envelopes, were written on enchanted parchment, rendering their contents invisible to ordinary eyes. Thus, only Wang Li was privy to what he needed to purchase. He refrained from mentioning it, and Wei Jiangwo and the others remained unaware of the necessity for a pet. Upon encountering Harry's adorable snowy owl, Wang Li found himself contemplating the need for a similar companion. Alas, he had to depart, and Harry felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of his newfound friend leaving. It wasn't that he was particularly attached to Wang Li, but rather the comfort that a peer brought amidst the peculiarities of his surroundings, especially when Ollivander was examining him. Ollivander, I am merely taking measurements. Unbeknownst to Wang Li, who was not particularly adept at reading subtle cues, Harry's slight change in demeanor went unnoticed. He remained oblivious to the impending memorable moment he was about to miss. However, as he stepped outside, he recalled that he had purchased a reference book titled Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, which would allow him to learn more about what a chimera truly was. Thus, he ceased to dwell upon Harry, the boy who lived. Although Harry was indeed the chosen one, Wang Li, as a transmigrator, felt justified in considering himself a destined child in his own right. As long as he did not encounter a certain ancestor with the same surname who had the misfortune to meet a meteor-summoning grand sorcerer during the late Western Han dynasty, he believed he would be fine. It was imperative to cultivate a good relationship with the boy who lived, he mused. Later, Wang Li acquired a barn owl named Ling Yulan, who he initially wanted to pair with a snowy owl for Harry, but he decisively rejected the idea, suspecting it might imply a romantic connection. He instead selected a lively black and gray barn owl. Upon returning home, Wang Li promptly inquired what the spirit Zhou Yin contained within his ring. First, he asked whether the wand had any connection to him. Second, he questioned if Zhou Yin could craft wands. Zhou Yin negated both queries. Wang Li was filled with skepticism, but lacked proof to contest Zhou Yin's assertions. He then inquired about the nature of magic, to which Zhou Yin replied that he was a sorcerer and knew little of wizards, adding that he had no corporeal form to wield magic himself. Consequently, Wang Li resolved to conduct his own research, and upon reviewing the first-year curriculum, he discovered the material appeared quite elementary. After attempting a few spells, he confirmed their simplicity. Perhaps, he mused, once he arrived at Hogwarts, he could vie with Hermione for the title of academic excellence. Wang Li felt a twinge of regret for not having asked Harry for his phone number, as it would have enabled them to communicate during the month leading up to the school year. Yet, his mind had been so consumed with thoughts of magic that he had forgotten about such mundane matters, prompting a sigh of lament. He realized that Harry's address had likely been mentioned numerous times in the novels and films, yet it eluded his memory entirely, leaving him to rue his ignorance. Nevertheless, he recognized that there were ample activities to occupy his time in the coming month. Wang Li recalled a regulation stating that students were prohibited from using magic at home. However, this rule did not take effect until the start of the first year. For instance, Hermione had already mastered several simple spells at home before the term commenced, showcasing her abilities aboard the train to Harry and the others. Wang Li, too, practiced the spells mentioned in his textbook at home. During this process, he noted that when using magic, he could sense the flow of energy within him, akin to the techniques Zhou Yin had imparted. Wang Li sought the counsel of Zhou Yin, yet Zhou Yin reiterated that he was an qi refiner, or an alchemist at best, but not a wizard. Thus, he professed his unfamiliarity with magic, rendering him incapable of imparting any knowledge. This left Wang Li skeptical. How could someone who had lingered here for a millennium claim to know nothing of magic? It seemed to him that Zhou Yin was merely evading the question, and yet, without further recourse, he accepted the explanation. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was already September 1st. The Wei family, alongside Wang Li, arrived at King's Cross Station. The notice had detailed how to navigate the platform. To avoid drawing attention, they jogged through, though this was quite unnecessary. The notice mentioned that muggles would instinctively overlook such peculiar behavior when attempting to cross the platform. Yet even with their hurried pace, the surrounding darkness lingered for nearly 2 seconds. When the world brightened once more, they found themselves on an antiquated platform, next to a red steam locomotive steeped in medieval charm. Ah, I expected the wizard's mode of transportation to be more extraordinary, Wei Nian remarked, gazing at the train with a hint of disappointment. He was not alone in this sentiment. Ling Yulan and Wei Jiangwo shared his feelings of letdown. Wang Li, however, was an exception, for the 2 grand trains before him mirrored precisely those he had seen in films. With a touch of nostalgia, he surveyed the scene with satisfaction. Pushing his small cart, Wang Li casually entered an empty compartment. The Wei family, driven by curiosity, had risen early and, being in London already, had arrived well ahead of time. Both the compartment and the platform were sparsely populated, with little else to occupy him. Wang Li took out his spellbook and began to peruse its contents. After perhaps 15 minutes, or maybe half an hour, the number of people on the platform began to swell. However, Wang Li was utterly captivated by the magical structure of the unlocking charm, oblivious to the growing crowd. This magical structure formed a component of the charms class, yet was not essential for mastering simple spells. After the invention of wands, many basic spells could be executed with mere gestures and incantations. Nonetheless, according to the book's annotations, familiarizing oneself with magical structures early on would be advantageous for mastering wandless and nonverbal spellcasting in the 6th and 7th years. Wang Li felt an uncanny familiarity with the magical structures. He speculated that this might stem from his training under Zhou Yan, which had accustomed him to constructing spell frameworks using qi, and magic bore a striking resemblance in this regard. However, in comparison, the structures required for magic were somewhat simpler, as were the effects they produced. As he gleaned insights, a satisfied smile began to grace Wang Li's face. The corridor of the compartment grew noisy, evidently filled with more young wizards boarding the train. Yet, no one entered Wang Li's compartment. He remained undisturbed until, just as the external clamor approached a disruptive level, he sensed someone pause at the door. Many young wizards are often seen pushing small carts, for the school imposes a considerable number of requirements. When the sound of wheels halts at the entrance, Wang Li is aware that someone has arrived. He fervently hopes for company, as he recalls that the train to Hogwarts usually arrives in the evening. The hours preceding it can become rather monotonous if one is alone. He could manage reading for half an hour or even an hour, but 5 or 6 hours would prove quite challenging. Thus, upon hearing someone linger at the door, he raises his gaze. There stands a young girl with brown hair, clad in a white shirt and jeans. Her cart is laden with large suitcases, and she is assessing him with keen interest. The girl possesses striking features, with voluminous hair and large, expressive eyes, complemented by a pair of small, squirrel-like front teeth that lend her a playful charm. However, her gaze towards Wang Li is somewhat disconcerting, a scrutinizing look as if appraising the worth of an item. Yet, Wang Li dismisses this discomfort, certain that this girl is none other than Hermione Granger, one of the legendary trio. Could it be that he is encountering the second member of the famed trio after Harry? While Wang Li revels in this thought, the girl, who bears a striking resemblance to Hermione, inquires if there are any other individuals present. Though framed as a question, her tone is decidedly assertive. Bum Li blinks, feeling a twinge of unease at her demeanor. Yet, having transcended the youthful whims of his past life, he nods and gestures for her to enter, saying no, but if you wish to join me, you may. The girl expresses her gratitude and then wheels her cart inside. She stows her suitcase beneath the seat and places several smaller bags on the overhead rack, leaving only a small handbag before taking a seat across from Wang Li. Hermione Granger, she introduces herself, extending her hand. Wang Li internally rejoices at the confirmation and reciprocates. Wang Li. Of course, in your terms, it would be Li Wang. Nevertheless, I prefer our customary naming. Understood, Hermione replies, shaking his hand briefly before her expression shifts to one of contemplation as she scrutinizes him anew. Are you the Wang Li from Fox? Wang Li is momentarily taken aback, not due to a lack of understanding, but from bewilderment over Hermione's inquiry. Fox is the name of his elementary school, from which he has only recently graduated. How do you know? He asks, eyeing her suspiciously, as he is certain his school did not include a Hermione among its ranks. Otherwise, he would have remembered such a name. I attended St. Peter and St. Paul Catholic Elementary School, Hermione states, her chin slightly raised, exuding an air of pride. Wang Li finds himself perplexed. St. Peter and St. Paul Primary School is well known as one of the finest primary institutions in London, distinguished by its rigorous standards and its status as a church school. Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Li. During the recently concluded district graduation examination, his own Fox Primary School was in the same district as St. Peter and St. Paul. Wang Li had secured the second position in the examination. "So, you must be the one who topped the exam?" he instinctively inquired. Indeed, it was her. Hermione's expression radiated pride as she replied, "I was quite surprised that someone scored just 2 points less than me. I had always managed to surpass the second place by more than 15 points. At that moment, Wang Li's mouth gaped open in astonishment, akin to a small hippopotamus. He had been musing over the absurdity of losing an exam to a primary school student, especially as a time traveler equipped with an adult's intellect. Yet, it appeared he had lost to Hermione. Perhaps that made sense? Nonetheless, he couldn't help but reflect on his earlier ambition to outshine Hermione at Hogwarts. In that instant, he realized he might have been somewhat overconfident. Chapter 5. The First Encounter with the Little Sword Saint. The initial meeting with the academic prodigy was not particularly pleasant. However, it did resolve a minor curiosity that had lingered in Wang Li's mind. He had wondered why the 11-year-old Hermione placed such importance on rules from the outset. Yet, upon learning that she attended a church school, it suddenly became understandable. "You're reading a spell book. Do you also engage in self-study?" Hermione seemed completely oblivious to the inner turmoil her previous remarks had caused Wang Li and continued to focus on the book in his hands. In truth, her choice to occupy the same compartment as Wang Li stemmed from having noticed him reading. There were plenty of empty compartments along the way, but upon seeing the raucous students inside, Hermione felt disinclined to join them. Wang Li perceptively noted this. Indeed, Hermione had already prepared for her studies in advance, just as her character was portrayed in the story. "I've read a little," Wang Li modestly replied. "I've read a bit too," Hermione responded, her expression brightening. However, she seemed to ponder something before cautiously asking, "Are your parents wizards or just ordinary people?" Wang Li shrugged. "Otherwise, I wouldn't be attending primary school, would I? Don't wizard children attend primary school?" Hermione's curiosity was piqued by Wang Li's statement. "Then where do they learn to read and write?" She pointed to the spellbook in Wang Li's hands, which was indeed written in English, showcasing quite advanced vocabulary. Wang Li blinked, momentarily taken aback. He had not contemplated this question. It seemed that the wizarding world indeed lacked primary schools. How, then, did they acquire their foundational knowledge? If it were a family like the Malfoys, with only one child, parental education might suffice. However, in a family like the Weasleys, with numerous children, relying on parental instruction seemed rather impractical. Or perhaps the older children are teaching the younger ones. Wang Li pondered, deeming the likelihood to be rather slim. He simply could not envision Percy and the twins instructing Ron in grammar and spelling. However, if it were Ginny, there might be a chance. This possibility could only be confirmed by a friend from a wizarding family, Wang Li remarked with a shrug. Hermione nodded and then retrieved her spellbook. "To what extent have you prepared?" Wang Li cast a glance at Hermione, faintly perceiving a glimmer of anticipation in her gaze. He was well aware that the young girl had already memorized all the spells in the book. Was she seeking a sense of superiority from him? Amused, Wang Li decided to indulge her, stating that he had merely skimmed the introduction. "Well, I've already read most of it. It's quite fascinating, isn't it?" Hermione appeared genuinely delighted. "How childlike," Wang Li chuckled inwardly. The two engaged in a casual conversation while small wizards boarded the train. However, upon noticing the presence of two individuals engrossed in their books, they chose not to enter. Wang Li paid little heed to this, but Hermione, each time someone passed their compartment, would tremble slightly with excitement, her hands gripping the book a little too tightly, evidently yearning for company. When individuals opted to walk away, she would relax a fraction, her face betraying a hint of disappointment. This subtle observation entertained Wang Li greatly. "Why hasn't the departure time arrived yet?" Hermione complained, her typical pride preventing her from expressing discontent over the lack of companions, instead opting to lament the tardiness of the train. Wang Li glanced at his watch. Noting it was past 10:30, time was indeed drawing near, perhaps another half hour remained. As he spoke, he cast his gaze out the window, having deliberately chosen a compartment that afforded a view of the platform, curious to see how strongly the narrative inertia would manifest. As of now, neither Harry nor the Weasley family had appeared, suggesting they would likely arrive just before departure, consistent with the original storyline. Wang Li was confident he wouldn't miss them. It was one thing for Harry to potentially slip by unnoticed, but the boisterous Weasley family, along with the twins, were simply impossible to overlook. While Wang Li was contemplating the arrival of Harry and the Weasleys, he spotted an elderly woman accompanied by a dark-haired boy with a hint of baby fat making their way onto the platform. The boy appeared somewhat shy, cradling a plump toad in his hands. Upon seeing this little boy, the term Gryffindor sword saint immediately sprang to Wang Li's mind. He couldn't recall the name at that moment, but it must be him, he mused, vaguely remembering that during Harry, Ron, and Hermione's first encounter, it was indeed Hermione who assisted the sword saint in finding his toad. So, would the sword saint be joining him in this compartment soon? Wang Li couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. However, as the clock ticked past 11:50, he had yet to see Neville, causing him to question whether he had misinterpreted the narrative. As he pondered, a boy pushing a small cart, clad in ill-fitting garments, abruptly appeared on the platform. It was Harry. Could it be? Was he indeed arriving just on time? Wang Li mused to himself. In truth, Wang Li had misjudged the situation. It was not Harry who was punctual, but rather the Weasley family who had arrived with precision. Harry, in fact, had been wandering around the station for a while, unsure of how to access the platform. Rather than calling out to Harry, Wang Li continued to gaze into the distance. Sure enough, following Harry, a long line of red-haired individuals of various ages emerged onto the platform. Wang Li paid little attention to the others. His focus was solely on Harry's official match. Ginny Weasley. Although he had not read the original work, the few fan fictions he had perused mentioned Ginny as the belle of the school. However, in the films he had seen, while Ginny was indeed quite lovely, she did not quite embody the title of school beauty. The Hermione beside him bore a striking resemblance to the enchanting girls from the movies, albeit with a slightly more disheveled appearance and a touch of prominence in her front teeth. This comparison heightened his anticipation for Ginny, temporarily setting Harry aside. Wang Li was certainly not a peculiar individual with a penchant for younger girls. Rather, he was simply driven by curiosity. The outcome was quite pleasing. The little red-haired girl next to Mrs. Weasley possessed large, expressive eyes and fair skin. Although she bore a few freckles, they did nothing to detract from her exquisite features. She was undoubtedly a beauty. At the very least, her appearance was far more in line with his aesthetic than the portrayal he had seen in the films. Yes, if this was Ginny, it would not be surprising if she became the school beauty in a few years. Ah, are you seeing someone you know? Hermione inquired, noticing Wang Li gazing out the window with a silly grin. Huh? No, not at all. Wang Li quickly shook his head. He certainly could not admit he was admiring a pretty girl, for that would surely label him a creepy individual. In moments of haste, he occasionally forgot that he was currently a child. Hermione, unaware of the extravagant thoughts swirling in his mind, nodded and resumed her reading. She had relinquished any hopes of others joining them, feeling a tinge of regret, yet appreciating the quietude to immerse herself in her book. At 11 o'clock, the train departed punctually. Until the train began to move, no one approached them, including Neville, whom Wang Li had assumed would come over. Might it be that he chose not to join them upon seeing two individuals already seated in the compartment? Wang Li pondered this. The corridor was filled with a cacophony of voices when suddenly, a name reached both Wang Li and Hermione's ears. Harry. Harry? Harry Potter? Hermione perked up immediately, peering outside while asking Wang Li, "Do you know Harry Potter? I read quite a few books over the break, many of which mention him. He is truly a legendary figure. He seems to be around our age. Do you think he will be on the train?" "He is," Wang Li affirmed with a nod. "I encountered him in Diagon Alley. He is also a first-year student. He should be our classmate, provided he hasn't opted for another school." "Really?" Hermione's already bright eyes sparkled even more, revealing the essence of her character. What sort of person could he be? Might he be somewhat difficult to approach? After all, he is quite the renowned figure. Not at all, Wang Li mused, shaking her head. He is rather easy to get along with. Is that so? Hermione's excited face flushed slightly. Wang Li observed, feeling a twinge of jealousy. However, she quickly chastised herself for her childish sentiments. "Excuse me, may I come in?" At that moment, a timid voice emanated from the doorway. Wang Li looked up to see the black-haired, cherubic-faced sword saint standing at the entrance, cradling his toad and pulling a small cart laden with a large box behind him. So, our young sword saint has been searching for quite some time for a compartment, only to decide to enter his own now? Wang Li found it amusing. Hermione was quicker to respond, nodding, "Of course, please come in. My name is Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure to meet you." She extended her hand, showcasing her warm and open demeanor. "Ah, hello, Neville Longbottom." The sword saint, Neville, instantly reached out his hand, his face displaying a clear expression of gratitude in that moment. Wang Li smiled and reciprocated, shaking his hand. "Thank you both," Neville said, his voice filled with sincerity. "Why?" Hermione inquired, slightly puzzled, as she didn't believe she had done anything worthy of such gratitude. Wang Li, sensing Nabia's discomfort, smiled and came to his aid. "Longbottom, do you come from a wizarding family?" "Huh? Yes, yes, Neville nodded, appearing somewhat anxious. Then Longbottom, may I ask you some questions about wizards? Hermione's attention was immediately captivated. Chapter 6, Neville's Toad. Wang Li had not read the original novel, and in the film, young Neville had limited screen time. It wasn't until the climactic battle, where Harry and Voldemort exchanged spells, that he made his significant impact by vanquishing the Snake Horcrux, earning the title of Sword Saint. Prior to that, he had been a rather inconspicuous character. However, after their brief interaction, Wang Li realized that preconceived notions about others could be rather foolish. Neville was not dull. In fact, he was quite knowledgeable about the wizarding world. Wait, wasn't it said that Neville had a poor memory? Wang Li found herself questioning this. The train had been traveling for nearly an hour when Wang Li spotted the Weasley twins and a young boy with dreadlocks pass by the door multiple times. Knowing a bit about their personalities, Wang Li surmised they were likely up to no good. Just past noon, the food trolley rolled by. Both Wang Li and Neville had packed lunches, while Hermione purchased 2 sandwiches along with a few trinkets. Hermione's parents were dentists, which positioned them firmly within the British middle class and beyond. As their only cherished daughter, she received a generous allowance, affording her a relaxed approach to spending. Neville, on the other hand, had only bought 2 chocolate frogs. As for Wang Li, she also had a few galleons tucked away in her pocket, yet she had no intention of frivolously spending them. After all, one never knew when they might come in handy. Moreover, he exhibited little interest in wizarding cards or Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. In stark contrast, the academically gifted Hermione displayed a profound curiosity about the wizarding world, incessantly inquiring about various matters. It was evident that she had acquired several wizarding books. However, given the limited number of galleons available for exchange, her collection was modest. Thus her knowledge remained rather limited. Neville had a clearer recollection of ancient matters, yet recent events were somewhat hazy, suggesting a lapse in his memory. It appeared that he struggled with short-term memory retention, taking time to remember things. Nevertheless, once something was committed to memory, he faced no further issues. Lost in thought, Neville suddenly changed expression. Earlier, he had consumed a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean that Hermione had shared with him. She had bought a pack, tasted 2, and subsequently expelled them, causing her considerable distress. When offered to Wang Li, she declined, but when presented to Neville, he, being a commendable Gryffindor, dared to try. Unfortunately, it resulted in a rather unfortunate outcome. As he expelled the jelly bean, he gazed at it in his hand, his expression a blend of confusion and dismay. Disposing of it seemed wasteful, yet consuming it was beyond his capability. Oh dear! Just then, Neville recalled that he possessed a toad gifted by his great-uncle. This could prove useful. Leaf, I have something for you to eat. Neville beamed, searching for his toad. However, when he looked down, he discovered that the previously docile toad had vanished. Where's my toad? Neville blinked, his face a portrait of bewilderment. Oh my goodness! Wang Li also blinked, feigning ignorance. What? Since Wang Li spoke in Cantonese, Hermione did not comprehend, leaving her equally perplexed. At that moment, all 3 in the compartment wore expressions of confusion. Wang Li was merely pretending, as he had been discreetly monitoring Neville's toad. Just moments ago, the toad had been nudged by Neville and had crawled into the far corner of the seat, gradually blending in with the surrounding colors. Wang Li had noticed this, but refrained from taking action, for he had heard the toad's thoughts. His empathic abilities were still in a rudimentary stage. He could only glean the thoughts of unguarded children and small creatures. In this instance, the little toad, Leaf, conveyed a simple sentiment. It wished to remain still and sleep. Wang Li had previously attempted to listen to the hearts of small animals, but the outcomes were usually simplistic, dominated by single words such as hungry, tired, or hot. However, after his interactions with the wizarding world, there had been some changes. For instance, the owl that delivered his Hogwarts acceptance letter had grumbled during its delivery. Delivering letters to muggles is such a hassle, not even a lizard treat. Consequently, Wang Li had offered it a bit of fish jerky. His own little owl also possessed a relatively rich vocabulary. Wang Li surmised that the unique nature of the creatures in the wizarding world contributed to this distinction. Upon seeing Neville's toad, he recalled that in the films, this toad seemed to long for freedom, which prompted him to activate his empathic abilities and listen. To my astonishment, I discovered that this was indeed a toad with a penchant for lounging about. Yet, if that were the case, why did it frequently vanish? Consequently, I took it upon myself to observe it closely. Eventually, I found that the toad had seamlessly blended into its surroundings in the corner, rendering it nearly invisible. Therefore, this creature possessed the ability to change its color. However, I had no intention of revealing this fact. My mischievous curiosity compelled me to see what would unfold next. Neville searched high and low for his toad, but it had nestled itself into the far corner of the chair, eluding his grasp and sight. After a fruitless search, he still could not locate it. Wang Li pretended to assist in the search, but like Neville, he found no trace of the elusive creature. Could it have escaped? Hermione mused, glancing at the unlatched compartment door with suspicion. Perhaps, Wang Li replied noncommittally. Why is this happening? Neville lamented, his expression one of dismay. Leafy seems to always want to run away from me. His tone carried a hint of vulnerability. What is the matter? Why is a strapping young lad like you in tears? Wang Li questioned, perplexed by the moisture gathering in Neville's eyes. Is this the future champion of Gryffindor? That is quite a leap in character development. Furthermore, you mentioned your toad wishes to distance itself from you. It's only reasonable, given that you offer to Bertie Bott's every flavor bean that you found unpalatable. Wang Li shot a glance at the corner where the toad lay hidden, discreetly activating his mental connection. It doesn't wish to move, he reasoned. A toad with such a laid-back disposition would hardly be inclined to run off. It was likely merely camouflaging itself, leading to the misconception that it had fled. Shall we venture out to search? Hermione suggested. Where we look? Neville asked timidly, his gaze wandering and betraying his anxiety. We'll inquire in each compartment, Hermione replied matter-of-factly. Although the compartments were open, the train itself was enclosed. I've read that the train is magically sealed, preventing anything from exiting. Thus, your toad must surely be aboard. That doesn't seem right. Neville's eyes shifted even more erratically. The idea of searching each compartment for his toad overwhelmed him. There is nothing wrong with that. Hermione stood up decisively. I'll accompany you. Wang Li, will you join us as well? The last question was directed at Wang Li. At this moment, Wang Li recalled the first encounter of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the famed trio, when Harry and Ron were playing a game in the compartment, only for Hermione to suddenly appear. While the exact details escaped him, it appeared that they were now off to assist Neville in finding his toad. How amusing, Wang Li mused, as he nodded and said, All right, let's go together. Thus, Hermione led Wang Li and Neville on their quest to find the elusive toad. As a young lady, and one whom Wang Li found quite endearing, Hermione exhibited a remarkably bold spirit. She truly approached each compartment, inquiring if anyone had seen a toad, directly engaging those within. If the compartment door is closed, one should knock and inquire. There is no shame or embarrassment in doing so. To echo Wang Li's previous life, one might say it is the essence of social confidence. Wang Li and Neville need not say or do anything. They simply follow along. During their search, they indeed stumbled upon a few toads. While toads may not be the favored pets of contemporary wizards, some still find amusement in them. However, Neville confirmed that none of them belonged to his beloved Leaf. Surely not. Leaf was still lounging lazily within their compartment. Neville grew increasingly despondent, while Wang Li found the adventure quite amusing. As they searched for frogs, he recognized several characters from the narrative. One particularly dashing young man, clad in yellow and adorned with badger stripes, was undoubtedly the Hogwarts champion from the 4th year, associated with the Triwizard Tournament. Wang Li could not recall his name, but remembered him as quite handsome, having once stolen Harry's childhood crush during the Yule Ball. However, what truly lingered in Wang Li's memory was that this charming actor transitioned from the Harry Potter set to become the male lead in another grand fantasy production, Twilight. Indeed, the female lead in Twilight was exceptionally stunning. Shaking his head to dispel such chaotic thoughts, Wang Li continued his effort to recognize characters from the story. Apart from the Hufflepuff gentleman, the only other recognizable figure was Draco Malfoy. This particular Slytherin, known for his peculiar relationship with Harry in countless fanfictions, was quite easy to identify. His platinum blonde hair was a dead giveaway, complemented by the presence of 2 chubby companions. Yet, what piqued Wang Li's interest more was the striking dark-haired girl accompanying Malfoy. She was remarkably beautiful. Was there such a lovely girl in Slytherin? He had no recollection of her. The only reason Malfoy remained in his memory was the fervent enthusiasm of the Drarry fans across various forums. Well, that was of little consequence. Amused, Wang Li quickly shifted his attention to a new highlight, a pair of exquisite twin sisters. Chapter 7. You should have spoken sooner. Wang Li previously knew of a pair of twins at Hogwarts, the infamous Weasley duo, but he had not anticipated the existence of another pair, one comprised of exceptionally lovely sisters. They appear to be of similar age to him and his companions, and from their attire and appearance, they seem to be of Indian descent. As an avid internet user, Wang Li admittedly held some preconceived notions about individuals from that region. Nevertheless, the 2 girls before him were genuinely stunning. Regrettably, Hermione merely asked a question, found out that no toads were present, and moved on to the next compartment. Though Wang Li had a thick skin, he felt it inappropriate to linger. and thus reluctantly departed. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at the door of another compartment. Inside, two boys, one with black hair and the other with red, were engaged in lively conversation. The boy with red hair was drawing out his wand, seemingly preparing to do something to his rat. A smirk crept onto Wang Li's lips. It was just perfect. The first iconic scene from the movie. There was no doubt that the two figures within were Harry and Ron. Even with Wang Li's presence in this world, the two remained in the same compartment. One could only say that the inertia of the plot was quite strong, Wang Li mused. As Hermione entered, her first words were, "Have you seen a toad?" She had already repeated this phrase no less than 20 times on her way here, and was beginning to feel somewhat exasperated. However, the next moment she noticed Ron preparing to cast a spell. Her eyes brightened. "Oh, are you about to perform magic? If you wouldn't mind, may I observe?" Despite her polite inquiry, Hermione stepped inside, eager to witness Ron's spellcasting. Ron was momentarily taken aback, while Harry, upon spotting Wang Li smiling at him from the doorway, felt a mix of surprise and uncertainty as he called out, "Wang?" "Hi, Harry. Good to see you again," Wang Li replied, nodding with a smile. At this remark, Neville, who had been looking dejected due to his inability to locate the toad, and Hermione, who was waiting for Ron to cast a spell, both paused in astonishment and turned to Wang Li, then back at Harry. "Harry? Which Harry? Which other Harry could there be?" Ron exclaimed with a proud expression, as if knowing Harry first was something to boast about. "There's only one Harry." Hermione, with her excellent memory, recalled Wang Li mentioning he had seen Harry in Diagon Alley. Upon this realization, she quickly deduced that this Harry was indeed the renowned Harry Potter. Having read extensively during the holidays, she was well aware of many things, particularly those concerning Harry, which piqued her interest immensely. "You really? Are you Harry Potter?" Hermione, momentarily forgetting Ron's intention to magically dye the rat, glanced at Harry's forehead. Unfortunately, it was obscured by a thick fringe. If they were referring to the Harry who was already somewhat aware of his own notoriety, particularly regarding the lightning scar on his forehead, which attracted much attention. As he noticed the arrogant girl who had just entered and the dark-haired boy behind her both fixated on his forehead, he felt an inexplicable sense of pride. He pushed aside his fringe, revealing the scar on his forehead. "I might just be the Harry you speak of." "Wow," Neville exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Hermione instinctively covered her mouth, as if to suppress an impending scream. "Huh, I truly had no idea you were such a famous person," Wang Li chuckled. "You won't hold it against me for being rude, will you?" "Don't say that," Harry replied, slightly embarrassed by a friend he had met earlier. "I actually didn't know either. In fact, I'm still a bit confused." "Acquainted?" Ron, who had initially not paid much attention, now realized that the Oriental boy and Harry seemed to know each other, which inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within him. Previously, he prided himself on being Harry's first friend at Hogwarts. Yet now, there emerges an individual who has known Harry even longer. Wang Li remained oblivious to Ron's current feelings of jealousy, as he cheerfully conversed with Harry, saying, "Harry, I didn't see you come up. I thought something had gone awry over there. By the way, these two are. I am Granger, Hermione Granger." Hermione certainly did not require Wang Li's introduction. Seizing the opportunity, she stepped forward and extended her hand, stating, "It's a pleasure to meet you here." Likewise, Harry responded awkwardly as he shook her hand. To be candid, Hermione's initial impression on him was not favorable. Her haughty demeanor upon entering made him feel uneasy. Hermione interrupted, leaving Wang Li unable to continue. So he turned to Neville, signaling him to introduce himself. However, Neville clenched his fists yet struggled to utter a single word. Wang Li, feeling helpless, thought to himself, "What on earth is going on with you, young Neville?" Yet, allowing the awkwardness to linger was not an option, so Wang Li spoke up on his behalf. "This is my newly acquainted friend, Neville Longbottom. His pet toad is lost, and we are assisting him in the search." "Hello." Harry noticed Neville's extreme nervousness and kindly extended his hand to shake Neville's. Immediately, Neville's eyes lit up with joy as he reached out his hand, stammering, "Why you hello." "I am Longbottom," Wang Li mused. No wonder he is the chosen one. His charm is undeniable. Neville's excessive enthusiasm left Harry somewhat disoriented, but in contrast, Hermione's presence was even more overwhelming. "Oh my goodness, did you know? I bought additional books, and many modern texts mention you," Hermione exclaimed, listing a plethora of titles. The lengthy names made Harry feel as if he were not hearing his native language. "In the wizarding world, it should be said, Merlin," Ron muttered softly. "All right." Hermione seemed to suddenly recall, "Merlin's beard. Is that how it goes?" "No, it should be Merlin's floral trousers and his hip bone," Wang Li silently scoffed. "By the way, who is his classmate?" Wang Li inquired, glancing at Ron, feigning ignorance. Ron Weasley, Ron grunted casually. A subtle smile crept upon Wang Li's lips as he discovered an intriguing fact. In Britain, most individuals introduce themselves by stating their surname first. For instance, Hermione and Neville both introduced themselves as Granger and Longbottom. Yet with Ron, he led with his first name. Hermione, evidently quite invested in the sorting hat process, remarked, "I've read numerous books, yet none have mentioned the sorting." Fred mentioned it seemed akin to charging through a horde of trolls, though George suggested it had something to do with dragons. Ron hesitated. Who are Fred and George? Hermione's expression soured. That cannot be true, right? Dragons? They're my brothers. Both are in their third year, Ron whispered. Neville exclaimed, visibly astonished. Harry and Hermione's expressions changed as well. Wang Li remained silent, wearing a peculiar look. Is this truly a Hogwarts tradition? To deceive newcomers for generations? To make them nervous and amused? After being played for a fool himself, he felt the need to ensure that those who arrived later also experienced the same. Having endured the rain himself, did he now feel justified in tearing away others' umbrellas? Wang Li scoffed softly and resolved not to disclose anything to them. This seems rather perilous, Hermione remarked, furrowing her brow. I was just hoping to be sorted into Gryffindor. I've heard that Dumbledore graduated from there. It's the finest house. However, I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too shabby either. My entire family is in Gryffindor, Ron muttered under his breath. Neville opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to express that he too belonged, but the words failed to materialize. Really? Hermione inquired, her excitement palpable. Do you know how one gets sorted into Gryffindor? I just mentioned that Fred and the others said we should escape from the giant squid. Ron shrugged. Hermione's face, which had been flushed with excitement, paled at the thought. Taking a deep breath, as if to expel the dreadful information from her mind, she shook her head. Regardless of anything, that will be dealt with once we arrive at school. For now, let us help Neville find his toad. She then nodded at Harry. It's lovely to see you here. We shall meet again at school. With that, she, along with Neville, who had completely lost interest in the toad and merely wished to engage further with Harry, prepared to depart, while Wang Li, ever the instigator of mischief, was eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. We shall take our leave now. See you shortly, or at school, Harry. Wang Li waved his hand in a temporary farewell to Harry. Should I help? Harry intended to offer, being the kind-hearted boy he was. Yet, before he could finish, a series of exclamations erupted within the compartment. Harry? Where's Harry? Which Harry? Countless little heads popped out from adjacent compartments, clamoring loudly. Soon, several more compartments opened, revealing an even greater number of heads. Among them were two identical red-haired heads. Those were the Weasley twins, who bellowed. I think I heard someone mention Harry. Where's Harry? I remember. Hermione clapped her hands. The book mentioned that speaking inside the Hogwarts Express compartments doesn't carry outside, but conversations in the corridor can be heard within the compartments. Wang Li cast a glance at the academic prodigy beside him. You could have mentioned this a tad earlier. Chapter 8. The Charm of Harry. Harry? Where's Harry? The voices grew increasingly distant, and within moments, nearly everyone in the entire compartment had emerged. Clearly, they were all drawn out by the mere mention of Harry's name. Wang Li fully understood the situation. The name Harry Potter held an undeniable sway in this world. The sound from the corridor were already audible in the compartments. And with the doors wide open, it was no surprise that the commotion had escalated. Harry could naturally hear the commotion outside, and his emotions were exceedingly complex at that moment. During his time at the Dursleys, he had never been valued. Now, being the center of attention for so many was undeniably a source of secret delight for him. Yet, conversely, the sudden influx of attention from others, having never experienced such scrutiny before, left him somewhat disoriented. To describe the sensation, albeit imperfectly, one might say it was an experience of joyful suffering. Harry felt a slight conflict within himself, uncertain whether to smile or frown. Beside him stood someone who was purely exhilarated. This individual was not Wang Li. Although Wang Li, with his playful nature, was one to revel in the excitement, the current spectacle did not seem particularly appealing. Thus he felt no strong emotions about it. The one who was particularly thrilled was none other than young Ron Weasley. Like Harry, Ron had also grown up without much attention. However, unlike Harry, whose neglect stemmed from the Dursleys' disdain, Ron's family loved him dearly, but simply had little time to spare. With several older brothers preoccupied with their own lives, even when they wished to care, their focus naturally gravitated towards their younger sister. As the second youngest, often overlooked by parents and brothers alike, Ron developed a profound sense of invisibility. Yet, upon meeting Harry, he felt that everything had changed. Like all children in the wizarding world, Harry was a legendary figure he had heard of since childhood. When he first met Harry on the train, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Thinking to himself that he was Harry Potter's first friend at Hogwarts, and he would undoubtedly become his closest companion. However, upon discovering that Wang Li had known Harry even before him, he felt a twinge of panic. Fortunately, it seemed Wang Li had no intention of lingering, which eased his anxiety somewhat. Yet, the unfolding events reignited his excitement. With so many people focused on Harry, might they also take notice of him? Harry's best friend at Hogwarts? Ron mused, feeling a flicker of hope. Even Wang Li, who had some familiarity with the characters and plot from the films, could not have guessed the depth of Ron's thoughts at that moment. His ability to empathize was rather lacking. Otherwise, he might have tuned into their musings. In that moment, the attention of everyone in the corridor was captured by the search for Harry, and soon, the compartment where Harry and his friends sat was noticed. The first to approach were two identical red-haired boys. One need not question how the Weasley twins could possibly be absent from such an event. Their heads popped into the compartment, and upon seeing Ron, they momentarily paused before their gazes landed on Harry. "Oh, it's you." The twins were momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Harry. This reaction, however, left Wang Li somewhat puzzled. Had these two met Harry before? But he quickly recalled that Harry had entered the platform with Mrs. Weasley's guidance. They had undoubtedly met before, though at that time, Harry had concealed his identity. It's you. Thank you for your assistance earlier," Harry exclaimed upon seeing the twins, promptly rising and nodding in acknowledgement. This was yet another circumstance unknown to Wang Li. Harry had also arrived, pushing a trolley, and the twins had lent a hand when he boarded the train. However, in the original narrative, the twins were supposed to have recognized Harry's identity then. Yet, due to a slight twist of fate, he remained undiscovered in this instance. "Are you Harry? Harry Potter?" One twin gazed at him incredulously. "Yes," Harry nodded, feeling a mix of delight and embarrassment. "Why didn't you say so earlier? We've been searching for you everywhere." The other twin exclaimed. "I had no idea," Harry replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Though he had already learned from Hagrid and at the Leaky Cauldron that he was quite famous in the wizarding world, could he really just go around saying, "Hi, did you know I'm Harry Potter?" That would be utterly ridiculous. Harry could not bear the thought of being labeled as a fool or a pretentious braggart before even starting school. "You don't know you're Harry Potter?" One twin regarded him skeptically. "So are you or aren't you?" A large crowd had gathered at the door when the twins squeezed in, and upon hearing their inquiry, the expressions of those watching Harry began to shift to one of confusion. What did it mean to not know he was Harry? Harry was equally bewildered. What was going on? Was he being accused of ignorance? Goodness, was his nickname upon entering school to be something akin to fool? He absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. "I am Harry. I didn't know you were looking for me," he clarified. This was indeed the truth. Harry genuinely had no knowledge that the twins were in search of him. As it happened, the twins had visited this compartment earlier, but due to the angle, they had seen Ron, but not Harry. Naturally, they would not greet Ron, whom they had encountered merely moments before, thereby missing Harry altogether. Nearly everyone else, including Wang Li, had been approached by the twins when they knocked on the compartment doors. Understanding the situation now, the twins could not help but exclaim, "So, you really are Harry? Harry Potter?" At this moment, nearly everyone mirrored the same action, directing their gaze toward Harry's forehead. Dumbledore had protected Harry exceptionally well before today. Many in the wizarding world were aware of his whereabouts, yet few had actually seen him. Not a single newspaper in Britain had captured a photograph of Harry in nearly a decade. Thus, his appearance had remained largely unknown. At least the students present today had never seen Harry's visage, and the only distinguishing feature they knew of him was the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Of course, considering Harry's status as a veritable celebrity, this was hardly surprising. This feature is equally renowned, as numerous jesters have playfully experimented with similar traits upon their foreheads, such as the Weasley twins. These mischievous individuals have faced a considerable amount of affectionate reprimand from their families. It is not merely due to the absurdity and unreliability of the act itself, but rather because almost everyone is aware of the inherent dangers it poses. Although Voldemort has fallen, not all Death Eaters have been imprisoned. Those who have escaped and are at large have never encountered Harry. So what might transpire if they were to see a child of similar age with a lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead? For this reason, in the wizarding world, a boy with a scar on his forehead is truly one of a kind. Harry had previously shown his scar to Ron and Hermione with a hint of pride. But now, surrounded by dozens of onlookers, he felt a wave of bashfulness wash over him. He stood there, feeling awkward, torn between wanting to engage and feeling shy. Fortunately, at that moment, someone stepped forward. "What are you all doing?" A girl with voluminous hair pushed through the crowd, positioning herself between Harry and the throng. "Is this how you treat him? Can't you see that Harry feels embarrassed?" Harry felt a rush of gratitude. His prior disdain for Hermione's haughty demeanor softened considerably due to this act. Wang Li discreetly observed Hermione, thinking, this girl is quite formidable. He had sensed this when she had assisted Neville in searching for toads, but now that feeling was even more pronounced. No wonder, despite being a brilliant student, she had not been sorted into Ravenclaw, but rather into Gryffindor. The qualities of Gryffindor were evidently superior. Ron, realizing the potential for strengthening his friendship with Harry, seized the opportunity to showcase their bond. He boldly stepped forward, declaring, "This is Harry. I've seen his scar too." "Indeed, I have." Hermione nodded in agreement. At this, the crowd's attention shifted, some gazing at Harry with shining eyes, while others looked at Ron and Hermione with envy, predominantly from the girls. Neville, momentarily distracted from his quest for toads, had almost lingered there had it not been for Hermione guiding him away. Now, he opted to stay, peering through the doorframe. Wang Li contemplated Harry's charm, pondering if that term was fitting. It almost sounded as though Harry were an enchantress. Attractiveness? Influence? It seemed to lack the essence. Just as Wang Li wrestled with the appropriate vocabulary to describe the scene, a sudden murmur rippled through the outer fringes of the crowd. Two chubby boys forcibly parted the sea of people, creating a narrow passage barely wide enough for a small child to squeeze through. Subsequently, a well-dressed, haughty young man strode through the opening. His gaze swept across the compartment, not lingering on Ron and Hermione, but landing squarely on Harry. He had heard rumors that Harry Potter would be attending Hogwarts this year. He had thought it mere gossip, yet here was the undeniable truth. The young man fixed his eyes on Harry, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It was as if he smiled, yet not entirely. Wang Li's lips curled slightly. Ah, he had sensed that something was amiss earlier. Indeed, it was the absence of one person, Draco Malfoy. The fanfictions Wang Li had perused were predominantly of the BL genre, wherein the relationship between Harry and Draco often transcended the ordinary. While Wang Li did not endorse such interpretations, he understood them. After all, one's worldview can sometimes be swayed by mere appearances. The young actor portraying Malfoy was undeniably handsome. Earlier, when Hermione had led him and Neville in search of toads, he had already encountered Malfoy. He was not as delicate as the actor from the films. His complexion appeared pallid, lacking the sun's warmth, and he seemed somewhat gaunt. Nevertheless, he remained an exceptionally attractive young lad. At that moment, however, with his chin raised and nostrils flared, his demeanor was far from endearing. Yes, one felt an undeniable urge to deliver a sound thrashing. The room's occupants were momentarily taken aback by Malfoy's entrance, bewildered by his antics. Yet Malfoy had been accustomed to attention since childhood. He interpreted the astonished and perplexed gazes of others as admiration for his striking visage. What led young Malfoy to perceive himself as a paragon of beauty? Simply put, it was his mother's unwavering praise throughout his upbringing. "My Draco is the most adorable, the most handsome, with eyes that twinkle like stars." Lucius Malfoy was a devoted husband, echoing his wife's sentiments. Furthermore, the Malfoy family, one of the oldest and wealthiest pure-blood families in Britain, frequently attracted the sycophantic admiration of lesser families seeking to curry favor. Naturally, young Malfoy received his fair share of flattery. In ancient China, there was a man named Zhou Ji, who, despite his wealth and power, remained humble and introspective, becoming a model for future generations. The Malfoys, too, were wealthy and influential, with both parents and visiting guests extolling young Malfoy as beauty. However, given his tender age, he lacked the wisdom of Zhou Ji and thus became somewhat conceited. Raised amidst incessant praise, one could argue that young Malfoy displayed a commendable temperament. As he approached Harry, amidst the astonished glances of those around him, he proclaimed, "I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ahem. Ron's face broke into a grin, nearly laughing aloud, only to stifle himself with a cough. He was not alone. Several others struggled to contain their amusement. The most notable was Hermione, who burst out laughing, only to quickly cover her mouth in realization. When Wang Li had watched the film, he had not understood Ron's laughter during Malfoy's self-introduction. However, having grown up in England this time, he finally grasped the humor. How to put it? The name Draco Malfoy is akin to calling someone in China dog proud or turtle heavenly dragon, exuding an unmistakable aura of adolescent pretentiousness. Nevertheless, although Wang Li had once been an overly dramatic youth, he was no longer in his teenage years, and despite the humor, he managed to contain his laughter. Malfoy's expression darkened immediately as his gaze swept over the group of laughing individuals near the entrance. Some of them instinctively withdrew their heads. After all, Malfoy was quite recognizable to many. Indeed, there were no children from non-magical families at the door. Those who emerged from non-magical backgrounds were oblivious to Harry Potter's standing, weren't they? Noticing others flinch from his stare, Malfoy felt a surge of pride. While he merely heard voices from the crowd and could not discern specific identities, he clearly recognized Ron and Hermione standing directly before him. His eyes first lingered on Hermione, knitting his brow slightly. It was only natural that he did not know her, so he refrained from saying much. His gaze then shifted to Ron. At that moment, Wang Li confronted a pivotal scene. "Do you find my name amusing?" Malfoy stood directly before Ron, the two almost a foot apart. Wang Li worried that they might be on the brink of a confrontation. Ron felt a bit awkward. He believed mocking another's name was unbecoming. However, this sentiment quickly faded. "I need to inquire about your identity. With that red hair, freckles," and Malfoy glanced disdainfully at Ron's ill-fitting, worn clothes and the tattered items in his hands. "You must be that impoverished Weasley child." At this remark, Ron's face immediately soured. Wang Li couldn't help but smirk. If not for Draco's somewhat lackluster physical prowess, he would undoubtedly be classified as a schoolyard bully. Malfoy, however, paid no mind to Ron's discomfort and approached Harry, offering a smile. Malfoy likely intended to convey friendliness, for as a scion of the esteemed Malfoy family, even a simple smile would earn him some praise. Yet, the haughty grin on Malfoy's face reminded Harry of Dudley Dursley's despicable sister, Muggle-born Maggie, a person Harry deeply despised. Consequently, he felt an immediate aversion towards Malfoy. Moreover, he recalled that this was the same boy he had encountered in Diagon Alley, the one who had irked him greatly. Unaware of Harry's thoughts, Malfoy, shaped by his upbringing, lacked the ability to read social cues. He continued unabashedly, "You must have noticed that some wizards are simply unworthy of the title. As my father says, they're a disgrace to wizarding families. Potter, I assume you wouldn't wish to befriend someone of such lowly stature, correct? I believe I could assist you in this regard." As he spoke, he extended his hand, eager to shake Harry's hand, as it is customary for the one of higher status to initiate such gestures. Malfoy evidently considered himself the superior party. Harry shot Malfoy an irritated glance, deliberately adjusting his own somewhat worn and ill-fitting attire. "I believe I can manage without your assistance in that matter. Thank you," he replied. Malfoy was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to rejection. In the next instant, his face flushed with embarrassment. In truth, the redness was not particularly striking. It was merely that his complexion was rather pale, rendering it exceedingly noticeable. He inhaled deeply and remarked, "Potter, if I were in your position, I would choose my words with greater caution." Malfoy's tone grew increasingly indifferent, suggesting that one ought to exhibit a modicum of politeness when addressing those of higher standing, lest they follow the misguided path of their unwise parents. "If you insist on associating with the Weasley family or mingling with someone as questionable as Hagrid, well," Malfoy did not conclude his thought, yet the implication was abundantly clear. At that moment, he recognized Harry as the boy he had encountered in Diagon Alley, the one who was in the company of Hagrid. Upon hearing Malfoy's remarks, Harry immediately rose to his feet and approached Malfoy alongside Ron. "What did you just say?" Ron seethed, clearly incensed by Malfoy's words. While disparaging their family's financial status could be tolerated, slandering their integrity was utterly unacceptable. Not only was Ron agitated, but the twins at the entrance also wore matching scowls and stepped forward. However, Malfoy remained oblivious to the twins behind him, facing the furious expressions of Harry and Ron. He dismissively sneered, "Oh, do you wish to fight? Little brats, why don't you run along?" Yet before Malfoy could revel in his bravado, he felt his collar tighten as he was yanked out of the compartment. "What are you doing?" Draco stammered, suddenly apprehensive. He felt emboldened in the presence of Harry and Ron, knowing he had Crabbe and Goyle at his side, two hefty boys that commanded a certain intimidation among their peers. Yet, when confronted by the twins, who were 2 years older and remarkably fit from their Quidditch practice, his bravado faltered. "Begone, or I shall make you regret this," one of the twins threatened, brandishing his fist with a menacing grin. Malfoy, indeed startled, took several steps back. "My father will hear of this," he retorted. "You might as well inform your mother too." The other twin shot back, utterly unfazed. Malfoy glared fiercely, but upon observing the twins with their arms crossed, along with the equally hostile glares from Harry and Ron, he ultimately opted for a hasty retreat. A wise man does not seek immediate confrontation. While this adage may be of Eastern origin, its sentiment resonates in the West as well. Wang Li watched as Malfoy departed, shaking his head slightly before turning to Neville, who had forgotten his toad, and Hermione, who had re-entered the compartment with no intention of leaving. He sighed, recognizing the folly of youth. Children are prone to forgetfulness, their attention fleeting. After expelling Malfoy, the twins casually entered the compartment, accompanied by a young black boy with braided hair. Wang Li vaguely recalled him. He seemed to be a close friend of the twins, and had even provided commentary during Quidditch matches. The three boys displayed a keen interest in Harry, and, unlike others, they were refreshingly unrestrained in their curiosity. However, due to their earlier actions, Harry held a favorable impression of them, finding no cause for concern. Yet, the individuals at the entrance remained unwilling to depart. It is indeed the living Harry. One cannot help but steal another glance. This made Harry somewhat uncomfortable. The twins, having noticed this, promptly rose to their feet and, amid the lamentations of others, closed the door. On the other side, Hermione, who found herself locked out, wore an expression of regret. She then noticed Neville, who similarly bore a look of disappointment, and was suddenly reminded of her original purpose for stepping out, to search for the toad. Thus, she reluctantly took Neville by the hand, and their quest for the elusive toad commenced anew. Regrettably, despite inquiring throughout the train, they were still unable to uncover any trace of Trevor. This was, of course, inevitable, as Trevor remained right where they had left him, in their original compartment, undisturbed. Wang Li, Neville, and Hermione all harbored a desire to remain in Harry's compartment. However, Neville felt too bashful, while Hermione found it somewhat difficult to lower her pride in the absence of Harry's invitation to stay. As for Wang Li, he was somewhat put off by the twins' incessant chatter. He had not anticipated their loquaciousness prior to truly getting to know them. Their conversation meandered in the most whimsical directions, and in the brief span before the door was closed, Harry found himself quite dazed by their discourse. Although he yearned for closer companionship with the boy of prophecy, Wang Li sensed that perhaps this was not the most opportune moment. When Hermione and Neville departed, there was a touch of regret, yet they soon recalled their initial goal, to assist Neville in locating his toad. Naturally, they found nothing. Hermione felt a surge of indignation, while Neville appeared rather despondent. Wang Li, on the other hand, was indifferent. For one, he was aware that the toad was comfortably nestled in the room, perched atop Neville's suitcase beneath the seat. Moreover, he pondered the significance of keeping a toad as a pet. After all, was it not merely intended for culinary purposes? However, he deemed it unnecessary to voice such sentiments. After two more fruitless searches of the train, though reluctant, Neville and Hermione ultimately conceded defeat. Neville sat glumly in the compartment, his eyes slightly reddened. Hermione and Wang Li offered some words of consolation, yet both sensed the dissonance in their sentiments. Clearly, neither of them held any fondness for the toad. As children from ordinary families, their tolerance for such eccentricities seemed somewhat lacking. Why are wizards' pets so peculiar? Hermione leaned closer to Wang Li and whispered in an exceedingly soft voice, in Harry Potter's compartment, just now, that Ron Weasley had a pet that was a mouse. Are all wizarding pets so strange? Wang Li skillfully evaded the topic, fully aware that in a couple of years, Hermione would acquire a pet that was equally, if not more, unusual, an absurdly large and hideously unattractive cat. Indeed, its peculiar nature would be unmatched, even within the wizarding world, yet Hermione would cherish it dearly. In the realm of oddity, Hermione would certainly hold her own. However, such observations were best left unspoken for the moment, as Wang Li's mind wandered to another matter. Ron's pet, Rat, is anything but ordinary. It is, in fact, a wizard in disguise. The name escapes Wang Li's memory, yet he recalls it being one of Harry's father's friends. The particulars are somewhat hazy in Wang Li's mind, but he is aware that this individual is significantly connected to the death of Harry's parents. Is it possible for me to reveal this matter prematurely? Wang Li pondered the feasibility of this thought while engaging in casual conversation with Hermione and Neville, unwittingly losing track of time until evening arrived. Should we change our clothes in advance? Hermione glanced at the time and spoke up. Though framed as a question, her tone was decidedly assertive. Hey, there's a lady present, Hermione exclaimed indignantly. It was then that Wang Li realized his oversight, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. How to explain this? Firstly, Hermione was still a young girl, and Wang Li had somewhat neglected this fact. Secondly, his mind was occupied with various chaotic thoughts, causing a momentary lapse in judgment. Most importantly, Hermione's previous demeanor had been decidedly tomboyish, leading Wang Li to inadvertently overlook her femininity. It's no wonder that before the Yule Ball in their 4th year, both Harry and Ron had failed to acknowledge Hermione's presence. It truly wasn't entirely their fault, as Hermione's character had a deceptive quality. Regardless of how boyish she may seem, she is, after all, a girl. Consequently, it was decided that Hermione would change in the compartment first while Wang Li and Neville waited outside. Once she was finished, Wang Li and Neville would take their turn. Not long after they had all changed, an unfamiliar voice echoed from seemingly nowhere. In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your belongings on the train. We shall ensure they are delivered to the school. Wang Li was puzzled. He had previously observed that there were no speakers or similar devices in the compartment. Was it magic? Hermione and Neville appeared somewhat anxious, especially Neville, who was muttering about the sorting ceremony. When the train finally came to a halt, Wang Li disembarked alongside the others. Early September typically retains a hint of summer, yet upon stepping off the train, Wang Li felt a chill in the air, instinctively tightening his robes. The height was somewhat exaggerated. In the dim light, he caught sight of an exceptionally tall figure, Hagrid. Although the collective number of students at Hogwarts amounted to merely a few hundred, their gathering created a bustling atmosphere. Wang Li and the other first-year students moved toward Hagrid, while the upperclassmen headed in another direction. Wang Li recalled a vague tradition of first years traveling by boat. He cast a keen glance at Hermione, who appeared not only to have understood, but seemed to have grasped it quite well. Wang Li's subtle actions went unnoticed by Hermione, who was animatedly conversing with Neville. Regrettably, seemed entirely oblivious to this dynamic. He remained ensnared in the sorrow of the missing toad, unable to extricate himself. Hagrid meticulously counted the number of first-year wizards, evidently confirming the presence of new students. After several counts, and upon ensuring that no one was missing, he joyfully remarked. A soft scoff resonated through the crowd, so faint that many failed to notice. However, Wang Li and Hermione happened to catch it, turning towards the sound to see the platinum-haired Draco Malfoy, his pale face rendered even more ghostly in the night. This fellow is truly detestable, Hermione muttered softly. You will find him even more loathsome in the future. Wang Li thought to himself, recalling that significant moment from the school year with the giant serpent when Malfoy insulted Hermione, calling her a mudblood. Chapter 10. A Dreamlike Encounter. The subtle gestures of Malfoy and Hermione went largely unnoticed, as dozens of first-year students followed Hagrid down a somewhat slippery, steep path. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with an endless expanse of the forbidden forest to one side, mist curling through the trees, evoking a sense of trepidation. Wang Li surmised that this was indeed the forbidden forest mentioned in the films. Everyone treaded carefully, enveloped in silence. After considerable, while Hagrid spoke, "Little ones, you are about to behold Hogwarts for the first time, just around the bend ahead." With that, his lantern-bearing figure vanished around the corner. The absence of light deepened the surrounding darkness, prompting the young wizards to instinctively quicken their pace. Soon, several gasps echoed through the air. Upon turning a corner, a vast, dark lake unfolded before them. On the opposite shore, a lofty hill crowned with a magnificent castle stood tall. The deep night sky was obscured by stars. Yet the castle atop the hill shone brilliantly, resembling a vibrant and magical dream that seemed almost unreal. In that moment, Wang Li was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of unreality. It felt akin to the moment he first discovered his rebirth, where the clash between his previous understanding and the present reality created a sharp sense of dislocation. He had truly arrived in this magical world. Wang Li was filled with a torrent of emotions. Many other new students shared similar sentiments, most hailing from ordinary families. In contrast, those from wizarding families appeared less affected, with several having visited Hogwarts before, given its proximity to Hogsmeade, a frequented destination for wizards. Isn't it marvelous? Hermione whispered, her gaze still fixed on the castle, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, Wang Li replied, uncertain whether she was addressing him, yet nodding nonetheless. It is beautiful. Suddenly, another voice echoed a note of admiration nearby. Noticing Wang Li's gaze, one student beamed a radiant smile at him, while another merely offered a slight smile before retreating behind the first. Yes, it is truly beautiful, Wang Li responded, though his furtive glances made it unclear what exactly he was referring to. Under Hagrid's guidance, the young wizards eagerly boarded the boats. Each boat could accommodate a maximum of 4 individuals, yet this year's cohort comprised 41 students. Dividing them evenly proved impractical, and with Harry, Ron, and Hagrid sharing a single boat, many vessels ended up carrying only 3 passengers. Wang Li felt a twinge of disappointment, as he found himself paired with Hermione and Neville in a boat that could only hold 1 more occupant. Regrettably, the enchanting Indian sisters could not join them. What a pity, Wang Li mused, casting a furtive glance at the side of Neville's robe. There, nestled in a peculiar shadow, was Neville's toad, Trevor. Trevor? Neville exclaimed in surprise. Once the small boats reached the shore, the students traversed a narrow path. As they rounded a bend, Hogwarts emerged before them once more, followed by a long, ascending staircase. Perhaps due to the vibrations from the ascent, the toad that had been resting on Neville's robe fell to the ground, landing at the feet of a girl behind them. The so-called toad, landing on her foot, elicited a startled scream. As she appeared to come from a non-magical family, and was ill-prepared for such a creature. At that moment, Neville finally acknowledged the presence of Trevor, who had been following him all along. Congratulations. Even Hermione, who was already fraught with nerves about arriving at Hogwarts, managed to offer her well wishes. Harry noted that, despite Hermione's often sharp tongue and her haughty demeanor, she possessed a genuinely kind heart beneath it all. Hagrid observed Neville tenderly cradling his toad, and a hint of approval flickered across his furry face. Hagrid, that's my beard. Thank you. However, he refrained from elaborating further and continued leading the group up the steps to the castle's grand entrance. Is everyone here? Hagrid confirmed the head count once more, and upon ensuring that all were present, he raised his fist, which was larger than a cauldron, and knocked 3 times on the enormous door, wide enough for a giant to pass through. The door creaked open. Contrary to Wang Li's expectations, the massive door opened with surprising silence, producing only a faint sound. A tall witch clad in a flowing emerald robe stood within the doorway. Her serious expression was framed by glasses, and her dark hair was neatly tucked beneath a witch's hat. Professor McGonagall. Wang Li instantly recognized her identity. In the films, beneath her stern exterior lay a remarkably gentle heart. However, he noted that Harry, Hermione, and Neville appeared slightly different from their cinematic portrayals, leaving him to wonder if Professor McGonagall would also deviate from his expectations. I brought you the first-year students, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here, Professor McGonagall replied with a slight nod, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, which seemed to be a smile in itself. Hagrid nodded, turned, and exited, leaving the group of young witches and wizards nervously gazing at Professor McGonagall. She raised her hand, and the great entrance doors swung open entirely. The vast entrance hall was spacious enough to host a basketball game, with room to spare. Wang Li curiously surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of electric lights or similar fixtures. The torches on the walls burned with an extraordinary brightness, illuminating the hall as if it were midday. Wang Li cast a glance at the dome, which was shrouded in darkness, nearly imperceptible. How lofty it is, far taller than it appears from outside, Wang Li mused. Naturally, the young wizards followed closely behind. Wang Li observed that above the staircase lay a grand platform, across from which stood a tightly shut door, from behind which faint sounds of commotion could be heard. Wang Li surmised that this must be the Academy Hall, a combination of the dining hall and auditorium. One of the 2 illustrious bearded elders of the magical world was seated within. Professor McGonagall did not lead the young wizards directly into the hall, nor did she remain at the entrance, as Wang Li had envisioned. Instead, she guided them into a small adjacent room. Over 40 individuals crammed into the modest space, drawing close to one another. To Wang Li's surprise, he found himself once again beside Harry. Upon seeing Wang Li, Harry beamed widely. However, just as he was about to speak, Professor McGonagall preempted him. Welcome to Hogwarts. The welcoming feast is currently underway in the Great Hall. However, prior to that, in accordance with Hogwarts tradition, you will first partake in the sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall's words were quite similar to Wang Li's recollections, as she succinctly introduced the details of the sorting process, the 4 houses, and the matter of house points. Wang Li was somewhat distracted, having already grasped this information, while the other young wizards listened intently. Almost immediately, Professor McGonagall turned to leave, leaving Wang Li uncertain if it was merely his imagination, especially since Harry was right beside him. Most importantly, Harry. As Professor McGonagall departed, Harry let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I didn't dare breathe a word. That Professor McGonagall is quite stern. She is the professor I admire most. She is the head of Gryffindor. On Wang Li's other side sat Hermione, who eagerly chimed in. She gazed in the direction of Professor McGonagall's exit, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Was Hermione a fan of Professor McGonagall? Wang Li had not known this, but it seemed understandable, as Professor McGonagall appeared to be a remarkable scholar. The head of Gryffindor? Harry's expression shifted to one of surprise. During the train ride, he had overheard conversations regarding Gryffindor and had already formed the opinion that it was the finest choice. He secretly hoped to be sorted into Gryffindor. However, upon learning that the seemingly fearsome Professor McGonagall was the head of Gryffindor, he began to have second thoughts, especially since he recalled that her title included deputy headmistress. Goodness, if he fell under her supervision, the days ahead might prove to be quite challenging. He pondered how the sorting would be conducted, feeling a lingering doubt that Fred and George had been pulling their legs. Ron, on the other hand, did not share Harry's many contemplations and remained absorbed in thoughts about the sorting ceremony. For him, Gryffindor was undeniably the foremost choice, unwavering in its appeal. After all, his entire family belonged to Gryffindor. Being sorted into Hufflepuff would surely elicit laughter from the twins. Ron found it utterly unacceptable. In this regard, Harry also wore a rather grim expression. The mere thought of undergoing some public examination filled him with dread. Could he possibly lack any magical prowess? It wasn't just them. Everyone harbored a degree of apprehension. After all, Hogwarts graduates possessed a peculiar sense of humor. The only one seemingly at ease was Wang Li. "Are you not worried?" Harry inquired, noticing the distinct calmness of his very first friend at Hogwarts, puzzled by it. "Worried? Worried about what?" "The school won't mistakenly admit a child who shouldn't be here. I reckon everyone here must exhibit some signs of magic, right?" Wang Li's voice was low, audible only to those nearby. Harry and Neville nodded slightly, especially Harry, who recalled the wondrous occurrences that had transpired in his life since childhood, his eyes glimmering with newfound hope. "Given that, we will certainly remain at the school. It merely hinges on which house we are assigned." "I believe all the houses are splendid," Wang Li remarked with a shrug. He genuinely believed so. To him, all 4 houses had their merits. Gryffindor would place him near the boy who lived, which was delightful. Ravenclaw boasted many charming girls, which was also delightful. Hufflepuff, it was said, had its own cozy dining hall, delightful indeed. Even Slytherin had its advantages. As long as one didn't oppose the boy who lived, safety was assured, was it not? However, Wang Li knew he would never be sorted into Slytherin. Come on, with the likes of Voldemort and Snape stirring up such chaos in Slytherin. Well, my humble muggle background guarantee. Wouldn't I be preordained to become the next Dark Lord? Is that even conceivable? Wang Li thought it highly improbable. Furthermore, he felt Ravenclaw was also unlikely. He was self-aware enough to recognize that he was not destined to be an academic prodigy. Despite having the advantage of reincarnation, he had not even scored high enough on the exam to rival Hermione. Would Ravenclaw truly accept him? In Wang Li's estimation, his most probable placements were Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, both of which were perfectly acceptable. This sentiment, though not particularly reassuring for Ron and Hermione, brought a sense of relief to Harry and Neville. Indeed, as long as they could remain at the school, what did it matter where they ended up? For Neville, he had long believed he would likely be sorted in a Hufflepuff. That's fine. It's quite good. I assent it. I never stood out anyway. As for Harry, simply escaping the Dursleys was a triumph in itself. The prospect of staying at this enchanting school of magic was even more exhilarating. As for which house he would be assigned, it was of little consequence. With this realization, the previously troubled expressions of Harry and Neville softened, and they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Even if one were to find themselves before the stern Professor McGonagall, it would hardly matter. Harry mused with a sense of ease. At that moment, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. Wang Li turned towards the sound and beheld one of the striking Indo-British twins he had previously noticed, who was now retreating to the side in alarm. On the opposite side of the room, a multitude of ghosts emerged from the walls, causing even Wang Li to flinch in surprise. The expressions of many others, including several young wizards from wizarding families that Wang Li had already identified, shifted dramatically. Clearly, even for them, ghosts were a rather unnerving phenomenon. The apparitions appeared to be engaged in conversation, initially oblivious to the presence of the newcomers. However, they soon noticed the throng of students gathered before them. The lead ghost, a plump figure clad in a monk's robe, seemed momentarily taken aback before realizing, new students. I almost forgot today was the day. He exclaimed, "Are you all here for the sorting ceremony?" Many of the first years nodded, albeit with a hint of apprehension. "I hope you find yourselves in Hufflepuff." "I used to be there." The jovial ghost smiled warmly. Amidst the crowd, Wang Li was searching for familiar faces. He could only recall 2 Hogwarts ghosts, the nearly headless Nick and the Ravenclaw ghost. The former intrigued him only mildly, but he was quite eager to encounter the latter. Alas, it seemed she was not among them, which was rather disappointing. Chapter 11, Wang Li, Iworti. Professor McGonagall did not keep the first years waiting for long. She instructed everyone to form a single file and enter through the grand doors. Like all the other young wizards, Wang Li gazed in wonder at the expansive Great Hall, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the scenes from the movies he remembered. For long tables were filled with upperclassmen who watched them with keen interest. At the head table sat the faculty, led by the venerable Albus Dumbledore, distinguished by his white beard. Beside him was Professor Flitwick, who required a booster seat, along with the plump, dark-skinned herbology professor, who was also the head of Hufflepuff House. Wang Li could not recall her name. In a corner, he spotted Severus Snape, clad in black robes, his hair appearing as if it had not been washed in days, wearing an expression that suggested someone owed him a considerable sum of money. Next to him sat Quirrell, bundled in thick robes and a headscarf, likely already under the thrall of Voldemort. "How intriguing," Wang Li exclaimed, captivated by the scene. While it may not have been an exact replica of the film, it was undoubtedly strikingly similar. Yet, apart from these familiar faces, two others piqued Wang Li's interest. One was a stunningly beautiful professor seated at the far end of the staff table, the furthest from Snape. Wang Li had no recollection of such an enchanting figure at Hogwarts and was entirely unaware of the subject she taught. Regardless of the course, Wang Li resolutely decided to attend. Another figure present was an elderly wizard who, at first glance, almost reminded Wang Li of the infamous Mad-Eye Moody. This venerable man bore a face riddled with numerous small scars, his left hand replaced by a prosthetic, while his right hand, though intact, displayed an array of scars as well. However, both of his eyes appeared normal, which dispelled any notion that he was Mad-Eye Moody. Which subject did he teach? Regardless, it would be prudent to keep a distance. While Wang Li observed the faculty, the attention of many students was drawn towards the starry ceiling above. Hermione proudly recounted her previous readings on the subject, prompting Ron to roll his eyes. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students to the front of the dais, signaling them to halt as she ascended the platform, a large scroll appearing in her hands seemingly out of thin air. Beside her, perched on a high stool, Shuttletatterd, pointed sorting hot. The previously calm Wang Li felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing the hat, as it directly influenced the environment of his life at school for the coming years. Before he could ponder further, the sorting hat began to sing in its raspy voice, the lyrics conveying that wearing it would determine their house. Many young wizards, including Ron, were left speechless, not due to the hat song, but because of the simplicity of the sorting ceremony. Harry nodded in agreement, recalling how Fred and George had playfully misled them on the train. It was no wonder Ron was always wary and suspicious of his two older brothers. Those two were indeed quite unreliable. Harry mused, glancing toward the long table adorned with golden and crimson lion motifs, where the twins waved frantically, twisting about and whistling. What a pair of unreliable characters. Harry silently shook his head. Professor McGonagall then unfurled the parchment and announced that those whose name she called would come forth to wear the hat and sit on the stool, awaiting their house assignment. She scanned the scroll, calling out Hannah Abbott. A golden-haired girl with a flushed complexion stumbled nervously from the crowd. Subsequently, she donned the hat and was sorted into Hufflepuff, which was met with an eruption of cheers from the Hufflepuff table. Wang Li did not recognize Hannah Abbott. He was merely a casual fan of Harry Potter. Several more students were called, all unfamiliar to him, yet each assignment was met with applause and celebration. Finally, Professor McGonagall called out Hermione's name. Hermione, evidently eager, sprinted up to the front. This time, the sorting hat took a moment longer to deliberate, with only a boy named Seamus Finnegan having taken longer before her. Ultimately, just as the story had predicted, she was sorted into Gryffindor. The process continued, with several more students being assigned to various houses. However, the only individuals Wang Li was acquainted with were Neville and Malfoy, who, as in the original narrative, were respectively sorted into Gryffindor and Slytherin. Nothing had altered due to her arrival. It is worth mentioning that the pair of Indian sisters Wang Li had previously noticed. One was sorted into Gryffindor, while the other found her place in Ravenclaw. After a few more students, Professor McGonagall finally called out Harry's name. When the name Harry Potter echoed through the Great Hall, a wave of commotion swept across the room. Although many had already learned of Harry's arrival at Hogwarts during the train ride, only a limited number had actually seen him, confined to the compartment where he had traveled. The majority had merely heard from their peers about his presence at Hogwarts, which sparked immense anticipation. Thus, when Harry's name was called, exhilaration surged among the students, who eagerly glanced around. As the moment approached, Wang Li noticed Harry becoming increasingly anxious, seeming to tremble as he stepped forward. She felt a wave of his nervousness wash over her, causing her own heart to race. The sorting hat lingered longer upon Harry's head, and Wang Li could faintly discern him mumbling something under his breath. Ultimately, the narrative unfolded as expected, with Harry sorted into Gryffindor, eliciting the loudest cheer and applause of the day from the house. Even students from other houses joined in the applause, a testament to Harry's charisma and influence, which Wang Li noted with quiet admiration. Soon, only 4 students remained, including herself, Ron, a girl, and a black boy. The girl, named Lisa Depan, was sorted into Ravenclaw, and then Wang Li's name was called. She gently tapped her foot to steady her trembling leg, chiding herself for her lack of composure, and approached the stool. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon her head. Ah, an intriguing child. In the next moment, a sudden voice resonated within Wang Li's mind. A mental barrier? It felt somewhat similar, yet distinctly different. Huh? Wang Li was taken aback, not expecting to engage in a dialogue with the sorting hat. She murmured, "What is there to ponder? To sort me already. It's either Gryffindor or Hufflepuff." Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Is that what you desire? Such peculiar choices indeed. The sorting hat's voice echoed once more, but with such a closed-off soul, I would assert that Slytherin would be more fitting. Don't jest. Wang Li was taken by surprise. She had no intention of becoming part of a narrative involving the rise of a Dark Lord. The consequences of opposing a wanderer and a child of destiny could be dire. A predecessor with the surname Wang had already set a grim example. Wang Li was resolutely unwilling to serve as a cautionary tale for future generations. I refuse to go to Slytherin. I am a mudblood. In her panic, she even resorted to using such a term. As a youth of the new era, shaped by the cultural influences of nobility, Wang Li remains utterly indifferent to notions of lineage. In his hometown, such concerns are reserved for pets, dogs, cats, horses, and the like. Thus, he feels no connection to the term that is supposedly harsh in this context. The Sorting Hat, taken aback by Wang Li's choice of words, fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Clearly, Slytherin does not seem to suit you. In that case, Ravenclaw. The final declaration was pronounced with vigor. This confirmed that Wang Li had indeed been sorted into Ravenclaw. Wang Li was momentarily stunned. Ravenclaw? Me? At that moment, he felt akin to the legendary figure of Benbow Urba, tasked by the nine-headed prince to capture Sun Wukong. Am I worthy? I feel I may not quite measure up. However, at that instant, such musings were futile. The Sorting Hat had rendered its decision, and the students from Ravenclaw were already applauding. What else could Wang Li do but suppress his reluctance, muster a smile, and make his way to the Ravenclaw table? Professor McGonagall then called Ron to take the Sorting Hat. Initially, when Wang Li was assigned to Ravenclaw, he felt less than enthusiastic, certain that he was no academic prodigy. Yet, upon sitting at the Ravenclaw table, he discovered it was quite an agreeable place. The reason was simple. There were indeed many charming young women. Overall, Hogwarts has a higher number of girls than boys. Gryffindor is relatively balanced. Slytherin has a few more boys. Hufflepuff leans slightly towards girls, and Ravenclaw clearly has a greater number of girls. Almost every site was adorned with lovely young ladies, many of whom were quite beautiful, all of whom were warmly nodding to welcome Wang Li. At that moment, Wang Li felt as though he had been transported to paradise. While he was blissfully greeting the young ladies with a silly grin, a hesitant voice broke through. Are you the adopted son of the Wei family? Wang Li turned in surprise, spotting a striking girl with black hair and an oval face, gazing at him with uncertainty. You know me? He asked, bewildered. The Wei family undoubtedly referred to Wei Jiangwo, so this clearly Asian girl recognized him? I suppose so, I've seen him, she replied with a faint smile, extending her hand. Hello, my name is Zhang Qiu. At first, Wang Li was momentarily confused by the name, but soon realized it was a reversal. Qiu Zhang. So, this was Harry S. dream girl from his first love? Once he grasped the situation, he shook hands with Qiu while scrutinizing her closely. Well, how should he put it? She was indeed attractive. No wonder Harry was so captivated at first sight. Yet, she was not precisely Wang Li's type. In contrast, he glanced at a girl 2 seats away, one of the new students like himself, one of the 2 Indian sisters. When Professor McGonagall called out names, Bamli Rakayat Padmapatil. Although Wang Li, as a somewhat eccentric youth, harbored a rather peculiar perspective towards the country of India. The Patil twins he encountered today utterly shattered his preconceived notions. He had to concede that he was, indeed, the type of person whose values were swayed by appearances. Despite his thoughts drifting towards other girls, it did not hinder his lively conversation with Qiu Zhang. They conversed in Chinese, and although the Ravenclaw students were academically gifted, there seemed to be few who mastered the language, leaving them bewildered. After a brief exchange, Wang Li learned that the guest Uncle Wei had mentioned was connected to a wizarding family, referring to Qiu Zhang's household. Furthermore, Qiu Zhang had visited Wei's small shop and met Wang Li, though at that time, he and his brother Wei Yan were engrossed in video games, paying no attention to her. Ironically, he recalled a well-known host who had missed an encounter with Nicole Kidman while playing video games. And now he found himself in a similar predicament. As Wang Li conversed with the young ladies, Ron was sorted into Gryffindor, and the last boy, whose name Wang Li did not catch, was assigned to Slytherin. The sorting ceremony concluded, and then Dumbledore spoke. Wang Li expected him to issue warnings about the Forbidden Forest or certain corridors to avoid, yet he merely uttered a cryptic, "Fools, crybabies, rubbish, twist," before thanking everyone and indicating that the feast could commence. Perplexed, Wang Li turned to Qiu and inquired about the meaning of Dumbledore's bewildering remarks. After realizing their prior acquaintance, they had shifted seats to sit beside each other. I have no idea, Qiu replied with a smile, shaking her head. Dumbledore is a rare genius, and it is quite normal for his thoughts to elude common understanding. Is that so? Wang Li mused, albeit with a hint of skepticism. However, his attention was soon captured by the exquisite array of food that adorned the table. Oh, how delightful, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the sumptuous feast. In the Wei household, he had never been deprived of good food, enjoying the same treatment as Wang Yan. Yet, with the expenses of sending 2 children to school, coupled with the traditional Chinese inclination to save, their meals were usually modest. Therefore, the sudden appearance of such a lavish spread was truly captivating. What astonished him most was the presence of several dishes distinctly reminiscent of Eastern culinary traditions, and he was particularly pleased to find them laid out before him. Let's sample the house elf's culinary skills. Quite impressive, isn't it? Zhou seemed to notice Wang Li's astonishment and remarked with a light-hearted laugh. Chapter 12. The Start of Term. House elves in the castle. Wang Li was taken aback, as this was a piece of information he was unaware of. He certainly recognized that the house elves Zhou referred to were indeed domestic ones, yet he only knew of 2. One of them, Dabi, had appeared in the 2nd book, well-meaning, yet causing quite a stir for Harry. The details of what transpired later elude Wang Li entirely, particularly regarding the house elf from the Black family, whose name he cannot recall. He was unaware that Hogwarts also had house elves, a fact that had not been mentioned in the films. Indeed, it appears that this was not addressed in the cinematic adaptation. Ah, I see, you're not from a wizarding family, so it is quite understandable, Autumn remarked. Hogwarts is home to numerous house elves. I'm uncertain of the exact number. Perhaps only those from Hufflepuff would know. Yet, I presume there are at least 50 or more. They are responsible for the maintenance and cleanliness of the castle, among many other tasks. And they also prepare the delectable meals we enjoy. As Autumn spoke, a smile graced her lips. By the way, if there is anything you wish to eat, you can ask a Hufflepuff student. They have connections to relay your request to the house elves. They will prepare it for you and deliver it at the next meal, much like what you see now. Such a wonderful arrangement exists. Wang Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as it explained why only Autumn had been presented with these exquisite dishes. It seemed they could indeed place special orders. Oh, I would need to find a Hufflepuff student, though. I don't know anyone. Autumn, do you have any acquaintances? Wang Li inquired casually. He recalled that while Autumn was Harry's first love, Harry was not her first. Her first was Cedric Diggory, the Hogwarts champion from the Triwizard Tournament. Wang Li had not initially remembered the name, but he had learned of it on the train. Despite being only a third-year student, Cedric was evidently well known at Hogwarts. And Wang Li had easily gathered this information. It's Diggory. He is in 3rd year, and his father is acquainted with mine, Autumn replied, savoring a piece of the fish dish. So, they know each other at this point? Wang Li musha, noting that their tones suggested they were not yet in a romantic relationship. How intriguing. Wang Li felt as though he had stumbled upon something fascinating. Unbeknownst to Autumn, who continued to recommend her favorite dishes, Wang Li relished the food with delight. It must be said that the culinary skills of the house elves were quite commendable. However, while his mouth was occupied, his eyes continued to wander. Suddenly, he spotted a figure he had previously sought but failed to find. The Ravenclaw ghost. At the end of the Ravenclaw table, a gracefully attired ghost sat quietly, exuding an air of tranquility. That was Lady Grey. Noticing Wang Li's gaze, Autumn introduced her, saying, "She's a very learned lady, and we often seek her counsel on various matters." However, Autumn's expression shifted to one of amusement. If the questions are too trivial, Lady Grey might not deign to respond. Such peculiar dynamics. Wang Li took another glance at Lady Grey, marveling at the revelation. Meanwhile, over at Gryffindor, Harry was being enlightened by Percy Weasley about Snape and Quirrell, and, unsurprisingly, another misunderstanding ensued. There was no other choice. He had previously encountered Professor Chilo at the Broken Cauldron, who appeared to be rather spineless. On the contrary, Severus Snape exuded an aura that was decidedly untrustworthy. Under such circumstances, misjudging Snape was undoubtedly a most reasonable conclusion. Though Wang Li's roving eyes scanned the surroundings, it did not diminish his fervor for feasting. As a citizen of a nation renowned for its culinary delights, one must not squander the opportunity for good food. The little elf's culinary skills were indeed commendable, bringing joy to his palate. Soon, he found himself needing to adjust his position on the bench. His stomach was quite full, requiring him to recline slightly. The other young wizards were in similar predicaments. After the main course, an array of desserts appeared on the table. The space in their stomachs was akin to water in a sponge. Squeeze it a bit, and there was always room for more. Wang Li gazed longingly at a particularly delectable orange pudding, gritted his teeth, and indulged in yet another serving. However, as he beheld the other tempting treats, he found himself overwhelmed with desire, yet lacking the capacity to partake further. As nearly everyone set down their utensils, the food on the table quietly vanished. Dumbledore stood once more, and the hall fell into silence. "I trust everyone has had their fill, yes?" Dumbledore remarked with a twinkle in his eye. "Indeed, I'm fit to burst." I can't possibly eat another bite, chorused the twins loudly. Splendid. Now, I would like to share a few words with you all. Wang Li muttered under his breath, knowing that when a headmaster claims to have just a few words, it often turns into a lengthy discourse. Oh, Dumbledore is not like that. Autumn chuckled softly. Dumbledore, oblivious to their whispers, continued to relay various notices. This time, they were reminders that Wang Li distinctly recalled. Then came an unexpected turn of events. Dumbledore led the students in singing the school song, and to everyone's astonishment, the Weasley twins, Fred and George, performed it to the tune of a funeral march. Even more outrageous was Dumbledore conducting with his wand as an accompaniment. Is this truly how the legendary wizard of our era conducts himself? This was a scene not depicted in the films, leaving Wang Li quite bewildered. You'll get used to it in time, said many of the older students to the equally astonished newcomers like Wang Li. Little did they know that while he slumbered, discussions about him were unfolding within the castle. In the headmaster's office, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick ascended the spiral staircase leading to the office, gently knocking on the ajar door. Please come in, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Dumbledore called from behind his expansive desk, lifting his gaze with a smile. Before him sat a large strawberry sundae, half consumed, with remnants adorning his beard. McGonagall discreetly furrowed her brow for a fleeting moment. Dumbledore, I wish to discuss Mr. Wang Li's situation. Such an occurrence seems unprecedented, does it not? McGonagall inquired. Ah, indeed. The acceptance parchment and the book of admission have never featured a new name added so suddenly in July, at least not within the past several decades. Dumbledore nodded with a smile. Isn't this inappropriate, Dumbledore? Professor Flitwick's tone was somewhat hesitant, for Wang Li had been assigned to his house. Every occurrence has its first time. We cannot deem something inappropriate simply because it has not transpired before. Dumbledore shook his head with a smile and gestured towards the sundae on the table. Take this muggle dessert, for instance. None of you have ever sampled it, have you? Really, Minerva, Phileas, you ought to indulge a little. It is truly delightful, especially in the summer. Professor Flitwick hesitated, seemingly tempted. No need. Professor McGonagall resolutely shook her head. As for their cohort of new students, the focus of attention this year was almost entirely on Harry. To the upperclassmen, everyone else was merely seen as another peer alongside him. Wang Li was one of those individuals. Although there are fewer individuals from the East in England, their presence was not so scarce as to be remarkable. In Wang Li's year, there was another girl named Su Li. The name elicited a twinge of amusement from Wang Li. Was it a compromise between a father with the surname Su and a mother with the surname Li? Of course, such thoughts must remain unspoken, for they could jeopardize the camaraderie among classmates. Wang Li fully anticipated the heightened attention on Harry and felt no discontent regarding his own inconspicuousness. However, certain matters did weigh on his mind. For instance, the official start date for Hogwarts is invariably a Monday. Regardless of which day September 1st falls on, classes commence the following Monday, leaving students to linger at the school for a few days. This does afford first-year students the opportunity to acclimate to their surroundings. Unfortunately, this year's newcomers faced a bit of a predicament, as September 1st coincided with a Sunday, leaving no time for them to familiarize themselves before classes began the next day. Moreover, Wang Li was particularly concerned about the password for entering the common room. He was aware that a password was required, and it had left a lasting impression on him. Initially, he thought little of it, confident that he could easily remember a single password. However, upon entering Ravenclaw, he encountered a minor complication. The password for Ravenclaw was not fixed. It was not that the password changed daily. Rather, it varied constantly, unique to each individual at any given moment. Typically, it was a riddle or a brain teaser of sorts. On the first day of term, Wang Li's routine was quite commendable. Although he had spent the previous day on a lengthy train journey and felt somewhat fatigued, he had trained in chi cultivation for 2.5 years. The practice of breathing exercises may be tolerable, but the cultivation of one's physical form is undoubtedly arduous. In comparison, taking a train is a trivial matter. Thus, Wang Li easily rose early, while his roommates remained entangled in their beds, struggling against the allure of their soft mattresses and warm blankets. It's time to get up. I certainly don't wish to be late on the first day of school. As he made his way to the washroom, he reminded them, we still need to find our classroom. He felt a genuine sense of concern. The first lesson of the term was Transfiguration, and it would be shared with Gryffindor. Wang Li delighted in observing the bustling activity, but was not fond of being the center of attention. Ah, Wang, you are indeed diligent, Anthony Goldstein remarked as he dragged himself out of bed, seemingly depleting all his energy in the process. Is it on the first floor of the main building? Wang Li paused for a moment before hurrying to glance at the classroom location indicated on the schedule. Indeed, it was. He had merely skimmed the schedule. Wang Li clicked his tongue, but chose not to voice his thoughts. He proceeded to wash his face and brush his teeth. Although they were still getting to know each other, his roommates were generally amicable. After freshening up, the 5 boys headed to the hall for breakfast. Wang, thanks to you. If we had slept a few more minutes, we surely would have delayed our breakfast, Stephen Cohenford mumbled gratefully while munching on a sandwich. The agony of waking up was matched only by the joy of finally having breakfast. Well, it was nothing, Wang Li replied, still surveying his surroundings. Upon entering the hall, he immediately spotted Hermione at the Gryffindor table, though she appeared to be dining alone, rather than accompanied by their dorm mates. As for Harry and Ron, they were nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until Wang Li and the others finished their breakfast and the time for class grew perilously close that they finally noticed the absence of the two. Wang Li surmised that they would likely follow the script and arrive late, making a grand entrance. He welcomed this development with a sense of amusement. As events unfolded, just as Wang Li had anticipated, he noted that the class time had indeed arrived. He speculated that Professor McGonagall must have noticed Harry's absence. Seeing that everyone was dutifully focused on their books, McGonagall felt a sense of satisfaction. It was expected for the Ravenclaw students to be well-behaved, but the Gryffindors were also displaying commendable compliance, which pleased her. Since some students had yet to arrive, she casually remarked that transfiguration was a profound subject, encompassing numerous branches. Among the most cutting-edge research in the wizarding world, transfiguration had consistently garnered significant attention. Now, does anyone know the 5 fundamental principles of transfiguration? As anticipated, Hermione's hand shot up eagerly. 3 students from Ravenclaw also raised their hands, one of whom was Anthony, alongside 2 female students. McGonagall cast a glance at Hermione, seemingly surprised. In her mind, such questions were typically reserved for Ravenclaw students. Was it possible that a Gryffindor also knew the answer? Chapter 13. Not that kind of person. Very well, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall, of course, could recall the name of every student in her house, given there were only a handful. Hermione stood up, brimming with excitement, and recited the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. First, one cannot conjure food out of thin air, nor can one transform other objects into food. Even if consumed, it would not yield any nourishment and would instead result in indigestion. Second, transformations between living and non-living things cannot be permanent. Third, magical items cannot be conjured. That falls within the realm of alchemy. Fourth, transfiguration cannot alter quantity. Fifth, transfiguration cannot create something from nothing. Excellent. Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly, her eyes glimmering with astonishment and admiration. Clearly, she had not anticipated that a first-year student like Hermione would possess knowledge of Gamp's fundamental laws prior to their first lesson. Gryffindor earns a point for that. With a slight smile directed at Hermione, Professor McGonagall continued. Now, does anyone know what the first ethical constraint of transfiguration is? This time, the same 4 students raised their hands. Professor McGonagall selected a Ravenclaw girl, Miss Bloor. Yes, Professor. When attempting human transfiguration for the first time, one must only practice on oneself, Mandy Bloor stated. Very good. Ravenclaw earns a point. Professor McGonagall nodded again, though her praise was not as effusive as it had been for Hermione. In her view, it was quite normal for a Ravenclaw student to possess such knowledge, whereas it was rather remarkable for a Gryffindor to have prepared in advance. Professor, Amanda Apera raised her hand. Is there a question, Miss Apera? Professor McGonagall inquired, her expression brightening once more. Well, it's just that. Amanda appeared slightly embarrassed, yet her gaze remained fixed on Professor McGonagall with fervent anticipation. I heard from my great-aunt that you are one of the only 7 animagi of this century. Might you? Her eyes sparkled with eagerness. Several classmates, particularly from Ravenclaw, shared her enthusiasm, while many from Gryffindor looked utterly baffled, evidently unaware of what an animagus was. Ah, Miss Apera, yes. She is an old friend of mine, Professor McGonagall replied with an increasingly gentle smile. This is not part of the school curriculum, but since you mentioned it. She paused. I must clarify that there are only 7 registered animagi. There may be others, but it is a dangerous form of magic that poses certain legal and ethical issues, so I would not wish for any students to recklessly seek to learn about it. As she observed the mixed expressions of anticipation and confusion among the young witches and wizards, who all nodded in understanding, Professor McGonagall turned swiftly and shrank down, transforming in an instant into a tabby cat. Gasp! The collective intake of breath came from the 20 or so young witches and wizards present. Even Wang Li, who had been aware of this demonstration beforehand, could not help but marvel at the sight. Professor McGonagall promptly reverted to her normal form, exuding an air of smooth elegance. All right, everyone, let's take a moment to review. We shall commence the lesson shortly, she declared. Observing that although most students had their heads bowed, many were still stealing glances at her, she shook her head slightly and, in an unexpected turn, transformed into a cat and leapt onto the podium. At that moment, the classroom doors swung open, revealing two small heads, one with black hair and the other with red, peering in. Ron, true to his character, had been sorted into Gryffindor without a moment's hesitation from the sorting hat during the ceremony. However, Professor McGonagall was not one to hold a grudge against two bumbling first years over such a trivial matter. She merely admonished them to avoid tardiness in the future. Leaving it at that, had it been solely Ron's transgression, it would likely have faded into obscurity. Yet, with Harry also in the mix, the situation transformed entirely. Harry's prominence within the school was nothing short of extraordinary, with every aspect of his life under the watchful eyes of his peers. The courses shared between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor were few and far between, Transfiguration being the sole exception, alongside history of magic and charms. Potions were with Hufflepuff, and astronomy with Slytherin. Consequently, some iconic scenes from the films were regrettably missed by Wang Li. First-year students, regardless of their backgrounds, had little prior exposure to magic, particularly wand use, and were utterly captivated by the experience. It was quite natural for students to engage with their wands, exchanging magical insights and reveling in their newfound abilities. Classes were signaled by a bell, which bore resemblance to the structure of a Muggle school. Until the bell chimed, the students remained unperturbed. In previous lessons, neither the professors of magical studies nor charms had voiced any concerns. However, Severus Snape was an entirely different matter. He strode directly to the podium and coldly declared, "Settle down and observe yourselves. Is this what a classroom should resemble? You are, without a doubt, the most lackluster cohort I have ever taught." Wang Li was taken aback. These words struck a familiar chord, echoing sentiments he had encountered countless times during his previous schooling. Nearly every teacher from elementary to secondary education would utter such phrases, though not in university, where instructors tended to be indifferent to their students. Wang Li had never anticipated that his first encounter with such dismissive commentary would come from a professor at a wizarding school. So every year you claim your students are the worst. Is it the students who are consistently underwhelming, or is it the teachers who decline in quality year after year? Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. Lacking the courage to voice them was a testament to his character. Yet, he soon realized that the virtue he lacked extended beyond mere bravery. In the afternoon, a rumor circulated wildly within the castle. Harry had been penalized for defying the teacher during potions class, leading to Ron, Neville, and Seamus feeling as though they had been mentally incapacitated by Snape's verbal onslaught. Consequently, Snape's already notorious reputation became even more sinister. However, despite the commotion surrounding the incident, few were truly concerned. The first-year students were incredulous to discover that on their very first day of school, they were inundated with an overwhelming amount of homework. Was it truly reasonable for children barely 12 years old to be tasked with writing papers measured by the foot? At least Wang Li and the majority of the newcomers found it rather unreasonable. Nevertheless, their sentiments went largely unheeded. The academic rigor of Hogwarts had remained consistent for centuries, if not longer, particularly over the past few decades. Notably, while most students deemed the workload excessively burdensome, a minority, such as the majority of Ravenclaw students, found no issue with it. "Oh, this assignment is rather intriguing. We might need to seek additional books beyond the textbook for reference," remarked Michael Corner, one of Wang Li's roommates. Upon hearing this and observing the glimmer of enthusiasm in his eyes, Wang Li was taken aback. He could scarcely fathom how someone could express such chilling sentiments with a face so devoid of concern. Yet, to his astonishment, both Anthony Goldstein and Terry Boot nodded in agreement. Wang Li felt utterly disheartened. The Sorting Hat. Why on earth did it place me in such a wretched house? Look around. Can this truly be a place for decent individuals? As he observed his roommates fervently debating various concepts in a small classroom adjacent to the library, where silence was mandated, Wang Li felt conspicuously out of place. However, he did not attribute this discord to himself. It had to be the fault of those peculiar classmates. Like many others, Wang Li frequently believed that the problem resided with others. While Corner and Boot continued their spirited discussion, Wang Li found himself unable to endure it any longer. Regarding assignments, if one aimed for high-quality completion, akin to the majority of Ravenclaws, it was undeniably exhausting. Conversely, if one merely intended to scrape by, it was manageable. At present, Wang Li was merely coasting along, convinced that most students shared his approach. He simply could not envision Harry and Ron delving into as many extracurricular texts as his roommates over a single issue, engaging in animated discourse. However, upon reaching the entrance of the common room, Wang Li encountered a conundrum. What has a city but no houses, a forest but no trees, a river but no water? Posed the eagle-hawk statue at the entrance. Wang Li stood there, bewildered. What on earth was this? Why did he comprehend each word individually, yet their collective meaning eluded him? Could they not refrain from such riddles? Previously, when accompanied by the students of Ravenclaw, those classmates had almost instantaneously solved the riddle, and Wang Li had grasped it immediately. Thus, he felt no particular sensation at the time. However, now faced with the riddle alone, he found himself utterly at a loss. Could we possibly have another one? Banli inquirat tentatively. In his recollection, many of Hogwarts' peculiarities seemed to possess the capacity for interaction, such as the sorting hat. So, might this statue also be similarly inclined? Since he could not decipher this riddle, perhaps another would be within his grasp. Wang Li did not believe there was any deficiency in his intellect. Surely, he could answer a different riddle. Yet, despite the interactive nature of many Hogwarts artifacts, this golden eagle was not among them. Alas, was it somewhat embarrassing? Just as Wang Li pondered this, a burst of laughter and chatter wafted up from the staircase below. He recognized the three girls, classmates from his year, Mandy Bletchley, Lisa Dupin, and Padma Patil, whom Wang Li had already noted earlier. Upon spotting them, it was evident that they had also seen him. "Hey Wang, are you heading out?" Lisa Dupin greeted him warmly. The other two girls also smiled and offered their salutations. It was unclear what jovial conversation they had just engaged in, but they appeared to be in high spirits. "Ah, yes, I'm just about to go out," Wang Li replied, his gaze slightly evasive. "Oh," Lisa Dupin nodded. They had only known each other for a day and were far from familiar, yet the friendly exchange was indicative of the girls' warmth. The trio arrived at the entrance of the common room, where the golden eagle presented a riddle. What has a face but no eyes, a nose but cannot smell, and a mouth but no teeth? Unlike before, when Wang Li had been somewhat indifferent, this time he listened intently to the riddle, endeavoring to conjure an answer. Nonetheless, he was utterly stumped. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the foremost among them, Bletchley, declared a clock. What? How could it be a clock? What connection does a clock have to this riddle? Wang Li expressed his bewilderment. However, his confusion did not deter the golden eagle, which acknowledged a response. With a faint click, the door behind the eagle swung open. The three girls giggled as they slipped through. Wang Li hesitated for merely a second before following suit, entering just before the golden eagle closed the door. Indeed, upon witnessing Wang Li join them, the girls were somewhat taken aback. "Wang, didn't you say you were going out?" Padma queried. "Ah, well, I initially intended to visit the library to read, but then I realized that the common room serves just as well." Wang Li fibbed without a flicker of his eyelids. "I see." Padma nodded, seemingly unfazed by any discrepancies. Each of the four houses' common rooms boasted its own unique characteristics. Gryffindor's was the highest, offering a splendid view, while Hufflepuff was conveniently located near the kitchens, and it was said to even possess its own little kitchen. Slytherin, nestled in the dungeons, was suited for the cultivation of peculiar, light-averse creatures and plants. Certainly, this is not a discourse on serpents, as they indeed revel in basking under the sun. Ravenclaw, however, epitomizes the essence of academic excellence, boasting a library that is quite substantial. Within its walls reside numerous notes and remnants left by distinguished alumni. Hence, although Ravenclaw students are renowned for their scholarly prowess, their presence in the library does not significantly surpass that of the other three houses. After a nod of agreement from Padma and Wang Li, they, along with two other friends, found a spot to continue their conversation. As for Wang Li, he feigned a semblance of studiousness by picking up a book and settling down in a corner. However, embellishing his assignments was out of the question. Wang Li was not inclined that way. Instead, he pondered the reason why the answer to the riddle they had encountered earlier was a clock. In Chapter 14, titled Ron, after a night of contemplation, Wang Li finally discerned why the answer to Padma's riddle was a clock. Yet, he remained perplexed regarding his own riddle's answer. Consequently, he relinquished his efforts and, at the break of dawn, approached his roommate. "Anthony, allow me to present you with a riddle," Wang Li said, seemingly nonchalantly. "Sure," replied Anthony Goldstein, his words muffled as he brushed his teeth. Wang Li recounted the riddle posed by the sentinel eagle the previous day. A moment of confusion struck him, but clarity soon followed. Goodness, was it truly that simple? Once the answer was revealed, it became glaringly obvious. Yet at that moment, he had been utterly incapable of arriving at the solution. The disparity between individuals weighed heavily upon Wang Li's heart. In the week that followed, Wang Li attempted several more riddles. However, he managed to solve only 1 out of 5 or 6 attempts. This was exceedingly frustrating, leading him to internally berate the seemingly lackluster judgment of the sorting hat. Over the course of the week, Wang Li had several interactions with Harry. As a transplanter from another realm, he was keenly aware of the importance of fostering a rapport with the Chosen One. However, the results were somewhat disappointing. Although Harry maintained a fondness for Wang Li, his first friend in this wizarding world, his circle now included a more favored companion, Ron. Ron, on the other hand, did not harbor particularly warm feelings towards Wang Li. This was not due to any personal animosity, as the two had yet to engage meaningfully. Rather, it stemmed from Ron's peculiar insecurities. Upon arriving on the Hogwarts Express and meeting Harry, he had already crafted an identity for himself, Harry's first friend at Hogwarts. The emergence of Wang Li, however, shattered this self-constructed persona, revealing that Harry had known the Eastern lad even before arriving at Hogwarts. Ron was left with no choice but to subtly adjust his narrative to become Harry's best friend at Hogwarts. Initially, he had an advantage on the train, but events did not unfold as he had anticipated. Two troublesome older brothers intruded upon their carriage, and Ron could clearly see that Harry was made quite uncomfortable by their antics, even developing a slight aversion to Gryffindor. Fred and George truly embody the notion of being more hindrance than help. Ron mused silently about his two older brothers. However, everything took a significant turn after the sorting ceremony. Although Harry exhibited a certain degree of reluctance towards Gryffindor on the train and during the boat ride across the Black Lake, this sentiment became even more pronounced upon meeting Professor McGonagall. Nevertheless, the sorting hat ultimately placed him in Gryffindor, and after a tense wait, Ron also found himself sorted into the same house, sharing a dormitory with Harry. In contrast, Wang Li, who had known Harry slightly longer, was sorted into Ravenclaw. How could he possibly compare? He even had the opportunity to share a bed with Harry, although he had no intention of actually doing so. This advantage was undeniably unparalleled. Yet, despite this, Ron felt a sense of pressure when facing Wang Li, as the ease and joyfulness of their interaction seemed somewhat excessive. Although Ron attempted to mask his feelings, he found himself subtly trying to win Harry's favor, a behavior difficult to rationalize. In the relationship, Ron felt he occupied a somewhat subordinate position. However, the camaraderie between Wang Li and Harry appeared particularly effortless and egalitarian, evoking a sense of envy in Ron, who felt like a mere jester. He recognized that such feelings were irrational and unjust, yet he could not help himself, often wearing a sullen expression in Wang Li's presence. Wang Li sensed Ron's hostility, but struggled to comprehend its origins, as he had never wronged Ron. Being from a Muggle family, he thought Ron's father, who was quite fascinated by Muggles, should have fostered a sense of goodwill towards him. It could be said that while Wang Li was a somewhat quirky and eccentric youth, he ultimately was an adult, unable to fully grasp the childish mindset of fearing someone might steal his friend. A turning point occurred on Friday afternoon when Harry received a letter from Hagrid inviting him to chat at Hagrid's hut. As Harry exited the Great Hall, he happened to see Wang Li coming out as well, and he casually extended an invitation to him. Wang Li, naturally, was more than willing to maintain a relatively close relationship with the boy who lived, and he readily accepted. Ron, however, felt a twinge of discomfort at this, a sentiment he could not voice and had to suppress within himself. The need to change clothes arose after a brief rain shower, which was quite normal in England, where a week of continuous rain was not uncommon. Wearing the school robes would risk dragging the hem through the mud, although the house elves would clean the clothes. Wang Li preferred to keep his robes from becoming excessively dirty. Upon arriving at the castle entrance, Wang Li spotted Harry and Ron, who had also changed their clothes. The three of them exchanged glances. Wang Li and Harry shared a smile, while Ron's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. The situation arises from the fact that the three individuals are clad in worn garments. Indeed, it is quite evident that their attire is far from new. Wang Li's clothing is slightly better. At least the shirt beneath is fresh. However, his outerwear, trousers, and shoes are distinctly old. In contrast, Harry and Ron are dressed entirely in second-hand apparel. Yet, there exists a difference in the nature of their old clothes. Although Ron's attire is worn, it is generally well-fitted. On the other hand, Harry's garments are not only aged, but ill-fitting as well. Wang Li's old clothes, needless to say, once belonged to Wei Nian. Although Wei Jianhua and his family have purchased several new outfits for Wang Li, there are some aesthetically pleasing pieces that Wei Nian cannot wear. Yet Wang Li never seems to mind donning them frequently. Harry's old clothing has been altered from his cousin Dudley's, and even post-alteration, it remains ill-suited. Given Dudley's physique, it is challenging for anyone else to fit into his garments. As for Ron's clothes, their origins are uncertain. For instance, the t-shirt he wears might belong to Fred or George, while his trousers are likely Percy's, and his jacket could have been left behind by Bill. However, due to Mrs. Weasley's remarkable proficiency in everyday magic, the clothes have been adjusted to fit reasonably well. Thus, while Wang Li finds himself in the most favorable situation, both Harry and Ron possess their respective merits. Nevertheless, even in Wang Li's case, it is still quite apparent that his attire is outdated. Having seen Wang Yan, Harry is naturally aware of Wang Li's circumstances and recognizes the strong bond between the two, resulting in a shared, unspoken understanding and a smile exchanged between them. Ron, who is already acquainted with Harry's situation, remains oblivious to Wang Li's. He has never mentioned Wang Li in Harry's presence and often changes the subject when Wang Li is brought up. On the first day of school, however, Wang Li donned new clothes, as it is customary to present oneself well on such an occasion. Both Wang Li and the Wei family hold this belief, particularly as Eastern cultures place great importance on maintaining face. Consequently, this marks Ron's first encounter with Wang Li in such attire, evoking a peculiar sensation within him, a joy akin to recognizing a kindred spirit. Ron's initial fondness for Harry, undoubtedly influenced by Harry Potter's fame, is also significantly affected by the fact that Harry was dressed in ill-fitting, second-hand clothing at that time. Wang Li, one cannot hide secrets in such attire. Ron could not restrain himself from inquiring as they made their way to Hagrid's hut. It's my brother's, Wang Li replied, unaware of Ron's rich inner thoughts. Seeing Ron, who typically refrains from speaking to him, taking the initiative, Wang Li felt no inclination to ignore him. After all, he is no child and would not engage in childish games of avoidance. You have brothers too? How many? This query instantly piqued Ron's interest. No one knows brothers better than I do. I have five of them. Just one, Wang Li replied, knowing well that Ron had several brothers. Although he could not recall the exact number, he was certain it was no fewer than 3. After all, at Hogwarts, aside from Ron, there are 3 other Weasleys. Additionally, Wang Li recalls that Ron has a brother in Egypt and another who raises dragons. However, he is uncertain whether the brother who raises dragons is the same as the one in Egypt. Oh, that sounds delightful, he remarked. I have 5, Ron sighed deeply. That is certainly not a source of joy, Wang Li exclaimed. Not to mention, your parents probably lack the energy to manage you all. Indeed, Ron responded as if he had found a kindred spirit, especially considering that Fred and George are always causing mischief. Then there's Ginny. Moreover, having so many brothers can be quite bothersome at times. Wang Li remarked, parents tend to favor discussing the accomplishments of their exceptional children. Children from other families are already irksome enough, but if that child belongs to your own family, it becomes utterly maddening. Wang Li had not experienced this in this lifetime, but he had in a previous one. He had a cousin who was the epitome of the perfect child. Exactly. Ron looked at Wang Li as if he were the legendary Yuboya who had founded Zhongziki. His brothers were all remarkably accomplished. Bill, the quintessential model child. Charlie, a Quidditch star. Percy, the academic overachiever. And even the twins, despite their mischief, excelled in their studies. They had also joined the Quidditch team last year. With such siblings, Ron bore an extraordinary amount of pressure. Wang Li is actually quite a good fellow. The distance from the castle to Hagrid's hut was merely a few hundred meters, yet Ron's attitude toward Wang Li underwent a dramatic transformation. Wang Li is a decent person. My previous demeanor was somewhat inappropriate. By the time they reached the door of Hagrid's hut, Ron was already contemplating this. Wang Li did not deliberately seek to alter Ron's perception of him. He was even unaware of the reasons behind Ron's previous sentiments or why they had dissipated. He simply engaged in ordinary conversation. It could only be described as serendipitous. As Ron's aversion to Wang Li vanished, a warm enthusiasm typical of Gryffindors emerged, manifesting in laughter and sharing amusing anecdotes from a week. Wang Li was somewhat bewildered, although he was previously unaware of Ron's earlier thoughts. The contrast between Ron's previous attitude and his current demeanor was stark. What is going on? Wang Li, not quite fitting the mold of a Ravenclaw, found himself puzzled by this minor conundrum. Meanwhile, the group arrived at the doorstep of Hagrid's hut, and Harry knocked on the door. Wang Li observed a pair of enormous shoes suitable for a child's boat, and a crossbow that resembled a catapult from a castle wall, secretly astonished. The shoes were already larger than those of Shaquille O'Neal, the NBA superstar. However, the crossbow, surely even a renowned strongman would need a moment to catch their breath after firing it. As he pondered, the door swung open from within, revealing Hagrid's somewhat muffled voice. Step back a bit. The door creaked open, revealing Hagrid's furry visage, adorned with a similarly fluffy smile. He paused momentarily, attempting to usher a massive black dog back behind him. Indeed, it was an enormous creature. Had it not been for the tail wagging behind it like a fan, Wang Li might have suspected it was a diminutive black bear. Surely, this was no ordinary animal. It must have been conjured through some form of magical enchantment. The large black dog, Fong, seemed particularly exuberant upon noticing the three visitors, and Hagrid exerted considerable effort to pull him inside, allowing Wang Li and the others to enter. Wang Li harbored no fear of dogs. In fact, he found them rather endearing. However, the sheer size of this one was somewhat intimidating. To his surprise, Ron, who had contributed a myriad of expressive reactions in the films, exhibited remarkable bravery, approaching the giant dog to pet it. Whether it was Ron's skill or Fong's disposition, it was not long before the dog was sprawled on its back, contentedly grunting with pleasure. "Harry, you brought guests. Splendid. Come, taste the tea I brewed," Hagrid exclaimed, his eyes narrowing into joyful slits upon seeing Harry, Ron, and Wang Li. Initially, Harry had harbored concerns that Hagrid might be displeased with his decision to bring friends, but he soon realized his worries were unfounded and cheerfully introduced them. "Hagrid, this is Ron. We traveled here on the same boat. And this is Wang. You've met him before." "Another Weasley, I see," Hagrid replied, beaming at Ron. The latter, momentarily distracted from his canine affection, looked up and smiled back. "Yes, I'm Ron Weasley. Hello, Hagrid. You may not be aware, but your brothers, Fred and George, have been quite a handful for me. They treat the Forbidden Forest as if it were their own backyard." Both Ron and Harry paused, taken aback. But didn't Dumbledore say students were forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest? Is that even allowed? While Harry and Ron were momentarily stunned, Wang Li remained unfazed. "Having long been aware of the twins' mischief. Have some rock cakes. I made them myself," Hagrid offered, oblivious to the mental turmoil his words had stirred in the young wizards. He retrieved several cakes from the hearth and distributed them among the three, then turned to Wang Li. "So, Wang Li, how's your wand treating you?" Chapter 15, Hagrid's Hut. Huh? Wang Li had just sampled a rock cake. How to describe it? The human teeth, being the hardest part of the body, found themselves at a disadvantage against the cake's formidable texture. Wang Li mused, could it be that giants possess not only greater strength but also superior dentition? This seemed plausible. Larger beings typically had greater bone density, and teeth could indeed be categorized as a form of bone. Thus, it appeared reasonable that Hagrid, as a giant, might boast a more robust set of teeth. Before he could ponder this further, Hagrid's words jolted him back to reality. Nodding, he replied, "It's quite good." "Indeed it is." Although Wang Li's homework was not progressing smoothly, and he was unable to enter the common room, his performance in class was commendable. In both the charms and transfiguration lessons, he excelled, particularly in charms, where Professor Flitwick, their head, even praised him. At least from Wang Li's perspective, his wand proved to be quite obedient. Nonetheless, he couldn't shake the feeling that the wand had some connection to the old man Zoe, who, however, refused to acknowledge it. Furthermore, since arriving at Hogwarts, Zoe had not made a single appearance, not even when Wang Li was alone in the dormitory, which left him somewhat perplexed. "Is it really okay?" "I can't quite tell," Hagrid remarked in astonishment. "You seem quite well behaved. I never would have guessed you could wield such a formidable wand." It was then that Wang Li recalled what had been said during the wand selection. What was the core of his wand again? He had been curious at the time, but forgot amid the subsequent purchasing of other items. Wang Li tentatively inquired. "I believe my wand's core is rather unique." "What was it called again?" He struggled to articulate it, unable to remember. "Chimera," Hagrid interjected, looking at Wang Li with an expression of disdain. "Such an intriguing creature. And you don't even know its name. What is a chimera?" Harry chimed in, having also recalled the astonishment shared by Hagrid and Mr. Ollivander regarding Wang Li's wand selection. However, Harry soon dismissed the thought, as he was preoccupied with his own wand's surprising connection to Voldemort. Chimera? Unlike Harry and Wang Li, Ron, hailing from a proper wizarding family, was familiar with the creature. His hand momentarily paused in petting Fong as he gazed at Wang Li in disbelief. "Your wand's core is a chimera?" "Yes, that should be its name." Wang Li nodded, "But what is it?" "I don't even know." "Wow, that's truly extraordinary," Ron exclaimed, visibly excited. "It's a highly dangerous magical beast. I would guess it ranks at least 5 stars in danger, or perhaps even higher. It's more perilous than a dragon." "Well, another name for it might be easier for you to grasp. The lion-headed, goat-bodied, dragon-tailed beast." Lion-headed, goat-bodied, dragon-tailed beast? Wang Li could only shudder at the thought. Just how grotesque could it be? Harry's expression mirrored Wang Li's, as they both conjured similar images in their minds. "Dragons are indeed wondrous creatures," Hagrid muttered. "But people's misconceptions about them are quite significant, much like with the chimera. Of course, it's true that chimeras can be a bit temperamental. Before long, you'll be raising a dragon, right? There's a 3-headed dog in the castle, and a giant spider in the Forbidden Forest. When your eyes isn't small and cute, even you admit that some things can be a bit unruly. Just how unruly could they be?" Yet, Wang Li understood all too well what Hagrid truly was. Harry possessed a modicum of knowledge, gleaned from his brief encounters with Hagrid, who had expressed a desire to raise a dragon. Although Harry had yet to immerse himself in the wizarding world, the nature of a fire dragon was universally understood, not requiring any wizarding insight. In contrast, Ron seemed less acquainted with Hagrid's interests. I don't think fire dragons are misunderstood. My brother studies them, and his arms are covered in burns. The flames of a fire dragon are not easily remedied, even with magic, Ron remarked. Oh, right, Charlie is your brother, Hagrid acknowledged with a hint of chagrin. Utilizing his own brother as a reference, Ron effectively left Hagrid with insufficient grounds to counter. Oh, Hagrid, you know my brother? Ron inquired with genuine curiosity. Compared to the Weasley twins and Percy, Ron held a greater fondness for Charlie and Bill. Growing up, the two older brothers exhibited a degree of responsibility and care, which endeared them to Ron, especially in contrast to the sometimes troublesome twins and the overly serious Percy. Of course, I have been at Hogwarts for 50 years. Hagrid stated matter-of-factly. I have met all the interesting people during that time. Upon hearing this, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Harry's eyes, for Hagrid had previously mentioned knowing his parents. Regrettably, the other three present were not particularly observant, failing to notice Harry's subtle emotional shift. Hey, Hagrid, do you have the Daily Prophet here? After a while, Ron noticed the newspaper on the table. At this, Harry, who had previously overlooked it, also took note. Wang Li, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. My fellow chosen one, Harry, you finally noticed. He had been aware of the paper and its alarming news regarding the invasion of Gringotts. Even Wang Li, who was less attuned to the unfolding narrative, recognized the machinations of Voldemort and Quirrell behind these events. However, he could not voice this, having already engaged in numerous subtle maneuvers that had gone unnoticed by Harry. At last, Ron's timely remark had drawn Harry's attention. Next, Wang Li cast a glance at Ron's pocket, where a gray mouse lay sleeping. Yet, Wang Li knew that this was no ordinary rodent. He intended to plot against Peter Pettigrew. Since discovering that this world was that of Harry Potter and deciding to enter Hogwarts, he had been contemplating a critical issue: safety. This was undeniably a matter of great significance. The world of Harry Potter was fraught with peril. Apart from the relatively benign first year, subsequent years escalated in danger. In the second year, a basilisk prowled the castle. The third year showcased the terrors of Dementors, vividly portrayed in the films. The fourth year and beyond were even more treacherous, heralding the arrival of the primary antagonist. It could be said that, apart from Harry Potter, the Chosen One, all others faced substantial threats. Wang Li recalled several key characters who had met untimely ends, including the one he lamented the most, Sirius Black. It is noteworthy that Wang Li holds a particular fondness for this character, largely due to his admiration for the actor Gary Oldman. Wang Li is reluctant to become a mere pawn in the journey of the Chosen One, and thus he sees three potential courses of action. Firstly, he intends to closely align himself with the Chosen One, striving to avoid the fate of becoming a villain's expendable pawn, a task he believes he is currently managing well. Secondly, he aims to strengthen himself, ensuring that he does not easily fall into the role of a disposable character, a pursuit he is still diligently working on. Thirdly, he contemplates influencing the narrative itself. The first thought that crosses his mind is to deal with Peter, who is the root cause of many troubles, most significantly aiding in the resurrection of Voldemort. If he can eliminate Peter, might Voldemort not be resurrected, or at least significantly delayed? Of course, Wang Li is also considered guiding others to locate Voldemort's remnants and destroy them directly. However, it seems the film does not specify Voldemort's whereabouts. Or perhaps it was mentioned but went unnoticed by him. Thus, he can only ponder. The only feasible option remains to deal with Peter. Yet how to execute this requires a degree of finesse. Even deceit is fraught with difficulty, given the myriad methods in the wizarding world that can reveal whether one is lying. This thought brings Wang Li a headache. He recalls that during the sorting hat ceremony, the hat seemed to possess the ability to read thoughts. This appears reasonable. How else could it assign a student to the appropriate house if it could not discern their circumstances? At that time, the sorting hat failed to penetrate Wang Li's thoughts, remarking instead on something akin to a mental barrier he had, though not quite. He speculates this must relate to what Zhou Yin has taught him. However, rather than feeling reassured, this realization induces a sense of anxiety within him. Both the ring belonging to Zhou Yin and the knowledge of his own rebirth are troubling. Consequently, he wishes to communicate with Zhou Yin, and throughout the week at school, he has kept the ring on his finger, hoping for a conversation. This situation frustrates Wang Li, leaving him feeling helpless. Just moments ago, while he was fixated on Ron's pocket, contemplating how to handle Peter, he felt a slight warmth emanating from the ring on his finger. This was a subtle signal from Zhou Yin, who had mentioned it was his only means of influencing the material realm. Ah, the old man. Is he finally willing to show himself? Wang Li scoffs inwardly, resolving that he will not greet him with kindness. Ron, having just transitioned from adversary to friend with Wang Li, and enjoying a pleasant time with Hagrid, feels a need to strengthen his budding friendship. In contrast, Harry naturally holds greater importance than Wang Li. Unaware of Ron's thoughts, Wang Li approaches the edge of the Black Lake, glancing around to ensure no one is present before calling out, "Zo, old man, come forth." Moments later, a plume of white smoke billows from the ring, coalescing into the figure of Zo Yen. "Ah, child, why you put yourself through this? Is not cultivating immortality far superior to any paltry form of magic?" Zo Yen's first words upon emerging are filled with such lamentation. Wang Li chuckled coldly, remarking that with such an inhumane breathing technique, had it not been for his cough and the desire to seek transcendence, he would never have practiced it. Enduring hardships is the crucible of success. To achieve immortality, one must inevitably suffer, Zo Yen consoled him. Wang Li had heard such sentiments countless times over the past few years, and at this moment, they scarcely penetrated his thoughts. Instead, he inquired about a matter of greater concern to him. "Old Zo, what do you mean by that? I've been calling for you these past few days, yet you've ignored me. What's going on? Have you become aloof, or do you think I can no longer wield the hammer?" The reference to the hammer was a recurring threat from Wang Li to Zo Yen. Should Zo Yen betray him, he would shatter the ring with it. Each time, Zo Yen would promptly relent, and this instance was no exception. Zo Yen immediately began to explain, Hey, don't blame me. The moment I entered the vicinity of Hogwarts, I sensed an immensely powerful divine consciousness enveloping the entire castle. If I were to reveal myself within the castle, I would surely be detected in no time. I believe neither you nor I wish for such an occurrence, do we? An immensely powerful divine consciousness? Banlikaria, skeptically. How powerful is it? Zo Yen hesitated. Roughly around 60 to 70% of the divine consciousness I possessed in my prime, perhaps even stronger, though I have not had the chance to perceive it fully. 60 to 70%? That doesn't seem particularly formidable, Wang Li mused, lacking a clear understanding. In my day, I was among the most powerful chi refiners of that era. Even in the Far East, there were but a handful who could compare with me. Zo Yen's dissatisfaction with Wang Li's skepticism was evident. Divine consciousness was one of the two major practices of chi refiners, and the Western wizards here were significantly inferior in this regard. Yet despite this, there existed an individual here whose prowess approached 60% of Zo Yen's former strength. One must consider the remarkable capabilities of such a wizard. Wang Li smacked his lips in contemplation. Zo Yen had expounded on the dual cultivation of life and spirit frequently, and Wang Li understood the essence of it. A harmonious development of soul and body. Eastern chi refiners pursued the simultaneous strengthening of both, whereas Western wizards exhibited a disparity in this aspect. In Zo Yen's eyes, the so-called magic was merely a technique. Wizards, lacking in the cultivation of life, only practiced the arts without understanding the path. Nevertheless, the existence of a soul or divine consciousness potent enough to rival Zo Yen's former prowess was astonishing. Though Wang Li still lacked a complete grasp of the concept, he began to speculate. If there truly existed a figure of such remarkable caliber at Hogwarts, it could only be Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 16, Padma. In the films, Dumbledore has often been lauded for his extraordinary prowess, yet opportunities to showcase his abilities were regrettably few. His most notable moments included the climactic battle against Voldemort at the end of the 5th installment, where he temporarily repelled the Dark Wizard, and a display of flame magic within a Horcrux's hiding place. Beyond these, his record of impressive feats remains scant. However, based on the words of other characters within the film, it is evident that the formidable antagonist, Voldemort, has always harbored a profound apprehension towards Dumbledore, suggesting that Dumbledore possesses considerable strength. Yet, the extent of this power remains elusive to Wang Li. At this moment, the discourse provided by Zo Yen offers him a glimpse from a rather unique perspective. Wang Li does not intend to engage in a discussion with Zo Yen regarding the likely magnitude of Dumbledore's mental prowess or his overall capabilities. Rather, his primary concern lies in how to ensure his own safety within the castle. Old Zo, you are aware of the need for concealment. Presumably out of fear of being discovered, Wang Li remarked, gesturing towards his own nose. Have you ever considered that I too could be at risk of being uncovered? Thus, I initially advised against your presence here, Zo Yen muttered quietly. Wang Li dismissed his comment as nonsensical. This old man, despite his ethereal appearance, was far from reliable, and Wang Li felt no obligation to indulge him with a pleasant demeanor. Zo Yen, perhaps cognizant of the lack of weight his opinions held with Wang Li, grumbled in dissatisfaction before finally stating, "There are indeed methods. Your primary concern seems to be the possibility of someone employing techniques akin to soul-searching to delve into your memories. Am I correct?" Wang Li nodded. Although he was unfamiliar with soul-searching techniques, the term was reasonably comprehensible. It simplifies matters. I shall teach you a technique for focusing the mind. Once you master this method, even practitioners skilled in soul-searching will find it challenging to breach your consciousness. Very well. Wang Li readily acquiesced, motivated by both necessity and the rare opportunity to learn a spell from the old man. Xiao Yan, albeit reluctantly, imparted the principles of the mind-focusing technique to Wang Li. Upon attempting it, Wang Li was pleasantly surprised by how effortlessly he grasped the technique, as it bore significant similarities to his existing mind-linking abilities, albeit with greater simplicity. After all, prying into the thoughts of others is inherently more challenging than maintaining one's own defenses. Having already made initial progress with his mind-linking skills, Wang Li found this new technique to be quite manageable. Before the sky turned completely dark, Wang Li had successfully mastered the mind-focusing technique. "Ah, young man, do not neglect your physical conditioning. I observe that your vitality appears diminished compared to when you arrived. Have you grown complacent?" Zhou Yan remarked as Wang Li completed his mastery of the technique. Indeed, Wang Li had not engaged in physical training over the past week, which had become somewhat inconvenient. He could only offer a vague promise to be more attentive in the future. Wang Li had always harbored a lack of fondness for this particular figure, merely exchanging pleasantries before making his exit. Snape remained silent, as was his customary demeanor. Wang Li had long since grown accustomed to his aloofness. Little did he know that after his departure, Snape paused, turned to observe his retreating figure, and furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, "Strange, this boy. Is he not from a Muggle family?" This mental sealing technique. With the improvement of relations between Ron and Wang Li, their interactions with Harry increased from the second week onward. This development made Wang Li feel that he had more opportunities to enhance his closeness with the Chosen One. Whenever they gathered, their predominant activity was engaging in light-hearted banter, often directed at two subjects, Snape and Malfoy. There is no need to elaborate on the former. It suffices to say that as long as one is not a student of Slytherin, they are unlikely to refrain from criticizing him. Although Wang Li eventually realizes that this character is aligned with the protagonist, he still harbors no fondness for him. Furthermore, it is said that even in the film, the character has been beautified and filtered through the lens of an actor. He could hardly fathom just how detestable this Snape was in the original narrative. But now he is enlightened. Setting aside other grievances, the sheer unfairness of it all casts a considerable shadow over Wang Li's perception of Snape's moral integrity. Despite committing similar transgressions, Slytherin students escape unscathed, while others face not only point deductions, but also Snape's biting sarcasm. Wang Li once encountered a rationale suggesting that this was Snape's guise, making everyone believe he was not a good person, thus facilitating his acquisition of Voldemort's trust. Wang Li scoffed at this notion, for the reasoning was straightforward. Excess is as detrimental as deficiency. If the goal was to convince Voldemort of his allegiance as an informant, shouldn't he strive to gain the trust of those he was ostensibly betraying? Yet, despite his awareness of these truths, Wang Li felt stifled, unable to voice his critiques. In contrast to Snape, Harry's most frequent target of derision was, in fact, Malfoy. What was wrong with Malfoy? Why did he incessantly seek to provoke him? Harry once expressed this frustration to Wang Li and Ron. Wang Li internally mused that it was likely due to Harry's reputation as the boy who lived. He had observed Malfoy's demeanor during their first encounter on the train, and it was evident that, despite being from a family of Death Eaters, Malfoy was attempting to forge a relatively amicable rapport with Harry. From a way, Malfoy's father was conveniently forgotten in Wang Li's memory. It was reasonable to surmise that the elder Malfoy might have believed Voldemort was deceased. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted one of Voldemort's most formidable Horcruxes, the diary, to Hogwarts the following year. However, the mere thought of the diary conjured memories of the Slytherin chamber beneath the castle and the lurking basilisk within. This posed a significant danger. Should they devise a means to preemptively avert such a threat? With knowledge comes contemplation, and with contemplation comes fatigue. Weariness inevitably leads to drowsiness. 2 weeks into the term, Harry's prominence began to wane slightly. Although he remained a central figure of attention and conversation, the fervor surrounding him had diminished from the initial frenzy of the school year. After all, it is challenging to maintain that sense of novelty with someone one encounters multiple times a day. Of course, there were exceptions. Many of the younger female students maintained a keen interest in Harry. The portrayal of young Harry in the film was already strikingly handsome. Yet the real Harry possessed even more captivating features. Particularly, His mesmerizing emerald green eyes left many young girls in a state of bewilderment. The Ravenclaw girls, being the most numerous among the 4 houses, were currently the most engaged in discussions about Harry. This phenomenon irked Wang Li slightly. However, he was not displeased by the other girls' fascination with Harry. After all, he is a somewhat adolescent young man, rather than merely a boy in his rebellious phase. What vexes him is that many young girls seek him out to inquire about Harry. Initially, during the first week, when his interactions with Harry were limited, it was manageable. However, from the second week onward, thanks to Ron's influence, Wang Li grew closer to Harry, and the situation began to take a turn for the annoying. The lessons attended by Ravenclaw and Gryffindor were neither too few nor too many, allowing the girls of the same grade ample opportunity to engage. Yet, for those in other years, it became quite challenging to establish such connections. Consequently, numerous girls approached Wang Li to gather gossip about Harry. Overwhelmed by assignments, Wang Li naturally felt a sense of irritation, yet found himself at a loss for solutions. Perhaps this was the price one pays for clinging to the chosen one of the realm, he mused to himself. The turning point arrived on the weekend of the 3rd week. During the preceding weeks, Wang Li had been struck by the overwhelming amount of homework at Hogwarts. Zoe noticed that Wang Li's vitality was waning compared to his spirited self during the holidays, observing a lack of diligence in his physical training. This was not Wang Li's intention. Although exercising at school was not particularly convenient, it was not entirely unfeasible. The reason for his complete neglect of physical training was simply the excessive workload. Previously, even in an elite primary school and a commendable secondary school, he managed to complete his assignments by 8 o'clock while balancing play. Yet upon arriving at Hogwarts on the very second day of classes, he found himself laboring over homework until 9:30. Although the situation improved slightly when he realized that not all assignments were due the next day, he still found himself writing until nearly 9 every night. From the second week onward, Wang Li discovered that the teachers had initially been lenient. The workload surged dramatically, especially in Transfiguration, Potions, Charms, and History of Magic. The assignments were either overwhelming to the point of exasperation or so complex that they incited a desire to pull one's hair out. Wang Li could not comprehend why. Despite his commendable grades in all subjects except Potions, he found the homework so arduous. By the 3rd week, the already overwhelming assignments increased further, often pushing him to work past 10 o'clock to complete them. Even on weekends, he sometimes had to dedicate half of his time to homework. Was this reasonable? Wang Li thought it utterly unreasonable. Under such circumstances, being pursued by a girl for another boy's attention was certainly irksome. However, a glimmer of hope was on the horizon. On the Sunday morning of the 3rd week, Wang Li sat alone in a corner of the common room, diligently working on his assignments. Having succumbed to a rebellious spirit for a few days during the week, he found himself with an accumulation of work. Even after spending the entirety of Saturday writing, he still had some left unfinished, which filled him with a sense of despair and indignation. However, the consequences of failing to complete assignments can be dire, as several students have demonstrated over the past 3 weeks. Unsurprisingly, they are all from Gryffindor, including Harry on one occasion. Hogwarts does not concern itself with human rights. Here, students who neglect their professors' assignments and requirements face genuine repercussions. Although there are no physical punishments, being confined or forced to volunteer is certainly no pleasant experience. Not to mention the inner turmoil caused by ridicule from classmates due to such punishments. So far, no first-year Ravenclaws have been penalized by the professors, and Wang Li certainly does not wish to be the first. Yet, the increase in workload is not particularly substantial. What has truly escalated is the quality, or rather, the difficulty. Wang Li scratched his head, still unsure of how to approach the assignment for the Charms class. Just then, a melodious voice reached his ears. "Wang, why are you here alone, writing your assignment?" He looked up to see Padma Patil, dressed in a flowing red dress, tilting her head beside him. Her inquiry clearly pertained to why he was not with his roommates. Wang Li felt a flush of embarrassment and sheepishly replied, "I'm the only one who hasn't finished." He genuinely could not comprehend this situation. Goldstein and Cohn often spent considerable time discussing assignments, citing references each time. Yet somehow, they still managed to complete theirs faster than he did. Was that reasonable? Wang Li found it utterly unreasonable. "I was just wondering why you haven't finished," Padma inquired, her lovely face tinged with a slight blush. The first-year classes shared between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were quite numerous, and Wang Li had interacted with the twins before. Compared to the more extroverted Parvati, who often resembled an older sister, Padma was significantly gentler and easily flustered. Sometimes, a more vivacious girl might be more popular. However, as far as Wang Li was concerned, he preferred the softer, gentler types. Naturally, as a morally upright and principled youth, He harbored no illicit thoughts about the 11-year-old Padma. His appreciation was purely aesthetic. Nevertheless, being caught by a beautiful girl with unfinished work did stir some turbulence in his youthful heart. Even though he previously thought himself quite thick-skinned, he still felt a twinge of embarrassment. Oh, is that the assignment for charms? Padma glanced at the parchment before him and, upon recognizing the subject matter, wore a look of mild confusion. But, Wang, aren't your charms always excellent? This was a sincere remark from Padma. Wang Li had indeed excelled in charms class, with Professor Flitwick singing his praises. He had even garnered a few points for Ravenclaw. In charms, his scores were second only to Hermione's, as Ravenclaw and Gryffindor attended the class together. I have no idea, Wang Li replied, shrugging helplessly. He had mastered those spells long before at home, and at that time, he had felt no difficulty whatsoever. In class, he appeared to navigate with remarkable ease. The assignments were purely theoretical, requiring an analysis of the utility of spells, their logic, and the structure of magic. However, Wang Li relied solely on intuition when casting spells. The moment he attempted them, they felt instinctive, yet he grasped none of the underlying principles. Consequently, he found himself utterly perplexed when it came to completing the assignments. After a moment's hesitation, Padma finally spoke up. Would you like me to assist you? Wang Li's eyes lit up. Really? Chapter 17. The disparity between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. It was unclear whether Wang Li's expression was overly dramatic or if his gaze burned with intensity, but Padma felt a flush creeping to her cheeks under his scrutiny. Nevertheless, she settled beside him and gestured toward a hefty tome that Wang Li had brought over but had not yet opened, saying, "This book contains a wealth of references." If she hadn't been so earnest, she might not have flipped through the pages so casually, but as luck would have it, she stumbled upon a page that precisely addressed the section Wang Li was currently working on. Look, you can simply transcribe this. Wang Li was taken aback. From the page Padma had opened, there lay the very content of his assignment, an analysis of the structure and principles of magic. Is it really that simple? He gazed at Padma, bewildered. Padma, slightly blushing, murmured, "Well, if you think directly copying from the book is inappropriate." "Not at all." Wang Li interjected almost immediately. "Why would it be wrong? This is absolutely fantastic." Had he known such resources existed, he mused that his assignment time could have been halved. Padma was startled by Wang Li's enthusiastic response and looked at him, somewhat at a loss. He quickly recognized his demeanor had been less than gracious towards someone so willing to help, especially a fellow student. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overreact. Bangli apologiza rapidly. You have no idea how overwhelmed I am with this assignment." "Yes, sometimes it can be quite daunting," Padma hesitated, studying Wang Li's expression before tentatively adding, "My sister often feels the same way, so." At that moment, Padma worried that Wang Li might misconstrue her words as criticism. Unbeknownst to him, many Ravenclaw students privately assisted their peers from other houses with assignments. Among them, Hufflepuff students had garnered quite a reputation for their helpfulness. While often overlooked, the Hufflepuffs exemplified the notion that remaining inconspicuous is not an easy feat. As it implied, they were neither exceptional nor lagging behind. They maintained a commendable standard across all subjects, ensuring their grades were consistently adequate. Assisting them required little effort, often merely highlighting a few key points sufficed, making it a rather efficient endeavor. Slightly inferior in this regard were the Slytherins. The most pronounced characteristic of Slytherin is its tendency towards specialization. Students from Slytherin generally excel in potions, charms, and transfiguration. Their commendable performance in charms and transfiguration can likely be attributed to their backgrounds in wizarding families, where parental guidance plays a significant role. As for potions, their head of house is the esteemed professor of the subject, a figure known for his formidable presence at Hogwarts. In contrast, Slytherin students tend to perform less impressively in other subjects, though their expectations are correspondingly modest. Subjects such as history of magic, astronomy, and herbology are deemed acceptable as long as they meet basic requirements. This situation is relatively manageable. Even the top students may not engage with these subjects regularly, yet they possess the capability to excel when they choose to. Ravenclaw students harbor a particular disdain for Gryffindor. The members of Gryffindor seem to allocate their efforts more towards physical prowess than intellectual pursuits, although their transfiguration results are decent, thanks to their head of house, Professor McGonagall. A leader in the field, their performance in other subjects leaves much to be desired. The deficiencies are widespread, especially in astronomy and history of magic, disciplines that demand pure memorization, which most Gryffindors struggle to master. Is this reasonable? It is indeed. While Gryffindor students manage adequately in charms, potions is another area of significant concern, largely due to Professor Snape's evident bias against them. It is clear to anyone with discernment how pointedly Snape targets Gryffindor students. Consequently, Ravenclaw is frequently sought for assistance by Gryffindors, often with inquiries that Ravenclaws perceive as lacking in intellectual rigor. However, Ravenclaws are not always inclined to address questions they deem trivial. This leads to a peculiar phenomenon. Gryffindor students exhibit a strong desire to befriend Ravenclaws. Though whether this stems from genuine admiration or a quest for academic guidance remains ambiguous and difficult to ascertain. Privately, Ravenclaws have been known to jest that Gryffindors possess more muscle than intellect, humorously labeling them as academically challenged. While some Ravenclaws might choose not to assist when they do not wish to teach, Padma finds herself in a more complicated situation due to her twin sister, Parvati, being sorted into Gryffindor. The fact that the twins, despite their close bond, were placed in different houses speaks volumes. Padma epitomizes the quintessential Ravenclaw, a diligent scholar, whereas Parvati embodies the typical Gryffindor, often struggling academically. Consequently, many of the questions Parvati poses to Padma seem, to the latter, devoid of depth or complexity. Yet, the bond of sisterhood compels Padma to assist her sister, who approaches her with a beseeching demeanor. Thus, while fulfilling her own academic obligations, Padma must also accommodate the level of work expected of her sister. She contemplates how to present her answers in a manner that Parvati can easily comprehend or how to simplify the assignments for her. After all, as a true Gryffindor, Parvati's standards for her assignments often boil down to a mere good enough or close enough. Thus, the result is that Padma excels in providing guidance for tasks that require a mere semblance of correctness. For instance, the issue Wang Li faces at this moment is quite similar to those that frequently trouble Parvati, prompting Padma to instinctively employ the methods she typically uses when assisting her sister. However, after this approach, she began to feel a sense of unease. After all, Wang Li is not a lackluster Gryffindor. She belongs to Ravenclaw. Is it appropriate to apply Gryffindor methods to a Ravenclaw student? It must be said that the young Padma is overly kind-hearted, overly concerned with the thoughts of others, and thus worries that Wang Li might be displeased because of this. Nevertheless, Wang Li assures her, "No, not at all. Is that so? That is splendid news, as I've been quite troubled by this. Well, Padma, though I feel a bit embarrassed, could I perhaps ask for your assistance in similar situations in the future?" Wang Li expressed with a hint of shyness. He truly felt bashful. Despite being an adolescent, he was still young. Struggling with academic matters to the extent of needing help from an 11-year-old girl was somewhat humiliating. Observing this, Padma felt a slight sense of relief and smiled, nodding her head. "Of course, you may ask me anything you need help with." However, Padma hesitated for a moment, tentatively gesturing towards the hefty tome on the table. "Do you require assistance at this level? Or, this level is perfectly fine," Wang Li asserted with unwavering certainty, entirely lacking the dignity expected of a Ravenclaw. He could not even solve the riddle to enter the common room. What dignity was there to uphold? Padma was somewhat taken aback, but nodded in agreement. She did not mind assisting her peers, and it would be even better if it did not consume too much of her time. If Wang Li's needs were akin to those of other Ravenclaw students, it might become troublesome. However, if it were of this nature, it would simplify matters considerably. After all, she was already set to assist her sister, and now, with one additional person, her workload had not significantly increased. Unbeknownst to Wang Li, he was immensely grateful to Padma, whose gratitude made her feel a bit bashful. Subsequently, Padma offered him some insights regarding the logical relationships between spells and magic. "It's quite strange, Wang. You grasp the incantations excellently, yet you seem entirely oblivious to the logic behind them," she inquired after guiding him for a while. "I genuinely do not know," Wang Li replied, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned ignorance. Yet he was aware it likely had to do with his practice of qi. Although his interest in qi had waned considerably due to Zhou Yan's unreliability, he could not deny that it appeared to hold some merit. I must find an opportunity to discuss this with Zhou Yan. However, that fellow had not been seen for over 10 days since his last appearance. He seemed genuinely wary of Hogwarts, or perhaps of the formidable presence that resembled Dumbledore. The quality of Padma's tutoring is exceptionally high, at least in Wang Li's perspective. Initially, Wang Li believed he would require an entire morning to complete the remaining assignments, possibly even extending into the afternoon. However, with Padma's assistance, he managed to finish the outstanding work in just a little over an hour. With nearly 2 hours remaining until lunchtime, Wang Li found himself with ample time. "By the way, Padma, why are you here alone?" Wang Li inquired curiously while packing his belongings. After all, there are many girls in Ravenclaw, and Padma usually maintains good relations with her peers, frequently seen in their company. For instance, she has a close friendship with Mandy Brocklehurst and Amanda Pear. Oh, they went to attend a small research project led by Professor Sprout concerning Devil's Snare and a mandrake. The process requires pollination, and I am somewhat allergic to pollen. So I decided not to go, Padma explained. Wang Li blinked in surprise. But isn't such a research project typically reserved for sixth-year students? It is quite normal for students to assist professors with research at Hogwarts, yet it usually involves sixth and seventh-year students who are continuing with advanced classes. This information had come from Harry, who had heard it from Ron, and as for Ron, he naturally learned it from his brothers. However, none of the Weasley children had participated in such activities. In fact, even Gryffindor students rarely engaged in these endeavors by the time they reached sixth year. Well, Ravenclaw is rather different from the other houses, Padma replied casually. Indeed, Ravenclaw is comprised of overachievers. Generally speaking, this does not apply to this group, Wang Li mused, reaffirming his belief that he was ill-suited for Ravenclaw. He contemplated the possibility of transferring houses. The pressure of being surrounded by high achievers in Ravenclaw was overwhelming. However, his modest pride prevented him from broaching the subject. How would he even phrase it? Professor McGonagall or Sprout, I am an underachiever and cannot keep up in Ravenclaw. Would you accept me in your house? Would Gryffindor or Hufflepuff welcome someone like him? Although it is often joked that Hufflepuff takes in students discarded by other houses, such remarks were merely jest. Regardless, Wang Li would never dare to approach the two house heads with such a notion. What? There's also Slytherin? Sorry. But with Snape's perpetually displeased expression, I never considered him as an option. Of course, even contemplating it was futile. As a pure Muggle-born, Slytherin would certainly not accept him, being there would likely be even more unbearable. At least in Ravenclaw, he merely struggled to keep pace with his classmates, who remained quite friendly, especially Padma, who was particularly kind. Yet, should he find himself in Slytherin, he would likely face the peculiar gazes of his peers. While Wang Li was preoccupied with these troubling thoughts, a classic scene from another film unfolded unnoticed around him. Hogwarts offers 2 courses, each spanning only a single academic year. One is the first-year flying class, while the other is the apparition class, available to students in their 6th or 7th year. The conditional or exists because only those who have reached the age of 17 may enroll in the apparition class. Given that Hogwarts admits students from across the globe, albeit predominantly from a select few Commonwealth countries, various factors, including geographical ones, result in a slight disparity in studentage upon admission. Consequently, students within the same year may differ by nearly a year in age. For instance, Hermione is roughly a year older than Harry. Due to this, some students may partake in the apparition class during their 6th year, although the majority tend to do so in their 7th year. This year, an unexpected occurrence arose in the first-year flying class. The instructor, Madame Hooch, was invited to attend an event hosted by an international Quidditch league, resulting in her absence from school for over half a month. As a consequence, the first-year flying lessons were temporarily suspended. Wang Li felt indifferent about this development, as he had no proficiency in flying. Moreover, he harbored a slight aversion to broomsticks, fearing potential mishaps. In contrast, he yearned for the elegance of flying on a sword, despite the apparent disparity in skill. On Monday, a notice was posted in the common room stating that flying lessons would resume on Thursday. Wang Li gradually recalled a significant incident that had transpired during this class, due to Neville's mishap that sent him to the hospital wing. In Draco's mischief in the absence of their instructor, Harry's innate talent for flying was inadvertently unveiled. This event remarkably led to Harry being unusually selected as a formal Quidditch player for Gryffindor in his first year. Chapter 18. Flying Lessons. During the second week of the semester at Hogwarts, Quidditch player tryouts were conducted, excluding first-year students from participation. Consequently, several boys from Ravenclaw expressed their discontent regarding this exclusion. Wang Li found it somewhat perplexing why wizards were so fervently passionate about Quidditch. Was it merely a game where individuals rode broomsticks in pursuit of a ball? They also had to be wary of rogue bludgers. Just thinking about it seemed perilous. Nevertheless, the boys from Ravenclaw appeared utterly delighted, even discussing Quidditch in the midst of their homework. It seemed there was something amiss. However, that was of little consequence. Notably, the majority of the young wizards from Ravenclaw hailed from wizarding families. Although the proportion was not as high as that in Slytherin, it surpassed that of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff significantly. In Wang Li's year, out of the Ravenclaw cohort, only 2 students, including Wang Li, were not from wizarding families. The rest belonged to such lineage. It is essential to clarify that being from a wizarding family does not necessarily imply being part of a pure-blood lineage. In contrast, Hufflepuff had the largest number of students from non-wizarding families, even surpassing Gryffindor. among the 10 students in this year hailed from Muggle families. I hope that this class does not encounter any unforeseen incidents, as occurred earlier. Ms. Huichi's expression was somewhat peculiar, leaving one uncertain whether she was filled with joy or anger, or perhaps a blend of both. Wang Li pondered whether the mischievous individual she referred to was Harry or Malfoy, leaning towards the latter, as he was indeed the provocateur. Yet, could Snape truly punish Malfoy? Wang Li considered the likelihood to be rather slim. While he was lost in thought, Ms. Huichi had already begun to outline some crucial points regarding broomsticks. Padma, seated beside him, seemed to notice Wang Li's momentary distraction and gently cleared her throat. Although he possessed little interest in flying broomsticks, the class must go on. His performance in other subjects was satisfactory, yet in terms of assignments, he had unfortunately fallen to the bottom of Ravenclaw's rankings. Surely, this flying lesson would not entail any homework, would it? Ms. Huichi articulated the key points rapidly and then commanded everyone stand next to your broomsticks. Choose according to your dominant hand, and place your hand upon the broom. Wang Li positioned himself beside the broom on its left side, which surprised Padma. Wang, do you not use a left hand? Wang Li chuckled. I can use both hands. Indeed, he wielded his wand with his left hand, yet when it came to habit, he still favored his right. How impressive, Padma whispered in admiration. Though Wang Li internally chided himself for feeling prideful over the compliment from a lovely young girl, a hint of dopamine still surged through him. Next, Ms. Huichi commanded the broom to rise. Her voice resonated with authority, impacting many students as over 20 of them collectively shouted, "Rise." In an instant, several brooms leapt into the air, landing in the hands of a few young witches and wizards, with Wang Li being among them. He was somewhat taken aback, having not anticipated his broom's obedience. In contrast, other Ravenclaw students had less success. For instance, Padma's broom merely rolled on the ground. Wang Li observed the students whose brooms had jumped up and found the situation amusing. In total, 7 students successfully made their brooms rise on the first attempt. Besides himself, they included Anthony Goldstein and Amanda Apollo from Ravenclaw, as well as Ernie Macmillan, Justin Finch-Fletchley, Wayne Hopkins, and Susan Bones from Hufflepuff. Notably, Hufflepuff had one more successful student than Ravenclaw. Excluding Wang Li, the disparity became even more pronounced. However, it seemed that no one else took note of this fact. Ms. Huichi continued, her tone commanding, "You must assert your authority over the brooms, making them understand that you are the masters and they should heed your commands." Once more, another round of attempts commenced, and once again, several brooms sprang into action. Yet, Padma's broom merely flipped over a few times, still showing no inclination to rise. Wang Li glanced at Padma, noticing her cheeks were slightly flushed, appearing somewhat flustered. Gritting her teeth, she shouted once more, "Rise." However, this time, her voice carried a hint of tremor. The broomstick seemed to possess an almost sentient awareness, akin to that of an animal, capable of sensing the emotional state of its wielder. For instance, Padma's broom appeared to detect her anxiety, becoming increasingly audacious in its demeanor. "Padma, I believe there might be an issue with your broom. Speak a little louder. If that fails, it must be the broom's fault," Wang Li remarked. "What use is an old broom? Hogwarts doesn't seem to require them for cleaning. Perhaps they are only fit for firewood." Padma felt a slight easing of her tension at Wang Li's words and managed to muster a smile, taking a deep breath before commanding, "Rise." It was uncertain whether Padma's calming demeanor or the broom's own trepidation influenced the outcome, but in the next moment, the broom leapt into her grasp. However, among the 20 or so students, only a few had yet to summon their brooms. After Mrs. Hoki offered further guidance, only one remained unresponsive. Upon inspection, it was discovered that this particular broom was defective. Zacharias Smith, assigned to that broom, turned pale. He hailed from a wizarding family and had previously enjoyed success with brooms at home. Yet, at school, despite his efforts, the broom remained unyielding, leaving him feeling rather insecure. The revelation that the broom was broken only intensified his frustration, though no one took notice. Subsequently, Mrs. Hoki instructed everyone to attempt levitation, and most succeeded without issue. The performances of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff in the film did not stand out as prominently as those of Gryffindor and Slytherin. They were neither particularly exceptional nor notably lacking. Their overall performance was quite comparable. After personally testing a flying broom, Wang Li discovered that, while it was not entirely comfortable, it was not as awkward as she had anticipated. There was an invisible cushion that offered protection to a wizard's vulnerable anatomy. As she reflected on her previous concerns, Mrs. Hoki spoke up, "Everyone has exceeded my expectations a bit. In light of this, let us delve into something more advanced." Upon hearing this, many students from both houses brightened with excitement, including Wang Li, who felt a spark of interest. If the broom was not uncomfortable, flying could indeed be quite enjoyable. Seemingly pleased with the performance of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, particularly in comparison to the earlier two houses, Mrs. Hokey decided to provide a lesson to the young Eagles and Badgers. I would like to ask, who here is encountering a flying broom for the first time? Mrs. Hokey, now in a cheerful mood, observed that only 7 students raised their hands. In addition to Wang Li and 5 other young wizards from Muggle families, Padma also lifted her hand. Oh, Wang, you are experiencing a flying broom for the first time? Mrs. Hokey expressed her surprise, for from her perspective, Wang Li had appeared quite composed while riding a broom earlier. Indeed, Professor. I come from a Muggle family, Wang Li replied. Ms. Huichi appeared somewhat surprised that the deans possessed the students' information, while the subject teachers did not. Despite her astonishment, she nodded and then turned to look at Padma beside her. Was it truly Ms. Patil's first time as well? The other Ms. Patil seemed to exhibit considerable talent. She was, of course, referring to Parvati Patil, who had been assigned to Gryffindor in the previous lesson. Indeed, my sister has always shown a keen interest, but as for me, Padma's words trailed off, yet her meaning was unmistakably clear. Ms. Huichi nodded again in understanding. This likely explained why one sister was sorted into Gryffindor while the other found her place in Ravenclaw. Their personalities were quite distinct. Other young witches and wizards whispered among themselves, expressing their astonishment. Hogwarts currently had 2 sets of twins. The Weasley brothers in their 3rd year were an uncanny match, indistinguishable in appearance, attire, temperament, speech, and mannerisms. However, the Patil sisters were not quite the same. Although they bore a striking resemblance, people could effortlessly tell them apart. The elder sister, Parvati, always wore a bright smile, her large eyes sparkling with vitality, while the younger sister, Padma, had a gentle smile, often squinting slightly, perhaps due to a hint of nearsightedness, exuding a serene and tranquil demeanor. Their clothing styles even differed subtly, allowing those who were slightly familiar with them to easily distinguish one from the other. It is common for twins to have differences in personality, yet such pronounced distinctions were rare. 7 students had not been exposed to the sport, which was more than I had anticipated, and everyone seemed to perform admirably. Let me inquire further. Does anyone here remain unfamiliar with Quidditch? Miss Huichi asked once more. This time, no hand were raised. Nearly a month into the school year, even young witches and wizards from Muggle families, who might have previously been unaware of Quidditch, had undoubtedly been inundated with information from their peers. While the wizarding world lacked videotapes, magic could replicate similar experiences. Thus, aside from Wang Li, who had no interest in Quidditch and had not witnessed a match, the other young witches and wizards had already had their first taste of Quidditch. Everyone was filled with curiosity and longing for the sport. So, which position in Quidditch piques your interest the most? Ms. Huichi continued with a cheerful inquiry. This time, the students' responses varied, with interest spanning all positions. However, the majority expressed a desire to be seekers, particularly the boys, who almost unanimously declared their preference for this role. The individualistic heroism prevalent in Western culture inspired dreams of personal triumph, and in Quidditch, the seeker possessed the extraordinary ability to alter the course of the game. The thought alone stirred excitement within, did it not? A seeker, you say? Miss Huichi was not surprised by this choice. Yet an image of Harry flashed through her mind unbidden. That child seemed to possess a remarkable aptitude for this position. Almost all the young wizards immediately became intrigued. Except for Wang Li. Ms. Hockley, who had not held her wand until now, pointed it at the ground beside her, and a chest promptly appeared on the grass. The chest was open, revealing dozens of golf balls. Why would Hogwarts have golf balls? Wang Li recognized them, having seen plenty on television and in films, even though she had never played herself. Step forward, everyone. I shall throw these balls. 5 at a time. No, let us make it 3. Let us see how many of you can catch them before they hit the ground. This suggestion piqued even Wang Li's interest, despite her lack of enthusiasm for Quidditch. Consequently, around 20 students lined up, each taking their turn. When the first Hufflepuff boy, Roger Malone, was ready, Ms. Hockley flicked her wand. Instantly, 3 golf balls soared from the chest, darting off in 3 different directions. Roger shot out on his broomstick, and while he was quick enough to catch the first ball effortlessly, he struggled with direction, allowing the second and third to tumble to the ground. His performance elicited laughter from the other students, who believed they could certainly outperform Malone. However, the truth was that some tasks appeared deceptively simple, yet proved challenging in practice. 8 students attempted in succession, none managing to catch a second golf ball. It wasn't until the 9th student, Zacharias Smith, took his turn that something noteworthy occurred. Wang Li had no prior recollection of Zacharias. He had not featured in the film she remembered. However, After arriving at Hogwarts, she became familiar with his name, as he was a rather distinctive Hufflepuff, particularly boisterous. Tapteninatan Wang Li Stalin. Speaking of Zacharias, he could be considered an above-average student, though not as exaggeratedly so as Hermione. He was notably active in class, contributing to roughly a third of the extra points awarded to Hufflepuff. Beyond the classroom, he was also quite sociable, often engaging with students from other houses. Thus, Wang Li came to know him even before some of the girls from her own house. Initially, she was not particularly fond of him, though she could not pinpoint why. If pressed, she would say he seemed somewhat pretentious, feigning enthusiasm and friendliness, as well as an overly cheerful demeanor. However, after a fortnight at school, Wang Li discerned the reason. He appeared to be imitating another individual, Cedric Diggory. This was a name Wang Li remembered, one of the few students from other years aside from the Weasley family, primarily because of his good looks. Yet, upon closer acquaintance, Wang Li realized that the champion representing Hogwarts in the fourth year was not merely handsome. There was much more to him than that. His ability to become a warrior, widely acknowledged by many, is truly attributed to his personal charisma. Good looks and excellent academic performance are one thing, but his enthusiasm and willingness to assist others set him apart. He enjoys a stellar reputation across all the other houses. However, upon getting to know him, Wang Li realized that Zacharias seems to be emulating Cedric. Yet, Cedric's warmth emanates from a genuine place, creating an immensely comfortable atmosphere. In contrast, Zacharias' imitation is overly conspicuous. It may not be off-putting, but it does evoke a certain discomfort. Moreover, it appears that Zacharias particularly enjoys helping female classmates. It must be said that children in the West mature remarkably early. It is not unusual for them to start contemplating romance at the tender age of 11 or 12. Wang Li's elementary school is one of the most stringent in London, yet even there, several couples emerged by graduation. Given Zacharias' behavior, it is hard for Wang Li to believe he harbors no ulterior motives. Despite his disdain for Zacharias, he cannot deny that the fellow's academic performance is commendable, rivaling that of many in Ravenclaw. Though it should be noted that the Ravenclaw in question does not include Wang Li himself, who does not meet the qualifications of a true Ravenclaw. Due to his unfavorable opinion of Zacharias, Wang Li even found amusement when Zacharias' broom misbehaved, and he chuckled upon discovering the underlying issue. However, after Zacharias switched to a new broom, his performance improved significantly, leaving Wang Li feeling somewhat irked. As Zacharias emerged, Wang Li instinctively pursed his lips. Yet in that moment, he noticed Padma casting a glance his way, prompting him to quickly mask his expression with an innocent, friendly smile. Meanwhile, Ms. Hoare signaled Zacharias to prepare and then tossed out 3 golf balls. With a quick tap of his foot, Zacharias propelled his broom forward like an arrow, effortlessly catching the first golf ball. "Wow!" exclaimed several Hufflepuff students. Indeed, Zacharias proved to be the fastest among all the students thus far. This, however, irked Wang Li to some extent. What followed further exacerbated Wang Li's annoyance. With a swift turn in midair, Zacharias maintained his speed, and in the next moment, he captured the second golf ball, which had just begun to descend. This made him the only student to have caught 2 golf balls so far. Remarkably, Zacharias then accelerated once more, managing to catch the third golf ball before it touched the ground. All 3 golf balls secured. The Hufflepuff Badgers erupted into cheers. Wang Li couldn't help but purse his lips again, feeling a twinge of competitive spirit arise within him. While Wang Li was vexed by Zacharias, Ms. Hoare appeared exceedingly pleased. Subsequently, when 5 golf balls were tossed, Zacharias astonishingly caught 4 of them. "Very impressive, indeed, Smith. If you practice diligently in class this academic year, there is a considerable chance you will join the Quidditch team next year," Professor Hooch commended. This remark only served to further irritate Wang Li. In contrast, Zacharias beamed with politeness, responding, "Thank you for your praise, Professor. I shall certainly strive to improve." Many Hufflepuff students applauded him in admiration, which only intensified Wang Li's displeasure. He found himself begrudgingly acknowledging that part of his irritation stemmed from envy and jealousy, a rather childish sentiment for an adult to harbor. It felt absurd to be envious of a child. Yet, emotions often elude control, as was the case for Wang Li at that moment. Even though he recognized the folly of his feelings, he could not suppress them. After Zacharias, a dozen students managed to catch just a single ball. Then, another Hufflepuff student showcased flying skills that surpassed most of his peers, Ernie Macmillan. This was someone Wang Li had not known before, but quickly recognized upon his arrival. Ernie was a distinguished student within Hufflepuff, albeit less exuberant than Zacharias. He was an exemplary, yet relatively ordinary member of the house. Wang Li noted him primarily because he appeared to be from a pure-blood family. Most purebloods typically ended up in Slytherin, with the remainder scattered across Ravenclaw. It was exceedingly rare for a pureblood to be sorted into Hufflepuff. At least, Wang Li had heard that Ernie was the only one in the last decade. Clearly, as a scion of a wizarding family, Ernie had previous exposure to broomsticks and Quidditch, and he flew remarkably well. However, he managed to catch only 3 golf balls, faltering on the 4th, which placed him slightly below Zacharias. Nonetheless, he received commendation from Professor Hooch. Following the 2, neither Ravenclaw nor Hufflepuff students succeeded in catching 3 balls. The highest achievement was Anthony Goldstein, who caught 2. Wang Li lingered far behind, disinterested. The only other student trailing him was Padma, who shared his lack of enthusiasm. Once everyone else had completed their turns, it was finally Wang Li's moment. "Mr. Wang, it's your turn. Don't be nervous. Your previous performance on the broom was quite commendable." Professor Hooch encouraged, noticing his hesitance. In truth, Wang Li was not nervous, but since the professor had spoken, he felt compelled to comply. "Do not fret, Wang. As a novice encountering a broom for the first time, catching even a single ball would be an accomplishment," Zacharias added. While this sounded like consolation and encouragement, the patronizing tone only exacerbated Wang Li's irritation. "I refuse to believe that as a time traveler, I lack any talent," he thought defiantly. With that resolve, he mounted the broom. The moment Professor Hooch released 3 golf balls, Wang Li propelled himself forward, launching into the air like an arrow released from a bow. This time, Wang Li elevated the speed of his broom to its utmost limit, a brisk wind brushing against his face, compelling him to squint. Yet he paid it no heed. His gaze fixated on the first golf ball, which continued its ascent. With a swift motion, he extended his hand and grasped it with precision. The moment the coarse texture of the golf ball met his palm, Wang Li deftly maneuvered the broom. Having experimented previously, he was uncertain if it was due to his cultivation of life essence, but the broom seemed exceptionally responsive. It obediently changed direction, allowing Wang Li to carve an elegant arc through the air. At that moment, the second golf ball had just ceased its ascent, yet to commence its descent. Wang Li had already caught up, securing the second golf ball in his grasp. Several students from Ravenclaw let out subdued cheers. Although Ravenclaw typically exuded an air of indifference, the first-year students lacked the composure of their upperclassmen. Witnessing 2 Hufflepuff students catch 3 balls, one even managing to catch 4, it was impossible for them not to feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. Their best effort yielded only 2. The Eaglets were not alone in their sentiments. While it might be acceptable to be outperformed by Gryffindor and Slytherin, the notion of being surpassed by Hufflepuff was disconcerting. At that moment, observing Wang Li effortlessly catch 2 golf balls sparked excitement among them. However, Wang Li remained oblivious to his classmates' enthusiasm. As he reached for the second ball, his peripheral vision had already targeted the third ball. Upon successfully snatching it, he immediately accelerated towards the final golf ball, which had begun its descent. His speed was comparable to that of Zacharias before, perhaps even a tad swifter than Ernie. He captured the third golf ball with remarkable accuracy. "Wow!" The Eaglets erupted in cheers. Zacharias, who had previously deemed it commendable for Wang Li to catch even 1 ball, wore a slightly disconcerted expression, feeling the sting of embarrassment, though others remained unaware. Holding 3 golf balls, Wang Li descended from the air, momentarily dazed. He hadn't anticipated it would be so effortless. The broom seemed particularly obedient in his hands. Moreover, when he soared through the air, the physical unease that Professor Hawk mentioned, stemming from altitude, wind, or tension, was entirely absent from his experience. The concept of dual cultivation of life essence suddenly crossed his mind. Although he had long noticed that his body had improved significantly under Zhou Yan's guidance, he had never had the opportunity to gauge the extent of this enhancement. At that moment, it appeared that this dual cultivation was far more advantageous than he had initially presumed. "Indeed, quite impressive, Mr. Wang," Professor Hawk exclaimed, her face adorned with astonishment as she beheld him on the ground. "Have you truly never handled a broom before?" "No, Professor, today is my first encounter." "Banli raplia candidly. Then it can only be said that your talent is extraordinary." Professor Hawk marveled. "I thought I would be fortunate to witness a student of exceptional aptitude today." Ms. Huichi remarked on extraordinary talent, and at that moment, Zacharias subtly puffed out his chest, evidently believing that her words were directed at him. However, the next statement from Ms. Huichi transformed Zacharias' expression entirely. "As for Mr. Potter's gift, I would assert it is more a matter of heredity, whereas Mr. Wang truly possesses an innate and exceptional talent." The mention of Potter resonated with a heightened sensitivity within the current atmosphere of Hogwarts, instantly captivating everyone's attention. "Indeed, Potter has also performed admirably," Ms. Huichi commented. though she wished to steer clear of prolonging this subject, as Professor McGonagall had previously advised her to avoid drawing excessive attention to it. Thus, she redirected the conversation towards Wang Li. Come, Wang, let's attempt for this time. Wang Li had actually managed to catch 3 and was reluctant to continue. Nevertheless, observing the eager faces of several Ravenclaw girls, including Padma, he found himself unable to resist the urge. Very well, let us give it a try, he acquiesced. Ms. Hui was already prepared, having never considered that Wang Li might refuse. In her view, no one would turn down the possibility of possessing Quidditch talent. Upon Wang Li's consent, she flicked her wand, and this time 5 bowling balls soared into the air. Once she confirmed that Wang Li was ready, she swiftly launched them. Wang Li dashed forward, and to the astonishment of all, particularly the delighted Ravenclaws, he managed to catch all 5 golf balls. Although he snatched the 5th just before it touched the ground, he ultimately succeeded. Wang Li felt an immense sense of pride. Unbeknownst to him, Ms. Hui was not astonished merely by his catching 5 balls. What truly piqued her interest was the manner in which he captured the last ball, nearly diving for it and accelerating to seize it less than a meter from the ground. While it lacked the complexity of Potter's rapid bursts and turns, it was still exceptionally impressive. This is remarkable, truly remarkable, Mr. Wang. Miss Hui praised fervently. I suspect you have a considerable chance of joining the Quidditch team next year. I wonder if it is the case that individuals of Eastern descent excel in Quidditch. Last year, there was a young girl of Eastern heritage with exceptional talent. She was also a Ravenclaw. Reflecting on her words, Wang Li thought, could she be referring to Zhang Qiu? It seemed that Qiu was indeed quite proficient in Quidditch. I believe she is a member of the Quidditch team. Wang Li recalled this vaguely, but was not entirely certain. Subsequently, Wang Li refrained from attempting more golf balls and instead focused on the last participant, Padma. Unfortunately, Padma's flying skills were lacking. Despite her keen interest in Quidditch, her enthusiasm remained at the spectator level, as she struggled to catch even a single ball, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. However, Ms. Hui remained unperturbed, remarking that such situations were not uncommon in Ravenclaw. Compared to the Quidditch pitch, many Ravenclaws indeed prefer to devote their energies to their studies. This statement alleviated some of Padma's discomfort. It was at this moment that class came to an end, and students from both houses departed in a flurry. Suddenly, Harry, who had seen a reduction in attention over the past month, found himself thrust back into the spotlight. Chapter 20, Malfoy's Challenge. Have you heard? Harry Potter is the new seeker for Gryffindor. This news has become the talk of Hogwarts in recent days. In contrast, the remarkable Quidditch talent of a newcomer from a Muggle family has garnered little interest. Wang Li, however, remained indifferent to this, though his companions felt a sense of injustice on his behalf. Harry, everywhere you hear his name. I believe our Wang's talent is no less exceptional, Anthony Goldstein declared, draping an arm around Wang Li's shoulders, visibly disgruntled. Though Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff might appear unconcerned at school, the upperclassmen had fully adapted to the ethos of their respective houses. However, the first-year students, still new to the environment, lacked such sophistication. Exactly, Su Li chimed in, her face reflecting indignation. This young girl, also of Asian descent, naturally harbored a slight fondness for Wang Li. Being not British herself, her awareness of the boy who lived was present but not particularly intense. After all, he was merely the boy who lived. Padma stifled a giggle, finding herself in a similar situation. Hailing from India, she too was not particularly affected by the tales of the boy who lived or the Dark Lord. If only Professor Flitwick would allow Wang to join the Quidditch team as an exception. I think he could at least serve as a reserve player, Goldstein murmured. Oh, it's not that dramatic. Gryffindor's Quidditch team is so depleted that they had no choice but to let Harry step in to save the day. Our Ravenclaw is brimming with talent. We hardly need a first year to fill in, Wang Li replied with a cheerful smile, still disinterested in Quidditch. However, such sentiments could not be voiced. Expressing them would be futile. Yet, he was keenly aware of the words that could shift his friends' moods. Sure enough, once Wang Li spoke, the first years brightened immediately. Indeed, Gryffindor is in dire straits. How many years has it been since they last won the Quidditch Cup? 3 or 5 years. I heard they didn't win a single match last year. Michael Corner, who had previously worn a sour expression due to Harry's newfound fame, was now visibly pleased. Wang Li mused that children were indeed simple creatures. Casting a glance around the common room, he noted that the older students were quietly engrossed in their books. Other distractions seemed to fade away. For these scholars, only learning brought true joy. While the first years settled down, Wang Li found himself unable to do the same. As a significant figure approached him, on that Friday afternoon of the flying class, when Harry and Ron met Wang Li in the castle, Wang Li was genuinely puzzled. I heard, Wang, that you possess a talent for Quidditch. Harry inquired with a hint of excitement. "Oh, I suppose it's just mediocre," Wang Li replied, a bit confused about Harry's enthusiasm. "Do not be modest, Wang," Ron interjected, playfully thumping Wang Li's chest, a blend of 3 parts envy and 7 parts joy. "I heard you caught 5 golf balls. That's the benchmark for the Quidditch Secondary League trials, albeit the minimum standard. If you wish to compliment someone, you need not include that last remark." Wang Li rolled his eyes. Over the past few weeks, he had grown quite familiar with Ron, and had come to understand the character of this originally secondary protagonist. To put it simply, he often spoke without thinking, though he harbored no ill intentions. His words frequently elicited both irritation and amusement. Moreover, he had a tendency to be somewhat stubborn. Even when aware of his mistakes, he was reluctant to admit them, at least verbally. He preferred to make amends in other ways rather than utter the words "I was wrong." It was rather childlike, yet undeniably endearing. Unbeknownst to Ron, his second best friend at Hogwarts was silently critiquing his immaturity while chuckling to himself. Reflecting on Wang Li's words, Ron found them somewhat reasonable. "Ah, Potter, you've chosen to associate with such lowly company? What a shame, especially considering your esteemed heritage." The camaraderie between Wang Li, Harry, and Ron was quite enjoyable. Yet, as had occurred on numerous similar occasions over the past weeks, an unwelcome voice suddenly broke in. Without a doubt, it was Draco Malfoy. The trio looked up to find Malfoy, chin raised, regarding them with his customary haughty demeanor. Flanking him were his 2 hefty companions, Crabbe and Goyle, along with a black-haired girl. Wang Li recognized Crabbe and Goyle, primarily from the films, particularly recalling the second year when Harry and Ron transformed into them using Polyjuice Potion. And Hermione's transformation into a feline at that time. However, he had no recollection of the girl, Pansy Parkinson. Upon hearing her name, Harry felt a twinge of peculiarity, as he was aware of a condition called Parkinson's disease. Wang Li had encountered this term twice, once in reference to the renowned scientist Hawking. Wang Li mistakenly identified Hawking, as he actually suffered from ALS, and another time related to the character portrayed by the stunning Anne Hathaway in Love, Other Drugs. Primarily, it was the latter that Wang Li had watched multiple times. The girl before him clearly did not suffer from Parkinson's disease. Rather, she appeared to be an exceptionally clever and attractive young lady. However, she shared a striking similarity with Malfoy in her arrogance and tendency to look down her nose at others. Moreover, she possessed one trait that made her even more disagreeable than Malfoy: a sharp tongue. Malfoy's words are hardly pleasant, yet his vocabulary leaves much to be desired. Although he frequently utters irksome remarks, they seldom provoke a strong reaction. In stark contrast, Parkinson possesses a rich lexicon and excels in subtle sarcasm. Wang Li, a master of irony himself, finds that he is comparatively more adept in the nuances of the Chinese language. Now, communicating in English, he feels somewhat at a disadvantage. Wang Li reassures himself that there is no need to fuss over a mere child, particularly a girl. Furthermore, her ire is predominantly directed towards Ron and Harry. It is worth noting a revelation Wang Li has made. Malfoy and Parkinson exhibit attitudes towards young wizards of Muggle descent that differ from his expectations. A particularly vivid memory from the films lingers in his mind, recalling Malfoy's derogatory term mudblood in their second year. Wang Li himself has claimed the same label without any particular sentiment. However, the reactions of Hermione and Ron suggest its severity. Yet, through the past month of interaction, it has become evident that Malfoy harbors even greater disdain for wizards from Muggle backgrounds than his words imply. He consistently disregards Wang Li and Hermione, often acting as if they do not exist. Such indifference embodies the highest form of contempt. It is only when he derides Harry and Ron that he occasionally includes Wang Li, as he does now. "Our perceptions of scoundrels are evidently divergent," Harry remarked coldly, attempting to pull Wang Li and Ron away. Go ahead and mingle with these individuals. Sooner or later, you'll end up as despicable as they are," Malfoy retorted mockingly. However, his words incited trouble. Wang Li halted, turning to squint slightly. Both he and Malfoy share a common bond: the absence of parental figures. Wang Li had previously ignored Malfoy and his cohorts, leading them to perceive him as an easy target. Yet, as Malfoy inadvertently met Wang Li's gaze, an inexplicable shiver ran through him. In that moment, Wang Li's narrowed eyes sparkled with intensity, reminiscent of a predator fixating on its prey. Malfoy felt a flicker of unease, swiftly followed by a wave of shame. How could he be intimidated by mudblood? Although his mother had cautioned him against using such terminology in public, his father, Lucius Malfoy, often employed it, instilling a subconscious belief that wizards of Muggle descent were inferior. To be frightened by one he deemed lesser was a profound humiliation. At that moment, Even Harry's furious glare seemed to fade from his mind. What are you staring at? Do you intend to fight? Malfoy escalated his tone. Muggles have a field of study called psychology. Wang Li replied coolly, observing Malfoy intently. When individuals intentionally raise their voices, it often signifies insecurity and fear. Loudness serves merely to mask their cowardice. The chilling quality in Wang Li's voice made Malfoy tremble once more, rendering him momentarily speechless. As he sought to counter, he noticed a shift in Wang Li's gaze towards him. It was laced with mockery, a blatant derision. Even Harry and Ron, standing nearby, bore expressions of scorn in response to Wang Li's words. Cowardly Malfoy. Huh, just like your father. You dare not defy him. Nor can you admit to having once followed in his footsteps, can you? Ron erupted into laughter, the sentiment undoubtedly echoing that of his father. Indeed, children often find themselves easily recalling their parents' words, unconsciously mirroring them. At this utterance, Malfoy's face flushed a deep crimson. Throughout his life, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to speak ill of his father. Weasley, how dare you insult my dad? Malfoy spat, his finger trembling with rage as he pointed at Ron. If he can say it, so can I. Ron, witnessing Malfoy's fury, felt a flicker of apprehension within him. Yet in the next moment, his stubbornness surged forth. Surrender was not an option. Even if he felt a hint of fear, he musters the resolve to stand firm. Very well, Weasley, Malfoy glared intensely. You seem quite courageous. The bravery of Gryffindor is something Slytherin simply cannot comprehend. Ron gradually regained his composure. He recalled that they were within the castle corridors, where professors or upperclassmen might appear at any moment. Malfoy was unlikely to act rashly. Is that so? Then how about a wizard's duel? Are you brave enough? Malfoy hissed through clenched teeth. A duel, you and me? Ron momentarily faltered. Malfoy's challenge was entirely unexpected. Indeed, observing a flicker of panic cross Ron's face, Malfoy swelled with delight. What say you? Are you up for it? Of course. The mere suggestion of doubt ignited Ron's anger. As a Gryffindor, how could I possibly fear a Slytherin? Splendid. Draco's eyes gleamed as he proposed. Tonight, a wizard's duel, using only wands, no physical contact. How's that sound? You wouldn't be ignorant of wizard dueling, would you? After all, the Weasley family has been estranged from the wizarding community for far too long. Huh, you jest. I am well aware of wizard dueling, Ron retorted, clearly irked by the remark. Who will be your second? Malfoy glanced at his companions before pointing to one of the portly boys, Crabbe. You're it. At this moment, Malfoy's expression suddenly shifted. Without hesitation, Ron proudly slung his arm around Harry's shoulders, declaring, My second is Harry. Though Harry was somewhat bewildered by the situation, he firmly supported his friend, nodding decisively. Malfoy's countenance darkened significantly, and with a huff, he declared, Very well, midnight, trophy room. If you fail to show, you'll be deemed a coward. Once Malfoy and his companions had retreated into the distance, Harry inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice, Ron, what is a wizard's duel? Not only Harry, but even Wang Li remained in the dark. He does not recall any scene in the film where Ron or Harry duels with Malfoy. It is an age-old tradition, a method employed by wizards to resolve conflicts. Both parties are permitted to wield their wands and magic, but physical contact is strictly prohibited, Ron elucidated. And what about the assistant? Harry inquired, remembering Ron had mentioned being his assistant. Well, if I perish, you shall take my place, Ron succinctly stated. The expressions on Harry and Wang Li's faces became peculiar. As for wizard duels, though Wang Li was somewhat oblivious, he had previously speculated about it. This stemmed from the second film, featuring that embarrassingly inept best-selling author whose name Wang Li could not recall, who orchestrated that humiliating dueling club. However, what Ron articulated seemed quite different from his initial assumptions. Noticing Harry's odd expression, Ron swiftly added, Harry, you need not fret. Death only arises during a true wizard duel. And such occurrences have been quite rare in recent years. At most, we might merely conjure sparks or water balloons at one another. After all, we possess little offensive magic. In such circumstances, it would be difficult to inflict even a minor injury, let alone a fatal one. As he spoke, Ron appeared to clarify his thoughts, chuckling cynically. I suspect Malfoy believes I would shy away from his challenge. How absurd. A Slytherin daring to challenge the courage of a Gryffindor? Is that truly the case? Harry questioned, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Are you certain you can wield magic effectively? Chapter 21, an unturnable page. Are you certain you can wield magic effectively? Facing Harry's skepticism, Ron hesitated. Wang Li struggled to suppress his laughter. As for Ron's spells, they were not completely ineffectual, yet they certainly lacked finesse. Moreover, he wielded a wand that belonged to another. With this wand in hand, it was only natural that his magic would not flow smoothly. Although Ron acquired a new wand after the 3rd year, the previous one had broken during a mishap in the 2nd year. Since then, his magical prowess had never quite shown, falling short compared to that of his brothers and sister Ginny, which likely contributed to his lackluster performance. If all else fails, I could always punch him. That should be quite satisfying, Ron mused, acknowledging the objective possibility of his magic faltering at a critical moment. However, isn't physical contact prohibited? Harry questioned, doubting his understanding of Ron's earlier explanation of the rules. Indeed, it is. However, I do not intend to adhere to the rules, Ron stated earnestly. Don't you wish to give Malfoy and his cronies a good thrashing? Harry contemplated for a moment and then resolutely nodded. Yes. Ha ha ha. Wang Li could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. It was inevitable. These two were simply too endearing. The film had failed to convey just how charming these two could be. Wang, what are you laughing at? Ron felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, openly declaring his intention to disregard the rules was somewhat awkward. No, I'm not laughing at you. Who is Wang Li? A master of deceit, it seems. For the mere thought of being able to thrash Malfoy brings him joy. Indeed, Ron, a straightforward lad, nodded in approval upon hearing Wang Li's words, a smile gracing his face. However, Wang Li swiftly altered his tone, cheerfully shaking his head, expressing his doubt that Malfoy would truly venture to that so-called exhibition hall at midnight. But why not? He said that anyone who doesn't go is a coward. Ron questioned, his skepticism evident. Yet Harry, with a flicker of understanding, nodded in agreement. Bum li shuja. Posing a rhetorical question, do you truly think Malfoy would care if you were labeled a coward? At that moment, Ron's face transformed into one of realization. Of course, Slytherins are indifferent to being called cowards. Just then, Hermione emerged from around the corner, her shoulder bag slung over one shoulder, her posture slightly askew. She looked momentarily taken aback upon seeing the trio. Earlier, Malfoy had provoked them, and Ron instinctively prepared to speak candidly, for honesty was his nature. Malfoy came to taunt us, but we ignored him, Wang Li interjected, not wishing to conceal anything from Hermione, but rather acknowledging the revelation he had encountered regarding her character over the past month. Hermione, unlike the typical busybody, relished the role of a teacher, often guiding others. For instance, Padma exhibited a slight inclination towards this, benefiting Wang Li, who found his homework completion rate significantly improved due to her assistance. His already commendable grades in charms and transfiguration saw further enhancement. However, Hermione's inclination to teach was not as innocuous. While she did enjoy instructing others, having witnessed her tutor Neville and Lavender in the library, she also possessed a penchant for meddling. She frequently critiqued others' actions, offering unsolicited advice, and if her counsel was disregarded, she would persist in her admonishments. Although her suggestions were often valid, her condescending attitude, that not heeding her wisdom indicated a lack of maturity, was rather off-putting. Wang Li began to comprehend why, in the films, Ron and Harry occasionally found themselves at odds with Hermione, despite their early acquaintance on the train. Had it not been for the subsequent incident with the troll, their trio might never have formed. By the way, when did the troll incident occur? Wang Li's thoughts wandered, while the others remained focused. Upon hearing of Malfoy's provocations, Hermione frowned slightly, directing her gaze at Harry and Ron. Harry, Ron, do not let Malfoy manipulate you. You are aware that Professor Snape always awards points to Slytherin. We do not enjoy such privileges. If you lose points for other infractions, all your hard work in class will be for naught. And there was again her lofty, accusatory tone. Though her intentions were to protect Harry and Ron from Malfoy's taunts, and to prevent them from engaging in unwise actions that might cost Gryffindor points, her delivery was far from endearing. As anticipated, Wang Li observed Harry and Ron simultaneously roll their eyes. All right, I understand, they replied in unison. Miss Granger, the one who seems to know everything, Ron murmured softly. Wang Li nearly burst into laughter at that moment. The moniker Miss Granger, the one who knows everything, had already spread among the first-year Gryffindors. Indeed, Hermione's performance in all her classes was exceedingly remarkable. Many speculated whether she had memorized all the textbooks for first-year studies. Wang Li thought to himself, there was no need for speculation. Our Hermione had undoubtedly committed them to memory. Hermione, however, paid little heed to Ron's somewhat sarcastic remarks, even feeling a touch of pride. With a huff, she adjusted her heavy backpack and strode forward confidently. How is it that someone like Hermione was not sorted into Ravenclaw? After witnessing Hermione disappear around the corner, Ron mused to himself. Harry nodded in agreement. Among all the Gryffindors he had encountered, there were few as lively and mischievous as Fred and George. yet most were quite spirited. However, there were two notable exceptions. The fifth-year prefect, Ron's brother Percy Weasley, who was rather pompous, and Hermione from their own year. Harry and Ron privately deemed her a female version of Percy. The Sorting Hat could sometimes be rather unreliable. Speaking of which, Wang Li harbored similar thoughts. It was debatable whether Hermione truly belonged in Gryffindor, but he was certain he did not belong in Ravenclaw. The trio discussed these matters as they exited the castle. They had gathered that day with the intention of visiting Hagrid. Yet, as they walked, Ron suddenly interjected, "What if, and I mean if, Malfoy actually goes to the trophy room tonight? What then?" Wang Li was taken aback, observing Ron's peculiar expression directed at him and Harry. Would that not make them even greater cowards than Malfoy? Wang Li felt a wave of confusion. What was the situation? Hadn't they already moved past this topic? Or was it still unresolved? Suddenly, he recalled something. How had Harry and Ron discovered the three-headed dog in the fourth-floor corridor? Wang Li could not remember the specifics of how they had stumbled upon it. He was certain he had never seen anything regarding a duel. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he had a foreboding sense that this so-called duel was somehow linked to the three-headed dog. Did Hermione discover the three-headed dog as well? It seemed she might have, yet he was uncertain. "So, are you planning to go tonight?" Wang Li inquired skeptically, glancing at the two. "I think it would be wise to check it out," Harry replied after a moment's hesitation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be proper to back out of an agreement. Wang Li was astonished. Although he did not recall any mention of a duel, he knew enough about Malfoy to be certain he would not venture into the trophy room at midnight. More likely, he would inform Filch and have him apprehend Harry and the others. However, that was a concern Wang Li need not dwell upon. In any case, Harry, being the child of destiny, is surely invulnerable. However, as Wang Li entertained this thought, Ron interjected, "Wang, would you like to join us? I suspect Malfoy will not bring only Crabbe. He is likely to have Goyle with him as well. That would leave us one short." Wang Li thought to himself, Malfoy and his crew are unlikely to show up at all. What do you expect me to do? Besides, if I accompany you two, one a child of destiny and the other a mere supporting character, what guarantee do I have that I won't end up bitten by a dog? Even if everyone else remains unharmed, that doesn't solve my predicament. Gaining access to the Ravenclaw common room is no easy feat, but could he voice such thoughts? Certainly not. In front of Harry and the others, he usually maintained a facade of composure and dignity. At least, that was his perception. Now, he would have to admit to them, "Haha, although I'm a Ravenclaw, I cannot decipher riddles." Entry into the common room requires the presence of a roommate or classmate. Wang Li felt a pang of embarrassment. Yet, if he remained silent, how would he resolve the matter? He intended to cling to the child of destiny's coattails, and at this juncture, it seemed unwise to refuse. Seeing the hopeful expressions on Harry and Ron's faces, Wang Li gritted his teeth and acquiesced. "Fine, I will accompany you. However, I must insist that Malfoy surely will not attend. His absence would signify cowardice. But we cannot afford to be timid, can we?" Upon hearing Wang Li's agreement, Ron immediately brightened. "I'm not a Gryffindor, and frankly, I don't particularly mind being labeled a coward." Wang Li thought to himself. Yet, he could not voice that sentiment. At this moment, he felt a twinge of disdain for himself. He was, after all, an adult and should not be fixating on trivial matters. Why then, at this juncture, was he clinging to such concerns? It was a futile endeavor. Nevertheless, he found himself stating, "Yes, indeed. I cannot allow Malfoy to outshine me." At that moment, Wang Li felt his heart bleed. Suddenly, he sensed a slight warmth emanating from the index finger of his left hand. This was a signal from Zhou Yin, who had sought to contact him since arriving at Hogwarts. Wang Li had kept the ring on since then, though Zhou Yin had rarely initiated communication. Now, however, he was resurfacing. Could it be that his departure from the castle was the catalyst? Wang Li glanced towards Hagrid's hut, contemplating. When within the castle, Zhou Yin seemed reluctant, or perhaps too intimidated, to emerge. Even near the castle's edge, he remained hidden. It seemed the last time Zhou Yin had appeared was when Wang Li had accompanied Harry and the others to Hagrid's hut. Thus, was this location beyond Dumbledore's watchful gaze? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he declared, "I just remembered something. You all go ahead." Sensing Zhou Yan's presence, Wang Li immediately lost interest in visiting Hagrid. After all, there was little else to do but sit, sip tea, and sample Hagrid's inconsistent culinary skills. "What? You're not going?" Harry exclaimed, his face immediately reflecting disappointment. "Indeed, I shall prepare for the evening's endeavors." Wang Li concocted a rather decent excuse, for the management of Ravenclaw's common room tends to be somewhat stringent. "Ah, very well. We shall meet tonight." Harry nodded, though he remained unaware of the specifics governing the Ravenclaw common room. Nevertheless, considering the stereotype associated with Ravenclaw, he found it reasonable that their regulations might be deemed strict. As the two continued their path towards Hagrid's hut, Wang Li altered his direction, heading toward the shores of the Black Lake, away from the castle. Upon reaching the lake's edge, he found a secluded spot, sat down, and whispered, "Old Zoe, there's no one around. Come forth swiftly." In the next moment, a plume of white smoke emanated from the ring, revealing a rather comical figure, Zoe Yin, who appeared to hover before Wang Li, possessing an air of ethereal elegance, yet marred by his distinctly triangular eyes. "Ah, you can actually fly?" Wang Li gazed in astonishment at the apparition before him. For the past 2.5 years, Zoe Yin had always presented himself in a grounded manner. "Of course I can," Zoe Yin replied nonchalantly. "I have observed numerous ghosts within the castle. Are they not all capable of flight? Why should you be surprised by my ability? How do you know that there are ghosts in the castle who can fly?" Wang Li squinted slightly. Zoe Yin had previously mentioned that he could only perceive the world outside when he manifested in his corporeal form. Yet, Harry was certain that Zoe Yin had not appeared in over a month. The ring had remained on his finger, never removed, even during bathing or sleeping. If Zoe Yin had emerged, he would have undoubtedly noticed. "Indeed, I cannot perceive the material world, yet ghosts are an exception," Zoe Yin remarked with indifference. When ghosts wish to remain undetected, they elude human sight. However, for other spirits nearby, their presence is unmistakable. Even within the confines of the ring, I can still sense their existence. Upon hearing this, Wang Li's expression shifted dramatically. If Zoe Yin could sense them, what are those ghosts? In the 22nd chapter, The Lost Padma, Wang Li's face paled at Zoe Yin's revelation. Yet, Zoe Yin quickly noticed his distress and smiled reassuringly. "Do not fret. Although I can perceive them, it is due to my higher existence. I am a spirit, while they are mere ghosts. Moreover, the ring isolates external perceptions. Hence, while I can sense them, they cannot perceive me." This assurance brought Wang Li a measure of comfort. He already harbored numerous secrets. The addition of another ghost, one that could potentially be discovered, felt excessive. "Very well," Wang Li nodded. "What brings you to seek me this time?" "I initially intended to assess your progress in cultivation. However, it appears that while you are not as negligent as before, your advancement has not significantly improved." Zoe Yin expressed his discontent. Wang Li felt a twinge of embarrassment. For Zoe Yin spoke the truth. After Padma assisted him with his homework, he found himself with a modicum of time and energy to engage in other pursuits. However, this limited vigor was insufficient for any rigorous physical training. At best, he could manage some breath control exercises and meditation. Consequently, Zoe Yin remarked that he felt somewhat stronger than he had the previous week, which was indeed true, albeit marginally so. There was little choice in the matter, as Wang Li was bound to dispute this. After all, he had not anticipated such a demanding workload. Moreover, cultivation was undeniably arduous and rather mundane. With this realization, Zoe Yin appeared somewhat troubled. "Perhaps," he mused, "if I were to impart some additional knowledge to you, it might invigorate your enthusiasm for cultivation." Clearly, after 2 years of acquaintance with Wang Li, Zoe Yin understood that without a hint of reward, motivating him to practice would prove challenging. Wang Li's eyes brightened immediately. "If that is the case, then I shall no longer feel drowsy. Have you not always desired to learn the art of invisibility?" Zoe Yin pondered for a moment before finally responding. "Your mental prowess has never been sufficient, and it remains so even now. However, I believe that if I teach you in advance, your motivation for practice might indeed intensify." Wang Li felt as though he were being maneuvered. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed. After all, it was the art of invisibility. The ability to become unseen, along with the third eye technique, had long been among his greatest aspirations. Yet every time he mentioned it, Zoe Yin would regard him with a disdainful expression, as if to say, "I can tell what you're planning the moment you shift your posture." Wang Li found this baffling. At that time, he had barely reached the age of 10. How could Zoe Yin presume to know his intentions concerning these two spells? Truly, age had rendered Zoe Yin both cunning and shrewd. In truth, the art of invisibility was a highly sophisticated technique. Even if I were to teach you, mastering it in a short period would be unlikely. For achieving tangible results necessitates the ability to deceive everything around you, making them believe you do not exist. Is it really that complicated? Isn't it just a matter of rendering oneself transparent? Wang Li questioned, or perhaps bending the light to evade detection. While his musings were largely nonsensical, in the realm of magic, the execution seemed far less daunting. Though Hogwarts did not teach it, Wang Li was aware that both invisibility and illusion techniques were not particularly difficult spells. Is that what you wish to learn? Zoe Yin regarded Wang Li with a peculiar expression. So, you're not interested in the grand art of shape-shifting. Rather, You merely seek a simple misdirection, correct? Just to remain unseen. Is that the essence of your desire? Indeed, that is precisely it. Wang Li nodded vigorously, finding the prospect much more manageable. Zhou Yin could hardly conceal his contempt. Young man, while I have long recognized your lack of ambition, is this truly satisfactory? If it's merely a misdirection, then it is indeed far simpler. The art of misdirection proved to be considerably easier than Wang Li had anticipated. In less than half an hour, he had grasped the fundamentals of this minor spell, and its effects aligned closely with his expectations. It was a spell that allowed all surrounding light to bend around him, rendering him imperceptible to others, a straightforward yet effective enchantment. Wang Li was quite pleased. However, Zhou Yin regarded it with disdain. This was merely a trick devised by a mischievous practitioner of qi cultivation. Sound could not be concealed, nor could scent, breath, or qi. It was not merely a matter of encountering a master. Any qi cultivator with a modicum of insight and perception could easily discern it. Upon noticing Wang Li's satisfaction with this spell, Zhou Yin scoffed, remarking that even the local constable or a mere dog could uncover it. Wang Li, Faja, responded that Hogwarts lacked any constables or police dogs, only a cat. Akat, I can handle that, he stated confidently. Xiao Yun grunted. Do you still wish to learn the invisibility technique? Of course. Wang Li nudda vigorously. Zhou Yin elaborated on the numerous shortcomings of deceptive techniques, asserting that the invisibility spell was devoid of such flaws. Not only could it perfectly conceal one's form, but also masked sound, scent, breath, and everything else. In Zhou Yin's words, when mastered to a high degree, the invisibility spell could deceive the very heavens and earth, rendering one's presence overlooked by all. Thus, unless employing specialized spells, detection was virtually impossible. Wang Li found this prospect enticing, and Zhou Yin indeed began to instruct him. However, Wang Li quickly realized that this was not something he could master in a short period. This was understandable. The efficacy of such a skill was astonishing, and it would be peculiar if he could easily learn it. To grasp the invisibility technique sooner, you must not slacken your training, Zhou Yin advised earnestly. I do not wish for my extraordinary abilities to fade into obscurity. You can share everything with me. I will remember it, ensuring it won't be lost, Wang Li suggested. The law should not be passed to those unworthy, Zhou Yin decisively countered, asserting that one must not allow the unworthy access to his techniques. Wang Li rolled his eyes at the antiquated mindset of this venerable figure. Yet he understood that for someone from hundreds or thousands of years ago, such a narrow perspective was all too common. In truth, had there been others to whom to impart his knowledge, Wang Li had reason to believe Zhou Yin would be reluctant to share with him at all. Upon arriving at the castle, Wang Li suddenly recalled that he had an appointment that evening with 2 Gryffindor mischief makers. I completely forgot, he lamented, his earlier joy replaced by frustration. How vexing. Just then, he heard someone call his name from behind. Padma, Mondi, good evening. I just took a stroll. It seems you two have just emerged from the library, Wang Li remarked, glancing outside to note that dusk had begun to settle as the days grew shorter in late September. We just left the library, Mandy confirmed. The library? Wang Li questioned, glancing at the direction from which they had come. Despite his infrequent visits to the library, he was certain it was not in that direction. The staircases at Hogwarts, you know how they are, Broa chuckled. Wang Li understood immediately. Although his own experiences were rather limited, he was well aware of the pitfalls posed by the staircases of Hogwarts. Ron and Harry frequently complained, recounting how they had narrowly avoided being late on several occasions due to the sudden shifts of the stairs. In those instances, they had merely come close to tardiness and had not actually arrived late. However, since it was potions class, they were met with Snape's scathing reprimands and deductions of points. Frankly, he could not fathom why Hogwarts employed such perplexing staircases, nor did he know who had instigated them. Wang Li joined in the critique, but as soon as the words left his lips, he noticed the peculiar expressions on Padma and Mandy's faces. Did I say something wrong? Wang Li inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Indeed, you did, Padma replied, amusement dancing in her eyes. The ever-changing staircases are a hallmark of Ravenclaw, though merely a rumor. It was one widely acknowledged. Is that so? Wang Li found it hard to believe, having always presumed such antics were the work of Gryffindor. Indeed, Ravenclaw may be more spirited than most realize. After all, this castle originally belonged to Ravenclaw, Blore added. Once again, Wang Li was confronted with information he had not known. Hogwarts Castle had once been the domain of Ravenclaw. What is taken away when you take away nothing? Posed the eagle at the entrance of the common room. Wang Li furrowed his brow, at a loss for an answer. Padma smiled slightly and answered almost instantly away. Wang Li mused that this could be considered a form of progress. He then followed the two young ladies into the common room. Having never ventured into the common rooms of other houses, he surmised that Ravenclaw's was likely one of the larger ones, given the multitude of Ravenclaw students studying therein, and the presence of a library within the common area. Finding a corner to settle in, Wang Li commenced his homework, while Padma and Mandy situated themselves not far from him. However, the two young ladies were not completing assignments, but rather previewing their lessons. From their performance in class, Wang Li had reason to believe that the Ravenclaw girls had already prepared well in advance. Yet, each evening, even after finishing their assignments, they continued this practice. Wang Li was struck by how much more swiftly and efficiently the girls completed their work compared to him. Nevertheless, he found himself more preoccupied with the events of the evening. As time slipped away, he hastily finished his assignments, realizing it was nearly 10 o'clock. To his surprise, the common room was still bustling with students engaged in their studies, including Padma and Mandy. Wang Li read for a while longer, and by 10:30, the number of students studying had not diminished significantly. Moreover, they showed no signs of departure. He even spotted 3 of his roommates in 2 different corners of the room. Aside from Terry, but the other 3 were present. Wang Li hesitated momentarily before quietly rising to join Padma's side. At that moment, although Padma and Mandy were studying together, they had distanced themselves slightly, clearly engaged in their individual pursuits. Noticing Wang Li's approach, Padma offered him a warm smile and gazed at him with her strikingly beautiful eyes, seemingly awaiting his inquiry. Indeed, Padma often regarded Wang Li with such encouraging looks, and he frequently sought her counsel regarding his assignments. However, this time, his query was different. He leaned in closer and whispered, "Padma, do you always study this late?" "Late?" Padma glanced at the large clock in the common room. "It's not even 11 yet." "Is it? I typically study until 11 or 11:30. After that, it's time for bed." Sleep is crucial for the transition of short-term memories into long-term ones, so ample rest is vital. Wang Li felt a moment of confusion. Were they suddenly discussing science? Right. Is there something bothering you today, Wang? Padma was accustomed to Wang Li's dazed expressions, as he often bore the same look when she shared tips for completing his assignments. "Yes, indeed. Padma, I need your assistance with something. It might be a bit, troublesome," Wang Li said somewhat sheepishly. He sought her help to open a door. Initially, he had not considered this approach. However, seeing so many Ravenclaw students still studying at this hour prompted him to think of it. Finding someone to open the door was the solution. Yet who should he ask? Ideally, he would seek help from a few roommates, as they would likely be more accommodating. However, Wang Li felt a sense of pride. He held a certain image in the dormitory, especially after his performance in flying class. In contrast, Padma faced no such dilemma. He had always been somewhat inept in her presence. Padma was momentarily taken aback by his request, her lovely face suddenly flushing red. What do you need my help with?" Wang Li noticed the change in her expression, but as a somewhat self-absorbed youth, he could not fathom her thoughts. Thus, he merely wore a hopeful expression and replied, "Padma, I need to step out for a bit tonight. Could you help me by opening the door? You know, I'm not very good at riddles." Padma blinked, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Upon realizing that Wang Li sought her assistance for something so straightforward rather than the other possibilities she had imagined, she couldn't quite understand the source of her feelings. Nevertheless, she quickly suppressed that sentiment. After a moment of contemplation, Padma said, "Well, okay, I suppose staying up late once in a while isn't too problematic." "Really? Thank you so much." Bumni exclaimed gratefully. Wang Li was utterly overjoyed, feeling an overwhelming urge to bow before the kind-hearted girl. However, Padma was somewhat taken aback by Wang Li's enthusiasm and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. Helping each other is what classmates should do." Yet, after a moment's hesitation, Padma inquired, "What are you doing out at this hour?" "It would be troublesome if Professor Filch or the patrolling professors caught you." "I won't get caught. I'm not up to any mischief," Wang Li replied, pausing briefly before finally mustering the courage to lean towards Padma's ear and quietly divulge the details of his predicament. Unbeknownst to Wang Li, as he leaned closer, Padma's cheeks flushed uncontrollably. However, by the time he finished speaking, she had regained her composure and, with a peculiar expression, asked, "Wang, how close are you with Harry and Ron?" Wang Li shrugged. "We get into trouble together. It's just a matter of saying it. But it would be inappropriate to express my desire to befriend the chosen one." Thus, he merely shrugged again and stated, "I've known Harry since before I arrived at Hogwarts. We are among the earliest acquaintances at school. As for Ron, well, we just clicked." In truth, Wang Li was still puzzled as to why Ron had initially treated him with evident disdain, only to later warm up to him. He could only attribute it to a sense of affinity. Comparatively, he was more concerned about Padma's feelings towards Harry and Ron. Ron is nothing special. However, Harry is different. Wang Li noted. Nearly every girl from a wizarding family he encountered had a distinct attitude towards Harry, particularly the young witches from England. Padma, hailing from Asia, had previously displayed a less pronounced reaction, but who truly knows the depths of her thoughts? I see, Padma replied, unaware of Wang Li's musings. She nodded, all right. Although I believe your assessment is correct, Draco Malfoy certainly won't attend. Nevertheless, since we've made a promise, I believe it's crucial to uphold it. We cannot become untrustworthy merely because the other party is insincere. You are absolutely right, Wang Li acknowledged with a nod, but then another thought crossed his mind. Oh dear, how will you help me open the door when the time comes? I can't expect you to wait for me outside, can I? Padma, showing no signs of being troubled. Pause for a moment before responding. Just wait for me a moment. Moments later, when Padma returned, she held two beautifully crafted little mirrors. Initially, she offered Wang Li the gray one, but hesitated and instead handed him the more exquisite pale pink mirror. This is a communication mirror. If you rub the gemstone on the back 7 times, the other mirror will warm up. Then, if the other person rubs their gemstone, the 2 mirrors will connect, allowing you to see each other. When you reach the door, use this, and I will know and come to open it for you. Such a method exists? Wang Li gazed at Padma in astonishment. Perhaps his expressive demeanor was too evident, as Padma quickly discerned his thoughts and smiled lightly, saying, "This is an Eastern magical artifact." Interestingly, the concept behind such magical tools originated from your country. Previously, they were crafted from copper mirrors, but modern magic has transformed them into glass. From East? Wang Li paused, reflecting that indeed, copper mirrors had long been a part of Eastern tradition. Isn't there a legendary Kunlun mirror mentioned in myths? With this thought, Wang Li felt that this shadow mirror was not particularly extraordinary after all. What a fascinating object. I can't believe you carry such a remarkable item, he exclaimed, enviously admiring Padma's wizarding heritage. Actually, I intended not to bring it, Padma replied, shaking her head. It was my sister who insisted that it be sent from home. We often use it because Parvati asked me about homework. After all, she is at Gryffindor, and doesn't he have the same convenience we do? As she mentioned a slight blush crept across Padma's cheeks, though Wang Li, oblivious, remained captivated by the enchanting shadow mirror. Well, you can keep it for now. I have a spare, Padma said, feigning indifference. Really? That is fantastic. Then I can use it to consult you about my assignments, Wang Li replied, his voice brimming with joy. Sure. Padma nodded with a smile. Returning to a corner, Wang Li played with the small mirror for some time. Yet he hesitated to disturb Padma by reaching for the gem on the back. Soon, time crept past 11 o'clock, then 11:30. By that hour, only a few students remained in the common room, primarily 5th and 7th years, as they prepared for their ordinary wizarding level and ultimate wizarding level examinations, which required significantly more effort than other years. Wang Li stood up and glanced over at Padma, who appeared engrossed in a hefty tome, and decided against interrupting her. Quietly, he slipped out of the common room. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned away, Padma lifted her gaze from the book, noticing Wang Li's departure, and gently wrinkled her adorable little nose in curiosity. After leaving the common room, Wang Li made his way to the corridor on the 3rd floor, concealing himself in the shadows while he waited. If he were to smoke, it might have taken just the time of a single cigarette when he heard faint footsteps approaching from above, more than one pair. Peering cautiously from the shadows, Wang Li indeed spotted Harry and Ron creeping along, glancing furtively around. He sighed, secretly wishing the two would reconsider their endeavors, but evidently, they persisted. Emerging from his hiding place, Wang Li waved at them. Upon seeing him, Harry and Ron's faces lit up, and they waved back enthusiastically. Yet, Wang Li felt slightly puzzled at that moment. I could have sworn I heard more than just 2 sets of footsteps, he mused. At this moment, it became evident that not merely 2 individuals were present. Following them was a round-faced boy, Neville Longbottom. What was happening? What on earth was going on? It was one thing for the duo of Harry and Ron to appear, but why was the little sword saint here as well? Although many years had passed, Wang Li's recollection of the movie's narrative was somewhat hazy. Yet, she distinctly remembered that during their first encounter with the 3-headed dog, it should have been Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The memory of Hermione's words about possibly facing death or worse, expulsion, was particularly vivid. But if this truly was that fateful night, why was Hermione absent, replaced by Neville instead? A look of bewilderment crossed Wang Li's face. Could it be that this was not the same occasion? Unlike Harry and Ron, who were aware that Wang Li would be waiting for them, though uncertain of her precise location, Neville was genuinely perplexed upon meeting her. After a brief exchange, Wang Li learned the circumstances. Neville had found himself in a predicament akin to those Wang Li often faced, trapped at the entrance of the common room. However, while she was unable to solve the riddle to gain entry, Neville was even less fortunate, unable to remember the password. Upon arriving at the entrance, he discovered that the little lions had already returned to their den and were reveling within the common room, leaving him with no one to open the door for him. The unfortunate future sword saint could only wait at the door, hoping that a patrolling professor would happen by to grant him access. However, instead of encountering a supervising professor, Neville stumbled upon Harry and Ron sneaking out. Wang Li found the subsequent events rather perplexing. Rather than assisting Neville in entering, Harry and Ron instead brought him along with them. But in the next moment, Wang Li was left speechless. It seemed that the fat lady, the guardian of the Gryffindor common room, would occasionally leave her portrait to venture elsewhere. Such occurrences were less frequent during the day, as there were always young witches and wizards entering and exiting the common room. Yet at night, the portraits often roamed freely. Students were typically prohibited from being outside after midnight, and in reality, Gryffindor had not wandered the castle at such an hour in a long time, feeling quite embarrassed to greet one another. Thus, the fat lady's temporary absence usually posed no significant issue. It was merely unfortunate that tonight it happened to be at this moment. Wang Li reflected on this with a sense of nostalgia. The Sorting Hat had placed her in Ravenclaw. Despite her frequent failures to answer the riddles correctly, at least the eagle sculpture was always there. In comparison, it seemed a tad more reliable than Gryffindor. A fleeting thought crossed Wang Li's mind. Perhaps Ravenclaw was indeed more dependable. However, it vanished as quickly as it appeared. After all, no matter how reliable it might be, she still could not gain entry without answering the riddle. When faced with a challenge, young Master Weasley was quite spirited. Yet, when it came to being out at midnight, he grew rather anxious, fearing the consequences of being caught by Filch or any other professor. Even an encounter with a ghost would not bode well. Indeed. Neville quickly agreed, exclaiming that he had seen Barrow pass by several times, which had frightened him immensely. Thus, an unexpected quartet set forth towards the trophy room, headed for a duel that was destined never to occur. The events unfolded much as Wang Li had anticipated, at least in the initial stages. Upon arriving at the trophy room, they found no sign of Draco Malfoy or his entourage. Clearly, Malfoy had indeed managed to deceive the two bewildered Gryffindors. However, while Malfoy was absent, someone else made an appearance. Shortly after Wang Li and his companions arrived at the room, Filch came in with his cat. Had it not been for Wang Li's early recognition of Mrs. Norris's voice, prompting him to swiftly usher Harry and the others into the trophy room and escape through another exit, they would undoubtedly have been caught. Damn it, this must be Malfoy's doing. Upon emerging from the other side, the four of them ran in a frenzy, and once they believed they had successfully evaded Filch, Ron angrily remarked. Harry nodded in agreement, while Neville, standing nearby, appeared somewhat pale and frightened. As one of the few rule-abiding students in Gryffindor, Neville was quite unnerved by this exhilarating escapade. Wang Li remained silent, though his expression mirrored Neville's distress. He had been following Ron and Harry, and unlike their panicked flight, Wang Li had been attentive to the path they had taken. Despite Hogwarts' notoriously unpredictable staircases, he was aware of their current location. The fourth floor, the Forbidden Corridor, or more explicitly, the domain of Hagrid's beloved three-headed dog. Had my suspicions proven correct? Bumli pundarat. Although he could not recall any mention of a duel, the nocturnal escapade hinted at a connection with the three-headed beast. The outcome was not surprising. Their aimless sprint had indeed led them here. Observing the securely locked door behind them, Wang Li felt exasperated. With Hermione absent, was the task now solely his? He glanced at the three companions beside him. They had yet to master the unlocking charm in their charms class, and, as Gryffindors, Harry and Ron were unlikely to engage in any preparatory studies. As for Neville, perhaps he had studied, but Wang Li had little hope for the efficacy of his efforts. Thus, the only one capable of performing the unlocking charm was Wang Li himself. Yet, what reason did he have to unlock this door? It seemed unnecessary. Just as Wang Li pondered this dilemma, a discordant melody wafted through the air. In the dead of night, was there a student running amok? If so, they would be confined to the dungeons. We would pierce their feet with sharp spikes, listening to their cries and wails, a delightful symphony. In Hogwarts, only one entity could produce such a ghastly sound, the ghost known as Peeves. Oh no, it's Peeves. We must flee before he spots us. He will certainly inform the professors. Ron exclaimed in a hushed voice. Wang Li could discern the voice of Peeves, and naturally, Harry and his companions could as well. Although Peeves was the ghost of Gryffindor, he showed no favoritism towards its students. In fact, he indiscriminately tormented and even sabotaged any student he encountered. Within the walls of Hogwarts Castle, Harry and his friends disliked him almost as much as they did Snape and Filch. However, he was approaching from that direction, and running now would surely lead to a collision. Harry felt quite anxious, although he had not contributed much to Gryffindor's points. He certainly did not wish to see their meager scores diminished further due to a duel that did not even exist. Inside, Ron whispered urgently, tugging desperately at the door beside him. Unfortunately, the door was locked, and Ron's small arms were no match for the heavy wooden barrier that could withstand a three-headed dog. "It's locked, we can't get it open," Ron exclaimed in frustration, nearly jumping up and down, but Peeve's voice grew ever closer. "Was this fate? Or perhaps a predetermined plot?" Wang Li's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, but instinctively, he drew his wand and waved it gently at the door, uttering Alohomora. 10 minutes later, Merlin's beard. "What on earth are they doing?" On the 4th floor of the main building, near the staircase leading to the Ravenclaw common room, Ron said, his face pale, yet slightly exhilarated. "Why would they keep such a thing in the castle? That corridor on the 4th floor is off limits." As Dumbledore stated at the beginning of term, Harry's recollection of this fact impressed Wang Li. Yet what he said next was, it must be intentional on Dumbledore's part. "I suspect there's a secret at play. What do you think it could be? And what was that thing we just saw? I may not know about any secrets, but that was a three-headed dog. Did you notice it? A massive dog with 3 heads. Even in the wizarding world, creatures with more than 2 heads are exceedingly rare." Ron exclaimed, "A three-headed dog?" Harry responded, somewhat astonished. "I thought such creatures only existed in mythology." "Harry, to muggles, wizards are akin to fairy tales, aren't they?" Ron replied. Neville and Wang Li exchanged incredulous glances at the absurdity of their conversation at this moment, particularly Wang Li, who marveled at how vividly Gryffindor's bravery was exemplified by these two. Fortunately, Neville still appeared relatively composed. Wang Li looked at Neville, who was equally astonished by Harry and Ron's banter. Actually, I saw something," Neville murmured, though he seemed a bit timid. He pushed through to finish his thought. Under the three-headed dog, there was a trapdoor. "I think it must be guarding something." Wang Li was taken aback. Even Neville felt this way. Meanwhile, Harry and his friends appeared to have seemingly recovered from the shock of the three-headed dog. Harry began to analyze the situation calmly. However, the 3rd floor was merely a classroom, where they had attended theoretical astronomy lessons, hadn't they? "Harry, you must adapt. This is a wizard's castle, and the usual spatial relations do not necessarily apply here," Ron remarked. "I once heard Bill mention that my family had a grand house. It appeared vast from the outside. It was even more expansive within, thanks to magic. Alas, I never had the chance to see it," Ron added, somewhat wistfully. "So, the professors conjured another space at the end of the corridor with magic?" Harry endeavored to adjust. Although he had been a wizard for just over a month, there was still much to acclimate to. "It must be so, but I wonder what lies inside. I suspect that if it requires a three-headed dog to guard it, it must contain something both mysterious and significant," Ron pondered. "That's not the point," interrupted Wang Li, unable to contain himself. "We just encountered a creature capable of swallowing us whole. A monster with 3 heads could devour 3 of us at once. Oh, pardon me. I meant to say we barely escaped its jaws." "Did you really think this was the time to discuss it?" Wang Li exclaimed in astonishment. Even for someone who was already somewhat accustomed to the wizarding world and had anticipated a three-headed dog, he was far less composed than Harry and Ron. Well, perhaps composed was not quite the right term, as both had screamed quite loudly when faced with the creature and had fled at remarkable speed. Yet now, they were animatedly conversing about what lay beneath the three-headed dog. They had even roped Ron into the discussion. What was this? Their capacity for recovery was astonishing. Was this normal? Wang Li found it rather unsettling. Though it was indeed perilous, it was more thrilling than dangerous, wasn't it? Ron said, exhibiting a hint of excitement. "Well, I hope you encounter it again in your dreams," Wang Li remarked, shaking his head as he touched the small mirror given to him by Padma, which he had tucked deep inside his pocket, and made his way toward the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room. At that moment, he felt fortunate to have placed it so securely. Otherwise, it might have fallen out during his frantic sprint. Upon seeing this, Harry and the others accompanied Wang Li upstairs to the Gryffindor common room, located on a higher floor. Arriving at the eagle statue, Wang Li took out the small mirror and, following Padma's instructions, rubbed it 7 times. Within 3 seconds, the surface gleamed, revealing Padma's charming face. Observing the background, Wang Li surmised she was still in the common room. "Ah, yes, I'm at the entrance," Wang Li nodded. "All right, please hold on a moment," Padma replied. The image on the mirror flickered and vanished. In less than half a minute, the door to the common room swung open from the inside, and Padma, looking vibrant, stood there, smiling at Wang Li. Chapter 25, Associations and Speculations. Padma, puzzled, listened as Wang Li briefly explained the incident involving Neville being blocked at the door. "All right," she replied with a slight smile, and together they entered the common room. In the public lounge, only a handful of 5th and 7th grade students remained, totaling less than 10. Initially, he contemplated extending an invitation for a meal, but then recalled the school's closed environment. He considered the summer vacation, only to remember that Padma was from India, which seemed rather inconvenient. With these thoughts, he turned towards the girls' dormitory. "Ah, good night," Wang Li quickly said. Glancing down, he realized that Padma's small mirror still rested in his hand. Was this normal? That night, Wang Li experienced some insomnia, the reasons for which were somewhat intricate. Primarily, he felt a sense of uncertainty about the future. When he first learned of his impending journey to Hogwarts, excitement coursed through him. However, the presence of Voldemort soon filled him with trepidation. Yet, he quickly reassured himself that he possessed foresight regarding future events, akin to a prophet. With such knowledge, what was there to fear? One could simply navigate toward fortune and away from calamity. Nevertheless, he soon discovered that matters were not as straightforward as he had anticipated. First, his recollection of the film's plot was rather hazy. Second, his existence seemed to alter certain events. Lastly, while the 8 films spanned merely a few hours, his experience would unfold over a full 7 years. That night, the weight of these thoughts grew even more pronounced. Specifically, regarding Harry's initial encounter with the 3-headed dog, Wang Li was quite certain that Hermione had been present at that moment. As for Neville, he was less certain, but Hermione's presence was indisputable. She was the one who opened the door. However, in his case, Hermione was absent, and he had become the one to open the door. Did this mean he was to assume Hermione's role within the trio? Wang Li doubted his ability to do so. Setting aside other considerations, it was clear he could not possibly be with Ron. This, however, seemed less pressing at the moment. The more pressing concern was his feeling of inadequacy. While he had no trouble opening a door, he was not particularly confident in his ability to dispel enchantments. Although he was a Ravenclaw, which typically suggested such capability, he considered himself a rather unqualified one. Should he intervene significantly to tilt the future toward a more favorable outcome? Or should he refrain from interference and allow events to unfold as he knew them, thereby ensuring his prophetic nature? This dilemma plagued Wang Li. In addition to these thoughts, he was troubled by another matter, Padma's attitude. To his surprise, Padma had agreed to his previous proposal and even gifted him a small mirror. Currently resting beneath his pillow, he was uncertain whether this contributed to his insomnia. Fortunately, the following day was a weekend, so Wang Li need not worry about rising early for classes despite his restless night. However, a rather awkward situation arose when he exited the dormitory and unexpectedly encountered Padma, who was studying in the public lounge. "Good morning, Padma," he greeted, feeling a twinge of nervousness upon seeing the girl who had occupied his thoughts throughout the night. "It's quite late, isn't it?" Padma chuckled softly, then shook the book in her hand. "I've been reading for quite some time. By the way, if you hurry, there might still be a little dessert left in the cafeteria." "Ah, I think skipping breakfast won't be a problem." Wang Li waved his hand and returned to the spot where he had been sitting the night before to continue his homework. Despite Padma's assistance, completing his assignments on a Friday night remained an unattainable task for him. Although Wang Li possessed a youthful mindset, he still perceived Padma as merely a little girl. Nevertheless, it must be said that she was indeed an exceptionally charming young lady. Being good friends was a truly comforting experience. The thought of causing such an adorable girl distress made Wang Li feel uneasy. Throughout the morning, Padma did not speak to Wang Li, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Though he had lived 2 lives, in his previous existence as a corporate drone, he was a quintessential, lifelong singleton, utterly bewildered by the intricacies of a girl's thoughts. During lunch, Padma went to eat with her girlfriends, showing no intention of inviting Wang Li, which prompted him to seriously contemplate whether he had overthought things. Perhaps Padma had simply forgotten about the little mirror. It was Harry and Ron who momentarily distracted Wang Li from his concerns about Padma. After lunch, just as he was preparing to head to the library to work on his assignments, he was intercepted by Harry and Ron in the corridor. "Wang, we have an idea we'd like to explore with you," Harry stated. "Huh?" Wang Li replied, somewhat perplexed, unsure of what mischief these 2 troublemakers were planning. He had heard that earlier in the day, they'd been mocking Malfoy. Typically, the silver-tongued Malfoy had found himself at a disadvantage, having failed to appear the night before, thus missing the opportunity to trap Harry and Ron. Wang Li found this situation rather amusing. Although they had indeed escaped capture, was it truly appropriate to mock others over it? Thankfully, Malfoy was not particularly astute. Otherwise, had he caught them, he could have reported them to a professor, placing all 4 of these little rascals in quite a predicament. At this moment, as the 2 approached him again, Wang Li felt a twinge of anxiety. He was not yet psychologically prepared to fully engage in altering the course of the story. However, Harry and Ron clearly had no intention of granting him much time to ponder, as they pulled him into a corner and entered an empty classroom. Wang, we've uncovered a clue regarding what lies beneath the three-headed dog, Harry exclaimed. Wang Li thought to himself, not only do I have a clue, but I also know what is within it. However, why are you two telling me this? Wang, you're a Ravenclaw. You must be intelligent. Can you help us analyze this? Ron added. In that moment, Wang Li desperately wanted to express that, in reality, he was not the sharpest tool in the Ravenclaw shed, and that his intellect might not be as impressive as they presumed. Yet, his lack of audacity prevented him from voicing this thought, and he could only nod and say, all right, what is it? Harry whispered immediately, Wang, do you remember the first time we met at Mr. Ollivander's? Wang Li nodded. On that occasion, Hagrid took me to Gringotts to withdraw some money. My parents often visit Gringotts as well, but unfortunately, there is hardly any money left in our vault. Nothing to take, Ron interjected. Harry did not respond, seemingly unsure how to continue. So he carried on. That day, besides me withdrawing money, Hagrid also brought something out from within. I curiously asked what it was, and Hagrid mentioned it was a secret concerning Hogwarts without revealing more. Later, when we visited Hagrid's place, I spotted an old newspaper dated the day after I went to Diagon Alley, which reported that Gringotts had been breached. I can't remember clearly, but it seems to be the vault that Hagrid took me to. It is quite rare for Gringotts to be invaded. Ron could not help but interject again. My brother Bill is a curse breaker at Gringotts. Their security levels are exceptionally high, surpassing even the Ministry of Magic. Yes, Hagrid also stated, Gringotts is the safest place apart from Hogwarts. Harry nodded. So, what's the point? Wang Li seemed somewhat reluctant to pursue this topic. Very reasonable. Wang Li nodded. Not just reasonable. It's the truth, right? With Wang Li's acknowledgement, Harry appeared quite pleased. Then Wang, can you not guess or share any clues or thoughts about what lies beneath? Wang Li thought to himself, do you really believe Ravenclaw knows everything? Even if Ravenclaw did, I'm hardly reliable. He shook his head. I didn't even see what Hagrid took. How can I guess? But it must be significant, right? A three-headed dog, after all, is something quite rare even in the wizarding world. I recall it being a small parcel, Harry gestured with his hands, about the size of a fist. Chapter 26. Wang Li's straightforward aesthetic Harry indicated a fist-sized shape. Wang Li knew that inside was the Philosopher's Stone, capable of turning stone into gold and concocting the elixir of life. However, he had no intention of hinting at this to Harry and Ron. He merely shrugged and remarked, if it's that small, I can't quite imagine what it could be. It can't possibly be a dungstone. Can it? Unlikely, Harry shook his head. I don't think anyone would break into Gringotts to steal a dungstone. Dungstones are a rather precious potion ingredient, a common material for herbal remedies. However, at least Harry did not think that such a thing would require such careful guarding, let alone that the theft at Gringotts seemed to be related to that item. By the way, Wang Li did not wish to continue this topic and turned to Ron. Could you introduce me to your two brothers? I have a favor to ask of them. Fred and George? Ron seemed somewhat uncertain, although twins seemed like a reasonable choice when two were mentioned. Ron was well aware of his brother's unreliability, thus remaining skeptical. Exactly, Wang Li nodded. I want them to help me buy something. As night fell, Wang Li pondered how to express his gratitude to Padma. He recalled that there was a magical village adjacent to Hogwarts known as Hogsmeade, filled with delightful treats and diversions. Wang Li wished to purchase some confections to present to Padma as a token of appreciation. However, students were only permitted to visit Hogsmeade in their third year, and only on designated days. This year, Hogsmeade had yet to open. Nevertheless, Wang Li was aware that the twins had their ways. Those two were resourceful and utterly unorthodox. Of course, it's possible, Ron nodded, though he questioned whether seeking their assistance was wise, harboring a slight resentment towards his brothers. Wow, Wang, how did you manage to acquire these? Padma exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment at the pink Honeyduke's fudge cake Wang Li presented. Well, if one thinks creatively, solutions will invariably appear, right? Wang Li feigned an air of mystery, though he felt a pang of regret as he realized that such a small cake cost 2 galleons, equivalent to 10 pounds. With that amount, one could purchase a cartload of sweets from Tesco or Lidl. Yet, witnessing Padma's delighted expression, Wang Li felt reassured that the expense was worthwhile. I fear I must share this with my roommates. It would be selfish to indulge alone, Padma said joyfully to Wang Li. Of course, absolutely. Wang Li nodded vigorously in agreement. Wang Li stood there momentarily taken aback. If you need anything, just contact me through the mirror, Padma said, implying that she had tacitly accepted the mirror to remain with her for the time being. Wang Li assured himself that he harbored no unsavory preferences that contradicted the core socialist values. Yet, at that moment, he could hardly contain his elation. Unbeknownst to him, Events in the girls' dormitory unfolded differently than he had anticipated. Merlin, Padma, is this from Wang Li? Amanda gazed incredulously at the pink cake before her. Is this what they call a typical male aesthetic? Beside her, Lisa DePan and Mandy Brocklehurst nodded in agreement, stifling giggles. I truly did not expect Wang's taste to be so uniquely distinct, Padma mused, regarding the cake with a playful expression. However, I suppose the flavor will not be altered by its appearance. Wouldn't you agree? That much is true. This is Honeydukes after all. I wonder how he managed to get it, considering Hogsmeade isn't open yet, Lisa DePan remarked, her expression one of surprise. I suspect it must be the Weasley twins. Padma suggested. I've heard from Senior McAvoy that those brothers are quite resourceful. They've managed to procure many delightful items for Gryffindor gatherings in the past. Oh, now that you mention it, Gryffindor does seem to have a knack for this sort of thing, Mandy concurred. The group of friends retrieved a fruit knife and began to share the already modestly sized cake. Although it may not be visually appealing, the taste is undeniably superb. They agreed. Amanda took a bite and laughed until her eyes squinted. Padma, on behalf of the sisters in the dormitory, I have agreed to your affair. However, you must refine his taste. What nonsense are you spouting? Padma's charming face flushed slightly. We are merely classmates who get along well. Oh, please. I've never seen you tutor any other boys. Lisa immediately expressed her disapproval. Besides, there aren't any other boys in our college who need tutoring, are there? Padma struggled to find a reasonable explanation, but the increasing redness of her face rendered her argument somewhat unconvincing. Oh, Padma, I don't understand. Sully remarked with a hint of confusion. Aren't first-year girls usually more interested in Potter? You don't seem to be. And neither do you, Lisa interjected. You seem to prefer the Macmillan guy. What are you saying? Sue did not expect the focus to shift onto herself and quickly shook her head. First of all, Wang and I are just classmates. Wang Li's practical skills in magic are exceptional, but his theoretical knowledge is somewhat lacking. We are all Ravenclaws. Should we just stand by and do nothing? I'm sure you all would offer help if a classmate sought assistance, right? Padma continued to explain. As for Harry, perhaps he has many admirers in the UK, but I honestly feel nothing. He is merely a somewhat pitiful boy. You're not British, so I can't really fault you for that, Mandy said with a shrug. However, if given the chance to date a boy from school, my first choice would definitely be Harry. I second that. Amanda immediately raised her hand. Although Wang is quite cute, I still choose Potter. Thus, the topic in the dormitory took a sharp turn. Several local British girls recounted Harry's remarkable feats to Padma and Sue, despite the fact that these stories had little to do with Harry himself. Wang Li and all the other boys could hardly imagine how explosive the topics in the girls' dormitory could be. Had he known, he certainly would have had a restless night, thereby rising unusually early on Sunday. Of course, this was likely also due to the fact that he had completed all his assignments before Sunday, allowing him a full day of rest and recuperation, leaving him exceptionally energized upon arriving at Hogwarts. Since he was already awake, Wang Li decided to resume his physical training that had been neglected for nearly a month. He had begun to practice breathing techniques over the past 2 weeks, but physical training was undeniably quite torturous. However, there's an old saying in China, since you've come this far, you might as well continue. Wang Li was now in a position where he had risen. Dressed in athletic attire, he stepped out of the castle and began running. He synchronized his steps with a specific and rather arduous breathing technique. To his surprise, he was not the only one exercising in the morning. He encountered several individuals jogging, as well as a group of 4. The retail investors need not be mentioned. Even in the School of Wizards, there exist young sorcerers who ardently pursue physical fitness. As for the 3 divisions and the 4 houses, each boasts its own Quidditch team. It goes without saying that Slytherin is of no interest to Wang Li, who harbors an innate aversion towards them. Clearly, the Slytherin students share the sentiment of indifference towards him as well. In Hufflepuff, Wang Li has no acquaintances. To be precise, no mutual recognition exists. After all, one of their team members is a rather handsome young man, whom Wang Li is certain is Cedric Diggory, a boy who has triumphed over the champion of the realm. As for Ravenclaw, one cannot overlook the frequent encounters in the common room. One is bound to recognize familiar faces, especially Miss Cho Chong, who, however, remains a reserve player for the time being, merely participating in training, seemingly awaiting her chance to take the field. Regarding Gryffindor, Wang Li is quite familiar with Harry. The twins have also interacted with him, and they certainly exchange pleasantries upon meeting. While running, it is naturally inconvenient to converse. Yet, joyous discussions unfold during their shared meals in the Great Hall. Wang, do you not intend to join the Quidditch team as well? Aren't you quite adept at flying? Harry inquired. I am not that proficient, at least not to the extent of being specially recruited in my first year. Wang Li modestly flattered the champion of the realm. Furthermore, Ravenclaw has an abundance of players, rendering the inclusion of first years unnecessary at this time. This statement elicited nods of approval from the nearby Ravenclaw members. Conversely, a few boys from Slytherin, at a distance, emitted scoffs tinged with disdain. However, neither Wang Li nor Harry deemed them worthy of a response. Perhaps due to Draco Malfoy's influence, Harry's rapport with the Slytherin boys appears tenuous, while the girls are somewhat more amicable. As the Slytherin Quidditch team comprises entirely of boys, the general sentiment towards Harry is decidedly lukewarm. In Chapter 27, The Unruly Feather, it becomes evident that Slytherin students, particularly the boys, harbor a widespread disdain for Harry, which soon escalates. During breakfast, 6 owls descended, bearing a long rectangular parcel that they placed before Harry. Even without unwrapping it, most could discern its shape. Concluding it to be a broomstick, Wang Li recognized it as the Nimbus 2000, a beautiful broom that even Wang Yen found appealing, and he surmised it was a gift from Professor McGonagall to Harry. Though Wang Li holds little interest in Quidditch, even he felt a twinge of envy at that moment. Slytherin's reaction was even more pronounced. Wang Li could understand why Harry, clutching the broomstick, and Ron, who barely touched their breakfast, hurriedly exited the Great Hall. However, the sight of Malfoy trailing after them struck Wang Li as somewhat amusing. Yet, he knew that this time, Malfoy was destined to face repercussions. 4 first-year students are prohibited from bringing brooms to school. However, it was never stated that professors could not gift new students brooms, though such occurrences seemed rare in the past. That afternoon, the news of Harry receiving a Nimbus 2000 spread throughout the entire school. Harry's broom had been cursed, a deed orchestrated by Quirrell, yet it was Snape's counter-curse that was inadvertently witnessed through a telescope by Hermione and Ron, leading to a misunderstanding that lasted for most of the academic year. Nevertheless, it soon became apparent to Wang Li that his unreliable memory had indeed faltered. For instance, he overlooked the fact that during the Quidditch match, Hermione had already formed a close bond with Harry and Ron. The brilliant Hermione showcased her skills, while Ron indulged in a brief moment of marital woes, a simplified version of a classic romantic struggle. Subsequently, the trio outsmarted a troll, and Gryffindor's scores fluctuated, ultimately rising in an unexpected turn of events. Yet, as classes commenced, Wang Li noticed that something was amiss. To his astonishment, Hermione had seated herself beside him. What on earth was happening? This was deviating from the expected narrative. What expression is that, Wang? Hermione inquired, noticing his bewilderment. Turning her head, she discovered that Padma had taken the seat on his other side. Bum Li. Wang, could you guide me through the practical application? My theoretical knowledge is adequate, but my practical skills always fall short. Padma regarded him with a bright smile. Wang Li recognized that Padma's practical magic was indeed slightly inferior to her theoretical prowess, but this was relative. As a Ravenclaw, her theoretical foundation was exceptionally solid. Comparatively, her slightly lesser practical skills still surpassed those of her peers. Although Wang Li excelled in the practical application of spells within his year, he was hardly at a level to instruct Padma. To put it differently, given Padma's caliber, seeking guidance from Professor would be far more reliable. Is that not acceptable? Padma's beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief as they scrutinized Wang Li. Of course, it was all Wang Li could concede. Sandwiched between the academic prodigy Hermione and the scholarly Padma, Wang Li, who struggled academically, felt rather uneasy. He paid little attention to the teasing glances from Parvati and Harry at that moment. Professor Flitwick, however, remained unperturbed. The classroom for the charms lesson was a circular amphitheater, equipped with long tables that comfortably accommodated 4 to 5 students. Thus, it was quite normal for 3 students to sit together. The camaraderie between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students had always been amicable, so sitting adjacent was hardly unusual. As the lesson commenced, Professor Flitwick introduced the simplest spells and corresponding wrist movements. Such elementary magic could be successfully performed as long as the incantation and gestures were executed correctly and sufficient magical energy was present, even without an understanding of the underlying magical structure. Consequently, Wang Li observed 2 Gryffindor students who had undoubtedly not prepared in advance, successfully casting spells after just a couple of attempts following Professor Flitwick's instructions. However, where there were successes, there were also failures. Over at Ron's side, it was evident that his incantation had gone awry, and his gestures were incorrect. His wand was flailed about wildly, yielding no results whatsoever. Wang Li was startled, and the magic in her hand transformed unexpectedly. The feather, intended for practicing the levitation charm, soared into the air with a whoosh and embedded itself into the ceiling. Oh! Wang Li gazed at the feather lodged above, lost in thought. However, this spectacle went unnoticed by all except for Hermione and Padma, as nearly everyone else was drawn to the source of the recent loud bang. there stood a boy, his expression one of bewilderment, his face smeared with soot, and his hair in wild curls, adorned with a few sparks. A faint scent of burnt material wafted from his head. Before him lay a heap of feathers, charred beyond recognition, slowly settling onto the table. Beside him was Harry, whose face was also partially blackened, awkwardly addressing Professor Flitwick, stating, "Professor, we might need a new feather here." Without a doubt, the only individual capable of causing such an explosion during class at Hogwarts over the centuries was the notorious pyrotechnician, Seamus Finnegan. Professor Flitwick hesitated for a moment before asking, "Finnegan, could you please repeat the incantation and the movements you just performed?" His eyes brimmed with curiosity. He could not fathom how Seamus had triggered an explosion while practicing the levitation charm. It seemed illogical indeed. Wang Li cast a glance at Professor Flitwick's expression, stifling a chuckle. It was entirely reasonable that he struggled to comprehend the law of causality in magic. On the other side of Harry sat Ron, who shivered at the sight of Seamus's fiery mishap. It was only after a moment that he turned to Harry and asked, "Harry, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Harry replied, wiping the soot from his face, indicating that he was unscathed. He merely created a slight distance between himself and Seamus before embarking on his own attempts. "Isn't Ron just being reckless?" Hermione frowned, observing Ron's erratic wand movements. "Let's wait until the professor explains the magical structure. Even if his technique is flawed, he should still be able to cast the spell," Wang Li interjected, while Padma, seated beside her, spoke up. Initially, when Padma sat next to Wang Li, she harbored a hint of rivalry with Hermione. Yet, she soon regretted her decision, although she felt a faint, almost imperceptible affection for Wang Li. Sitting so close made it far too conspicuous, especially as she noticed her sister's teasing, ambiguous gaze. Padma felt utterly uncomfortable. However, leaving now seemed inappropriate, and she had no choice but to endure the situation for the moment. Yet, she quickly realized that it was not as intolerable as she had imagined. At first, a few classmates glanced their way, but soon, no one paid them any mind. Wang Li and Hermione also did not engage in excessive interaction, which alleviated Padma's earlier disquiet, while simultaneously deepening her embarrassment over her impulsive behavior. What was she thinking? They were merely friends, after all. "Ah, no, that is not right. Wang Li and I are merely ordinary friends. Why the urgency?" Then I noticed that Wang Li's feather was inexplicably lodged in the ceiling, and amidst my astonishment, I heard Hermione's complaints. Upon listening to Padma's words, Hermione could only shake her head in resignation. In the previous charms class, she often sat beside Ron, primarily because he and Neville were the two least proficient students in the class. Hence, she hoped to offer them a bit of assistance. However, this endeavor proved to be quite futile. Hermione could see that Neville was making a tremendous effort, but for some reason, he struggled with the practical application of spells. Even the professors were at a loss. Hermione did not consider herself more adept than them. Perhaps this was what was referred to as an innate lack of learning ability? Hermione could only assume so. As for Ron, she found it difficult to evaluate him. Firstly, his academic prowess was not particularly strong, as evidenced by his frequent mispronunciation of spells and incorrect wand movements. Secondly, he was far less diligent than Neville, which was Hermione's greatest source of dissatisfaction. While innate shortcomings were beyond one's control, a lack of effort in the face of opportunity was, in Hermione's view, a personal failing. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable for Hermione, as she held the moral high ground. Yet, the atmosphere between the three had undeniably grown increasingly strained. In truth, it was merely an eruption of accumulated tensions from the past 2 months. Chapter 28. The Importance of Talent. Stealing a glance at the feather embedded in the ceiling, a bold thought emerged in Wang Li's mind. The fusion of magic and Taoist principles. Just moments ago, he had been startled by an explosion triggered by Seamus, which led to a loss of control over his spell, sending the feather soaring to the ceiling. It is noteworthy that the ceilings of Hogwarts classrooms soared to a height of 7 or 8 meters. The feather, employed for practicing the levitation charm, is both light and delicate. What kind of force could propel it to such heights, embedding it into the rocky ceiling? After all, Wang Li had been training in Qi for nearly 3 years, developing a reflexive response to it. Yet, magic and Qi are not the same entity. Well, to say they are entirely different may not be entirely accurate. At their essence, they seem to be of a similar nature, albeit with subtle distinctions. What is certain is that while Qi and magic can interrelate, they are not completely identical. Wang Li had never attempted to blend their uses before, but just now, he had been employing magic, which had suddenly shifted to Qi due to his fright. He glanced once more at the feather still pinned to the ceiling, and the effect was unexpectedly remarkable. "What is this?" It bears an uncanny resemblance to the flying swords depicted in the fantasy novels of my past life. How intriguing. If a feather could achieve such results, what if it were something else? Even a simple paring knife would possess astonishing power, wouldn't it? At that moment, all of Wang Li's thoughts were consumed by this notion, to the point where he could not even engage with the conversation between the two young ladies beside him. The application of qi seemed significantly more potent, though condensing qi was a rather challenging endeavor. However, in comparison, it seems that magical energy is somewhat easier to consolidate. Thus, what would transpire if one were to operate magical energy entirely in accordance with the principles of qi? A multitude of thoughts surged through Wang Li's mind at that moment. Perhaps the seemingly distant dream of flying on a sword could be realized sooner than anticipated. Although Wang Li's mind was consumed with the fusion of magical energy and qi, as well as the practice of swordsmanship, he still made it a point to keep an eye on Hermione. To his surprise, she appeared to be in remarkably good spirits, especially since she had just awarded 5 points to Gryffindor without any conflict with Ron. Yet, this raised a pressing question. How would the events of the evening unfold? Hermione had not retreated to the restroom in tears. How would Harry and Ron come to her rescue? If they did not intervene, how would the trio ever form? Wang Li found himself perplexed, uncertain of the extent to which his small actions could ripple through this world. Perhaps it would serve as a test? If the subsequent developments remained largely consistent with what he already knew, it would suggest that the narrative had a considerable inertia, allowing for minor alterations without significant repercussions. Conversely, he would need to exercise caution. With the formidable threat of Voldemort lurking in the shadows, should he lose the advantage of foresight, this muggle-born youth would need to tread carefully. It was no wonder he did not belong to Gryffindor, he mused. Dumbledore always seemed to invite intriguing performances, including but not limited to skeleton dance troupes, fairy orchestras, and magical creature circuses, along with other extraordinary spectacles rarely seen. Wang Li was somewhat astonished by this, as he had no recollection of such events from the films. Nevertheless, this only heightened his anticipation. The progress was even smoother than he had envisioned. When he attempted to harness magical energy through the lens of qi, he distinctly noticed the remarkably positive effects. His prior struggles with the summoning charm, where even lifting a backpack proved arduous, were largely attributed to his meager reserves of qi. However, when employing magical energy, the task seemed infinitely easier. Utilizing the principles of the summoning charm to draw upon magical energy, he effortlessly levitated the large wooden bed he slept on in his room. That bed weighed at least 200 pounds, while previously, Wang Li had been unable to lift even a mere 2-pound object with his qi. Was qi truly that inferior to magical energy? Wang Li found this notion rather astonishing. Was it possible that the old fellow Zhou Yin had been withholding information? Or was qi inherently ineffectual? Wang Li felt compelled to have a conversation with Zhou Yin. Within the castle grounds, Zhou Yin had never responded to his summons. So Wang Li had no choice but to venture once more to the edge of the Black Lake. Only the first-year students were unoccupied, and amidst the vastness of the Black Lake and the hunting grounds, it was relatively easy to find a secluded spot. Wang Li located an empty area and called forth Zhou Yin. Upon his arrival, Zhou Yin appeared bewildered, uncertain of Wang Li's intentions, particularly as Wang Li bore an expression that suggested he was about to confront him. "Old man Zhou, have you been hiding something from me?" Wang Li candidly shared his discovery with Zhou Yin. "Did you not claim that you had been wandering around Europe for centuries? Do not tell me you are completely oblivious to this." "Of course, I am aware," Zhou Yin replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by Wang Li's revelation. "Magic, as it turns out, is indeed more accessible than the cultivation of qi." Ban li pauja, sumawat perplexa. Why are Eastern qi cultivators so lacking? This contradicted his previous understanding. Although the practice of refining qi in body was arduous, Zhou Yan's air of superiority led him to believe that Eastern cultivators must possess considerable prowess. "Allow me to enlighten you on a concept," Zhou Yan remarked, unfazed by Wang Li's doubtful expression. "The essence of magical power and qi is fundamentally the same." Wang Li furrowed his brow and shook his head, indicating his incomprehension. Zhou Yan smirked, saying, "It is only natural that you do not understand, as you have not been systematically exposed to this. I admit that I have shared only a fraction of what you ought to know, so today, let me elaborate. The cultivation systems are not merely distinct between East and West. Even within our own traditions, there exists significant variation. The methods of the Yin-Yang school focus on the harmonious integration of Yin and Yang, cultivating both life and spirit. This approach is the most balanced and secure path, akin to a broad and level road. However, ascending to greater heights requires time. Contrarily, other schools adopt different paths. For instance, The fire sect excels in the manipulation of flames, while the Zhengyi school specializes in golden light spells, and the Qingqing school practices talismanic techniques, each delving deeply into their respective disciplines. The esoteric methods of the Xianmen school are particularly profound. However, at their core, all these practices represent varied interpretations of qi cultivation. Our Yin-Yang school's approach, due to its need to harmonize life and spirit, progresses slowly in the initial stages. Yet, if one possesses talent and diligence, a foundation can be established in 3 years, after which advancement accelerates. But you, this monkey, Zhou Yin smirked, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Li, have been rather lackadaisical in your practice, which inevitably prolongs the process. So, my qi is weak because I have not been, shall we say, diligent enough? Wang Li found this difficult to accept. Indeed, he had been somewhat inconsistent in his efforts. Yet he felt the struggle was genuine. How could this affect the outcome? Is that reasonable? It is unreasonable. Zhou Yin, however, regarded him with disdain. Oh, you merely lack diligence? Do you even have a connection to the concept of diligence? Do you know what my training was like in my day? Rising at midnight and resting at dawn, my days were consumed with refining qi, honing the body, concocting alchemical elixirs, and studying scriptures. Unlike you, who are so easily distracted, barely dedicating half an hour to practice each day. Can you blame me for this? Banli raturta da fianli. In your time, what else was there to do but cultivate? I have to attend school, complete assignments, and engage in leisure activities to maintain my mental well-being. Naturally, I cannot exert myself as you did. Zhou Yan's expression of disdain became even more pronounced as Wang Li mentioned the importance of leisure for maintaining mental health. Indeed, the magical prowess of a wizard naturally escalates with age. According to my research, it is solely constrained by age, and at this juncture, Zhou Yin paused momentarily. And what else? Bang Li Inkirat. Talent, Xiao Yan Shruth. From my extensive experience in Europe spanning several centuries, it appears that a wizard's innate talent is predetermined at birth. Some wizards surpass the majority of their peers by their teenage years, reaching the pinnacle of their abilities in their 30s or 40s. Yet, many others only attain their zenith in their 60s or 70s. Even then, their capabilities often pale in comparison to those of their predecessors at the tender age of 20. Is it merely a question of fate? Wang Li found himself perplexed. However, he sensed that the reality he was aware of corroborated this notion. Harry, at 17 or 18, was already capable of battling Death Eaters, who, it must be noted, were among the elite in the wizarding community. Other students from Hogwarts of the same age, when combined, might struggle to match even a single Death Eater. Similarly, figures like Dumbledore and Voldemort also exhibited remarkable talents and abilities at a young age, standing at the pinnacle of the wizarding world in their prime. Viewed in this light, it seems talent indeed wields considerable influence. Perhaps it is a matter of 30% fortune, 70% diligence, and the remaining 90% reliant on innate talent? Chapter 29 Impossible, absolutely impossible. So, my magical energy grows autonomously. In just over 2 months, it has surpassed the 2.5 years I spent cultivating qi. This was the crux of Wang Li's concern. Oh no. Zhou Yin shook his head. According to wizarding theory, magical energy begins to manifest naturally around the age of 3, with an exceedingly slow growth rate until the age of 7. From 7 to 11, the pace accelerates significantly, followed by a decade-long period of rapid development. Thus, your current magical energy has essentially matured over approximately 7 years. Regarding qi, Zhou Yin candidly continued, though you have practiced for 2.5 years, it pales in comparison to practitioners from my era, equating to perhaps only a few months of effort. At this level, I believe. All right. Wang Li hastily interrupted Zhou Yin. I think at your age, you needn't be so blunt. Xiao Yan, unfazed by Wang Li's rudeness, calmly remarked, it seems you wish to harness your qi to manipulate magical energy? Bang Li nudda. Just tell me if it's possible. He interjected once more, cutting off Zhou Yan's lengthy exposition. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yan finally nodded. Yes, it is possible. After much contemplation, Zhou Yan ultimately imparted the advanced technique of object manipulation to Wang Li. While it was not the sword manipulation technique he yearned for, object manipulation could indeed facilitate the small endeavors he aspired to achieve. Having swiftly mastered the principles of object manipulation, Wang Li began to experiment with qi. Alas, it is even less effective than object manipulation. He then transitioned to employing magical energy. With a resounding thud, Wang Li witnessed the small pencil sharpener that had just been in his grasp vanish instantaneously into the trunk of a large tree several dozen meters away. Indeed, it had penetrated deeply within. Wang Li felt a sense of satisfaction at such power, Yet he found himself in a predicament as it seemed he could not retrieve it. Alas, this was his sole pencil sharpener. Dumbledore had extended an invitation to a North American fairy circus. Ordinary circus performances held little allure for wizards. But a circus from the wizarding world was an entirely different spectacle. Wang Li was so enthralled that he momentarily cast aside all other thoughts. There was little to worry about. Even if a troll were to intrude, it posed no real threat. A mere troll could be easily managed by any professor in the academy, and even some upper-year students would likely handle it with ease. With this understanding, Wang Li felt at ease to enjoy the show. In his exuberance, he forgot the potential events of the night. "Hey Wang, which spell do you find most fascinating tonight?" asked Padma, sitting nearby, her face alight with joy. "The flying pancakes," Wang Li replied without hesitation. "I too enjoy the flying pancakes, but I prefer the tightrope walk," Padma remarked. "Indeed, the tightrope is impressive." Wang Li nodded in agreement, marveling at the performer's skills. As they conversed animatedly, the grand doors of the hall were suddenly flung open, and Professor Quirrell stumbled in, disheveled and breathless. Wang Li's heart skipped a beat. "Is it about to begin?" Quirrell, panting, uttered the line Wang Li had long anticipated. "The troll is in the underground classroom." He then collapsed onto the floor of the hall with an audible thud. Wang Li couldn't help but admire his dedication. What exemplifies professionalism more than this? The sheer sound of the fall was a testament to his commitment. An Oscar surely awaits him. Wang Li's calm demeanor stemmed from his belief that nothing serious would occur. However, the younger wizards lacked such composure, particularly the first and second-year students, who erupted in a chorus of gasps, while Wang Li remained unfazed. The trolls still instilled a sense of fear in the younger witches and wizards. Much like how some harsh parents in the Muggle world frightened disobedient children with tales of the Big Bad Wolf, the wizarding world too had its share of daunting figures. Yet, the Big Bad Wolf was not a credible threat to young wizards. Instead, they were more likely to hear tales of dementors, werewolves, and trolls. Consequently, for children raised in wizarding families, trolls were indeed terrifying creatures, often associated with the notion of being captured and devoured. This fear was justified, especially among first and second-year students, most of whom had yet to master even the basics of magic. Take Padma, for instance, who sat beside Wang Li. Though she did not scream, she instinctively clutched the sleeve of Wang Li's robe. A troll? How could a giant possibly enter Hogwarts? I am equally perplexed. However, there is no need for concern, given the multitude of professors present, Wang Li calmly remarked. His composed demeanor seemed to instill a sense of security in Padma, who had initially appeared quite distressed. The young girl's anxiety subsided, and several first-year girls nearby also appeared somewhat reassured. Yet, while this area grew quieter, the surrounding environment remained exceedingly chaotic. At that moment, with a resounding bang, a magnificent firework erupted above the Great Hall, effectively drowning out all the shrieks. The young wizards paused, instinctively ceasing their cries. Dumbledore's voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, perhaps even genuine magic. The hall quickly fell silent, as most attendees appeared to find solace. Harry looked somewhat dazed, still trying to comprehend the nature of the giant. Ron, however, was visibly anxious, having been frightened by giants since childhood. Well, with all three present, there should be little to fear, Wang Li mused. "What's wrong?" Wang inquired. "Parvati, in the bathroom," Padma replied, her face pale, clutching a small mirror. Wang immediately recognized it as the same type of mirror he had received from Padma. In an instant, he grasped the situation. Parvati was in the bathroom located in the basement. So, Hermione wasn't there. She had transformed into Parvati instead? Surely, someone needed rescuing? A stirring unease crept into Wang Li's mind. Why would Parvati be in the basement bathroom? This was particularly strange, as there was no bathroom on the first floor, and the second and basement each had one. It seemed entirely reasonable for Parvati to choose the one in the basement. As for why she would go to the bathroom at this moment, it seemed trivial. The feast was lengthy, and it was not uncommon to want to relieve oneself after consuming too many drinks. However, a conundrum arose. If that were the only reason, it did not seem to concern Harry or Ron. They would likely not rush to rescue Parvati, and might even forget about it entirely. Unless, Wang Li glanced towards Gryffindor and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He observed that on the other side of the corridor, within the Gryffindor team awaiting the staircase, Harry and Ron had taken advantage of the second and third-year students arriving to blend into the crowd and were heading in the opposite direction. What was happening? What was going on? Wang Li felt bewildered. Could the narrative inertia be so strong? Even without Hermione present, they still chose to head to the basement bathroom. But why? Various possibilities flickered through Wang Li's mind, but they vanished as quickly as they appeared. Now is not the time for such musings. Observing Padma, whose lips were turning white from anxiety, Wang Li offered a soothing remark. Huh? His decision clearly took Padma by surprise. You're going? But without waiting for Padma to say anything, he swiftly turned and rushed downstairs. After just a couple of steps, Wang Li suddenly felt something amiss. What on earth am I doing? Harry and Ron are involved. This must concern them. Could it possibly be about Padma? The image of Padma, looking anxious and pitiable, flashed through his mind. No way, absolutely not. Chapter 30, The Troll. Wang Li shook his head repeatedly, refusing to accept that he might be swayed by the beauty of a mere girl, dismissing this unsettling thought from his mind. He reassured himself that he was not the type to harbor such despicable proclivities, punishable by death after 3 years. No, it must simply be genuine concern for a friend, perhaps coupled with a touch of curiosity about the unfolding events. Yes, that must be it. As he contemplated this, Wang Li hurried down the stairs. Thanks to the ever-changing layout of the castle's staircases, his movements attracted little attention. The disillusionment charm, a recently acquired spell, rendered him invisible to the naked eye, though everything else remained unobscured. Zhou Yin had expressed disdain for this magic, yet Wang Li found it remarkably effective. After all, who would constantly cast detection spells? Turning a corner and descending another flight of stairs, he soon reached the basement. In the distance, he spotted Harry and Ron appearing at the end of the corridor. They had taken different routes, but arrived nearly simultaneously. Wang Li noted another peculiarity. At this moment, all the students were heading towards the common room. To avoid drawing attention, he had even employed the disillusionment charm. But how did Harry and Ron manage to come down? Ron was inconspicuous enough, but Harry was someone who would attract everyone's gaze at Hogwarts. Their unusual behavior had gone unnoticed by others, which was indeed strange. Before he could approach, he overheard Ron exclaim, "Why did Snape go upstairs at that time?" "I don't know," Harry replied quickly. "Let's not worry about that. We need to find Parvati and Lavender." "What? Lavender too?" Lavender Brown, a Gryffindor girl, spoke softly and often blushed, quite different from the lively and boisterous Parvati that Wang Li knew. A sense of unease crept into Wang Li. The plot felt slightly off, yet familiar enough. As he reached Harry and Ron, he inquired, "Is Lavender here as well?" His question startled both Harry and Ron. "Who is there?" Ron exclaimed, raising his old wand, staring in Wang Li's direction with a look of horror. However, his gaze lacked focus, clearly unable to see anything. Wang Li paused for a moment, then realized he was still under the invisibility spell and quickly dispelled it. "Wang, what are you doing here?" Harry exclaimed, first surprised, then delighted upon seeing him. Ron's attention was drawn elsewhere. "Wang, do you know the disillusionment charm or the invisibility charm?" "Goodness, aren't those spells prohibited from being taught at school?" All 11 wizarding schools recognized by the wizarding community strictly forbid the study of spells that can conceal one's form, such as the invisibility charm and the disillusionment charm. Any literature that might reference such spells is kept well out of reach of underage wizards. Ron had often heard his twin brothers express their yearning for this kind of magic, which would greatly enhance their pranks. Wang Li could comprehend Ron's astonishment at the notion of invisibility. "However, brother, is this really the time to dwell on that? We need to focus. Go find Parvati." Bang Li Urja. "Ah, right, Parvati and Lavender." Harry, somewhat distracted, snapped back to reality at Wang Li's reminder and hurriedly made his way towards the lavatory. As he ran, he muttered, "I hope the troll hasn't arrived yet. Where did Professor Quirrell say it was?" "The basement classroom, quite a distance from here. We must find Lavender and the others quickly. We should still have time." Ron echoed as he kept pace. At this point, Wang Li began to understand another puzzling matter: why Harry and the others had arrived later than the professors. It seemed Quirrell's words had led them to the teaching area first. Additionally, the evacuation and escorting of students had consumed some time, hence their delay. Hogwarts, after all, was vast, and the basement was no small space either. They passed through corridors and turned a corner, finally catching sight of the lavatory. However, the trio abruptly halted, for the heavy sound of footsteps and the grating noise of something dragging across the floor echoed from the side corridor. Simultaneously, a long shadow was cast upon the corridor by the torchlight. The troll had indeed arrived. Alas, it seems the inertia of the plot is far greater than I had anticipated, Wang Li mused. He had previously noted that while his presence altered some minor events, significant occurrences still unfolded as they were meant to. For instance, he recalled Harry mentioning that when testing his wand, Mr. Ollivander immediately thought of the Holly wand, as Wang Li had fortuitously taken a peculiar wand beforehand, making that particular choice resonate. He vaguely remembered that Harry had tried several wands. Moreover, even with his presence, Neville still lost his toad, leading Hermione to assist him in the search, ultimately encountering Harry and Ron. Similarly, Although Hermione did not retreat to the lavatory due to a conflict with Ron in Charms class, something Wang Li found perplexing, she and the others had still ended up here, confronting the troll. Nevertheless, a flicker of doubt crossed Wang Li's mind. The trio was missing one vital member, Hermione. Was this truly acceptable? Yet this thought was fleeting, as he quickly redirected his focus. At that precise moment, the door to the ladies' restroom across the way swung open with unexpected force. Who could be making such a ruckus? Parvati's voice boomed, overpowering even the thundering footsteps of the giant. In stark contrast, Lavender's attempts to calm her were nearly inaudible. This girl was undeniably fierce. Unlike her sister in any way, it was no wonder one belonged to Gryffindor and the other to Ravenclaw. Even at this moment, Wang Li couldn't help but think so. However, the bold Parvati would soon lose her bravado. As she stepped out of the restroom, she turned towards the source of the noise she had earlier complained about, only to be taken aback. Due to their angle, Wang Li and the others could only catch a glimpse of the long, monstrous shadow. Yet, from their vantage point, Parvati and Lavender had a clear view of the scene, which appeared to be securely locked from within. Ron opened his mouth, seemingly intending to call out to them, but was a beat too slow. Was the door effective? Harry couldn't help but mutter. The answer to that question arrived almost immediately. The previously heavy but slow footsteps quickened, thudding heavily against the ground, and then a towering figure emerged into view. Wang Li's leap wisha involuntarily. This creature was nothing like the one he had imagined from the films. The giants in those movies seemed foolish and clumsy, lacking in true menace. Yet, the being before him exuded a far greater sense of oppression. It stood nearly 4 meters tall, towering over Hagrid by a significant margin. Its skin bore a dark azure hue, dull and resembling rock or concrete. On its disproportionately small head, a pair of black, bead-like eyes gleamed with a menacing light, and its mouth, nearly as wide as its head, displayed sharp teeth that glistened as it roared. Its arms and legs were incredibly robust, particularly its enormous feet, which resembled small boats, covered in unsightly bumps. The moment it appeared, an indescribable stench filled the air, a foul mix of decay and blood. In its right hand, it wielded a club longer than an adult, which had likely created the unpleasant noise as it dragged along the ground. Now, however, the beast had lifted the club high. With a resounding crash, the wooden door of the restroom shattered into splinters. Parvati, Lavender, the trio exclaimed simultaneously, and Wang Li felt his heart skip a beat. He fervently hoped the two girls were not foolishly huddled behind the door. Fortunately, the startled cries from within reassured him that his worst fears had not materialized. He took a step forward, intent on entering the restroom, when bang, the giant's head collided forcefully with the doorframe. Wang Li recalled the description of giants from Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. They possessed immense strength, with adult males having rock-like skin that was resistant to most magic, yet their intellect was exceedingly low. However, clever wizards could still devise strategies to conquer them. Indeed, it is a foolish creature. The washroom door is clearly shorter than it, yet it still charges straight ahead. However, this thought was fleeting. As Wang Li swiftly sprinted towards the restroom, Harry and Ron, both Gryffindors, did not even hesitate and dashed forward. Although Harry and Wang Li began their run earlier, it was Wang Li who reached the troll first, displaying a remarkable swiftness that far surpassed theirs. This illustrates the fruits of Wang Li's 2.5 years of training under Zhou Yan's guidance. Chapter 31. Wang Li versus the Troll. Harry and Ron, both active boys accustomed to physical exertion, could run and jump with agility, yet their speed paled in comparison to Wang Li's. The cultivation of both life and magic is indeed no deception. As the trio arrived at the entrance of the washroom, the troll had already hunched down to enter. Clearly, despite its clumsiness, it possessed some degree of intelligence. Inside, the screams of two girls grew louder. At the doorway, the three of them momentarily froze. They had arrived. But then what? They were not equipped to cast any offensive spells, much like Ron had confidently asserted during a midnight duel with Malfoy. They simply lacked knowledge of any combat spells. The first-year spellbook contained no relevant information. Although some young wizards from magical families might have learned a few rudimentary offensive spells at home, Ron was evidently not one of them. As for Harry and Wang Li, who had no prior exposure to magic before arriving at Hogwarts, they were even less prepared. They exchanged glances, and from each other's expressions, they discerned a shared bewilderment. In that moment, words were unnecessary. They all understood their predicament. It seemed that none of them were capable of fighting, correct? In a different scenario, they might have awkwardly laughed it off and sought to change the subject to alleviate the tension. However, there was no time for such trivialities now. Harry's wand was tucked away in his robe pocket, and he showed no inclination to draw it. At that moment, it was less useful than a mere stick. Without hesitation, he picked up a piece of wood from the ground, a fragment of the washroom door shattered by the troll, and hurled it at the creature's head while shouting, "Oi! Ugly, look over here." Whether by talent or sheer luck, the piece of wood struck the troll squarely on the side of its head, near its eye. Adult male trolls, often referred to as mountain trolls, possess rock-like skin. A blow to anywhere else might have gone unnoticed, but the face, especially around the eyes, is quite sensitive. The troll abruptly turned, its beady black eyes fixating on Harry and Ron. Just the two of them. At the moment Harry bent to retrieve the wood, Wang Li had already employed a concealment charm, rendering himself invisible. The troll had decent vision and hearing, but its sense of smell was rather poor, which was entirely reasonable. Even if it once possessed a commendable sense of smell, it had long since been overwhelmed by the stench that enveloped it. The shrieks of the two young women and the exclamations of Harry and Ron rendered its somewhat adequate sense of hearing nearly useless. Completely oblivious to the fact that Wang Li had swiftly dashed past it, Harry and Ron, however, noticed the water gushing from the broken pipe beside the troll, along with a series of footprints. Wang was heading to rescue Parvati and Lavender. In that instant, Harry grasped Wang Li's intentions and felt a surge of admiration. Truly, he was remarkable. Thus, I must buy him some time. With this thought, Harry picked up a piece of wood. Wang Li stealthily approached the two girls, grasped their hands, and prepared to flee. Meanwhile, he internally lauded Harry with 32 praises. Truly a protagonist, a child of destiny, and a boy who defied all odds. Such awareness. At that moment, he was hurling wood at the troll, which could be considered a form of suppressive fire for himself, albeit perhaps not entirely effective. As Wang Li reveled in this thought, he yanked the two girls' hands, only for them to scream in unison, their panic exacerbated by the troll's presence. "Damn!" Wang Li cursed inwardly and reassured them. "It's me, Wang Li, don't scream." "Bum Li," one of the girls exclaimed. "Does this guy know invisibility magic?" It was a testament to Gryffindor's resourcefulness that they could think of this in such a dire situation. "Ron, think of something," Harry urged, as he picked up a chunk of wood and hurled it at the troll. However, aside from the initial strike, his subsequent attempts fell short, merely bouncing off the troll with no effect. "Oh, right." Ron suddenly snapped to attention and picked up a piece of broken wood. However, instead of throwing it like Harry, he charged directly at the troll. "Wait!" Harry shouted, bewildered by Ron's audacity. "Are you being a bit too brave?" Not only Harry, but also the two girls and the still invisible Wang Li were taken aback. Ron was actually charging headlong at the troll? Was he always this reckless? Ron and Harry were already close to the troll, and in just a couple of strides, they stood before the creature. To their astonishment, Ron raised the piece of wood and jabbed it at the troll's toe. At that moment, Wang Li and Harry noticed that the plank Ron had picked up was larger than the others and had one very sharp end. With a squelch, the wood pierced the gap between the troll's toes. The troll's feet were thick-skinned, impervious to sharp stones, but the flesh between its toes was slightly tender. Nevertheless, despite not inflicting significant harm, the wood grazed the troll as comparatively softer flesh, causing it discomfort. Letting out a grunt, the troll glanced down at Ron, seemingly processing the situation before its grotesque face contorted with rage. "Roar!" The giant let out a thunderous roar, swinging a wooden post down towards Ron. In that moment, Ron seemed to have exhausted all his courage. After his thrust, he stood frozen in place, bewildered, unable to comprehend the impending blow. Wang Li had initially pulled the two girls to their feet, preparing to flee, but the girls, paralyzed by fear, could only lean against the wall, unable to move. As the giant raised its club to strike Ron, they gasped in horror. Just as it appeared Ron was about to suffer a grievous blow, Wang Li dashed forward and tackled him to the ground. However, the anticipated thunderous crash of the club against the earth failed to materialize. The giant's swing ended with merely a fist. Chapter 32. The Ferocity of the Giant. Despite the giant's long arms, without the large club, it ultimately could not reach the ground, nor could it touch Wang Li and Ron, who were sprawled on the floor. Ron, having been knocked over by Wang Li, was disoriented and unable to react. Yet both Harry and Wang Li noticed this and simultaneously looked up at the giant, only to discover that the wooden post was inexplicably suspended in midair. "Run!" A startled cry echoed from afar, a female voice. Harry and Wang Li turned in unison to see Hermione standing at the opposite end of the corridor, wand raised. "Ah, she has come after all. I thought I would have to take Hermione's place." I was quite flustered. Even in this dire moment, such a thought flickered through Wang Li's mind. The giant now lifted its head, gazing at the floating wooden post, its small, bean-like eyes glimmering with confusion. Clearly, its limited intellect could not fathom why a post it usually wielded could now hover in the air. In the next instant, The wooden post lost its magical grip and plummeted down with a resounding thud onto the giant's shoulder. The giant stumbled back, momentarily dazed, then unleashed a thunderous roar. Its massive feet stomped down with a resounding crash, shaking the floor beneath. Perhaps it was due to the intense pain or sheer fury. But the giant was now in a frenzy. Why didn't it strike my head? Has it changed? Is there an added challenge? Wang Li pondered as he quickly rose to his feet and dashed past the giant. The splashes of water kicked up by the giant's stomps landed on him, only to vanish immediately. Wang Li remained cloaked in invisibility. He certainly had no intention of grappling with the giant. He was no match for its strength. His target remained the two girls, but this time, he was prepared to be less gentle. The two girls still could not move. It must be said to remain standing, even against the backdrop of a rampaging giant, even while leaning against the wall, was commendable enough to justify the Sorting Hat's decision to place them in Gryffindor. As Wang Li reached their side, he disregarded all else, scooping up each girl in his arms and sprinting away, directly past the giant. Yes, carrying them, running. In this moment, after 2.5 years of cultivation, Wang Li finally showcased his advantage. Even if he had been criticized by Zhou Yin for being cunning, his strength far surpassed that of his peers. Even though she may not yet match an adult, she has certainly surpassed the average youth. The two young girls, neither of whom possess a particularly ample figure, found themselves unexpectedly propelled forward by Wang Li, who, in a moment of fervor, managed to sprint several paces, distancing herself from the giant. Catch her! Catch her! Wang Li gasped, feeling her legs weaken after such a sudden exertion. The two girls, initially caught off guard and struggling, exerted more effort than anticipated. At that moment, Wang Li inadvertently stepped on a wooden plank, stumbling and causing the two girls to tumble towards Harry and Ron. They quickly caught each of them, but before Wang Li could utter a word, she heard Hermione's distant cry of warning. Watch out. Almost simultaneously, she noticed the alarmed expressions on Harry and Ron's faces. Wang Li immediately comprehended that trouble was brewing behind them. With a swift surge, she propelled herself forward, taking Harry and Ron along with her. With a resounding thud, the five of them crashed to the ground, and a powerful gust of wind swept past Wang Li. Harry and Ron, each holding onto a girl, found themselves pinned beneath them, grimacing in discomfort and unable to rise. However, Wang Li was in a different situation. Cushioned by 4 soft bodies beneath her, she felt no pain. She quickly rolled over and turned to assess the situation. The giant had yet to retrieve the wooden plank and was instead swinging its fist towards them, specifically aimed at Lavender and Parvati, oblivious to Wang Li's presence. Observing the 4 sprawled on the ground, the giant let out another roar and raised its fist once more. Panic surged through Wang Li as she realized that this movement would undoubtedly crush Harry and the others beneath it. The 4, tangled together, would likely be unable to evade such a blow, and should it land, they would almost certainly meet their fate. But what could be done? While Wang Li had learned several spells, none seemed applicable in this dire moment. The spells from her first year offered no combat prowess, neither offensive nor defensive. Suddenly, an idea sparked her mind. With a decisive gesture, she summoned a small wooden splinter from the ground, which shot up and struck one of the giant's eyes. The spell she employed was not the typical levitation charm, which allowed for gentle manipulation but lacked speed and force. Instead, this spell propelled objects along a trajectory at high velocity, surpassing the capabilities of the levitation charm in both speed and power. Previously, she had driven a pencil into a tree stump. Now, she accomplished the same feat with a wooden shard into the giant's eye with relative ease, albeit with less force due to the haste of the moment. Yet, despite the lesser power, the sharp pain of the splinter penetrating its eye instinctively caused the giant to stagger backward, crashing into the wall behind it with a resounding thump, followed by a pain howl. Even the most sluggish of creatures cannot endure the agony of having their eye punctured. The giant stomped its feet in agony, completely oblivious to the individual causing it harm. Of course, it had not noticed Wang Li, who remained shrouded in invisibility. Had the giant not staggered back those 2 steps, its frenzied stomping might have crushed Harry and his companions, still struggling to rise. However, at this moment, aside from sending up a great splash of water, its actions were entirely futile. Wang Li felt his hands and feet trembling. Despite having lived 2 lives, he had never encountered such a thrilling experience, especially upon witnessing the wooden spikes plunging into the giant's eye, blood, and an unknown black liquid splattering everywhere. His heart raced to an alarming 180 beats per minute. Wasn't it supposed to be easier in the movies? Why was it so exhilarating in his own reality? Perhaps due to panic, Wang Li's illusion spell quietly dissipated. One of the giant's hands covered its eyes, while the other, previously flailing about, seemed to find a target when Wang Li suddenly reappeared. In the next instant, it lunged ferociously, reaching out towards Wang Li. Terrified, he almost cursed, instinctively activating his object manipulation spell once more. However, in his fright, he inadvertently sent 6 or 7 wooden planks crashing towards the giant. But the dispersed magical energy rendered them considerably weaker, achieving no effect whatsoever. Chapter 33. The Professor to the Rescue. Wang Li's hasty spellcasting yielded dismal results. The giant's hand was already looming before him. Goodness, am I about to traverse realms again? As the giant's menacing hand approached, Wang Li felt his legs weaken uncontrollably, rendering him immobile. No wonder he hadn't been sorted into Gryffindor. His courage was simply not sufficient. This was Wang Li's foremost thought. What place might I find myself in during the next traversal? This was his second thought. Yet, Wang Li did not embark on another journey. Just as the giant's massive hand was about to make contact, a flash of red light surged from a distance, striking the giant first. In the next moment, the creature's colossal form was hurled backward, crashing heavily against the wall several meters away. Wang Li paused, then realized he had been saved. Suddenly, his already weak legs lost all strength, and he collapsed onto the ground. What mess! The floor was soaked. What are you all doing? An irate voice called out. Wang Li and the others turned to see Professor McGonagall, clad in her green robes, striding toward them with her wand in hand. It was evident that she had cast the spell that sent the giant flying. Professor McGonagall, Harry, and the other Gryffindor students exclaimed upon seeing their head of house, as if they had glimpsed a savior. Particularly, Parvati and Lavender, who had been severely frightened before, now resembled children who had been bullied, on the verge of tears upon seeing their headmistress. Observing McGonagall's typically stern countenance, now brimming with fury, the two girls suppressed their tears and scrambled to their feet. Lavender, flustered with anxiety, inadvertently pressed her hand against Ron's abdomen as she stood up, causing him to involuntarily gasp, nearly expelling the delightful feast he had just indulged in at the banquet. Professor McGonagall had previously employed a levitation charm, yet now she was merely agitated and at a loss for what to do. Upon seeing her house head, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. However, noticing the professor's expression of fury, she was also gripped by fear. It seemed that teachers often favored their diligent students. Upon seeing Hermione, Professor McGonagall's countenance softened slightly, particularly upon observing that Hermione's situation appeared somewhat distinct from the others. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath. Indeed, Professor, Hermione promptly began to explain. During the banquet, Ron accidentally spilled a glass of lemonade on Parvati. Consequently, Parvati had gone to the restroom to attend to her clothes, and Lavender had accompanied her. At this juncture, Hermione cast an uncertain glance towards Harry and Ron. She had seen them running in the opposite direction and was unsure of their intentions, fearing they might be causing trouble. She had followed them. Upon arrival, she discovered them engaged in a fierce battle with a troll, with Parvati and Lavender huddled in a corner. While she was aware of the earlier incident at the banquet, it had not occupied her thoughts, so it did not immediately come to mind. However, witnessing the current situation, she surmised that this trouble was indeed instigated by Ron. Wang Li, upon hearing this, glanced at Ron and began to comprehend why the two girls were present. The narrative's coherence and reparative abilities in this world exceeded her expectations. Wang Li had initially harbored concerns about usurping Hermione's position within the trio. This was not a favorable prospect. It was far too perilous. Moreover, his self-awareness seemed insufficient for such a role. In hindsight, he had perhaps overthought the matter. Professor McGonagall's demeanor improved slightly after listening to Hermione. At the very least, the rationale of rescuing a fellow student was a justifiable one. Just as she was about to speak again, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Other professors had also arrived, evidently drawn by the commotion caused by the troll. Professors Flitwick and Sprout, along with 2 other professors, arrived almost simultaneously. "Oh, so many people," Professor Flitwick remarked, seemingly astonished by the scene before him. He then glanced at the immobile troll in the distance, before his gaze settled on Professor McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall, what is the situation?" "I need to ascertain the facts," said Professor McGonagall, turning her attention to Harry and Wang Li. "Did Miss Granger speak the truth?" Professor McGonagall had clearly noted Wang Li's uniqueness. In truth, having a Ravenclaw mingling among the 5 Gryffindors was rather conspicuous. Nevertheless, Wang Li had performed commendably in class and was generally obedient, leaving Professor McGonagall with a favorable impression of him. Thus, she inquired in a relatively calm tone, "Mr. Wang, do you hold a different perspective?" Professor McGonagall, it is as follows. "I am uncertain as to why Parvati and Miss Brown are here," Wang Li remarked, shrugging her shoulders. Padma informed me that her sister is in the washroom in the basement. I intended to come down to inform the professor about this matter. However, I did not encounter the professor. Instead, I first observed the situation here. Wang Li intentionally sought a point of contention, not out of mere mischief. The crux lies in our desire to locate the professor. It is merely unfortunate that we could not find her before witnessing the events unfolding here. At this juncture, inaction is not an option. It is not that we are unwilling to seek the professor. Rather, time was of the essence. After speaking, she discreetly cast a glance at Harry and Ron, cautious not to convey too much through her expression, given the presence of several professors. She hoped that the two dear ones would exhibit some cleverness. To Wang Li's relief, the two proved to be quite astute. The moment Harry heard Wang Li's words, he grasped her intention immediately, nodding in agreement. We too, Professor. We reached the second floor and remembered that Parvati was still here, prompting us to seek out the professors. Yet, we encountered no success along the way. Ron, albeit a beat behind, quickly caught on to Harry's statement and nodded vigorously, yes, precisely. Hermione appeared somewhat skeptical. Is that truly the case? She inquired. After a moment's pause, she glanced at Professor McGonagall, whose expression had softened slightly. Very well, let us proceed with that understanding. In Chapter 34, still rather adolescent in spirit, under Professor McGonagall's request, Hermione reiterated the events. Midway through her account, Snape arrived, fashionably late. Wang Li observed him. The hem of his robe bore a conspicuous tear, stained with blood. Not merely Wang Li, but Harry and Ron noted this as well. Well, if that is the case, while your actions were rather foolish, at least your intentions were commendable, Professor McGonagall remarked, casting a penetrating gaze upon the group. Bumley, Furry, and Ron felt as though their thoughts had been laid bare. Evidently, Professor McGonagall had discerned their hidden motives. Yet, she deemed the situation not entirely dire and refrained from exposing them. I cannot say I endorse such reckless actions, but if it is to assist a fellow student, it is somewhat acceptable. Furthermore, you have been fortunate. Thus, I shall award 5 points each to Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. After appraising the group, Professor McGonagall turned to Professor Flitwick. What is your opinion on my decision? I find it exceedingly reasonable, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Li and the others promptly rose and swiftly departed. Ah, my legs are no longer weak. Once they had left, Snape approached the giant's side, dragging his injured leg. The giant lay motionless, yet still alive. A stunning spell? Snape inquired, lifting his gaze. Indeed, Professor McGonagall affirmed. Remarkable magic. Ah, c'est vrai. You are capable of such feats as well, are you not? Professor McGonagall responded nonchalantly. If it were merely a matter of striking the head, that would pose no difficulty. Snape retorted, glancing at the wall shattered into a multitude of bricks, shaking his head. Subsequently, with a flick of his wand, the giant's massive form lifted slightly. I initially thought I was mistaken. His gaze was fixed upon the giant's blinded eye. Professor McGonagall, this surely cannot be your doing? The attention of Professor McGonagall and others was drawn to the giant's damaged eye. What is this? Professor Flitwick inquired, delicately extracting a small wooden splinter from the giant's eye socket. The eyeball was obliterated? Such immense force. Professor Sprout murmured. Is this the result of some form of magic? I struggled to identify the spell, but it was evident that a first-year student could not have accomplished such a feat, Snape remarked. Ah, Severus. Your words prompt me to share a peculiar incident I just heard from Hagrid, said Professor Kettleburn, who bore the appearance of one who had encountered significant misfortune. As he spoke, he withdrew a small paper cutter from his pocket. Thank you immensely, Wang. Without your timely arrival, I fear Harry and I might have been at a loss, Ron said, joyfully embracing Wang Li's shoulder. Grant points to Gryffindor. This is a first for him. I cannot even fathom what you all were doing, Wang Li replied, wide-eyed and dismissive of the praise, attributing it all to mere coincidence. Then we owe you our gratitude. Wang, Parvati added, her spirits lifted, while Lavender nearby appeared somewhat pale. My sister certainly did not tutor you in vain, Parvati teased, though Wang Li remained oblivious. Already spotting the Ravenclaw common room and pondering how to gain entry. Upon reaching the entrance, his eyes brightened. Padma was waiting there, but she was not waiting for him. As soon as she saw Wang Li and the others approach, she rushed forward and grasped Parvati's hand. Parvati, are you all right? I was so worried. I'm fine, see? I'm perfectly well, Parvati reassured her sister, embracing her. Then, glancing at Wang Li, she adopted a playful tone. This is all thanks to your gallant knight. What nonsense are you speaking? Padma blushed slightly, playfully nudging her sister. The two conversed in Hindi, which Wang Li could not comprehend. At that moment, he felt reassured. With Padma by his side, he had no worries about entering the common room. After a light-hearted exchange, The two Patil sisters continued their playful banter as several Gryffindors ascended the stairs. Wang Li followed Padma into the Ravenclaw common room. Wang, I cannot thank you enough for today. In truth, Harry and Ron have already gone ahead. They merely needed to distract the giant for a moment until the professors arrived. I hardly did anything, Wang Li humbly replied. His mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. For instance, what would have transpired had he not gone? If he had chosen to stay back while Harry and Ron proceeded, and ultimately Hermione followed as well, the trajectory of events would have shifted, albeit not drastically. Although it was unlikely that the outcome would be as favorable as it would have been in the original scenario, where bonds of life and death were at stake. Things seemed to be gradually easing. The world possessed a remarkable capacity for self-restoration. Additionally, he pondered whether his involvement had complicated matters that were otherwise straightforward. If not for my presence, after Hermione used the levitation spell to seize the club from the troll's grasp, would have fallen upon its head rather than its shoulder? A blow to the head from such a hefty weapon would surely have rendered the troll unconscious, much like in the films. Yet since I was there, the attack was averted, provoking the troll's fury instead. Thus, while my existence provided assistance, it also complicated what could have been a straightforward situation. It was reminiscent of a past life spent gaming, where summoning NPCs or other players to aid in battling a boss would only result in the boss's health and attack power increasing. As he pondered this, Padma gracefully stepped forward, enveloped him in a gentle embrace, and placed a soft kiss on his cheek, expressing her gratitude. Then, like a little rabbit, she turned and darted away. In that instant, Wang Li's mind went blank, leaving him standing there in a daze. By the time he regained his senses, he realized the gravity of the situation. Wait, why the sudden ambush? Such delightful moments should be announced in advance. I wish to savor them fully. The readers had already settled in with their seats, and the snacks were prepared, only for it to unfold like this. Although a kiss on the cheek is quite common in the West, Wang Li still felt a flutter of excitement. Moreover, he suspected that the gesture from a young lady was more than mere politeness or gratitude. Well, regardless of the true nature, Wang Li resolved to interpret it as such. What a pity, what a pity. Indeed, one must remain alert when in the company of a lady. How unfortunate, Wang Li muttered as he entered the common room, a sense of insomnia looming over him that night. Dumbledore gazed at the darkened wooden fragments stained with blood in his hands, hesitating for a moment before looking towards Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, is it acceptable to be missing this particular shard during the restoration of the underground lavatory? Professor McGonagall, clearly exasperated, thought to herself that Dumbledore had stared at the fragments for quite some time, only to pose that question first. Chapter 35. Professor McGonagall, though speechless, nodded and replied, "It's not an issue. I've magically carved a replacement. The lavatory has been restored to its original state." "That's good to hear." Dumbledore nodded with a smile, appearing quite satisfied. "After all, it is a remnant of our predecessors. It's best to maintain its original form." "Your Excellency, shouldn't we be more concerned about these two items?" Severus Snape interjected. Even in the presence of the headmaster and several professors, his voice remained icy. "Well, very well. However, would anyone care for a cup of lemon tea?" Dumbledore inquired, glancing at a small cabinet nearby. "With sugar?" Professor Celticburn, whose face bore scars reminiscent of a car crash, asked. "Yes, since lemons can be quite tart, I usually add a bit," Dumbledore replied. "Does a bit mean 2 sugar cubes per cup?" Professor McGonagall asked, exuding a sense of resignation. "Professor, given the less-than-ideal quality of our sleep, I think we should forego the tea. Let us return to the matter at hand." "Very well," Dumbledore nodded, somewhat regretfully. The other professors visibly relaxed, clearly not fond of Dumbledore's sweet tea. Only Professor Kettleburn appeared slightly regretful. Dumbledore expressed his disappointment that no one appreciated his lemon tea, and redirected his gaze to the 2 objects on the table, where I sensed traces of magic, though it did not resemble any magic with which I was familiar. "Dark magic?" Professor Sprout inquired. "It is not dark magic. I have not detected any remnants of it," Snape replied, shaking his head. Among those present, he possessed the most profound understanding of dark arts, though perhaps one should exclude Dumbledore from that consideration. The extent of Dumbledore's proficiency in dark magic remains a mystery. At least for the past 50 years, no one has witnessed him employing it. Yet, many are aware of the formidable dark wizard from decades past, who was once a close confidant of Dumbledore. Indeed, it is not dark magic. There is none of that sharp, menacing quality. It is quite gentle, likely a form of ordinary magic. Dumbledore nodded, affirming Snape's assertion. "So, Dumbledore, what are your thoughts?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Given the circumstances, it must have been either Potter, Weasley, or Chong." "I suspect it was Chong," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Chong? Professor McGonagall seemed somewhat taken aback by Dumbledore's conjecture. Although Mr. Chong had performed admirably in class, there appeared to be no indications that he had mastered magic beyond the curriculum, and he seemed to lack alternative means of acquiring other forms of magic. I had originally thought it might be Mr. Weasley. Young Weasley? That is certainly a possibility. After all, I did not witness the event firsthand, but I stand by my hypothesis, Dumbledore replied with a smile. As for his lack of other avenues to acquire magic, I disagree. He is a Ravenclaw, after all. In the Ravenclaw common room, there are numerous notes left by older students. It is quite normal for a few exceptionally talented children to develop their own magic. Is it not? He then turned his gaze toward Professor Flitwick beside him. Isn't that right, Phileas? Indeed, Professor Dumbledore, Flitwick nodded. Such notes are plentiful. Well, if that is the case, it does seem plausible, McGonagall acknowledged, noting that young Weasley's magic indeed seemed somewhat lacking. Should we conduct a thorough investigation, Professor Dumbledore? Snape interjected at that moment. An investigation? Oh, no, that is unnecessary. A diligent child, during his time at school, researching or developing some form of magic is not a problem. Don't you think so, Severus? Well, you are right, Your Excellency, Snape conceded, his gaze momentarily drifting as he nodded. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, several professors discussed Chang's earlier antics, while in the common rooms, a celebration was underway. It would not be entirely accurate to call it a banquet. In the common room, the students were more exuberant than the Great Hall. Ravenclaw, for once, was devoid of the usual studious atmosphere. Instead, everyone was chatting while enjoying various foods and desserts. Hey, freshman, what did you do to that pretty classmate earlier? Wang Li was indulging in a meal when a girl's voice suddenly broke the silence. Feeling somewhat awkward, she attempted to respond, but her mouth was full. After a concerted effort to swallow her food, she managed to say, Chio, don't speak carelessly. What nonsense are you talking about? You two entered one after the other. Chio retorted, a playful glint in her eyes. When Peter came in, her face was as red as blood. Now, tell me, what exactly transpired? Kiusatlad bazida Wang Li. Her expression brimming with mischief and curiosity. Wang Li felt utterly wronged. After all, she had been ambushed. Yet, such a confession was out of the question. What could she do? Suffer in silence? Absolutely not. A spirited youth, she could endure anything but humiliation. With a sly grin, Wang Li replied, I did nothing at all. However, Chio, could you kindly speak to Senior Digger for me? I would like the little sprite to add a spicy chicken dish next time. You're quite close to Senior Digger, aren't you? Wang Li placed particular emphasis on the phrase, quite close. Oh, I see. This is what you call a familial bond. Childhood friends. A relationship untainted by suspicion, isn't it? Wang Li quickly interjected. Stop your nonsense, Chio said, her cheeks flushed as she playfully punched Wang Li. I'm merely acquainted with Cedric. He is easy to talk to. You should approach him directly. He'll surely assist you without needing me as an intermediary. After saying this, she seemed to fear further teasing from Wang Li and promptly turned to flee. Wang Li chuckled with pride. Was that all the audacity she possessed? Such a thin skin. Yet she dared to tease me? Nearby, Lisa Depan and Amanda Apala wore similarly mischievous expressions. Mandy adopted a reproachful demeanor, questioning, why are you so close to other girls? Aren't you afraid of Padma seeing? Wang Li opened her mouth, thinking, what is this, a relay race? Moreover, why should she be concerned about Padma? That girl had ambushed her and then vanished. She hadn't even sought her out yet. However, could she voice such thoughts? Certainly not. Wang Li could only helplessly raise her hands and say, Hey, don't speak out of turn. If Padma gets upset and refuses to help me with my assignments, guide me. Who will take responsibility? At her words, the group of girls trembled in a flurry of excitement. Chapter 36, The Leisurely Days at Hogwarts. Yet, the account Wang Li was aware of seemed rather different from the widely circulated version. In the popular narrative, Harry, Ron, Wang Li, and Hermione displayed remarkable prowess, employing various sharp and powerful spells to vanquish a troll and rescue Parvati and Lavender from its clutches. Wang Li, a first-hand participant, felt bewildered. Was that truly her doing? Of course not. She soon discovered the reason behind such embellishments. The previous night, Ravenclaw had hosted a small tea gathering, while Gryffindor had thrown a full-fledged celebration. Hermione, never one for such revelry, had sought a quiet corner to read. The remainder of the evening was left to Harry and Ron. Harry, not particularly adept at handling such social situations, had assumed Ron wouldn't excel either, but he was mistaken. Ron transformed into the Bard of Gryffindor, dramatically retelling their previous adventures with a flourish of magical improvisation. In his discourse, Professor McGonagall was entirely absent from mention, with the focus solely on the performances of the three of them. Wang Li mused that it was a pity Ron did not pursue storytelling as a vocation, for his narrative skills were exceptional. Although nearly everyone could discern that his tales were fabricated, they were still far superior to those of certain authors who could barely manage a single update per day. Wang, is what Ron said true? Anthony Goldstein was utterly captivated by the tale, though he harbored doubts regarding its authenticity. Look at me. Wang Li gestured towards his own nose. Do I resemble someone who could summon a lightning storm? Not at all. Anthony nodded emphatically. Wang Li replied, while I too think it improbable. Could you refrain from asserting it so definitively? He pouted and shook his head. Indeed, we did rescue Parvati and Lavender from beneath the troll's feet. But it was Professor McGonagall who vanquished the beast. Had she not arrived in the nick of time, we might have perished. Oh, Anthony nodded in comprehension, then remarked, your story pales in comparison. Ron's tale is far more engaging. Wang Li retorted, am I here to regale you with stories? These past few days have been somewhat vexatious for Wang Li, yet following this incident, he found himself in the spotlight within the castle. However, the attention was not due to his own merits, but rather his close relationship with Harry. How to articulate this? Wang Li was indifferent to the label of being well acquainted with Harry. He merely found it tiresome that the older girls incessantly approached him with inquiries about Harry. Although Wang Li was privy to much about Harry, perhaps even more than Harry himself, he had no desire to share such information, especially since, should he inadvertently reveal something he ought not to know, it would be challenging to explain. Fortunately, after several visits, those girls discovered that they gleaned little of interest from Wang Li and gradually ceased their inquiries. Subsequently, Wang Li felt a slight reprieve in his daily life. While it did not compare to the camaraderie shared with his roommates and other Ravenclaws, it surpassed that of many of his peers. In fact, he found himself occasionally guiding Harry and Ron in completing their assignments, giving rise to a fleeting sense of academic superiority. However, this illusion dissipated whenever his fellow Ravenclaws engaged in discussions about their homework. Wang Li remained unfazed, believing that his classmates were indulging in futile competition. Was it truly necessary? Not in the slightest. The 2 hours they spent deliberating yielded feedback of merely outstanding from the professor, while his own half-hour of transcribing from his books resulted in the same commendation. Was there any distinction? None whatsoever. In fact, Wang Li's grasp of magic surpassed that of most of his peers. In the eyes of students from the other 3 houses, he was in truth the most formidable student of Ravenclaw. Although his performance in history of magic, astronomy, herbology, and potions was somewhat lacking, these subjects were generally perceived as tedious by the majority of first-year wizards. In contrast, Wang Li excelled in potions, charms, and flying classes, which left his peers in awe. Observant companions might notice that one subject seemed conspicuously absent. Indeed, the subject of defense against the dark arts was overlooked by all the students. Professor Quirrell's lessons had devolved into a source of ridicule among nearly the entire student body. How peculiar. During a cross-year Ravenclaw study exchange, Chiosi mentioned to a few first years, including Wang Li, that Professor Quirrell had garnered quite a good reputation while teaching Muggle protection. I have heard from upperclassmen that he taught exceptionally well. Wang Li thought to himself, now he is adept at dark arts, yet refuses to properly instruct us in defense, which seems entirely intentional. What baffled Wang Li was why Dumbledore allowed such a situation to persist. Quirrell, a first-year instructor and a second-year author of a bestseller, whose name Wang Li could not recall, had squandered 2 years of education for the entire school. While the first and second years might be forgivable, what about the 5th and 7th years who were equally afflicted? Despite being aware of this, Wang Li felt compelled to continue gleaning knowledge from textbooks. Aside from the setbacks in defense against the dark arts, another source of discontent for Wang Li was the Ravenclaw password, a fact known among his classmates, which left him feeling humiliated in the dormitory. However, today an epiphany struck him. Although he struggled with riddles in English, he could succeed in Chinese. He resolved to negotiate with the eagle statue. With this thought, Wang Li hurried to the entrance of the common room. Before the eagle could speak, he declared, I am rooted in a Chinese context. If you possess the skill to present a riddle, deliver it in Chinese. To Wang Li's delight, the eagle statue did not respond with a riddle immediately. After a brief moment, it finally spoke. In the mouth of a tree, neither apricot nor dull. If you guess it is trouble, that would be incorrect. Wang Li fell silent. He took out a small mirror and exclaimed, Padma, I need a bit of assistance. Chapter 37. The Quidditch Match Preparations. Wang Li and his trio had formed a commendable friendship. The specifics of how this transpired were somewhat unclear to him, but Hermione had begun to join them in their activities. Wang Li felt indifferent about this development, while Harry and Ron were overjoyed, practically dancing with excitement. Their situation mirrored Wang Li's previous struggles, as they were both overwhelmed by their assignments. Ron fared slightly better, grappling only with his own homework. Harry, however, faced a more daunting challenge with Quidditch practice looming. As first-year students, they had yet to realize the benefits of seeking a Ravenclaw girlfriend to assist with their studies. Even if they were aware of such an advantageous strategy, they might not have the audacity to execute it. At this juncture, the improvement in Wang Li's relationship with Hermione felt like a timely blessing. Harry no longer needed to toil over homework late into the night, allowing him more energy to devote to Quidditch, a sport he had quickly grown to love despite the brief time he had engaged with it. Though Hermione refrained from allowing them to copy her work, she graciously guided them on how to swiftly and adequately complete their tasks. This situation bore a striking resemblance to Padma's assistance to Wang Li. As a result, Harry and Ron's academic experience at Hogwarts significantly improved. As November approached, the weather began to turn chilly. On sunny days, it was bearable, but once the rain fell, the cold was utterly unbearable. Unfortunately, England was notorious for its abundant rainfall. Occasionally, snowflakes and ice would make an appearance. Fortunately, due to the castle's magical properties, it was not excessively cold inside. With the onset of November, the intensity of Quidditch practice increased considerably. Previously, Wang Li would often encounter the team during their morning runs, but most of them had just arrived, sometimes even later than he did. However, after November set in, by the time Wang Li descended, they were often already drenched in sweat, clearly having completed several laps. At this moment, Wang Li profoundly recognized the accuracy of Zhou Yan's assessment of him. Was he truly a bit too complacent? Should he consider rising earlier in the mornings? Wang Li pondered this each time, yet when morning arrived, the prospect of awakening early seemed utterly unattainable. The heightened training intensity for the Quidditch team was due to the impending season. This Saturday marked the arrival of the first match. Wang Li had previously believed that there were only a handful of Quidditch matches in an academic year, perhaps 5 or 6 at most, with each house competing against one another. He was left wondering how the victor was determined with so few matches. However, upon further inquiry, he discovered that the reality was quite different. Each of the 4 houses faced off against one another twice each year, resulting in a total of 12 matches. The ultimate victor was determined by both the number of wins and total points scored. The films depicted only a single match, which seemed rather lacking in authenticity. Perhaps it was a budgetary issue, considering the high production value of the Quidditch matches, Wang Li mused. The sequence of the 12 matches among the 4 houses was traditionally established, and while modifications were possible, they typically required exchanging slots with other houses, a rare occurrence. According to custom, the first match was between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Quirrell attempted to curse Harry's broom in a bid to make him fall, while Snape worked diligently to counter the spell. This incident was fortuitously witnessed by Hermione, who was peering through her telescope, leading to a misunderstanding. Had she merely adjusted her telescope slightly upwards, she might have spotted Quirrell lurking not far behind Snape. Regrettably, she did not. Snape bore the brunt of the blame until the end of the academic year, when Quirrell's peculiar attributes were finally revealed. Wang Li wondered if the presence of his small butterfly would bring about any changes. He felt a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. In other words, he desired to instigate some events. If he could still revert to a similar state, he would be able to unleash his prophetic abilities to alter certain circumstances. Both Wang Li and Harry shared this blend of hope and worry. In truth, Harry's predicament is somewhat more severe than Wang Li's. After all, while Wang Li seeks to create a bit of excitement, Harry is about to become the center of it. This is his inaugural match, and he is exceedingly anxious. Although he has consistently performed admirably during training, it has only been in front of a select few teammates. However, the match will unfold before the entire faculty and student body. Harry is deeply concerned about the prospect of failing, and despite Oliver Wood and the other team members offering him repeated reassurances, their efforts seem to have little effect. Consequently, as his friend, Wang Li has joined the ranks of those attempting to comfort him. Yet, Wang Li is not particularly adept at this. Can you believe there are over 700 ways to commit fouls in Quidditch? Wang Li exclaimed, gazing in awe at the hefty tome titled The Marvelous Quidditch. Moreover, these 700-plus infractions were established following a single match. Wang Li could scarcely fathom how exhilarating that game must have been. Wang, aren't you here to comfort me? Harry remarked, somewhat exasperated by Wang Li's astonishment at the plethora of rules. There's no way I can memorize all of this. In truth, you needn't bother, Ron interjected nonchalantly from the side. I can assure you that more than half of the professional referees are unaware of so many of those fouls. In reality, he continued, referees usually confirm a foul only after one side protests, at which point they make a judgment. Is it really that lax? Bungli wisla drudeli. Drawing an eye roll from Hermione. Well, that is how wizards operate, Ron shrugged, displaying a mix of shame and pride. At that moment, Snape emerged from the castle, making his way toward the Forbidden Forest. As he passed by, his gaze fell upon the group, and he casually fabricated a reason to deduct 5 points from Gryffindor before limping away. Are books from the library prohibited from being taken outside the castle? Wang Li queried skeptically, echoing Snape's rationale for penalizing Harry and the others. Is there such a rule? He naturally directed his question toward Hermione. No. I've reviewed the school regulations, and there is certainly no such clause, Hermione replied, her voice tinged with indignation. However, I'm more concerned about another matter. Harry, accustomed to losing points to Snape, observed the professor's retreating figure into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, his brow slightly furrowed. What do you think caused his leg injury? Chapter 38. The First Quidditch Match. Harry and his friends swiftly concluded that Snape's leg injury was the result of a bite from a three-headed dog. All the professors had been present, and from that day forth, he had been limping. It is worth noting that in the wizarding world, even a broken bone can be magically healed. Harry himself had experienced a rather infamous incident during his second year when a best-selling author showcased a rather gruesome injury that left his arm devoid of any bones. Yet, even in that case, he was restored by morning. So why, then, had Snape been limping for an entire week? The only plausible explanation seemed to be that he had sustained a magical injury, given that a three-headed dog is a magical creature. The harm inflicted would align with this hypothesis. Hermione, however, was not entirely convinced. However, she was quite supportive of Harry and Ron's endeavor to rescue Lavender and Parvati, thus refraining from openly opposing their actions. He must certainly be coveting the object guarded by the three-headed dog. Upon deducing that Snape had been bitten by the beast, Ron immediately made this assertion with utmost conviction. Wang Li had a general understanding of the situation, yet the specifics remained somewhat obscure. This portion of the film is presented somewhat ambiguously. Whether Snape had indeed been bitten by the three-headed creature was something he could not ascertain with certainty. Nevertheless, during dinner that evening, Harry and Ron pulled him away from the Ravenclaw table, seeking a secluded spot to exchange information. To be candid, Wang Li harbored a genuine desire to align himself closely with the Chosen One. However, such intimacy was entirely unwarranted. Following the protagonist often entailed a considerable degree of peril. Yet when Harry approached him, he could hardly decline, nor could he allow his reluctance to surface. Outside, Snape deducted points under the pretext that library books could not be taken out of the castle, while also confiscating the book in question. Subsequently, in his office, he found Filch tending to his injured leg, applying ointment and bandaging it. When I arrived, I even overheard him exclaim, "How can one possibly keep watch over three heads?" What a turn of events. At that moment, the astonishment on Wang Li's face was entirely genuine. You might not believe it, and I suspect Hermione would also harbor doubts. Yet it was indeed the case. Harry stated with certainty that he was undoubtedly after that object. Very well, Harry, Wang Li nodded, fully aware that this was all a misunderstanding. However, given Snape's demeanor, it was difficult for anyone to refrain from suspicion. Whom could one blame? All right, Harry, let us set aside such thoughts for now, Hermione interjected, though she still seemed skeptical about Snape's intentions regarding Dumbledore's possessions. Nonetheless, she did not doubt Harry's honesty, thus redirecting the conversation. You must conserve your energy and prepare for tomorrow's Quidditch match. Indeed, the very next day marked the first Quidditch match. On Saturday morning, Wang Li encountered Harry at breakfast, along with nearly all the Gryffindor Quidditch players. The others appeared relatively unfazed, yet Harry seemed exceedingly anxious. "Harry, you've got this," Wang Li encouraged, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Although Ravenclaw and Gryffindor were rivals in the Quidditch Cup, the essence of competition lay in the spirit of camaraderie. In this match, it was irrelevant who faced whom. The question of victory remained. Thus, supporting a friend was paramount. However, in response to Wang Li's encouragement, Harry managed only a stiff smile, his nerves overwhelming him to the point that he barely touched his breakfast. Well, it's natural to feel tense during one's first endeavor. No matter what it may be, Wang Li mused with a hint of mischievousness. "Harry, you got this." Hagrid, clad in a coat of moleskin, arrived at the bench to cheer for Harry. Spotting Hagrid, Wang Li smacked his forehead. "Oh, Hagrid, I have a favor to ask of you." "Oh, what is it?" "Speak freely," Hagrid replied readily, nodding graciously. "Recently, my owl, Zozo, has been rather lethargic. I was wondering if you could prepare some nutritious food for it." "You know, it's still quite young," Wang Li remarked. "Ah, not to worry. Leave it to me." Hagrid responded confidently, patting his chest. "Then, Hagrid, could you also prepare some for Hedwig?" Harry added, as his own young owl needed nourishment too. "Absolutely," Hagrid assured with a resounding clap of his hands. The Quidditch match was set to commence at 11 o'clock. Wang Li found it perplexing that the match was scheduled at such a time. If it were to extend even slightly, it could interfere with lunch. For citizens of a nation known for its love of food, mealtime was undoubtedly paramount, if not the most significant aspect of their day. As Madame Hooch announced the start of the preparations, both teams took to the skies. Harry, as the Seeker, soared to the highest point, outpacing a second- or third-year student from Slytherin by a small margin. With the advantage of his broomstick, Harry's flying skills were indeed impressive. Several girls around him gasped in excitement, showcasing their thrill. Wang Li pursed her lips in disdain, although Harry's charm had waned slightly after 2 months. Any display of talent still elicited admiration from the younger female students. "Jealous, are we?" came a light laugh from beside her. Wang Li turned to see Padma, who was observing her with keen interest. "You performed exceptionally well in flying class as well. Perhaps you'll join the Quidditch team next year and compete with Harry then." Was she being consoled by an older girl? Wang Li felt a bit embarrassed. While she might have a hint of youthful exuberance, she hardly thought she would envy a child to the extent of requiring comfort from an older girl. Yet, she couldn't deny that being reassured by a beautiful girl felt rather pleasant. How juvenile! Wang Li scolded herself internally, yet she couldn't suppress the smile that emerged. In the Ravenclaw stands, Wang Li was feeling quite exposed, while in the Gryffindor section, Ron, Hermione, and other Gryffindor students were fervently cheering for their team, particularly the first-year students who were especially energetic. Though slightly envious of Harry soaring at the highest altitude, the first years were more thrilled than anything else. After all, it was Harry. Some girls even sparkled with admiration at the sight of Harry flying through the air, finding him irresistibly handsome. Even more impressively, at the back of the Gryffindor stands, there was a banner gleaming with the words Potter for victory. No other players from either team enjoyed such treatment. With Madame Hooch releasing the golden snitch and bludgers into the air, and finally throwing up the quaffle, the match officially began. The quaffle was swiftly seized by Angelina Johnson, the Gryffindor chaser. Chapter 39. Wang Li's change of heart regarding Quidditch. Madame Hooch tossed up the quaffle, and there it was. Angelina Johnson had caught it. What an exceptional chaser she was, and how captivating she appeared as a student of Gryffindor. The commentator Lee Jordan immediately began to sing praises the moment Angelina seized the ball, only to be reprimanded by Professor McGonagall standing nearby. Wang Li had a vague impression of this dreadlocked young man, a close friend of the Weasley twins. Interestingly, during his initial viewing of the film, he had mistakenly thought this character was female. Wang Li had never quite grasped why wizards were so enamored with Quidditch. To him, it seemed akin to basketball, merely a matter of riding on broomsticks. This notion stemmed from his experience watching the film, where the broomsticks did not appear to fly particularly fast, nor did they evoke a sense of exhilaration. The Quidditch World Cup, which should have been a thrilling spectacle, was glossed over, leading him to perceive Quidditch as rather unremarkable. He had never watched a match before. In fact, had he not known of today's iconic moments, he might not have attended the game at all. Indeed, while the majority in the wizarding world are avid fans of Quidditch, there are those who remain indifferent. Consequently, although most students attend inter-house matches, a small fraction opts out. Initially, Wang Li approached the match with the sole expectation of witnessing memorable highlights, yet within less than 5 minutes, he realized that Quidditch was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Due to his lack of enthusiasm, he had not prepared a telescope like some of his classmates. Thus, he could not see Harry and the Slytherin Seeker clearly from his vantage point. However, this inadvertently allowed his attention to gravitate toward the two teams' chasers. Wang Li would never confess that his interest was partly due to the fact that Gryffindor's 3 chasers were quite striking. Yet, it took less than 2 minutes for his focus to be captivated by the match itself. It was indeed unlike what he had previously envisioned. Firstly, it was exhilarating. In the film, the broomsticks seemed to fly at a rather moderate speed, perhaps only slightly faster than a sprint on a football field, and not nearly as fast as a bicycle race. However, the chasers on the pitch effortlessly surpassed speeds of 60 kilometers per hour, continuously veering sharply to evade the opposing team's blockade. The thrill of facing such high velocity was something Wang Li had never anticipated. Secondly, it was ferocious. Deep down, most individuals harbor a desire for reckless abandon, and Quidditch grants one that opportunity. The 3 Gryffindor girls showcased their skills with graceful maneuvers while flying, whereas the 3 burly Slytherins charged with sheer force, exhibiting an unabashed brutality in both offense and defense. Wang Li speculated that this distinction might be related to their physiques. Although only one of the Gryffindor girls was petite, they were all slender young women. In contrast, the 3 from Slytherin were robust and stocky. In direct collisions, it was undoubtedly the boys who held the advantage. At first, Wang Li found himself somewhat perplexed. In his view, given the speed of the chasers, A collision between the two sides would likely result in minimal consequences, with merely a light fracture being the worst outcome. However, after consulting with Padma beside him, he learned that the protective gear worn by Quidditch players is meticulously designed to ensure they endure such collisions with only minor injuries. This, however, accentuated the significance of physical prowess. Among the over 700 infractions, those stemming from clashes over the quaffle were evidently not included. This unique aspect rendered Quidditch a blend of extraordinary velocity, skill, ferocity, and teamwork, qualities seldom found in other sports. Wang Li found himself utterly captivated within moments. Previously, he had assumed that the wizards were merely unsophisticated. Now he recognized that the enduring popularity of a sport that has persisted for centuries is well justified. It was he, in fact, who was the naive one. As time progressed, the intensity of the match escalated. Following several near misses caused by the bludgers, both teams began to exhibit their competitive spirit. Particularly, Slytherin appeared to embrace a more aggressive approach, skillfully navigating the boundaries of the rules to frustrate their opponents without crossing into foul play. This led to a chorus of discontent from the Gryffindor side. I once thought Marcus was a fool, but it seems he has devised such a strategy. Wang Li overheard a familiar voice. Turning around, he spotted Xiao discussing the match with her companions, all of whom he recognized as members of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Marcus lacks the intellect. It must be Gemma Farley, exclaimed Heidi McAvoy, eliciting agreement from those nearby. Wang Li felt a twinge of disbelief as he glanced at Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, who was fiercely leading his team in battle. How had his reputation become so tarnished? Regarded as dim-witted, yet here he was executing a cunning tactic. At that moment, Wang Li momentarily forgot about Harry. This was partly due to the thrilling, exhilarating contest unfolding among the chasers, and partly because the two seekers were soaring too high for him to clearly see, as he had not brought binoculars. Moreover, both seekers seemed to adopt a passive stance, remaining still as they searched for the elusive golden snitch, resulting in many spectators, not just Wang Li, overlooking them. However, where some missed the action, others did not. A sudden gasp erupted from the crowd, followed by a cascade of similar exclamations from various sections of the stands. Wang Li's heart raced. Had the game begun? Shifting his focus from the chasers, he lifted his gaze to locate Harry above. Indeed, he discerned Harry shaking his head vigorously. This was certainly not a sign of Harry succumbing to any substance. England had not yet descended to such depths, nor had the wizarding community embraced such a trend. The issue lay with his broomstick, which was wildly oscillating, threatening to unseat him. In the case of a typical match, unless the seeker spots the golden snitch and commences a fierce pursuit, the attention of all spectators remains elsewhere. It is only at such a moment that the focus shifts to them. However, today's match unfolds differently. Chapter 40, The Turning Point. Generally, the seekers go unnoticed until the appearance of the snitch, though exceptions exist for certain star players who, even while soaring through the skies, attract the unwavering gaze of their fans. Harry may not be a star player, yet he is a luminary at Hogwarts. Therefore, despite the intense nature of the match below, numerous young witches and wizards remain captivated by his presence. Wang Li, however, is absorbed in the fierce competition. Suddenly, they notice Harry's unusual behavior. Yet, their fascination with Quidditch remains undiminished. May I borrow your binoculars? Wang Li inquired, taking the instrument from Padma's hands, not to observe Harry in the air, but to scan the instructor's viewing area. Snape gazes up in astonishment, evidently unaware of the unfolding events. Wang Li's eyes then drift upward in search of Quirrell. He had anticipated seeing Quirrell fixated on Harry, muttering incantations. To his surprise, it became clear why Quirrell, as a first-year antagonist, had managed to remain undetected. Though he was intently focused on Harry, the scarf enveloping his head obscured half of his face, preventing visibility of his lips as he chanted. Had Hermione merely spotted Snape, she would have condemned him without further scrutiny. Even if she had noticed Quirrell behind him, the absence of visible incantations would have raised no suspicions. As for Quirrell's intense fixation on Harry, when Harry's broom encountered difficulties, numerous eyes were glued to him, rendering Quirrell inconspicuous. Wang, what are you looking at? Padma inquired, puzzled by Wang Li's apparent distraction. Clearly, his gaze through the binoculars was not fixed on Harry in the sky. Oh, it's nothing, Wang Li stammered, suddenly flustered. After glancing at Quirrell, he had inadvertently, and quite unintentionally, found himself observing a nearby female professor. On the field, the match paused. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor team, halted the game to inspect Harry's broom. However, he found no irregularities. Of course, he would not. The enchanted broomstick is a sophisticated magical artifact, and effective spells against it are not only rare, but also intricate and complex. The average wizard lacks the means to master such spells, and even if presented with the magic, they would struggle to learn its application. Otherwise, how could the integrity and safety of such grand Quidditch events be ensured? Quirrell, being well-versed in magic and among the more exceptional wizards, was further empowered by Voldemort, one of the most remarkable sorcerers of the past century. The enchantments he wielded were elusive, even to highly skilled wizards, let alone those attempting to unravel them. Even among the students at school, Oliver Wood was not particularly exceptional, and thus lacked the acumen to discern any anomalies. Even Ms. Hawk, too, failed to notice anything amiss, and the match continued. However, shortly after the game resumed, Harry's broom encountered yet another malfunction. Wang Li once again turned his telescope toward the instructor's stand. Chi Lo still concealed his face with a scarf, rendering his mouth's movements invisible. Meanwhile, Snape fixated on Harry, his lips flapping incessantly. Given his visage, which bore the unmistakable semblance of a villain, it was no wonder that he was misunderstood. In the New World, there exists a sport known as bull riding, where contestants, without saddle or stirrups, must cling to a single rein while remaining atop a raging bull for 8 seconds. It sounds simple, yet few can truly endure for the full duration. Most competitors are often thrown off within 4 to 5 seconds, or even 2 to 3 seconds, making it an exhilarating, thrilling, and perilous endeavor. At that moment, Harry's predicament resembled that of a bull rider. The Nimbus 2000 possessed an invisible cushion that prevented discomfort, making it relatively comfortable to sit upon. However, this cushion lacked the stabilizing function of a saddle. Similarly, the current brooms did not feature a footrest. The Firebolt was the first to introduce this functionality. Nonetheless, many older brooms were retrofitted with this small accessory after its debut. Harry's advantage over the Cowboys lay in his ability to grip the broom with both hands. However, this also presented a disadvantage, as the movements of a flying broom were considerably more tumultuous than those of a bull. Were it me in his place, I would have undoubtedly been thrown off by now. Contemplating this, Wang Li glanced toward the Gryffindor stands, only to be momentarily taken aback. He spotted Hermione and Ron, yet they were devoid of a telescope. The Quidditch pitch was exceedingly vast, larger than a football field by several circles. After all, the speed of a flying broom far surpassed that of an ordinary person's legs. Such an expansive arena was encircled by 6 spectator stands. In addition to the 4 houses, there were the staff and guest stands. Hogwarts permitted external attendees during Quidditch matches, although few actually took advantage of this opportunity. Student-level matches were rather lacking in allure, whereas league matches drew ample spectators. The 6 stands were situated at a considerable distance from one another, rendering it impossible to discern the happenings in one stand from another with the naked eye. Without a telescope, Hermione and Ron could not perceive Snape's actions from the opposite instructor's stand. Why did Hermione and Ron lack a telescope? Wang Li found himself momentarily bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Last year, I purchased a bag. As he observed Harry teetering precariously, Wang Li inwardly cursed and rose to leave. Where are you going? The match isn't over yet, Padma inquired, puzzled by Wang Li's sudden departure. Not only Padma, but several of his roommates also regarded Wang Li with surprise. The match was currently at a thrilling juncture. To the restroom, he replied. Wang Li could not openly admit his intention to confront Snape. He could only claim a pressing need. This excuse proved effective, though his sole concern was whether any of his roommates might coincidentally share his urgency. Fortunately, such an occurrence did not materialize. Wang Li descended from the Ravenclaw stands and made his way toward the faculty area, albeit from the farthest point possible. As he departed, a commotion erupted in the Gryffindor section. Hagrid had squeezed through from the back, clutching an enormous telescope. Chapter 41. Changed yet unchanged. Unbeknownst to Wang Li, as he exited the stands, Hermione, using Hagrid's telescope, had also discerned something unusual about Snape. After informing Ron, she promptly headed toward the faculty area as well. Though they set out at staggered intervals from different directions, their paths converged, and they arrived nearly simultaneously at the rear of the faculty seating. Hermione, Wang Li exclaimed, surprised to see her stealthily making her way upward with her wand in hand. You came. You should have said something sooner. If I had known you were coming, I wouldn't have bothered. A torrent of expletives swirled in his mind, unsure whether to voice them. What are you doing here? Hermione, unaware of Wang Li's mounting frustration, inquired with curiosity. Yet, in the next instant, comprehension dawned upon her. You saw Snape curse Harry, didn't you? You're here to disrupt him, aren't you? Yes, was all Wang Li could muster in reply at that moment. What do you plan to do? Hermione asked quietly as she squeezed beneath the faculty seating. How about setting Snape's robes on fire? What do you think? Wang Li responded instinctively. He hadn't had the time to contemplate alternative strategies and was merely following Hermione's lead. Ah, we think alike, Hermione remarked approvingly, casting a glance at Wang Li before she slipped further beneath the tiered seating. After a moment's hesitation, he followed suit. It was quite simple. They soon located Snape. Indeed, he was somewhat easy to find. Even among wizards, he stood out in his long robe during the weekend. Only Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore, and Snape donned such attire within the school. Moreover, clad in black. Snape was the only one whom Harry and Ron had mockingly dubbed the Old Bat. There was also the matter of Snape sitting alone, which made him rather conspicuous. As for why he sat by himself, it was partly due to his poor rapport with others. The other faculty members were generally reluctant to associate with him. Additionally, he perpetually emanated the scent of potions. As a potions professor and master, it was quite normal for him to carry such an aroma. However, for reasons unknown to Wang Li, Snape seemed to eschew washing his hair and bathing. Thus, the odor of potions that clung to him was likely, perhaps, somewhat more pronounced than that of an average potion master. In summary, Hermione effortlessly located Snape and, drawing her wand, cast a minor spell upon Snape's robes. The magic accessible to first-year students is rather limited. The flame spell Hermione employed cannot be classified as offensive magic, but rather as practical magic. It is quite effective for lighting candles or kindling, and using it to scorch garments poses little issue. With a flick of her wand, Snape's robe ignited instantly. Subsequently, Wang Li observed the young girl swiftly turn on her heel to flee, and upon reaching Wang Li's side, she tugged at him, whispering urgently, "What are you dawdling for? Run." At that moment, Hermione exuded an air of seriousness that was reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. Now, one must say, it is no surprise that she was sorted into Gryffindor, or perhaps one could attribute her transformation to the influence of Harry and Ron, the central figures of the narrative. In just over a month, Hermione had undergone such a change. Wang Li was at a loss and dared not inquire further. As the pair exited from the tiered seating of the faculty area, they coincidentally heard a commotion from above. Clearly, the incident involving Snape's ignited robe had come to light. When Wang Li and Hermione dashed towards the edge of the arena and glanced at the stage, they saw that Harry's broomstick had returned to normalcy. At that moment, he was diving at an astonishing speed, with Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs, hot on his trail. However, Harry was far too swift, plunging directly towards the ground without any indication of veering off course, even as he approached within 10 meters of the earth. For a professional Quidditch player, executing an urgent maneuver within 10 meters is merely a trivial task. Yet, for a student, such an action is decidedly perilous. Harry possessed the audacity to do so, not only because of his remarkable talent, but also due to the inherent recklessness that characterizes a Gryffindor. Higgs, being a Slytherin, lacked a certain boldness in his approach. Moreover, his skill and natural ability seemed to pale in comparison to Harry's. At the 10-meter mark, he hesitated to pursue and opted to change direction preemptively. Meanwhile, Harry continued his straight descent, only veering sharply when he was less than 2 meters from the ground, maintaining a remarkable velocity. This elicited gasps from the audience surrounding the stands. Previously, Harry had captured substantial attention while performing aerial stunts, and, as he resumed normal flight, the subsequent dive further captivated all eyes. Even the seekers and beaters on both teams found their focus partially diverted to the two seekers, significantly diminishing the intensity of the match. Such a situation would be unimaginable in a professional game. However, it must be noted that this was merely a school competition. Most spectators were entranced by Harry, and his dazzling yet perilous maneuver commanded everyone's attention. In the next moment, akin to the scenes Wang Li had witnessed in a film, Harry leaped forward, launching himself from his broom. Due to the distance, both Wang Li and Hermione could not discern the golden snitch at all. However, Madame Hooch blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, revealing that Harry had captured the golden snitch. The first match of the new academic year, pitting Gryffindor against Slytherin, concluded with a resounding victory for Gryffindor. How splendid! Upon hearing Madame Hooch's magical announcement, which resonated throughout the stadium, Hermione was instantly filled with joy and leapt into the air, wrapping her arms around Wang Li in a hearty embrace. While Wang Li remained indifferent, he was unaware that his situation was being observed with clarity by Padma from the Ravenclaw stands, who was using a telescope to watch Harry seize the golden snitch, inadvertently catching sight of the jubilant duo. After putting down her telescope, the young girl pouted slightly. Chapter 42. Changes afoot. He did not catch the golden snitch. It was merely in his grasp, Malfoy complained, deliberately framing his words as if Harry were merely a beast. Yet, no one paid him any heed. The Slytherins found it intolerable to accept defeat, especially considering they had not lost a Gryffindor in the past few years. This particular loss was exceedingly hard to bear, and Malfoy, in particular, found it unbearable. The thought that his own arrogance in class had inadvertently led to Harry's talent being recognized and him becoming Gryffindor Seeker, leading to their victory over Slytherin, left Malfoy feeling quite unwell. Although another match between Gryffindor and Slytherin was still to come, their prospects of winning seemed rather dim. The others were somewhat optimistic, but their Seeker, Terrence Higgs, felt particularly apprehensive. The rapid dive and sharp turn Harry executed before capturing the Golden Snitch were feats he believed he could never replicate, even with relentless practice for the remainder of the academic year. Sometimes, one must concede the existence of a certain quality called talent, which can be exceedingly vexing, especially when it manifests in others. Of course, this was only in reference to others. If it were one's own talent, it would be a source of joy. At this moment, Harry certainly felt joyful, until he learned that Snape had placed a curse on his broom. Huh, I find that entirely unsurprising, Harry muttered. Meanwhile, Wang Li and the trio found themselves in Hagrid's hut, where Hagrid was overjoyed by Gryffindor's victory and insisted on treating them to tea and snacks. He fervently promised that this time, the raw cakes would not be as unpalatable as before. Inside Hagrid's hut, Hermione indignantly recounted her previous discovery, followed by a proud declaration that she had demanded Snape's robe. "You mustn't speak so recklessly," Hagrid replied, shaking his head. "Snape, well, I suppose he may not be the most likable, but he would never curse a student. We saw it with our own eyes," Ron asserted confidently. "Indeed, I have read that when casting a curse, one must maintain a steady gaze on the target." At that moment, Snape was fixated on Harry, his eyes unwavering. Hermione remarked, "Moreover, I touched his robe," after which Harry's broom returned to normal. "Does this not indicate something?" Wang was there too, correct? Wang Li had been blissfully sipping tea while gleefully watching the spectacle. Yet now, Hermione had somehow steered the conversation back to herself. Wang Li paused momentarily before stating, "I observed through the telescope that Snape was fixated on Harry, his lips continuously moving." Then, upon Hermione touching his robe, everything returned to normal for Harry. He essentially reiterated what Hermione had previously said. This could only be deemed an honest account. Wang Li spoke of what he had witnessed, not merely what he speculated. However, Hagrid remained evidently reluctant to accept this. Why would he do so? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, deliberately involving Wang Li in their silent communication. Wang Li feigned ignorance, pretending to sip his tea. "Snape is undoubtedly attempting to steal whatever is guarded by the three-headed dog," Harry declared. The scene was indeed dramatic. Wang Li lamented the absence of sunflower seeds in his hands at that moment. "How do you know about Fluffy?" Hagrid set down the teapot, gazing incredulously at the group. "Can a three-headed dog truly deter Snape?" Hermione questioned, somewhat skeptical. "Bang Li Musha. Perhaps it was due to his influence?" Hermione had not experienced the encounter with the three-headed dog. Harry and Ron also recalled that they had not elaborated on the matter with Hermione. When they previously discussed Snape's leg injury, Hermione had inquired, and at that time, Harry and Ron animatedly gestured, yet Hermione remained doubtful. "Couldn't we just go and take a look?" Thus, the matter lingered, and once more, Hermione could not resist asking. However, shortly after, she became preoccupied with her own questions. She, along with Harry and Ron, cast suspicious looks toward Hagrid. "Fluffy?" Ron blurted, "That beast has a name?" "What beast?" Hagrid appeared somewhat displeased. "Of course it has a name. It belongs to me." "Yours?" The trio was once again astonished. And Wang Li too had a faint surprise. "Well, it's not particularly difficult. After all, I have seen that three-headed dog, and it is indeed quite large. Yes, I purchased it from a Greek fellow some time ago. I lent it to Dumbledore for guarding." Here, Hagrid hesitated slightly, seemingly recalling that this topic might be inappropriate to discuss. This revelation left the trio in a state of alarm. "Guarding what?" Harry pressed on. "Enough questions." Hagrid seemed to realize he had divulged too much, repeatedly waving his hands. "That is a secret. I cannot disclose it to you, but Snape is trying to steal it." Harry insisted fervently. Although they were unaware of what it was, the fact that such a dangerous creature was assigned to guard it indicated its significance. "Impossible." Hagrid adamantly shook his head. "I understand your dislike for Snape, but he is, after all, a teacher at Hogwarts and would not attempt to steal from Dumbledore." "Hagrid, I used to share your perspective." Hermione gazed intently at Hagrid. Yet today, the curse he placed on Harry's broom could not possibly be in error. "Both Wang and I have confirmed it. Right, Wang?" At this moment, Wang Li could only nod in agreement. "You must be mistaken," Hagrid replied, displaying signs of irritation. He was not eloquent, and his mind was not quick enough to articulate a defense for Snape. All he could do was wave his hands dismissively. After a considerable pause, he finally organized his thoughts. I cannot fathom what you witnessed, but Snape would never curse or intend to harm a student. You four should refrain from dwelling on this matter. It does not concern you, so please do not interfere. Here it comes. Wang Li felt a surge of excitement. Hagrid was about to divulge significant information. However, Hagrid abruptly halted at this juncture, wrapping up the prepared snacks and handing each of them a portion before ushering them out of the small hut. As he slammed the door shut, Harry and Ron seethed with frustration, while Hermione appeared to be deep in thought. Wang Li stood there, bewildered. What does this mean? Why did Hagrid stop? If he doesn't continue, how will Harry and the others discover the truth? Chapter 43. The problem is not simple. Wang Li was now engulfed in a wave of panic. Just moments ago, he had anticipated witnessing a remarkable scene where Hagrid would inadvertently reveal one of Hogwarts' greatest secrets to Harry and his friends. Yet, such an event did not unfold. Hagrid had inexplicably restrained himself at a crucial moment. Was this reasonable? To Wang Li, it seemed utterly irrational. How could Hagrid begin to speak and then abruptly cease? We had clearly informed him that Snape was up to no good. Ron continued to grumble, clearly frustrated by Hagrid's sudden silence, which had dampened their spirits. Harry nodded in agreement, expressing his dissatisfaction. I can somewhat understand Hagrid, Hermione remarked. If I had not witnessed it myself, I too would find it difficult to believe. What shall we do now? Are we to simply wait and watch as Snape attempts to steal that item? Harry said, his voice tinged with discontent. What do you propose we do? Hermione shrugged, her expression suggesting that if he had a solution, he should voice it. How about we inform Professor McGonagall? Harry suggested after a moment's contemplation. At the very least, Professor McGonagall, while strict, was genuinely concerned for the welfare of her students. If Hagrid does not believe us, do you truly think Professor McGonagall will? Hermione replied, her tone dripping with skepticism. Harry pondered this and reluctantly conceded that Hermione's point held merit. Without substantial evidence, persuading a professor of their claims seemed indeed quite challenging. Wang, do you have any thoughts? You've been silent since we left, Harry remarked as they approached the castle. Suddenly recalling that Wang Li was still with them. Ask Ravenclaw if there are any issues was a popular quip among Gryffindors at Hogwarts. Though the presence of Hermione rendered this cohort of Gryffindors less inclined to seek assistance from Ravenclaw. The presence of a Ravenclaw nearby made it entirely permissible to solicit their wisdom. Moreover, Harry and Ron had previously posed a number of inquiries to Wang Li, whose responses had consistently left them quite satisfied. No, Wang Li replied succinctly, still pondering why Hagrid had inexplicably halted at a critical juncture. Without vital clues, Harry and his companions found it nearly impossible to connect the dots to the Philosopher's Stone, as unlikely as having Marilyn Monroe descend from the heavens. Bumni glensa overworked. But no such apparition graced the sky. Harry and the others did not genuinely believe that a casual query to Wang Li would yield a solution. After all, they considered themselves far from foolish. It stood to reason that if they were utterly at a loss, Wang Li would not suddenly possess the answer. Several Gryffindors sported exuberant expressions, their faces gleaming with excitement. Wang Li surmised that they were still reveling in the victory of their Quidditch match that day. As expected, upon catching sight of Harry, the Gryffindors erupted in cheers, rushing toward him and joyfully dancing while exclaiming with exuberance, their voices resounding loudly, heedless of those around them. Slytherin's students in the corridor cast them scornful glances, yet the Gryffindor jesters remained blissfully unconcerned about the opinions of others, continuing their revelry. They were numerous, while the Slytherins were few. Despite their displeasure, they dared not provoke a confrontation. Wang Li discreetly slipped away, partly because he found it somewhat embarrassing to frolic alongside the uninhibited Gryffindors, and partly because he needed to contemplate his next course of action. With Hagrid's lips sealed, where could he possibly seek the next clue? As he made his way back to the dormitory, a rather implausible thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that Hagrid refrained from speaking due to his presence? However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. If Hagrid were capable of such consideration, would he still be the same Hagrid? Absolutely not. Recently, he had sought less assistance from Padma. She was of the sort who not only provided answers, but also imparted the wisdom of self-sufficiency, guiding Wang Li through his assignments while sharing simplification techniques. According to her, she had offered similar advice to Parvati, though it had proven ineffectual. Parvati still resorted to tears at the slightest hint of difficulty, lamenting, "My dear sister." Yet, while Parvati could disregard her image before her sister, Wang Li still clung to a semblance of dignity, however tenuous it might be. Even a little dignity was preferable to none. Thus, Wang Li earnestly endeavored to master the methods Padma had taught him, and he was making commendable progress. Viewed in this light, although he fell short compared to true Ravenclaw scholars, he was certainly no academic slacker. This realization brought a smile to Wang Li's face. Just as he was contentedly working on the dwindling assignments before him, Padma approached from a distance. "Hello, Padma." Wang Li immediately presented what he believed to be his most radiant and amiable smile. Although he had not sought Padma's assistance much recently, it would be inappropriate to simply dismiss the chef after a meal, would it not? Moreover, one could not predict if he would require help in the future. Thus, maintaining this relationship was quite essential. Good afternoon." To his surprise, however, Padma did not respond with her usual gentle warmth. Instead, she merely nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. Wang Li felt somewhat perplexed, unsure whether to inquire further. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Padma spoke first. "Wang Li, could you please return the mirror to me?" Though her tone bore a hint of inquiry, her choice of words was resolute. It was clear that Padma was not negotiating. She was simply instructing him to return the mirror. Wang Li was taken aback, not comprehending why Padma suddenly requested the mirror. Yet, it was after all her possession, and he reluctantly fished it out from his clothes pocket. Upon seeing Wang Li place the small mirror against his chest, Padma's gaze flickered momentarily, and she seemingly remarked offhandedly, "You've made considerable progress recently. It appears you can manage your assignments independently now, and you seem to have formed quite a bond with Granger. Her grades surpass mine. Have you considered consulting her?" Wang Li blinked, realizing that the matter was more intricate than it appeared. Chapter 44. The Speechless Wang Li. As a somewhat eccentric youth, Wang Li had been solitary since birth. Why did this realization come only after many years? Naturally, it was because he had not noticed it at the time. In his past life, this was the case, and in this life, it was marginally better, yet still exceedingly limited. He began to discern that Padma harbored a slight fondness for him. Moreover, he could sense that she was upset with him for some reason. However, the cause of her annoyance left him utterly bewildered. Ultimately, Padma's heart softened a fraction, and she engaged in a bit more conversation. Though Wang Li was somewhat eccentric, he was no fool. He quickly grasped the core message. You can go speak with Hermione. While he was unsure why he should seek Hermione, it was undoubtedly prudent to set aside any concerns regarding his relationship with her at that moment. "Hermione? I'm not particularly close to her," Wang Li replied, an expression of confusion adorning his face. This expression was half genuine and half feigned. The authentic part stemmed from his ignorance of why Padma suddenly mentioned Hermione, while the contrived part was an intentional enhancement of his expression and tone. "Not close. Then why did you embrace her beneath the faculty's viewing area? Or is it that you can casually embrace any girl?" Bumliblinka. Had he embraced Hermione? He could not recall such an instance. After a moment of realization, he suddenly remembered. Perhaps there had indeed been such an occurrence. It was when he and Hermione emerged from beneath the faculty's viewing area that they witnessed Harry snatching the golden snitch. In her excitement, Hermione had hugged him briefly. At that moment, he had paid it little mind, for Hermione's impression on him had been overwhelmingly strong. She was just a tomboy to him. Adding a touch of unkemptness to the matter, Wang Li found it difficult to regard her as a true girl, thus leaving no impression at all. Were it not for Padma's mention at that moment, he would have completely forgotten about it. Observing Wang Li's bewildered and perplexed expression, Padma felt a twinge of confusion. This reaction seems rather off, doesn't it? Padma, do you believe me?" Wang Li earnestly inquired, gazing sincerely at her. Padma hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "Wait, why are you shaking your head?" Wang Li exclaimed, exasperata. "I am a person of utmost honesty and reliability. We are both from Ravenclaw. How can you doubt me?" "Well, the tenets of Ravenclaw do not include honesty," Padma replied after another moment of contemplation. In that instant, Wang Li recalled a rather wild tale concerning the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Among them, Rowena Ravenclaw, famed for her intelligence and revered as a wise figure throughout history, was, in fact, quite the audacious lady. Possessing remarkable cleverness and a quick wit, she often played tricks on the straightforward Godric Gryffindor and the earnest Helga Hufflepuff. Even Salazar Slytherin, known for his cunning, frequently fell victim to Ravenclaw's pranks. Although this was merely a legend lacking in credibility, many Ravenclaw students relished sharing it. Padma's remark about the absence of honesty in Ravenclaw's principles resonated with this anecdote. Wang Li's expression was one of frustration, akin to the discomfort of constipation. Observing his countenance, Padma found it difficult to suppress a laugh, yet remembering her own irritation, she held it back. Nevertheless, she remarked, "All right. Although I do not entirely trust you at this moment, you may proceed to explain." Wang Li pondered for a moment, realizing that his storytelling skills were rather mediocre. Fabricating a story now would likely not deceive Padma. Thus, he decided it might be best to share the events involving Harry and the others with Padma. Perhaps she could provide some constructive insight. As for the potential repercussions of confiding in Padma, Wang Li was not particularly concerned. He believed she would have one of two reactions. Either she would not believe that Snape could commit such acts, assuming there was some misunderstanding, or she would accept Harry's conjectures, which might enable her to assist. Regarding whether informing others, or even professors, would lead to any upheaval, Wang Li felt no anxiety. Others might be unaware, but he knew that Snape had no intention of stealing the Philosopher's Stone. The professors of Hogwarts were well aware of this fact. Thus, even if Padma chose to discuss it with others, it would likely result in their outright denial. With this in mind, he felt reassured. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li said, "Padma, what I am about to share may not sound entirely credible. In truth, our current evidence is insufficient. However, I assure you, I'm not speaking falsehoods." Padma, upon witnessing Wang Li's exceptionally solemn expression, was momentarily taken aback, yet she nodded in acquiescence, signaling him to proceed. Wang Li glanced around. The weekend common room was sparsely populated, and the few individuals present were entirely oblivious to their conversation. He lowered his voice, stating, "Currently, we have uncovered the potential existence of something extraordinary concealed within the school. Furthermore, there are indications suggesting that Snape might be attempting to steal it." Wang Li quietly relayed the information that Harry and the others had gathered to Padma. Initially, she appeared somewhat perplexed. The notion of something remarkable being hidden within the school was not particularly surprising. Indeed, Hogwarts Castle undoubtedly harbored numerous extraordinary items. However, the idea that Snape, the youngest potions master of the era, renowned for his considerable prowess and prestige in the wizarding world, would resort to thievery was rather peculiar. After all, his reputation was such that he could instill fear in countless students, yet still maintain his position as a professor at Hogwarts, solid as a rock. He had even ascended to the role of head of a house at a young age. It was exceedingly rare for him to desire something unattainable, let alone something worth stealing. Nevertheless, when Wang Li mentioned the three-headed dog, Snape's leg injury, the cursed broomstick, and Hermione igniting Snape's robes, even the level-headed Padma began to exhibit signs of agitation. "What you are saying seems rather plausible," Padma remarked, gazing into Wang Li's eyes, where she saw nothing but sincerity. "What I speak is indeed the truth," Wang Li affirmed confidently. However, Padma hesitated briefly, questioning the relevance of his embrace with Granger. Wang Li. Chapter 45, Clues. After considerable effort, Wang Li finally managed to convey to Padma that his relationship with Hermione was strictly platonic. This realization brought her joy, although she still retained a hint of pride. Upon further reflection, while Granger excels academically, being a Gryffindor may complicate her ability to tutor you. Therefore, I shall leave this with you for now, she said, handing the small mirror back to Wang Li before departing cheerfully. Holding the mirror, Wang Li exhaled deeply. However, he soon recognized an inconsistency. Why had he gone to such lengths to explain himself to Padma? After all, they were merely classmates. Did he harbor any inappropriate intentions? No, that thought was unacceptable. Wang Li mentally chastised himself, yet the image of Padma's cheerful departure caused a slight smile to tug at the corners of his mouth. After more than 20 years of emotional restraint, he found himself unable to control his fluttering heart. Acknowledging this stirred a sense of shame within him, and he wished to suppress it, yet to no avail. The following day, he still felt a tinge of embarrassment, but when he encountered Padma again, she greeted him as if nothing were amiss. There was no indication of anything beyond the typical camaraderie of classmates, leading Wang Li to question whether he had misinterpreted the situation. During the day, not much transpired. However, at dinner, Harry and Ron once again sought out Wang Li. "We attempted to locate Hagrid, yet this time he disregarded us entirely." Ron, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "How could he treat us this way?" "Yet, I found his behavior somewhat understandable." Wang Li shrugged, asserting that it was likely Dumbledore who had instructed him to maintain silence. He simply, well, how should I put it, lacks the finesse to control his tone. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to refrain from conversing with you. "While I can see that your reasoning holds merit, I still feel quite irked," Ron muttered. There's nothing to be done. Hagrid holds Dumbledore in the highest regard. Above all else," Harry remarked, recalling a previous incident wherein Hagrid had transformed his cousin's tale into that of a pig merely because his uncle had spoken ill of Dumbledore. "Is that truly the case?" Ron exclaimed, excitement bubbling forth. "Forced transformation? That is indeed an advanced form of magic. I had no idea Hagrid could achieve such feats." Wang Li, being aware of this particular incident from a film, had not thought much of it until Ron expressed his astonishment. Indeed, Transformation is a highly sophisticated branch of magic, especially when it involves living beings. Currently, what they were learning was merely the art of transforming a matchstick into a needle. Yet, after more than 2 months, few could accomplish it flawlessly. Wang Li was among the select few. However, it was his newfound understanding of transformation that made him acutely aware of the challenges inherent in transfiguring living entities. Moreover, the larger the creature, the more arduous the task. Even fifth-year students who are preparing for the ordinary wizarding level examinations are only required to transform a hedgehog into a cushion. Transformations involving creatures larger than a goat are typically reserved for advanced classes in the 6th year and beyond. Forced transfiguration, in comparison to standard living creature transformations, is even more complex. This introduces another theory of transfiguration, the resistance of will. Transforming beings with a robust will is considerably easier than those with a weaker disposition, and humans undeniably possess the strongest willpower. Although young Dolly was merely 11 or 12 years old, and his will had yet to peak, Hagrid's capability in this regard remains astonishing. Not to mention, Hagrid's wand seemed to have been broken. Wang Li vaguely recalled that Hagrid had been expelled from Hogwarts not long after being wrongfully accused by the young Voldemort, leading to the breakage of his wand. Under such circumstances, the fact that he could perform advanced transformations on living beings is far beyond Wang Li's previous understanding of Hagrid's magical prowess. Harry seemed to have just realized this issue as well. After contemplating it for a moment, he found himself at a loss for answers and could only shake his head in disbelief. "What shall we do then?" Ron inquired, showing signs of agitation. "Hagrid knows, yet refuses to disclose anything to us. Are we merely to stand idly by while Snape pilfers Dumbledore's belongings? Snape will not steal, and even if Quirrell wished to, he would not succeed." Wang Li was not particularly concerned about the safety of the Philosopher's Stone. Rather, he was intrigued and somewhat curious about how the unfolding narrative would adapt to the recent changes. His previous experiences had taught him that stories possess a remarkable ability for self-correction. However, he was keen to discover the mechanics behind this process. Speaking of which, where was Hermione? The thought of the narrative's self-correction brought her to mind, and he realized she was absent, prompting him to inquire. "She went to the library," Ron shrugged, explaining. "She said she wanted to search for clues, but I was puzzled. We don't even know what we're looking for, so why is she scouring the library?" Wang Li found this quintessentially Hermione-like, yet he too was bemused by what she could possibly uncover at this juncture. Having completed his assignments the previous day, he looked forward to a leisurely Sunday, even contemplating indulging in some casual reading that evening. He was one of the few Ravenclaws who enjoyed such leisurely pursuits. Don't ask. He was a self-proclaimed lazy fish in the true sense. When a Ravenclaw chooses to unwind, they do so with remarkable ease. His formidable learning capabilities allowed him to fulfill his academic responsibilities with little effort, leaving him ample time to indulge in relaxation. The joy of such moments was truly understood only by those who experienced them. As Wang Li immersed himself in a book, an intriguing blend of biography and anecdote left in the small library of the Ravenclaw common room, he suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar, delicate floral fragrance wafting nearby. Upon looking up, he was greeted by none other than Padma, who approached him with several newspapers in hand. "Ayu, Padma, bumni grata varmli." "Hi," Padma replied with a sweet smile as she took a seat beside him. The couch he was on was a modestly sized one, and Padma's proximity felt just a tad closer than usual. What was her intention? A fleeting sense of unease washed over Wang Li, and a myriad of bizarre thoughts flitted through his mind. However, Padma did not engage in any of the actions he had imagined. Instead, she unfurled the newspapers before him. "Wang, I think I may have found a clue about what is hidden on the 4th floor." Wang Li's reaction was one of astonishment. How is it that this feels oddly familiar? In chapter 46, is this what a scholar looks like? Wang Li had considered that the narrative would undoubtedly mend itself, and that they would eventually uncover some critical information through some means. Yet, he had not anticipated that this revelation would come from Padma. Furthermore, the reason Padma was aware of this matter was due to his explanation to her the previous day regarding the platonic nature of his embrace with Hermione. Remarkably, within just a day, Padma had already unearthed a clue. Observing Wang Li's astonished and incredulous expression, Padma suppressed a smile. "What? You look quite surprised." "Not at all," Wang Li quickly responded, shaking his head, though his face still bore an expression of disbelief. "But how did you?" "I only just—" "Take a look at this first," Padma urged, shaking the newspapers in her hands once more. Wang Li had glanced at them earlier, but had not taken a second look. The reason was quite simple. "I cannot comprehend it at all. The text above bears a resemblance to English, yet feels distinctly foreign. It appears to be in the language of another European nation, but it is certainly not English. Though slightly embarrassed, Wang Li, faced with the newspaper presented by Padma, had no choice but to admit, I cannot understand this. Ah, you don't understand French? Padma expressed a hint of surprise. Why would I? Bumli Ruplia. Somewhat at a loss. Indeed, many people in the UK possess knowledge of French, Italian, German, and other languages, but such learning typically commences in secondary education. For instance, Wayne Yin is currently studying Italian. However, Wang Li had just graduated from elementary school and had yet to encounter any foreign languages. While he could grasp some spoken French, he was utterly lost when it came to reading it. This is an obituary, albeit a rather unique one. An obituary? Wang Li exclaimed, astonished that Westerners would publish obituaries in newspapers. Even lesser-known individuals have brief obituaries, which typically include their name, gender, and the dates of birth and death, sometimes accompanied by other personal details. Indeed, it is an obituary, Padma confirmed, for Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel? Who is that? Wang Li's expression revealed his bewilderment, as he had no knowledge of this individual. You don't know? He should be quite renowned, even in the Muggle world, Padma remarked incredulously. The famous alchemist, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Are you referring to Nicolae? Before Padma could finish, Wang Li had made the connection. Nicolae? Ah, yes. It seems that more people, especially Muggles, refer to him in that manner. Padma nodded with a smile, affirming his assertion. Yet, Wang Li paid little heed to Padma's jesting and picked up the newspaper to read. However, he found himself utterly lost once more. He turned back to Padma. Did Nicolae pass away? He had not delved deeply into the concept of obituaries, but as far as he understood, they were typically associated with the deceased. That is why I mentioned this is a special obituary. This obituary was penned by Nicholas Flamel himself, chronicling the remarkable events of his life. Wang Li's jaw dropped in disbelief. Foreigners really have a flair for the dramatic, writing their own obituaries and arranging their affairs posthumously. Impressive. However, Padma continued. It appears he entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to his old friend Dumbledore before his passing. While he was aware of this matter, he likely did not know the details. Thus, feigning confusion, Wang Li inquired, this is indeed a significant event, but how does it pertain to our discussion? The newspaper conveyed that although Nicholas Flamel could manage his affairs, there were still certain matters requiring the assistance of friends, such as his alchemical achievements. Padma recited the contents of the newspaper. Many of Flamel's alchemical accomplishments are among the pinnacle achievements in the wizarding world, including but not limited to the Philosopher's Stone, the anti-magic barrier stone, and the space boundary lock. Wang Li blinked, not surprised by what Padma had shared. Indeed, apart from the Philosopher's Stone, his comprehension of several other terms was quite limited. This is where the English language presents its shortcomings. In Chinese, coining a new term can simply involve combining existing characters based on their meanings. Even those utterly unfamiliar with the subject can glean a general understanding of its purpose and context merely from a name. In contrast, when creating something new in English, one must entirely fabricate a new word. Wang Li had seen a few films and television shows where certain terminologies from the scientific community were occasionally mentioned, often consisting of 10 or even dozens of letters. The meanings were utterly inscrutable. The terms Padma had just mentioned were completely foreign to him, leaving him with an expression that conveyed awe despite his lack of understanding. Padma noticed his bewilderment and felt a touch of exasperation, yet she understood the situation. After all, Wang was not from a wizarding family, and it was entirely reasonable that he had never encountered such cutting-edge concepts from the wizarding world. With this thought, Padma decided not to dwell on it and continued, stating that the newspaper reported that Sir Nicholas Flamel had contacted some of his old friends to handle certain alchemical products. The article specifically mentioned Dumbledore. It seemed the Frenchman was rather displeased that Flamel sought the assistance of an English wizard to manage his highly advanced and dangerous alchemical items. Wang Li was taken aback. Based on what you said, considering Harry's limited information about the items Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts, I believe I already have a notion of what it might be. Padma looked at him earnestly. What? Wang Li felt his tongue stumble. Is this what it means to be academically gifted? Indeed, Padma glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before lowering her voice, the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 47. The Mind of a Scholar. Upon hearing Padma utter the words Philosopher's Stone, Wang Li's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Padma, noticing his reaction, assumed it was the weight of the stone's reputation that had stunned him. She shrugged, saying, I was equally taken aback when I first reached that conclusion. However, upon reflection, is the only plausible explanation. Wang Li's expression twisted into a complex mixture of emotions, akin to someone enduring a week of constipation. His astonishment was not due to the possibility of the Philosopher's Stone being hidden within Hogwarts. After all, He might be one of the few students to have learned about its presence at Hogwarts early on. What truly astonished him was how Padma had managed to deduce such a conclusion from so little information, combining it with an article she had previously read. Wang Li glanced at the date in the top left corner of the newspaper. It was one of the few contents he could decipher, as Arabic numerals are universally recognized even in Europe. It dated back to mid-May, indicating that 6 months had already passed. Not only had Padma remembered the content of that article, but she had also synthesized it with information she had heard just yesterday to arrive at a conclusion that was, while absurd, entirely accurate. Was this not a bit too outrageous? At that moment, Wang Li sincerely wished the sorting hat could be placed before him. He would point at the sorting hat's nose, if it indeed had one, and loudly exclaim, Look at the trouble you've caused. How could you place me with such a creature? Is this appropriate? Is this appropriate? However, Wang Li could not bring the sorting hat before him, and thus could not voice his complaints aloud. He could only play along, feigning surprise at the conjecture regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Really? Is it the Philosopher's Stone? But still, sharing in the astonishment. Although Padma was clever, she was not Sherlock Holmes, lacking the ability to discern truth from deception through mere observation. Nodding in agreement, she stated, At present, this possibility appears to be the most substantial. The Philosopher's Stone is a monumental achievement in alchemy, and Dumbledore is one of the most formidable alchemists of our time. It seems reasonable that Sir Nicholas Flamel would entrust the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore. Wang Li was at a loss for words, only able to nod repeatedly. Are you not planning to inform Potter and the others about this? Seeing Wang Li lost in thought, Padma furrowed her brow in confusion. Huh? Wang Li was somewhat taken aback. Tell Harry and them? Why would we do that? Aren't they trying to figure this out themselves? Padma shrugged. Aren't you all good friends? If you inform them, it would save them from unnecessary speculation, allowing more time for studying. Wang Li replied, No, it's not about unnecessary speculation. It's about having more time to study. Is that how this unfolds? He asked uncertainly. Don't you think this matter ought to be reported to the professors? Report to the professors? Why? Padma looked at Wang Li, puzzled. Why? Isn't it obvious? There's something as significant as the Philosopher's Stone hidden within the school, and it's not a matter of indifference. Besides, there are those who are scheming to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Shouldn't we inform the professors about such matters? Had it not been for the recent display of academic prowess from Padma, Wang Li might have doubted whether he was conversing with a Ravenclaw or a Gryffindor. Only Gryffindors could be so oblivious and blunt, right? Wang Li was uncertain how to articulate his thoughts, but Padma seemed to grasp his perspective. I think I understand your reasoning, Padma said with a slight smile. However, it doesn't make sense. Informing the professors would only result in them keeping a closer watch on us, without any real benefit. Padma explained, Come on, Wang. You can't possibly think that only Dumbledore knows about the Philosopher's Stone being hidden in Hogwarts? Suddenly, Wang Li realized and comprehended Padma's point. Indeed, the esteemed professors at Hogwarts were all aware of the Philosopher's Stone's concealment within the castle, and they were all involved in its protection. If Wang Li and his peers approached the professors claiming they were aware of the Philosopher's Stone, they would merely be scrutinized to prevent any reckless behavior. As for the notion of Snape attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, that was preposterous. Dumbledore placed immense trust in Snape, and it was ultimately proven that Snape was indeed worthy of that trust. Consequently, the revelation of this matter to the professors would yield no benefit, but rather bring trouble to themselves. Given this, why should Harry and the others be informed? Wang Li expressed her confusion. I mentioned it to avoid impacting their studies. Padma retorted. This morning, while I was searching for newspapers in the library, I spotted Granger. She was perusing some miscellaneous books regarding the Philosopher's Stone and the like. I suspect she is also seeking clues in that direction. It would be more efficient to inform them directly rather than let them squander time. However, Wang, you must also convey to them that there is no necessity for this matter to progress any further. Wang Li found herself utterly convinced, almost to the point of reverence. Padma had indeed considered everything with clarity. If the sorting hat were to appear, there would be an abundance of expletives to express. Yet, as the sorting hat did not make an appearance, Wang Li held her tongue. Furthermore, this information was not relayed to Harry and his companions, as Wang Li was uncertain of their whereabouts. Besides, allowing them to expend an additional evening of mental energy seemed inconsequential, for aside from Hermione, the intellect of Harry and Ron held little value. As for Hermione's intellect, while it was slightly more precious, her abundance of knowledge meant that a minor depletion would not pose a significant issue. Contemplating this, Wang Li enjoyed a pleasant dream that night. Early Monday morning, during her morning exercise, Wang Li found Harry, who was jogging with the Quidditch team. She discreetly pulled him aside and shared the analysis that Padma had provided. The Philosopher's Stone? Harry responded, unfamiliar with the term. What is that? I can't quite articulate it, but it's something extraordinary. Wang Li had anticipated that. Given her background from a Muggle family, she should not be well acquainted with it. She nodded, completely unaware that while she, a Muggle, was ignorant of it, Harry, raised in a Muggle household, was also uninformed. Yet both of them were seeking clarification from Hermione, who also hailed from a Muggle background, regarding the peculiarities of this matter. Chapter 48. The Intellectual Connection of Academic Overachievers. The Philosopher's Stone? Upon hearing this term, Hermione immediately reacted. The one that turns stone to gold and produces the elixir of life? Wang Li was astounded. This girl, who consistently dominated her studies, somehow managed to find the time to indulge in such extraneous reading. Wang Li had some knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone, also known as the Sorcerer's Stone or the Elixir of Life. Generally, people were most familiar with its ability to transmute base metals into gold. Fewer were aware of its capacity to create the Elixir of Life, as this subject was typically reserved for the most elite scholars in the fields of alchemy and potion-making. While there may be a handful of individuals who knew of it, those who actively researched it were exceedingly rare and relevant documentation was scarce. Even Snape, the youngest potion master in the wizarding world, found himself powerless in the face of the Elixir of Life. The recipe for the Elixir of Life is not a secret within the wizarding community. It is documented in numerous advanced and even intermediate potion books. However, knowing the recipe and being able to concoct the potion are entirely different matters. In simpler terms, while Severus Snape is aware of how to create the elixir, he is incapable of producing it. In today's wizarding world, the only individual capable of crafting the elixir is none other than Nicholas Flamel. As a grandmaster of alchemy, his potion-making skills are indeed remarkable, yet he may not surpass Snape, who stands on the shoulders of giants. The reason Flamel is the sole creator lies in his ability to forge the Philosopher's Stone, an omnipotent catalyst that significantly enhances the success rate of various magical rituals and potions. Hermione, in her current studies, should not have any access to the elixir or the Philosopher's Stone, yet she possesses knowledge of it. Is this reasonable? If it were Ron, it would seem quite implausible. Yet, when it comes to Hermione, it appears rather plausible. The elixir of life? Ron pondered. Surely, one must understand immortality, right? Hermione scoffed. I know, Ron exclaimed. His slightly chubby face flushed with indignation as he attempted to raise his voice to express his discontent. Typically, individuals only raise their voices in moments of insecurity to assert themselves. Hermione gave Ron a subtle glance, causing him to falter, and he realized that her words sounded somewhat familiar. He then turned to Wang Li. Yes, during the incident when Draco provoked them, leading to that nighttime duel, Wang Li had used this very phrase to retort against Malfoy. It had felt exhilarating at the time, but being on the receiving end was far less pleasant. Did you teach her that? Ron mouthed to Wang Li, who was puzzled as to how she understood him. Nonetheless, she shook her head, indicating that it had nothing to do with her. Hermione, having read extensively, likely possessed some psychological insights, which seemed quite reasonable. The Philosopher's Stone, indeed, Hermione exclaimed, clapping her hands. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. Even though they were previously unaware of the stone's effects, they trusted Hermione's words implicitly. Huh, what's wrong? Harry asked in confusion. Don't we already know the secret? Indeed, they had uncovered that the treasure hidden within the castle was the Philosopher's Stone, yet this revelation seemed of little assistance. How could that be? Ron questioned, perplexed. Wang Li, however, began to sense an underlying truth. As anticipated, Hermione elaborated. If it were anything else, perhaps we could inform Professor McGonagall of the possibility. However, with the Philosopher's Stone being an extraordinarily rare and potent object, I fear that informing the professors would be futile. I suspect they are already aware of the stone's presence within the school, including Professor McGonagall and Snape. After all, Dumbledore would not have placed a dangerous three-headed dog in the castle without informing the other professors, especially the heads of the houses. So what does that mean? Harry and Ron clearly had yet to grasp the implications. Wang Li, however, was aware that Hermione had conceived thoughts akin to those of Padma. Severus Snape had always known about the existence of the Philosopher's Stone within the school, and the other professors were cognizant of his knowledge. They would not believe our words, nor entertain the notion that Snape might covet the stone, even if he possessed a motive. Yet, if it were indeed an artifact as extraordinarily precious and powerful as the Philosopher's Stone, it could be said that anyone might harbor a motive. However, he had also cast a curse upon my broom, Harry exclaimed with indignation. Even Hagrid was reluctant to believe us. Do you truly expect the other professors to lend credence to our claims? Hermione remarked. raising her hands in exasperation. Wang Li found it quite amusing. The thoughts of these scholarly prodigies were, indeed, remarkably aligned, clear and precise. Given sufficient clues, one could deduce similar conclusions. What shall we do then? Ron exclaimed, evidently recognizing Hermione's validity. Perhaps he was unaware of right or wrong, but simply endorsed Hermione's suggestion. Hermione furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before shaking her head, expressing that it was a deadlock. The professors would not trust our assertions, and we had no compelling evidence to present. Without evidence, their skepticism would only deepen. At this juncture, her countenance darkened, mirroring the expressions of Harry and Ron. Wang Li contemplated before speaking, suggesting that perhaps the situation was not as dire as they envisioned. Oh, how so? Hermione immediately turned her attention to Wang Li, while Harry and Ron looked to their dear friend, hoping he might offer some constructive insight. Do you not think that such a significant artifact as the Philosopher's Stone would warrant more than merely Hagrid's three-headed dog for its guardianship? Wang Li resolved to provide his companions with additional information. Probably not. The Philosopher's Stone is incredibly valuable, Hermione instinctively replied, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Could it be that other professors are involved? Hermione's initial joy and relaxation shifted to a state of turmoil. Did that imply Snape was also partaking in its protection? Chapter 49. The Importance of a Good Meal. Upon learning that professors were also assisting in guarding the Philosopher's Stone, Harry and Hermione felt somewhat reassured. Yet, the thought of Snape being involved in the stone's protection rendered them less at ease. Wang Li found it intriguing that the trio had already deemed Snape as the quintessential villain. While he too believed Snape could not be classified as a good man, he could only be considered a mediocre antagonist, not truly a villain of grand proportions. Simultaneously, another fascinating aspect struck him. The narrative indeed possessed a remarkable self-repairing quality. Due to his own presence, Hagrid had managed to keep his lips sealed, which deprived Harry and the others of crucial information regarding Nicholas Flamel. Yet, it was also because of Wang Li that, in an attempt to appease Padma, a casual remark led to the deduction of everything. However, this incident precipitated another turn of events. They subsequently stumbled upon a magical mirror. Mirror, mirror, tell me who is the most. Ah, no, that is not right. It was a mirror that revealed one's innermost desires, a most wondrous artifact. Yet, with this newfound discovery, Harry and his companions no longer needed to seek Nicholas Flamel, nor venture into the restricted section. Would Harry still be able to locate that mirror? Had Harry been oblivious to the existence of that enchanted mirror, he would have never acquired the Philosopher's Stone, even when ultimately confronting Quirrell and Voldemort. Ah, but that is not entirely accurate. In truth, Harry did not need to obtain the Philosopher's Stone at all. After all, even if he had secured it, he would have had no opportunity to utilize it, for it would have been promptly destroyed by Dumbledore. What Harry truly needed was to confront Quirrell and Voldemort directly, ultimately vanquishing Quirrell through the protective magic bestowed upon him by his mother. However, this brings forth another dilemma. How would he discern the moment Quirrell intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone? For other matters, Wang Li could offer some guidance. Yet he had no recollection of when Quirrell would attempt to pilfer the stone, leaving him at a loss as to how to assist. Curse it, had he known that he would traverse into this world in this lifetime, he would have endeavored to reread the original Harry Potter series in his past life. Wang Li mused, feeling somewhat helpless. In his previous life, he had often heard that children are forgetful. As a child himself at that time, he had been quite skeptical of such claims. However, in this life, observing from a distance, he has come to realize that children indeed possess a remarkable capacity for forgetfulness. Just days ago, Harry and Ron were preoccupied with strategies to thwart Snape and safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, yet in less than 2 weeks, they seem to have nearly forgotten the entire affair. It is not entirely their fault. The past fortnight had indeed been rather eventful. First and foremost were the Quidditch matches. November featured 2 matches, the inaugural match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, followed by another between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. This semester also included 2 more matches in December, pitting Gryffindor against Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw against Slytherin. It was during this time that Wang Li learned that a Hogwarts academic year comprises 3 terms. The months of September, October, November, and December constitute 1 term, while the months of May and June form a smaller term, primarily devoted to examinations. Over the course of a year, there are 12 Quidditch matches, with 4 held in each of the 3 terms. Since attending his first Quidditch match, Wang Li developed a newfound interest in this sport, which he had previously dismissed as trivial. Eagerly, he attended the second match, initially motivated by the iconic scenes depicted in the films. To his slight disappointment, Ravenclaw did not face Hufflepuff. Nonetheless, he felt that the match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff was fiercely contested, at least from his perspective. Ultimately, Ravenclaw's seeker, who was not the regular player but a substitute, faced the formidable Cedric Diggory, who was competing in his third year. Despite the loss, there was no negativity among the Ravenclaw team. Both sides had given their all, simply falling short in execution. Moreover, the camaraderie between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw was commendable, especially considering Cedric's amiable disposition. Most importantly, following Cedric's victory, he generously treated everyone to desserts. As a third-year student, Cedric had already gained permission to visit Hogsmeade, which had also opened its doors in November. Wang Li found himself somewhat concerned about the relationship between Cedric and Cho. However, upon discreetly observing the situation, it became evident that the two individuals currently seemed to harbor no romantic inclinations towards each other. It was indeed as Chio had previously mentioned. Their association was purely due to familial connections. Perhaps the charming Cedric had yet to mature, remaining oblivious to the idea of seeking a girlfriend. Wang Li mused with a hint of mischief. The disdainful and mocking expression that Zhou Yin wore was rather unsettling. What does it mean to be sly and cunning? While I must admit that I am indeed guilty of such behavior, could you not articulate it in a more euphemistic manner? The intensity of my training was still moderate, merely reflecting the level I had before arriving at Hogwarts. Nevertheless, Wang Li could vaguely sense a disparity. It appeared that training at Hogwarts, whether in physical conditioning or energy cultivation, yielded far superior results. Was there something particularly special about this place? Wang Li recalled the so-called lands of abundance he had encountered in novels and television shows in his past life. Some realms filled with spiritual energy where cultivation became remarkably efficient. However, what truly preoccupied him was the question of why his training seemed to progress at an accelerated pace. You are in your youth, the prime time for cultivation, Zhou Yin remarked matter-of-factly. In your terms, it's puberty, rapid development. Moreover, your diet here surpasses what you had at home, with ample nutrition naturally enhancing your cultivation speed. Wang Li interjected, so, maintaining a good diet and a healthy body is equally beneficial for cultivators, is it? Chapter 50, Quidditch Shenanigans. Although somewhat taken aback by the notion that proper nourishment could contribute to cultivation, the acceleration of his training was undoubtedly a positive development for Wang Li. After all, the Harry Potter universe was fraught with dangers, and Hogwarts was hardly a sanctuary. It was imperative to bolster his strength as much as possible before any threats arose. Thus, he pondered. Then, Simon Finnegan exclaimed, Wang, my father sent the latest recordings of the league matches. Would you like to see them? Yes. Wang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Well, cultivation is not something that can be achieved in a day, is it? Wang Li was enamored with Quidditch. Yet he had not entirely neglected his training. At least, that was his belief. He was steadily and resolutely enhancing both his physical constitution and internal energy. However, watching the school's Quidditch matches was also essential. Unfortunately, the upcoming game left Wang Li somewhat dissatisfied. Ravenclaw had lost to Hufflepuff. Yet the match was still quite thrilling and did not leave a bitter taste. However, the subsequent match in December against Slytherin was a dismal defeat, considering that catching the Golden Snitch awarded 150 points. It was not unusual for the final score to differ by over 100 or even 200 points. Yet, while such outcomes were commonplace, they were still disheartening. The loss angered Wang Li and his fellow Ravenclaws immensely, for Slytherin had displayed unsportsmanlike conduct. Much like the previous match against Gryffindor, Slytherin's chasers engaged in numerous underhanded tactics. While Ravenclaw's team, though not entirely composed of girls like Gryffindor, still included 2 female players. Certainly, here is the refined and elegant translation of your text. The physical prowess of the robust Slytherins undoubtedly overshadowed others, ultimately leading to a defeat for the Seekers, much to the discontent of Ravenclaw. In the subsequent match, Gryffindor faced Hufflepuff, a contest that struck Wang Li as rather peculiar. For the referee was none other than Severus Snape. What a curious turn of events. Could Snape truly officiate a Quidditch match? It seemed implausible, yet this improbable scenario unfolded right before Wang Li's eyes. As the Quidditch referee, Snape wielded the term biased officiating with an almost artistic flair, delivering malicious calls against Gryffindor. Surprisingly, however, Wang Li noted that Snape's judgments appear to be grounded in the actual rules of Quidditch. Indeed, Professor Snape's decisions adhered to the regulations, albeit with a severity that seemed excessive compared to most formal matches. This was elucidated by Roger Davies, a key seeker for Ravenclaw, renowned for his exceptional skills and fervent passion for the sport. As a Ravenclaw, his breadth of knowledge was extensive, and he was intimately familiar with the match regulations, possessing an unparalleled mastery of the over 700 rules. Yet, Wang Li's initial impression of him was not as a Quidditch encyclopedia, but rather as a pretty boy. Indeed, this fellow was quite the handsome youth, rivaling Cedric in terms of looks. The distinction lay in Cedric's more radiant demeanor, while Roger exuded a scholarly air. Both, however, were the type to provoke eye rolls from their male peers. How could Hogwarts harbor such a pretty boy without Wang Li's prior knowledge? Was it a lapse in memory, or had the films overlooked such details? In that moment, Wang Li found herself fervently critiquing Warner Brothers. Professor Snape's disdain for Gryffindor was indeed apparent and direct. Cyrus Forsyth remarked with a chuckle. He, too, was a Quidditch player, and under similar circumstances, he refrained from penalizing Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff players' actions were less egregious than those of Gryffindor, Roger Davies noted, as Gianna was decidedly more refined compared to Oliver. While Oliver possessed great enthusiasm, his understanding of Quidditch was somewhat rudimentary. Gianna, the current captain of Hufflepuff, was a rather lovely sixth-year student, currently leading her Seekers against the somewhat constrained Gryffindor team, hindered by Snape's unjust rulings. Gryffindor was in peril, Foster remarked, indicating that Professor Snape seemed indeed to be targeting them. Why hasn't T. Diggory taken the field? Wang Li, curious, inquired of Chio, not participating in the Quidditch players' dialogue. Not quite sure, but perhaps it's due to his concern for Potter? Cedric's remarkable flying skills displayed in the last match were indeed astonishing, Autumn remarked. Wang Li did not immediately grasp this statement. Upon further inquiry, she learned that although Cedric was now considered a formal player, there were 2 Seekers on the team. Moreover, the other Seeker was more senior and experienced than he. Having witnessed Harry's triumph over Slytherin's Higgs, Hufflepuff opted for the more seasoned player as a precaution. Wang Li subtly shook her head. In the realm of students, how much could experience truly differentiate them? At such a juncture, innate talent often proved to be far more advantageous. Undoubtedly, Cedric possessed the greater talent. Had Hufflepuff chosen Cedric for this match, Wang Li believed their victory would have been nearly assured. However, that was not the case at present. Just as this thought flitted through Wang Li's mind, the dynamics of the game shifted. The match had only progressed for about 10 minutes. Despite Snape's oppressive presence, Gryffindor, through Oliver Wood's dedicated efforts, trailed Hufflepuff by merely 30 points. At that moment, Harry, who had been soaring high above, made his move. Professor McGonagall had a profound understanding of Quidditch. Wang Li had been unaware of this until she arrived at Hogwarts, where she learned that she had sustained an injury during her student days, which led her to cease playing. Prior to that, she had been a key player on the team. Nevertheless, her passion and attention for Quidditch remained unwavering. Harry, who had been exceptionally talented enough to be admitted to the Quidditch team in his first year, showcased that extraordinary gift during this match. Gryffindor seized the golden snitch, surging ahead by 120 points. What was Professor Snape's intention? Davis nodded in agreement, exclaiming that Potter was indeed formidable. I feel I could never compete with him, remarked Ravenclaw's Seeker, Helen Cherries, glancing at Autumn. Perhaps you should take to the field in the upcoming matches? Wang Li could not help but suspect that Cherries was attempting to employ a strategy of charm. Chapter 51. Hagrid's Invitation, once again. Although Snape could not be overtly accused of bias, his targeting of Gryffindor was evident to any discerning observer. Thus, when Gryffindor emerged victorious, their exhilaration was magnified, as they felt they had triumphed over Snape. If one were to inquire whom Gryffindor students despise the most, Snape would undoubtedly top the list. Provoking him in class was a daring feat, one that even Gryffindor students lacked the courage to attempt. This victory instilled in them a sense of having thwarted Snape, leading to their unrestrained joy. Consequently, Gryffindor organized a celebratory feast. Other houses' students, particularly those from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, understood this sentiment. As for Slytherin, their attitude was one that Gryffindor typically dismissed. After the 2 Quidditch matches in December concluded, there was little else of novelty. It was not out of a desire to forge closer ties with Harry and Ron that they remained at the school, as they had in Wang Li's memories. Upon learning that Wang Li would also stay at school, Harry and Ron were elated. Indeed, the 2 had entirely forgotten about Snape and the Philosopher's Stone. One morning, snow fell. Each year, the sight of snow brought Wang Li immense joy. In England, rain was abundant, yet snow was a rarity, even in winter. This dismal place often experienced rain in the depths of winter, leaving one feeling damp and cold. During such times, Wang Li would temporarily set aside his training. Reflecting on this, it seemed reasonable that Zhou Yin found his dedication to practice insufficient. In other locales, taking a break on rainy days might be excusable, but in England, rainy days were far too frequent. In contrast, snowy days offered a certain comfort. With a deep sigh, Wang Li donned his attire and set off for a run. The heavy snowfall in England, while beautiful, posed challenges for morning jogs. At the entrance, he encountered the other 3 Quidditch teams. who were not engaging in their usual morning exercises. The snow was piled so thick that running was utterly impossible. From above, one could scarcely perceive how deep the snow had accumulated, and Wang Li felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing it had reached 2 feet high. Hagrid? Fred suddenly pointed into the distance. Following Fred's gesture, they indeed spotted Hagrid dragging a massive fir tree toward the castle. Wang Li's eyelids twitched at the sight. Such a large tree would surely require a truck in the ordinary world. Need a hand, Hagrid? Oliver Wood inquired, brandishing his wand. No, thank you. I can manage. Hagrid replied with a hearty laugh. How many are you bringing? Angelina Johnson asked, stepping aside to make room. There are 3 more. 2 are already prepared. But I still need to find a sufficiently large one for the entrance to the Great Hall. I have yet to find one that truly satisfies me, Hagrid said as he maneuvered the large tree through the doors, shaking off the snow from his coat. By the way, Harry Wang, do you have time this afternoon? Hagrid seemed to recall something upon seeing Wang Li and Harry. Could you visit my hut for tea? He asked with anticipation. Since Hagrid had previously refused to divulge the secret of the 4th floor of the castle to Harry and Ron. Ron had sulked and ceased visiting him for quite some time, which in turn led Harry to visit less frequently as well. If Harry did not go, Wang Li certainly would not either. Although he had not entirely abstained from visiting, he had only made 1 trip since December began. Wang Li pondered whether Hagrid felt a bit lonely. Has Hagrid been raising a dragon this year? It seems so. When did that begin? As Wang Li indulged in her musings, she and Harry agreed to Hagrid's invitation. Naturally, they would attend, given Hagrid's warm request. Thus, after their afternoon classes, Harry, Ron, and Wang Li made their way to Hagrid's quaint hut. Hermione was absent, as she had a query regarding the structure of spells to discuss with Professor Flitwick. Upon their arrival at Hagrid's abode, they found him engaged in giving Fong a bath. His face lit up with joy at the sight of them. Ah, you've come. Please wait a moment while I prepare some excellent tea, a gift from Dumbledore himself. The finest leaves, he beamed, his furry visage radiating delight. Wang Li and Harry nodded and sought a place to sit, while Ron eagerly approached to assist Hagrid in bathing Fong. Before long, he was drenched and retreated to the hearth to dry off. Once Hagrid finished bathing Fong and settled him by the fire, he poured each of them a cup of tea and sat down, his expression revealing a mixture of concern and contemplation. Wang Li and the others sensed that Hagrid had something weighing on his mind, though he appeared hesitant. What is the matter, Hagrid? Is there something you wish to discuss? Ron, ever straightforward, inquired immediately. After a considerable pause, Hagrid finally spoke. Well, I'm not entirely certain if I should say this. It's actually a good thing that you Haven Tea sought me out, yet I find myself somewhat worried. He hesitated again, but ultimately continued. You all Haven Tea been pondering what the 3-headed dog is guarding, have you? Wang Li gazed at him, her large eyes reflecting disbelief. What on earth are you talking about? She exclaimed. Harry and Ron had nearly forgotten the matter of the Philosopher's Stone, and now Hagrid was bringing it up again. Indeed, Harry and Ron displayed smug expressions at this revelation. Ron raised his eyebrows dramatically and declared in a theatrical tone, Well, Hagrid, you might be surprised to hear that we have indeed stopped speculating about what your 3-headed dog is guarding. Hagrid, known for his straightforwardness, appeared somewhat relieved by this response. However, Ron's next statement caused Hagrid's expression to grow increasingly complex. Because we already know what your 3-headed dog is guarding, Ron said with pride. Impossible. Hagrid immediately shook his head. I have never mentioned anything about that creature. You couldn't possibly have guessed. You certainly haven't, but Harry has seen it, Ron replied triumphantly. Even Harry wore a hint of pride at this revelation. That's impossible. At the time, the object was wrapped up. You couldn't see what it was. Hagrid exclaimed in disbelief. It seems that indeed, it was the item you retrieved that day, Harry chuckled. Previously, they had been unable to ascertain this detail fully. After all, their supposition that it was the Philosopher's Stone stemmed from the size of the package Hagrid had brought from Gringotts. Hagrid's mouth hung open, almost wide enough to fit a whole piglet, and after a moment, he abruptly realized, You tricked me? It's not a trick. We truly deduced what it is. And now we are more than 90% certain. Ron replied with a grin, It's the Philosopher's Stone, isn't it? How could you possibly know? Hagrid stammered, utterly astonished. Wang Li couldn't help but marvel at Hagrid's straightforwardness. If it were him, he would have feigned a relieved demeanor and misled them by saying, I thought you really figured it out. This would have allowed him to deceive them without difficulty. But if he were capable of such cunning, he wouldn't be Hagrid. Harry and Ron, in contrast to Wang Li, were utterly pleased with Hagrid's reaction. The thrill of unraveling a secret that was meticulously concealed and believed to be foolproof was immensely gratifying, even though the process of discovery had little to do with them. Witnessing Hagrid's expression only heightened their delight. This provided Wang Li and his companions with an unfamiliar clue. He sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, The fact that the object had come into Dumbledore's possession was known only to the two of them. Even I only learned of its existence when Dumbledore instructed me to retrieve it, Hagrid remarked, still bewildered by how Harry and the others could have uncovered such confidential information. Harry, have you discovered something? Ron, always particularly attentive to Harry, noticed his expression. In contrast, Wang Li lacked such initiative, his attention captivated by Hagrid's tea. In his previous life, Wang Li wasn't particularly fond of tea, preferring soda. However, upon arriving in England, he found himself drinking tea regularly. Both his parents and the Wei family enjoyed tea, not so much for the beverage itself, but rather for the nostalgic flavors it evoked from their homeland. Wang Li had begun to share this sentiment, cultivating a newfound appreciation for tea in this life. Nonetheless, the tea from his parents before their disappearance and the Wei family's tea paled in comparison to what Hagrid offered. Hagrid mentioned that Dumbledore had given it to him, indicating that Dumbledore possessed an excellent supply of tea. Considering Dumbledore's esteemed position in the Western wizarding world, this was quite reasonable. Distracted by the tea, Wang Li hadn't initially noticed Harry's expression until Ron brought it to his attention. Upon hearing the question, Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. He had been almost certain that it was Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, who had invaded Gringotts. He recalled that in the first film, Hagrid had encountered Quirrell in the Leaky Cauldron while escorting Harry to Diagon Alley. He assumed Quirrell was merely scouting the place. What he didn't know was that while Hagrid was taking Harry shopping, he had also inadvertently taken the Philosopher's Stone. Had he been aware, he could have intervened and stopped Hagrid right then and there. Hagrid's magic is far more formidable than Wang Li had previously assumed. A conclusion drawn after Ron mentioned that Hagrid could indeed employ the powerful transfiguration spell on Harry's cousin, Dudley. Nonetheless, Wang Li firmly believes that he would not stand a chance against Quirrell, who is possessed by Voldemort. Quirrell could be said to be merely a pawn in this game. If that is the case, who then infiltrated Gringotts? Was it Quirrell, or was someone else entirely? If it was someone else, who might that be? And if it was Quirrell, by what means did he come to know that the Philosopher's Stone was in Dumbledore's possession, and even the specific vault within Gringotts? Hagrid is indeed a blabbermouth, but Dumbledore is not. Wang Li does not believe that Dumbledore would allow such information to become common knowledge. Are you still suspecting Snape? Hagrid furrowed his brow upon hearing Harry and Ron's conversation. I've told you, while Snape may indeed be unpleasant towards you, he would never steal from Dumbledore. How can you be so certain? Harry inquired. Because Dumbledore trusts him. I have faith that Dumbledore's judgment is infallible, Hagrid replied. Wang Li and the others exchanged exasperated glances. Such blind admiration is truly unwarranted. There is no doubt that Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of our age. But a claim that all those he trusts are beyond reproach is certainly debatable. At that moment, Ron even contemplated suggesting that Dumbledore might be losing his faculties, but he refrained from voicing that thought, which was quite a feat of restraint. Chapter 53. The Professor's Invitation. This encounter, once again, ended on an unpleasant note. Although it was an improvement over the previous occasion when Hagrid had driven them away, the atmosphere remained rather dismal. Harry and Ron steadfastly believed that Snape was the villain seeking the Philosopher's Stone and had already set his plans into motion. However, Hagrid remained adamant that, as a professor at Hogwarts, Snape was beyond suspicion. Wang Li held a somewhat unique perspective on this matter. He knew for certain that Snape was innocent, at least in this affair. However, Hagrid's assumption that Snape's status as a professor rendered him faultless was gravely misguided. After all, the one who caused the calamity was not Snape, but rather Quirrell, who also held the position of professor. Yet, it was evident that no one suspected Quirrell at this moment. After all, who could suspect someone so inept, who trembles while walking, stutters while speaking, and does not retaliate even when snowballs are thrown at him by the twins? One must admit that Professor Quirrell's performance is truly commendable, and the sacrifices he makes are quite substantial. Hagrid's unwavering trust in Dumbledore, extending to the professors he selects, has clouded his judgment. That's quite frustrating, Harry expressed indignantly. Ron sighed. Well, I've heard a few things. He nodded. Since Harry and I will be staying at Hogwarts, perhaps we could play chess and cards together? The chess Ron referred to was wizard chess, and the card game was Exploding Snap. Both are exceedingly popular pastimes at Hogwarts. However, the former is particularly favored among the Ravenclaw students, who are eager to find leisure between their studies. This aspect left Wang Li somewhat perplexed. Studying is mentally taxing, and so is playing chess. Can these truly be considered leisure activities? As for Exploding Snap, it is virtually unplayed in Ravenclaw. In the common room, most students are often engrossed in their books, while Exploding Snap, as its name suggests, is rather loud. Indeed, Wang Li nodded in agreement. As a pseudo-Ravenclaw, It was utterly inconceivable for him to continue studying during the holidays. By the way, Wang, is anyone else staying at school with you? Harry inquired casually. It seems I'm the only one in our year. I'm not sure about the others, Wang Li shrugged. I see. Harry nodded, his eyes darting about. Wang Li sensed something was amiss. He suspected Harry had something on his mind, yet he appeared conflicted about whether to speak up. Upon returning to the castle, Wang Li headed to the library to study. Of course, he could reach out to Padma, but he felt it would be inappropriate to keep bothering her. While on his solitary journey to the library, he found himself lost. Admittedly, it felt somewhat embarrassing, yet getting lost in Hogwarts is quite a common occurrence. Wang Li reassured himself and continued wandering through the castle. In the midst of his aimless wandering, around a corner, a face that was more terrifying than any ghost suddenly emerged from the shadows. Goodness! Wang Li exclaimed, startled enough to blurt out a phrase of his native tongue. What? Professor Kettleburn, clearly unfamiliar with Chinese, did not comprehend Wang Li's words. Ah, Professor, good evening, he stammered, as the torches on the wall flickered slightly in response to his outburst. With the illumination, Professor Kettleburn's visage became less fearsome, at least for Wang Li, who had played Resident Evil in a previous life. It was more tolerable. Ah, good evening. You are Wang Li, are you not? Professor Kettleburn scrutinized him before tentatively asking. Wang Li had intended to merely greet and depart, but being called by name caught him off guard. It was not uncommon for students to recognize professors, as there are indeed few at Hogwarts. While there are slightly more than he initially presumed, there are still quite few in number. However, professors may not necessarily remember all their students. Even with only a few hundred students at Hogwarts, it is no simple task to recall each one, especially for elective course professors who primarily recognize only their own students. Of course, there are exceptions. For instance, Harry is undoubtedly known by all. Wang Li questioned his own lack of such renown, having not taken care of magical creatures in his first year. Why would Professor Kettleburn know him? Pondering this perplexity, he nevertheless nodded. Yes, Professor. How may I assist you? Assist? Oh, yes. If you and T mind, would you care to join me for a moment? Professor Kettleburn asked with a warm smile. Wang Li was taken aback. What had begun as a mere courteous remark had unexpectedly turned into a genuine invitation. Until now, he had no recollection of this professor whatsoever. He was indeed aware of the course on the protection and study of magical creatures, which was an elective taken by Harry and his friends in their third year. At that time, a winged creature resembling an eagle had been introduced. However, he recalled that the professor for that class was Hagrid. Beyond that, he had no further information. The film featured very little content related to magical creatures, whereas the spin-off series, Fantastic Beasts, delved much deeper into the subject. Additionally, the latter series subtly portrayed the extraordinary romance between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, which sparked considerable excitement among enthusiasts. Wang Li had followed the ensuing commotion with great interest. Digressing, Wang Li's recollection of the Professor of the Protection of Magical Creatures course was solely of Hagrid. He had no impression of Professor Ketterburn. However, from what he gathered through Fred and George, who both chose to take the course, it seemed that this professor was quite beloved by the students. Yet, there was a problem. The professor had a penchant for creating his own troubles. His face, marred by scars, and his prosthetic limbs were all products of his own reckless behavior. In fact, he was often seen in the school-less infirmary. Indeed, he was the only professor to frequently visit there. Uncertain as to why this professor sought him out, Wang Li felt apprehensive. However, it would likely be impolite to refuse the professor outright. Thus, he followed along and inquired. Professor, is there something you need? Ah, yes indeed. Here, take this, Professor Ketterburn replied, producing an item from his pocket and extending it toward Wang Li. Upon seeing the object, Wang Li's pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 54. Professor Ketterburn's Office. What Professor Ketterburn had retrieved was a small paper cutter, once belonging to Wang Li. During a practice session, he had lodged this cutter into the trunk of a large tree, and it had become irretrievably stuck. Given Wang Li's level of magical ability, he was incapable of extracting the cutter from the tree trunk. Surely, he could not resort to chopping down the entire tree, not to mention, at that time, he lacked the capability to do so, and the noise would have been excessive. He could only console himself with the thought that it was merely a small knife, worth less than 10 pence. Nearly 2 months had passed since he had forgotten about this item, only to find it reappearing before him, now in the hands of a professor. Had his secret been uncovered? A sudden wave of perspiration gripped his back. If he were one of those decisive protagonists, he might have already been contemplating how to eliminate the threat. Yet, Wang Li was not so ruthless. More importantly, he felt inadequate, lacking the necessary skills. Hagrid had discovered the cutter lodged in a tree and initially thought it was a prank. However, they later found something similar in the eye of a troll. Dumbledore had surmised it belonged to him. Is this yours? Professor Ketterburn asked with a chuckle. Wait, Hagrid found it? Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. The influx of information was slightly overwhelming for his singularly focused mind. He struggled to process it all. Something similar had been discovered in the Troll's eye. But how did they know it was his? The professors did not inquire about this matter, did they? They likely did not question Harry and the others either. Otherwise, the two adorable ones would have certainly confided in each other. What could Hagrid and Dumbledore possibly mean by their guesses regarding me? As my thoughts spiraled, Wang Li nonetheless accepted the small knife. Denial would prove futile. Many of my dormitory mates had seen this knife, and lying could easily backfire. Moreover, from the current perspective, the situation did not appear as dire as I had feared. Upon seeing Wang Li take the knife, Professor Kettleburn expressed his delight. Ah, it truly belongs to you. Dumbledore's intuition is remarkable. So, did you also craft the piece of wood in the Troll's eye? He realized that circumstances were not as troubling as he had anticipated. I initially thought it was young Weasley, considering Molly excelled at spells in her youth. However, it seems Dumbledore was indeed correct. Oh, we have arrived, Professor Kettleburn remarked. The two had reached the office for care of magical creatures. With one of his few remaining fingers, Professor Kettleburn gently tapped on the door. A series of creaking sounds emanated from within. My office contains a few mischievous little creatures, and I worry that leaving the door open might allow students to inadvertently release them. Although there isn't anything particularly dangerous, it wouldn't be ideal to create chaos within the school, would it? I certainly do not wish to incur another reprimand. What could Wang Li say in response other than to nod in agreement? A professor burdened with disciplinary actions is indeed a rarity within the academy. Professor Kettleburn fully opened the door and entered first. Wang Li peeked inside, finding the space considerably larger than it appeared from the outside, a common occurrence within the castle. Spells that manipulate spatial dimensions are frequently employed at Hogwarts. Most classrooms and offices utilize similar enchantments. Magic truly proves advantageous in this regard. Wang Li recalled that in the 7th film, Hermione had already managed to create a spatially enhanced handbag. In comparison, a chi practitioner aspiring to craft a bag of holding or a similar spell, according to Zhou Yin, would need to be a figure of significant renown. Wang Li had indeed inquired with Zhou Yin about the existence of spatial rings. The old man had possessed a mustard seed bracelet, but it was lost during his demise, taken by an unknown individual. Such a treasure could not simply transform into a spirit. As for the mystical ability to carry a cosmos within oneself, although the old man had mastered it, such powers collapse upon death. Alas, it is a pity for the treasures I once possessed. When Wang Li heard Zhou Yin speak of this, he felt a deeper sorrow than Zhou Yin himself. After all, the latter was a notable figure whose name would be remembered in history. Could his collection be of lesser value? At this moment, however, it was more pressing for him to discern the purpose of the professor's summons. Yet, upon entering the office, Wang Li found himself irresistibly distracted. This professor's office was indeed extraordinarily unique. No wonder he had previously mentioned the abundance of little creatures within. There were indeed quite a few. In the corner of the left wall, a large fish tank housed a dozen luminescent fish. Well, while it was referred to as a fish tank, Wang Li was not entirely certain. He could not ascertain whether the object, towering at least 7 or 8 meters in height, extending over a dozen meters in length, and approximately 10 meters in width, could indeed be classified as an aquarium. In the corner on the right stood a large cage, within which several plump, round birds, unfamiliar to him, were flapping about. The walls were adorned with glass enclosures of various sizes, most housing an array of extraordinary creatures of diverse shapes that he did not recognize. Notably, despite the presence of both cages and boxes, all were devoid of lids, allowing the wondrous beings within the freedom to emerge at will. By the fireplace lay a large dog, a rare acquaintance of his, a tail-wagging canine known as the Ingwe dog. While it was said that Ingwe dogs were merely larger than ordinary dogs, this particular specimen was astonishingly grand. Was this comparison made with Hagrid's dog, Fawn? Most intriguing to Wang Li, however, was the bonfire situated in the center of the room. Yes, the room featured a fireplace. Yet there was also this substantial bonfire, ample enough for several individuals to dance around in grass skirts. Furthermore, encircling the bonfire was a ring of red thorns, completely enclosing it, thus rendering it the sole object in the room that remained unexposed. Initially, Wang Li could not fathom the purpose of surrounding a bonfire. Yet, upon approaching, he quickly understood. As he followed Professor Kettleburn inside, a dozen fire ash snakes suddenly sprang from the flames, startling him. Oh, I forgot to mention, there are fire ash snakes in the bonfire. They tend to leap out to scare those who come too close, Professor Kettleburn remarked. Professor, Might have been a tad late for that warning. Bumli rubria, sumawat agjesparata. Professor Kettleburn chuckled awkwardly before shifting the subject. Ah, Mr. Wang Li, the reason I invited you here today is to discuss something of importance. Wang Li raised an eyebrow, sensing the crux of the matter had arrived. Professor, what is it you wish to inquire? He asked cautiously. Well, first and foremost, I want you to understand that both I and the entire institution are indifferent to whether students possess any, how should I put it, abilities beyond magic. Do you comprehend my meaning? Professor Kettleburn explained, his tone and demeanor exceptionally gentle, as if fearful of alarming Wang Li. Yet, Wang Li felt a surge of apprehension. In that moment, he could not help but speculate whether the professor, or even those behind Hogwarts, had discovered Zhou Yan's existence, or perhaps even his identity as a reincarnator. Noticing the shift in Wang Li's expression, Professor Kettleburn rose to pour a cup of grapefruit tea, placing it upon the small table before him. Shall I call you Wang Li? You need not worry. Hogwarts has never concerned itself with the additional talents of its students. I heard from Phileas that you share a close relationship with a young lady from the Pettigrew family, correct? No, not at all. Even though Wang Li felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of his secret being discovered, he instinctively wanted to refute when he heard a professor mention his amicable relationship with a young girl. However, he quickly realized the context. This was indeed a foreign land where early romance was not frowned upon. Professor Kettleburn chuckled, reassuring him that Hogwarts did not oppose romantic relationships among students, though it might be somewhat premature for first years. Wang Li opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from clarifying. On one hand, he felt that the situation was indeed too convoluted to explain. The entire first-year cohort seemed to sense something amiss regarding his relationship with Padma, and truthfully, it was a little unusual. Although they mostly interacted like any other classmates, the closeness between a young boy and a young girl had slightly intensified. On the other hand, seeing the professor's grotesque visage marred by a lewd expression made Wang Li realize that any attempt at explanation would be futile. Moreover, it seemed that this was not the crux of the matter at hand. Professor Kettleburn, aiming to alleviate Wang Li's tension, continued with a smile. You might be aware that the Patil sisters possess a unique family spell known as the summoning charm, although it is still somewhat underdeveloped. Wang Li, having grasped the semblance of understanding, realized that Kettleburn likely did not possess extensive knowledge on the subject. He was indeed aware that Padma and Parvati had studied the summoning charm, but only to a limited extent. He did not know how proficient they had become, nor did he fully comprehend what the summoning charm entailed, merely recognizing it as a branch of magic related to deities. However, did deities truly exist in this world? Wang Li was not particularly certain. Professor Kettleburn continued, there are many analogous situations as Hogwarts enrolls students from all over the globe, some of whom come from families or cultures with their own unique practices, which the school does not prohibit. Wang Li, uncertain of how to respond, merely nodded. I previously inquired with Phileas, who mentioned you hail from a Muggle family. However, later, Minerva informed me that your situation is somewhat exceptional, Kettleburn elaborated. Exceptional? Wang Li's apprehension began to dissipate, replaced by curiosity. Indeed, Kettleburn affirmed, your parents are not registered wizards, but they were originally from the East. Many from the East. What do they call them? Sorcerers or practitioners? In any case, similar to wizards, they often go unregistered. As for your parents, we have not found any leads, and I'm aware that they are missing. Noticing Wang Li's inclination to speak, Professor Kettleburn interjected. However, Hogwarts conducts background checks for student admissions, so prior to your receiving an acceptance letter, the school had conducted some inquiries. Unfortunately, we have not uncovered a single trace of your parents. You should be aware that clues, which are often elusive for ordinary individuals, can sometimes be remarkably simple for a wizard. However, Minerva failed to uncover even the slightest trace of your parents. This revelation astonished Wang Li. Could it be that his parents were influential figures? Yet, that seemed implausible. What sort of prominent person would toil away managing a modest eatery in Chinatown, especially a family-run establishment? Wang Li had witnessed firsthand the strenuous efforts his parents had exerted. Nonetheless, the notion that they were not merely ordinary individuals was not entirely beyond his belief. After all, there were certain aspects of their lives that were indeed rather peculiar. What Kettleburn mentioned was not inconsequential either, as there had been oddities in their possessions. Even disregarding Zhou Yan's ring, some items appeared incongruous for a small restaurant. Moreover, there is something else you might not be aware of, Professor Kettleburn continued. Your name suddenly appeared in the Book of Admission in July. What book? Wang Li was taken aback. This was an unfamiliar term. Ah, you're unaware of this. The Book of Admission is one of the two magical artifacts that have existed since the founding of Hogwarts. The other is the acceptance quill. Typically, A child eligible to enter Hogwarts has their name inscribed in the Book of Admission at birth. However, some children, for various reasons, ultimately do not attend Hogwarts. And in such cases, their names will vanish. Yet, prior to your case, all children had their names written in advance upon birth. But Wang, you are an exception. At least, Dumbledore stated he had never encountered another like you. Dumbledore, being over a century old and having served as headmaster for 4 to 5 decades, suggests that such a situation had not arisen in at least the last 40 or 50 years. Wang Li's expression grew peculiar. He sensed the recent complexities in his life were multiplying. I surmise this may be connected to your lineage, is it not? Profesoka laborum, observing Wang Li's oddameno. Believed he had hit upon a significant point and cheerfully remarked, however, what truly piques our curiosity is that Severus inadvertently discovered your proficiency in mind cloaking. Well, in his words, it is a magic remarkably akin to mind cloaking. Severus, you old bat, do you possess no sense of morality? Banli silanli cursa sabarus. So, that old rascal had once employed mind-reading magic on him. How else could he have discerned his concentration technique? Noticing Wang Li's sudden change in expression, Kettleburn hastily waved his hands, urging him not to misunderstand. Rest assured, the school's faculty would never employ legilimency on students. It is merely that Severus's legilimency and mind cloaking are so potent that encountering another practitioner can evoke a unique sensation. Wang Li remained skeptical. Chapter 56, Lead Box and Copper Plate. Zhou Yan asserted that the concentration technique would undoubtedly falter against a top-tier wizard's legilimency. However, it was inconceivable for anyone to invade his mind without his awareness. To put it plainly, while he might be unable to prevent intrusion, he would certainly be aware of it if someone attempted to invade his thoughts. With this assurance, Wang Li confidently concluded that his mind had not yet been invaded. It must be said that Wang Li's naivety was evident here. Although he had indeed not experienced any incursion into his thoughts, the reasoning was rather flimsy. For top-tier wizards, altering memories is quite an effortless task. At times, ignorance can be bliss. Professor Ketterburn, however, was unaware of such nuances and continued to elaborate, stating that Severus had detected a spell in you akin to a mental blocking charm, albeit with distinct differences. Coupled with this discovery, I surmise that you must possess something additional. Wang Li remained silent, his expression conflicted. Could this not be considered compelling evidence? At this juncture, denial seemed futile. Thus, Professor, what is it that you wish to discuss? Since denial was no longer an option, Wang Li opted to concede. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it appeared they had somewhat misconstrued the situation, believing him to be a practitioner of familial magic. Wang Li chose not to clarify, preferring instead to observe their intentions. Indeed, Professor Ketterburn rubbed his hands together. I would like to inquire whether you belong to the lineage of Eastern sorcerers? Wang Li pondered for a moment. Although he was uncertain if the alchemists mentioned by Zhou Yan were the same as the sorcerers referred to by Ketterburn, they seemed to align closely. Thus, he nodded in affirmation. That's splendid. Professor Ketterburn exclaimed with delight. I have acquired a small artifact from the East, yet I have been at a loss as to how to open it. Could you assist me in discerning its significance? As he spoke, he retrieved a small box from a nearby cabinet, eagerly presenting it to Wang Li. Wang Li was taken aback as he accepted the box. Measuring merely a foot in length, it was surprisingly heavy, nearly slipping from his grasp. A lead box? Wang Li was somewhat astonished. Yes, indeed. Professor Ketterburn nodded repeatedly. Precisely. You immediately recognized it as a lead box. Such a quick response, truly befitting a Ravenclaw. Wang Li's expression grew peculiar. It was not that he was particularly knowledgeable, but rather that he had encountered something quite similar before. The ring previously owned by Zhou Yan had also been housed in a lead box, albeit one considerably smaller. Wang Li cradled the lead box, scrutinizing it closely, and his expression shifted to one of intrigue. At first glance, the box appeared black. However, upon closer inspection, it revealed a silvery hue. This might sound implausible. How could silver be perceived as black? The answer lay in the fact that the surface of this originally silver box was densely inscribed with fine black lettering. Or perhaps one could refer to it as incantations. These were not Western spells, but rather Eastern enchantments. Although Wang Li could not decipher them, he had encountered similar symbols in various films and literature. Alternatively, it would be more fitting to describe them as talismans. While he could not comprehend their meaning, such intricately detailed talismans must surely be extraordinary. Professor, this object appears to be rather uncommon, does it not? Wang Li ventured to inquire. Indeed. Professor Ketterburn nodded vigorously. Old Macmillan discovered it in the basement of the ancestral home. He He suggested it might be related to magical creatures, hence he gifted it to me. Related to magical creatures? Wang Li was somewhat taken aback and scrutinized the box in his hands again, unable to discern its significance. Oh, I almost forgot. There's another item that was found alongside it. Ketterburn seemed to recall producing a copper plate from the side. The plate bore several lines of text. Old Macmillan had inquired about it and mentioned its connection to magical creatures, Ketterburn explained. Wang Li set down the lead box and took the copper plate. However, much to his embarrassment, he found that he could still hardly recognize the inscriptions on it. Unlike the previous symbols, he could not comprehend at all. This script was somewhat intelligible. It appeared to be an ancient form of writing, significantly different from the simplified modern characters he knew, yet faint traces of familiarity lingered. What does it say? Wang Li felt a bit awkward, a Chinese person asking an Englishman for the meaning of Chinese text. Ketterburn looked at him with surprise. Isn't this script from your Eastern culture? You don't recognize it? Well, this is an ancient script. Few people can read it today. Wang Li replied with a sense of resignation. If it were ordinary traditional characters, he might have managed to decipher them. Yet the text on this plate seemed distinctly older. While he could guess at some meanings, fully interpreting it was beyond his capability. Oh, I see, Ketterburn nodded, though his enthusiasm for Wang Li seemed to dwindle. Wang Li surmised that the professor's change in demeanor stemmed from the realization that he could not provide any useful insight regarding the text. Despite this noticeable shift, Ketterburn continued to explain, in truth, we have not completely deciphered it either. As you mentioned, there are few individuals knowledgeable about this matter today. We consulted several people, but they could only recognize fragments, which seemed to relate to animals. Related to animals? Wang Li queried, examining the copper plate more closely, finally spotting two characters featuring the radical for dog. You would assume this item is related to animals solely because of these two characters, would you? He looked at Ketterburn with skepticism, meeting the professor's murky, yet somewhat innocent gaze. Well, it does seem plausible, Ketterburn admitted, realizing he had gleaned nothing useful from Wang Li. With no further insights to offer, he allowed Wang Li to take his leave after a brief exchange. Wang Li was not inclined to linger in a room filled with peculiar creatures. However, upon exiting Ketterburn's office, a thought struck him. Although he could not decipher the text, perhaps Zhou Yin could. The characters on the copper plate were unfamiliar to Wang Li, clearly not the current simplified characters or the previous generation's traditional ones. They appear to be an even earlier form of writing, possibly small seal script, or something even more archaic. The knowledge he had acquired in his past life had long since faded, leaving him uncertain. Thus, he resolved to consult Zhou Yin. Yet, glancing outside at the snow that had begun to fall once more, Wang Li shook his head in mild dismay. The weather outside is rather challenging. Chapter 57, Zhou Yan's Speculation. Despite the difficulty of venturing beyond the castle in the heavy snowfall, Wang Li felt compelled to seek out Zhou Yin while he still retained some semblance of the characters inscribed on the bronze plate. Otherwise, after a brief slumber, he feared he would completely forget them. Thus, he hastily exited the castle and arrived at the shores of the Black Lake. Tracing a few characters in the snow with his finger, after glancing at them, he found them reminiscent of his recollections. Satisfied, he nodded and began to rub his ring, calling out, "Old Zhou, come forth quickly." A plume of white smoke emerged, and Zhou Yin materialized from the ring, appearing somewhat astonished. Zhou Yin surveyed the snow-laden sky and the ground blanketed in white, speaking in a tone tinged with curiosity. "Ah, you lazy lad, what brings you out in such weather?" "What choice do I have?" Wang Li replied, gesturing towards the characters he had drawn in the snow. "I was afraid I would forget them if I waited." Zhou Yin observed the characters for a moment without responding immediately, instead casting a complex glance at Wang Li. Even with his diminutive stature, long beard, and eyebrows concealing his eyes, Wang Li could still discern the intricacies of his expression. "What is it? Is something of great significance at hand?" Bang Li inquired, his excitement palpable. "Well, I'm not entirely certain. I'm contemplating another matter." Zhou Yan's tone was somewhat elusive. "What matter?" Bang Li quería, perplexa. "Since you can recall some characters and inscribe them in the snow, why not write them on parchment? That way, you could wait for better weather before inquiring further." Zhou Yan suggested. Wang Li stood dumbfounded, shock evident on his face. By the heavens! Indeed, I could have simply transcribed it on a sheepskin parchment. Why did I venture out in this snowstorm? What was I thinking? Observing Wang Li's initial astonishment transform into frustration, followed by a gloomy countenance, Zhou Yin sighed deeply and remarked with an air of resignation, "It seems your progress in qi training is sluggish, but it may not solely be due to laziness. Perhaps innate aptitude plays a role as well." "What do you mean by that, old Zhou?" Wang Li retorted, feeling offended. "Are you implying that I am foolish?" Although he recognized that his actions might have been somewhat imprudent, he felt it unnecessary for Zhou Yin to state it so bluntly. Zhou Yin shook his head, choosing not to engage in an argument with Wang Li, but instead continued to examine the characters inscribed in the snow. After a moment, he noted, I recognize these few runes, but they do not appear to be in sequence, do they? Yes, I only remember these characters. The order eludes me, Wang Li responded, somewhat proud of his recollection. Zhou Yin pressed his lips together, refraining from further comment, and peered at the symbols again, concluding that nothing substantial could be gleaned from them. However, I can indeed inform you of the meanings of these characters. This one signifies to arrive, this one denotes mountain, this represents to capture, and this one means to confine. These two are adjacent, correct? Zhou Yin pointed to the two characters adorned with the inverted dog radical. Indeed, Wang Li nodded, recalling these two characters distinctly. He speculated that Professor Ketterburn and his companion believed that the contents of the box were related to magical creatures, specifically tied to the term Bayan. Have you heard of it? Xiao Yan inquired. Bayan? What on earth is that? Wang Li responded, a look of confusion on his face. Alas, such ignorance. Zhou Yin lamented. Do you not know that the dragon has 9 sons? I know about the 9 sons of the dragon. Wang Li nodded vigorously. Isn't one of them a lecherous dragon that copulates with other creatures, producing offspring of all sorts? But I can't recall the specifics. He chuckled. I think one resembles a lion, and there's a giant turtle too. That would be the Swanee and the Bixia. Zhou Yin replied, exasperated. Garlic paste and barrel? Wang Li blinked in confusion. He then pointed to the two characters on the ground, explaining, this is the ancient seal script for Bayan. It is one of the 9 sons, resembling a tiger, known for its litigious nature, fierce and imposing. Legend has it that it can impartially discern right from wrong. One of the 9 sons of the dragon. Does that not make a divine beast? Wang Li ponderat intriga. Although he had likely encountered the notion of the 9 sons of the dragon in various novels, he had never truly reflected on it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Could the contents of that lead box be connected to Bayan? The divine beast Bayan, even in my time, was merely a legend. Where in the mortal realm could one encounter such a mythical entity? Do you think I, the Eastern dragon, can be compared to a mere large lizard? Then what do you propose is contained within that lead box? Did you not mention that it bore numerous incantations? I assume they describe its contents. Thus, the items within are likely unrelated to Bayan, right? Wang Li shuklat. It is not so simple to establish a connection with Bayan. Zhou Yin scoffed, but then added nevertheless. A spell related to Bayan would possess considerable significance, and the contents must be of importance as well. If you could acquire it, perhaps I could assist you in opening it. It should indeed be something valuable. What a fanciful thought. Why would I be able to obtain something belonging to the professor and his friend? Wang Li rolled his eyes, shaking off the snowflakes from his attire. As he stood at the castle entrance, he unexpectedly encountered Chilo. Chilo was bundled in a thick cotton robe, tightly wrapped, with a large turban wound around his head multiple times. A strong odor of garlic emanated from him, quite pungent. Wang Li made a conscious effort to avoid looking at the back of his head, greeted him briefly, and moved on. Chilo stammered a greeting in return before departing in another direction. However, as Wang Li turned a corner, Chilo halted, slowly turning his head, ensuring no one was around. He spoke in a quivering voice, Master, do you have any further instructions? Chapter 58, The Gaze of Padma. After a round of commotion, Wang Li ultimately decided to head to the library. Now that he had a key holder, there was no reason to delay any further. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wang Li glanced around and soon spotted Padma and Amanda in a corner. Upon encountering Padma, Wang Li was reminded of Professor Ketterburn's words regarding the Petil family sisters, who are known for their mastery of necromancy. What is necromancy? This term was somewhat unfamiliar to Wang Li. He had heard of it, but did not fully comprehend its meaning. However, observing Padma engage in discussion with Amanda, he hesitated to inquire further. Even in the absence of Amanda, it seemed inappropriate to broach the subject, as it appeared to relate to a family secret. Finding a secluded corner, Wang Li began to work on his assignments in a manner that was decidedly uncharacteristic of a Ravenclaw. Yet, his thoughts lingered on the matter at hand, compelling him to glance periodically in Padma's direction. On one such occasion, he found that both Padma and Amanda were looking back at him. Upon noticing Wang Li's gaze, Amanda whispered something to Padma, prompting a fit of suppressed laughter from her, which elicited a playful, albeit slightly vexed, shove from Padma. Amanda continued to yist, ultimately lifting 2 books and making her way towards Wang Li, though he did not initially realize she was approaching him. Given his proximity to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, unexpectedly, Amanda altered her course mid-stride, dashing a few steps towards Wang Li while cheerfully exclaiming, Wang, you ought to be more proactive. Without allowing him a moment to respond, she flashed a peace sign at Padma and bounded into the common room like a playful rabbit. Padma, startled, sprang up and attempted to chase after her, but Amanda was too swift to catch. After entering the dormitory, what transpired remained a mystery to Wang Li. All he knew was that 3 minutes later, when Padma emerged, her hair and clothes were somewhat disheveled, and her lovely face bore a faint blush. At that moment, countless inappropriate images flooded Wang Li's mind. This was troubling. He chastised himself, but found it impossible to regain control. After a short while, Padma approached him with a book in hand. During this interval, Wang Li could not resist stealing glances at her several times. "Do you have any questions for me?" Padma inquired, her expression a mix of mild annoyance and amusement. Wang Li felt a twinge of embarrassment and admitted, "Ah, you noticed? It's rather obvious." Padma replied with a hint of exasperation regarding the seemingly foolish boy before her, who usually did not appear so dim-witted. Yet, at times, he could be infuriatingly foolish. Wang Li was oblivious to Padma's thoughts, awkwardly stating, "Indeed, there is something I wish to ask, but I am uncertain if it would be inappropriate." "Is it related to knowledge?" Padma queried. Wang Li pondered for a moment before nodding, convinced that his curiosity could indeed be categorized as a pursuit of knowledge. When it comes to the thirst for knowledge, appropriateness is of no consequence, Padma declared, quoting a saying frequently attributed to Rowena Ravenclaw and one of the mottos of Ravenclaw House. "Well, if that is the case, then I shall ask. Wang Li responda." Wang Li, once again assured by Padma's affirmative response, finally spoke up. "What exactly is the divine invocation?" Padma appeared momentarily taken aback by the question. Wang Li hastily waved his hand. "Oh, I just heard you mention it before, and today I came across it again through someone else. If it's inconvenient." Before he could finish, Padma interrupted him with a smile. "I thought it was something profound. Just say it outright next time." The divine invocation is a unique spell from India, a means of beseeching divine power. Almost all the esteemed wizarding families in India are adept in this art, including the Patil family. By the way, both Parvati and I have been studying this spell, though we have yet to grasp it fully. Wang Li was somewhat taken aback, surprised by her candidness. Padma seemed to perceive his astonishment and chuckled. "It's not a secret. You boys might not know, but all of Parvati's roommates are aware of it. In fact, Parvati has even performed it for them. She seems to have a slight edge over me in mastering it." A flicker of doubt crossed Padma's face as she pondered why Parvati appeared to learn more swiftly. It was worth noting that at Hogwarts, she excelled in every subject, save for flying, compared to Parvati. Just recently, she had received a rather pitiful plea for help from Parvati, hoping Padma could assist her with potions assignments. The insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge serve as the most accessible ladder to progress. Shaking her head to dismiss the fleeting thought, Padma addressed Wang Li. "Feel free to ask me any questions in the future." "All right. Thank you, Padma." Wang Li expressed his heartfelt gratitude, which earned him an eye roll. "You fool." Wang Li was left bewildered, unsure of Padma's sudden outburst. However, as a typical youth in the throes of adolescence, he possessed the admirable trait of not overthinking matters. When faced with confusion, he chose not to dwell on it and began to focus on his charms homework. At that moment, he had already mastered the skill of efficiently utilizing large tomes to complete assignments. While perusing the hefty volume on charms, he stumbled upon a slip of paper. Initially, he paid it no mind, as such occurrences were quite common. The tome he was using was from the common room library, a well-worn book that had undoubtedly been handled by many Ravenclaws, often leaving behind notes. However, the word that caught his attention was pensive. The slip contained the following message: "The memory extraction spell is quite easy to learn and master, but without a pensive, viewing memories becomes rather challenging. As for modification, that is even more complicated." Memory extraction? Wang Li pondered deeply at that moment. Chapter 59. The Pros and Cons of Memory Extraction. Until today, Wang Li had never heard of this particular spell. However, upon seeing its name, he had already deduced its general effects. Connecting it to the note's content, he was more than 90% certain of its implications. This should be a form of magic capable of extracting one's own or another's memories. Wang Li found this quite useful, and therefore skimmed through the extensive tome's table of contents, ultimately discovering the section on memory extraction techniques, nestled towards the middle. However, upon examining the detailed description of the spell, Wang Li could not suppress a smirk. The original intent behind the creation of this magic was to facilitate the forgetting of unpleasant experiences. No wonder the wizards appeared blissfully oblivious, akin to naive children. Wang Li mumbled to herself quietly, ensuring no one overheard. At this juncture, the spell could be employed rather casually. One merely needed to moderate their magical energy to avoid rendering someone a fool or a simpleton. However, within the Muggle realm. The original purpose of many inventions often diverges from their ultimate application. For instance, the so-called happy beverage was initially developed as a medicinal remedy for pain relief. Despite its ineffectiveness in that regard, the treadmill was originally conceived as an instrument of punishment rather than a fitness apparatus. Similarly, a certain knowledge-sharing platform was envisioned as a community for enlightenment, rather than a haven for trivial and pretentious discourse. Moreover, consider a globally popular remedy, which has restored confidence to countless gentlemen, yet was originally intended to alleviate cardiovascular ailments. Such occurrences are prevalent within the wizarding community as well. This memory extraction technique is one such example. Its current utility leans more towards pilfering others' memories or rediscovering forgotten events from one's own mind. Both dark wizards and aurors have a penchant for this spell. However, where there is an offense, there must also be a defense. As this spell has been misappropriated, various derivative spells have emerged. For instance, the memory modification spell allows one to steal at will, leaving even the victim unaware of the authenticity of their own memories. It seems that the best-selling author slated to replace Chilo next year possesses considerable expertise in this magic. Upon reflection, this spell appears rather advantageous. Yet, a significant drawback remains. The extracted memories cannot be viewed directly. They must be accessed through specific means. The simplest method, of course, is the pensieve. There are no stringent requirements. Even a muggle could utilize one if provided. However, a minor complication arises. The pensieve is a highly advanced magical artifact, and the vast majority of wizards cannot obtain one. Without it, the efficacy of the memory extraction spell is severely limited. Wang Li felt a tinge of frustration upon reaching this point. Upon first encountering the memory extraction technique, her immediate thought was whether she could revisit her previous memories and accurately transcribe the information from the sign that Professor Catterburn had shown her. This way, she could present it to Zhou Yin and uncover its contents. Yet now, she learned that such an endeavor would be futile. Sighing, she found the situation quite vexing. Nevertheless, she diligently committed the incantation and magical structure of the memory extraction spell to memory. After all, as the saying goes, since you have come this far, you might as well continue. In a similar vein, having already observed the simplicity of the matter, one might as well take the opportunity to learn. Professor Flitwick even took the initiative to conduct a lesson on magical games for the students, allowing everyone to engage in delightful little games that were not only entertaining but also served as a means to practice their magical skills. However, such instances of professors like Flitwick are indeed rare. Fortunately, on that day, Wang Li and her peers had no potions class, which brought her great joy. "All right, I understand," Padma replied with a cheerful nod. "By the way, Padma, there is something I'd like to ask you," Wang Li said somewhat shyly. "Go ahead," Padma encouraged. Is there an alternative to the pensieve?" Banlin kirat kotiosli. "An alternative to the pensieve? What do you mean?" Padma appeared perplexed by Wang Li's question. "Forget? Why would I forget?" Padma looked at Wang Li with a puzzled expression. "We've only been in class for a few months. How could I forget what we've learned in such a short time?" Wang Li thought to herself. "Don't even mention things from just a few months ago. I can hardly remember what I just read." Feeling a disconnect with the top students, Wang Li's gloomy expression seemed to jog Padma's memory, and with an apologetic smile, she said, "All right, I forgot." Padma's apology left Wang Li speechless. "So, you want to forget what we learned in class, but as an ordinary person, you can just forget about me, right?" Padma pondered for a moment, unsure of how to comfort Wang Li, and finally replied, I'm sorry for bothering you." Wang Li felt quite embarrassed, saying, "I merely wanted to ask. You need not take it to heart. It's fine. I was merely curious." "I may not even find anything," Padma replied with a light laugh. "Just don't set your expectations too high." In the Ravenclaw common room, even on the last day before the holidays, most students were still engrossed in their studies. The holiday was never an excuse for Ravenclaws to cease their learning. Chapter 60, Christmas Eve. The onset of vacation is undoubtedly the most joyous occasion in the world, Wang Li mused. Having been a diligent worker in her past life, she fondly reminisced about her student days, with the holidays being the most cherished aspect. And now, the holiday had arrived. Only a handful of students remained at Hogwarts, particularly in Wang Li's year, where she was the sole representative. However, there were a few upperclassmen still present, predominantly 5th and 7th years, all preparing for their wizarding examinations. With no classmates around and her fellow Ravenclaw seniors preoccupied with their studies, Wang Li found herself quite alone. What? Studying? Impossible, absolutely out of the question. Just finishing my assignments would be an achievement, Wang Li declared, resolutely stating that she would never voluntarily study during the holidays. Thus, Wang Li spent her time frolicking with Harry and Ron, relishing the joy of youth and indulging in merriment with the two younger boys, revealing her own youthful exuberance. In the limited time spent playing with these two delightful companions, Wang Li finally had the opportunity to witness Ron's skill in chess. Regarding the art of wizard's chess, Wang Li had long been aware of its intricacies. In the original film, he indeed played a remarkable game, successfully overcoming the challenge set by Professor McGonagall. However, Wang Li considered himself quite adept at chess. Apart from Go and Shogi, which he did not master, he believed he played fairly well at Chinese chess, military chess, Gamoku, international chess, Ludo, and jungle chess. Yet after a few brief matches with Harry and Ron, he lost interest in the game. The pieces are far too noisy. Bumli Ramarka. This was a fact. Ron possessed 2 sets of pieces, while Harry had 1. Yet, aside from Ron's set, the other 3 were perpetually chattering. Whenever Wang Li or Harry made a poor move, the pieces would incessantly voice their discontent. Wang Li could not tolerate this, and thus he resolutely decided to quit. What? Was it because he could not win against Ron? Absolutely not. As a young man, how could he be dissuaded by a mere child? The truth was that the pieces were simply too loud. Besides, Harry and Ron had never ventured to the East, so whatever he said would be taken as gospel by them. In Chinese, the words for peace and apple share the same pronunciation, and thus merchants have exploited this as a marketing gimmick, Wang Li explained. Ah, you Muggle merchants are truly clever. No wonder my father is so fascinated by the Muggles. Ron mused, you have no idea about my father. At this point, Ron glanced around. The Great Hall was nearly empty, with only a few scattered students at a distance. The closest were Fred and George, who were oblivious to their conversation. When certain no one was listening, Ron whispered, my father modified a Muggle car, turning it into one that can fly and become invisible. Cool, Harry exclaimed excitedly. Can I see it? I mean, during the summer. Of course. Ron nodded eagerly. You are most welcome to visit my home, and Wang Li is equally invited. Wang Li smiled, not taking much notice, pondering whether Ron's father would reprimand him for discussing his affairs so openly. Previously, Wang Li had not known much about Ron's father, only that he worked at the Ministry of Magic. However, after arriving at Hogwarts and becoming good friends with Ron, this loquacious fellow, much like Hagrid, easily divulged the details of his family. Wang Li soon learned that Ron's father, Mr. Weasley, was the head of the office for the misuse of Muggle artifacts. Although this department consisted of merely 5 individuals, Mr. Weasley, as the second in command, was considered a leading figure within the Ministry of Magic. This raised an intriguing question. What exactly did the office for the misuse of Muggle artifacts entail? What actions did Mr. Weasley undertake? He enchanted a Muggle car to enable it to fly and become invisible. While others may break the law, he not only broke it, but did so in the capacity of law enforcement. After Wang Li learned of Mr. Weasley's position and responsibilities, he was utterly convinced, particularly when reflecting on the tasks he undertook. However, while Wang Li held this understanding, Harry remained blissfully unaware and enthusiastically discussed plans with Ron to visit his home during the holidays. I will be delighted to have you both at my house. My parents would surely welcome you as well, Ron said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, but I must forewarn you that my home is quite modest, and my room is rather small. If you come over, you might have to squeeze in and sleep on the floor. Oh, what is the issue with that? I've slept in a cupboard before, Harry replied nonchalantly. I've camped in a tent. Oh, just an ordinary one, so I think it will be perfectly fine. Bumli kunkurat. He recalled that the following summer, Harry had been trapped at home by that house elf named Dobby, unable to receive any messages from others until Ron and the twins arrived in that vehicle, which had been deemed a violation by their Father-S department. While the number of rescue attempts may not have been large, the variety was quite remarkable. Wang Li had previously contacted the house elf through Cedric, who had arranged a special meal for him. He was thoroughly impressed by the elf's culinary skills, which surpassed the majority of establishments in Chinatown. Indeed, it must be said that most of those so-called Chinese restaurants in Chinatown, in Wang Li's opinion, were poorly executed versions of the cuisine, which he found utterly unpalatable. Due to the sparse number of students, they did not sit by houses as usual, but gathered in casual clusters. Wang Li sat with Harry and Ron. Many professors were absent from the school, yet Dumbledore still appeared in the Great Hall for meals punctually. However, the trio paid little attention to the old man with the white beard. Their focus was drawn to another figure. Wow, Professor Babbling is stunning, Harry whispered. Indeed, she is quite beautiful, Wang Li remarked, glancing at the strikingly attractive Professor McGonagall, who was quietly dining in the staff corner, nodding in agreement. Really? I suppose she yes all right, Ron replied skeptically, prompting Wang Li to question Ron's taste. Chapter 61, Christmas Gifts. Wang Li was astonished to find himself receiving Christmas gifts. Although he had previously received presents from Uncle and Aunt Wei, it was not an annual occurrence. He had not anticipated any gifts this year, thinking it impossible since he was at Hogwarts. Even if Uncle and Aunt Wei wanted to send him gifts, they could not do so, as they had no owls. In Wang Li's mind, the British Postal Service surely did not reach Hogwarts. However, he was mistaken. Upon waking that morning, he discovered a small pile of gifts beside his bed, leaving him utterly surprised. To think he had received gifts, overwhelmed with astonishment. He gathered the presents and placed them at the head of his bed, noticing their varying sizes. He first opened a long, rectangular gift, revealing a flute made from an unknown animal bone, accompanied by a card. Merry Christmas. I find myself in the delightful company of the most vivacious Ravenclaw, Hagrid. Wang Li reflects on how unjust it was for him to have previously criticized Hagrid. This gentle giant possesses a surprisingly delicate side. He has even prepared a Christmas gift for me. What is this? A tough exterior with a gentle heart? Perhaps that phrase is not entirely fitting? The second item I unwrapped was an envelope, which astonished me even further, for it contained a gift from the Wei family. I was taken aback by how they managed to send this envelope to Hogwarts. Yet, upon opening it, the mystery unraveled itself. Inside lay a voucher. A ticket that grants me the ability to collect a Nimbus 2000 from the shops in Diagon Alley. In that instant, my eyes welled up with tears. Over the past semester, I had exchanged letters with the Wei family a few times, one of which followed my first Quidditch match. I had mentioned to Wang Yin how much more enjoyable Quidditch was than I had anticipated, perhaps even hinting that I might try out for the Quidditch team next year. Though I had indeed thought so at the time, it had merely been a casual remark in our correspondence. I never expected Wang Yin to inform her parents, who then surprised me with a Nimbus 2000. Accompanying the voucher was a note penned by Aunt Ling Yulan. I recall that first years are not permitted to bring flying broomsticks, so we have stored your gift in Diagon Alley for you to collect during the summer holidays. Please take care of yourself at school. With love, your aunt, uncle, and brother. P.S. Without you leading the way, we searched for the leaky cauldron for quite some time. I surmised that my aunt and uncle had traveled to Diagon Alley and utilized the owl post for their correspondence. The entrance to Diagon Alley, located at the leaky cauldron, is protected by a muggle-repelling charm, and I could only imagine the effort they must have expended to gain entry. I wiped my eyes, attributing the moisture to some errant sand that had found its way in. Taking a deep breath, I steadied my emotions before turning my attention to the other gifts. A rather large package caught my eye, and upon opening it, I was astonished to discover a gray sweater inside. Nestled within was a box of creamy cheese candies. Who could this be from? I searched through the package and found a card. Dear Wang Li, thank you for taking care of Ron Weasley at school. Wishing you a Merry Christmas, Molly Weasley. At first, I was taken aback, not immediately recognizing the name, but it soon dawned on me. It was Mrs. Weasley, Ron's mother. How delightful that Mrs. Weasley had knitted me a sweater and sent me a box of candies. I was truly surprised, and upon reading the card again, realized her gratitude stemmed from Ron mentioning me in his letters home. How thoughtful of Mrs. Weasley. As I unfolded the sweater, I noticed a large L intricately stitched on the chest. Satisfied, I nodded and slipped it on. It was both comfortable and warm. Wesley's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. However, it dawned on Wang Li that Mrs. Weasley, being a witch, would not engage in the mundane task of hand-knitting sweaters. Thus, it must be that her magical prowess is exceptionally high. With admiration swelling in her heart, Wang Li continued to peruse the other gifts. Aside from the three mentioned earlier, 2 smaller items remained. Upon opening the smaller of the 2, her expression turned peculiar. It was a brass pocket watch, exquisitely crafted and beautiful. Yet, upon a mere glance, it struck her as eerily familiar. Indeed, it was, for Padma possessed a nearly identical timepiece. Wang Li had often observed Padma checking the time with that very watch. This particular one, however, was designed for men, larger than Padma's feminine version. What could this mean? A glance at the accompanying card caused her lips to twitch involuntarily. Previously, you saved me, and I have yet to express my gratitude. I hope you enjoy this gift. Wishing you a Merry Christmas. Yours sincerely, Parvati Patil. P.S. Do you find this watch particularly attractive, or does it seem familiar? Wang Li was taken aback by Parvati's gift, considering the 2 were not particularly close. However, given that she had mentioned her own affairs, it was not entirely surprising. This should be viewed as a gesture of courtesy. It was evident that the young lady hailed from a distinguished family, possessing a refined sense of propriety. Yet, dear girl, gifting a couple's watch, akin to your sister S, to another male classmate, what on earth does that signify? Was this a plot orchestrated by an aunt? Wang Li found herself at a loss for words, and subsequently hung the watch chain in the inner pocket of her frequently worn robe. One must not disregard the sentiment behind it. Next, Wang Li unwrapped the final gift. Upon handling it, she noted it was somewhat different from the others, flat and rigid. Curiosity piqued. She opened it and was met with astonishment. Inside was a mirror, measuring a foot in length and half a foot in width. The reflection was exceptionally clear. Although the dormitory was dim, it still highlighted her skin's minute imperfections with startling clarity. Unable to resist, Wang Li impulsively squeezed a blemish. Only then did she turn to the car below. No need for thanks. Consider this a token of gratitude for saving Parvati. Merry Christmas. Yours sincerely, Padma Patil. Wang Li blinked, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He had also gifted Padma a present, albeit merely a generous portion of honeydew sweets. In light of this, his offering now seemed somewhat inadequate. Chapter 62. Teaching the Art of Magic. Wang Li had indeed remembered the matter of Christmas gifts. Not only had he received them, but multiple ones at that. Moreover, each gift bore significant meaning, filling him with both surprise and delight. During breakfast, Wang Li encountered Harry and Ron in the Great Hall. "Hey Wang, do you have that sweater too?" Ron exclaimed, noticing Wang Li's attire, his voice tinged with astonishment. "Yes, please extend my thanks to your mother." "I adore it," Wang Li replied with genuine joy. "Oh, my apologies, Wang. I had no concept of Christmas gifts, so I didn't prepare anything for you," Ron sheepishly admitted. Harry spoke somewhat bashfully. Although he had not received gifts from Ron and Wang Li, he did receive a present from Hermione. It was hardly surprising that Ron had not brought a gift. After all, his pockets were emptier than his face, so what could he possibly offer? Wang's situation was not much better. While his uncle and aunt were certainly preferable to Harry's own relatives, he ultimately remained an orphan, reliant on the kindness of others. Yet, Harry felt differently. Though he too was under someone else's roof, he was now a wealthy young man, having spent several months in the wizarding world and at Hogwarts. Harry had become acutely aware of the purchasing power of galleons and recognized the considerable fortune contained within his vault. Given his ample resources, he felt a twinge of embarrassment for not having purchased gifts for his friends. "Ah, but I have nothing prepared for you either," Wang Li nonchalantly remarked. Aside from Padma, he had not arranged gifts for anyone else. No need to inquire further. The answer was simply a lack of funds. Honesty was not a trait among the members of Ravenclaw, as Wang Li silently recalled what Miss Padma had said. "Harry received a rather intriguing gift," Ron whispered. "Oh, what is it?" Wang Li feigned great interest, fully aware that Harry had received an invisibility cloak, a gift from Dumbledore himself. But what on earth was the headmaster thinking? Did he believe Harry's compliant behavior of sleeping in the castle at night was not befitting of Gryffindor, thus bestowing upon him the cloak? An invisibility cloak. Ron lowered his voice even further, as if fearing those nearby might overhear. His concern was well-founded, for the twins were not far off. "Really? Such an item must be quite rare." Wang Li continued to feign surprise, unaware of how his acting was perceived. "Indeed, it is exceedingly rare." Ron and Harry appeared oblivious to Wang Li's lack of skill in this regard. Ron was clearly excited, yet still made an effort to keep his voice down. "Charlie had one once, but, he worked in the Dragon Reserve, and it was burned by a fire dragon." At this point, Ron expressed a hint of regret. Harry, however, seemed to recall something. "Hey, Wang, you could perform the disillusionment charm, right?" "Oh, I suppose so." Ron seemed to suddenly remember this detail. They had indeed inquired about it earlier, but Wang Li had deftly dodged the question. Subsequently, Ron had focused on spinning tales, conveniently omitting the part about the disillusionment charm. As a result, they had not broached the topic again until Ron brought it up now. "Well, I could sure do it." At this moment, Wang Li certainly could not admit his inability. Harry and Ron would not believe him anyway. Teach me, Ron exclaimed with great enthusiasm. "How did I forget about this before?" He lamented, smacking his forehead as if reproaching himself for overlooking such an important matter. Not only Ron, but even Harry looked at Wang Li with eager anticipation. Although he possessed an invisibility cloak, he still held a deep fascination for the art of invisibility magic. Wang Li hesitated slightly. It was not that he was reluctant to teach Harry and Ron. After all, it was merely a simple sleight of hand of little consequence. However, this illusionary technique was taught by Zhou Yin and was rooted in Taoist principles rather than conventional magic, utilizing qi instead of magical energy. Harry and Ron surely lacked qi, so how could they employ such an illusion? Yet, Wang Li quickly considered that if the manipulation of objects could be powered by magical energy, perhaps the illusion could be as well. As for the fact that this illusion did not follow conventional magical practices and did not require a wand, he felt confident he could easily fabricate an explanation. After all, Harry and Ron were relatively uninformed about the wizarding world, let alone other matters. Most importantly, neither of them possessed a curious nature. If it were Hermione, the situation would likely be different. With this thought in mind, Wang Li nodded. "All right, let's find a suitable place where I can teach you." However, he added, I must clarify that my method of invisibility may differ from the magic you have previously learned. The moment he mentioned the differences, both Ron and Harry grew even more intrigued. In a swift manner, they devoured their food and urged Wang Li to teach them this unique form of invisibility. Wang Li, however, remained unhurried, savoring his breakfast. Despite Harry and Ron's impatience, he remained unaffected, recalling Zhou Yan's words that a good meal could aid in cultivation. While he found it challenging to engage in rigorous training, enjoying a meal was entirely within his capabilities. Moreover, he needed to ponder how best to elaborate on his teachings to Harry and Ron. Thus, just as Harry and Ron were nearly beside themselves with urgency, Wang Li finally finished his breakfast, feeling a pleasant and somewhat drowsy satisfaction from his full stomach. They then proceeded to find an empty classroom. In truth, nearly all classrooms at Hogwarts were unoccupied, so searching was hardly necessary. Hurry, tell us about your invisibility technique, Ron exclaimed eagerly. This time, Wang Li did not keep them in suspense. He silently recited the incantation, this time attempting to channel magical energy instead of chi. In the next moment, his form became blurred and transparent before Harry and Ron, transforming into a nebulous presence, with only the faintest outline visible. Cool, Ron exclaimed, whistling in excitement. Was it like this that day? Harry marveled, circling around Wang Li in astonishment. At this moment, Wang Li had not fully vanished. A trace of mist still lingered in the air. If he made a movement, they could observe a slight disturbance in the fog. However, this effect was only noticeable in a well-lit classroom. In a dimly lit corridor, such residual traces would likely go unnoticed. If Wang Li were to conceal himself in a pitch-black corner, he would be entirely undetectable. Well, that seems about right, he concluded. Wang Li raised his hand and, upon observing the current situation, spoke somewhat ambiguously. He was certain that during his previous use of the concealment spell, his presence had been entirely obscured, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. The residual aura he now sensed suggested that the source was magical energy rather than chi. Whether this was due to the ineffectiveness of the magical energy itself or his lack of proficiency in wielding, it would require further experimentation to ascertain. Unbeknownst to Harry and Ron, Wang Li pondered this. Although the invisibility spell he employed was not particularly flawless, it was deemed quite impressive in the eyes of Harry and Ron. The magic related to invisibility was entirely inaccessible at school. However, this did not imply that they were entirely oblivious to such magic. In the wizarding world, invisibility spells constitute a significant category, encompassing basic light-repelling charms and illusions, as well as more advanced invisibility and intangibility spells. The effects of the light-repelling charm and the illusion charm were akin to the magic Wang Li was currently utilizing. Neither could achieve complete invisibility, leaving behind some traces. In contrast, the invisibility and intangibility spells, while devoid of any traces, were considerably more challenging to master. Even among adult wizards, the majority would not have command over these two spells. This scarcity of mastery is precisely why the invisibility cloak retains such high value in the wizarding world, evoking great excitement in Ron upon encountering it. Despite the less-than-ideal results, Harry and Ron remained keenly interested and urged Wang Li to teach them. This magic, he explained, necessitated a comprehensive understanding of magical structure. Ah, we know that, Ron replied with an expression that suggested he was well aware of this. Harry nodded in agreement. Observing their enthusiasm, Wang Li took out paper and pen, beginning to elucidate the structure of the concealment spell's energy flow. This differed significantly from the magic Ron and the others had previously studied. However, given their limited exposure, they failed to recognize any discrepancies. After earnest study for a considerable time, both claimed to have memorized the material. Indeed, interest proves to be the finest teacher. Wang Li Musha. Harry's transfiguration skills were average, while his performance in Charms class was commendable, placing him somewhat above the middle tier of their year. Ron, on the other hand, lagged slightly behind, resting in the lower middle tier, as evidenced by his struggles with the levitation charm. The concealment spell was exponentially more complex than the majority of magic encountered in their first year. Yet Harry and Ron managed to commit the intricacies of chi manipulation to memory in a remarkably short span of time. One could only conclude that their genuine interest in this magic fueled their diligent learning, yielding efficiency far surpassing their typical classroom performance. Wang Li would never presume his teaching prowess could rival that of the professors. Such a notion was entirely unfounded. Once he was assured that Harry and Ron had thoroughly grasped the concepts, he proceeded to instruct them in the hand gestures associated with the spell. Indeed, the techniques of the chi cultivator, the hand gestures are quite reasonable. Although Wang Li had only recently encountered this practice in this lifetime, he had heard of and observed it in his previous life. In novels, films, and comics, the interplay between Buddhism and Taoism is prevalent, extending even to the distant shores of Japan, where ninjas and onmyoji engage in their own interpretations. In this lifetime, Wang Li follows Zhou Yan, delving into the techniques of the Yin-Yang school, which are rooted in Taoist principles. He traverses the realms of the 10 celestial stems, 12 earthly branches, 8 trigrams, 5 elements, and the 28 lunar mansions. However, he currently has only begun to grasp the techniques of the celestial stems and earthly branches, marking merely the inception of his journey. The other Taoist arts he has encountered also necessitated the formation of hand seals during their initial stages. Yet, Wang Li has forgotten that prior to his foray into the first Taoist art, Zhou Yan had laid the groundwork for him for 2.5 years. This period encompassed not only the foundational understanding and guidance of qi, but also rigorous physical training. Zhou Yan's body refinement techniques are extensive, enhancing not only physical strength, but also control and flexibility across various parts of the body, including the dexterity of his fingers. Presently, Wang Li is capable of forming 7 hand seals in a single second, a feat that has garnered Zhou Yan's approval during his training. According to Zhou Yan, a child's nimble fingers are a mark of innate talent. Wang Li muses that with such agility, it is a pity he has not pursued piano lessons. However, while Wang Li possesses this talent and has honed it over 2.5 years, the hand seals are anything but easy for Harry and Ron. Oi, what sort of magic is that? Why are you using your fingers instead of a wand? Ron exclaims after struggling several times, nearly cramping his fingers, his expression one of incredulity as he gazes at Wang Li. Harry nods in agreement, finding his own fingers even stiffer than Ron's, which complicates his learning process. Although he avoids cramping due to improper movement, he regards Wang Li with suspicion, asking, Wang, I don't recall seeing you perform that just now. Oh, I did it. I merely executed it rather quickly. Wang Li replies, lifting his right hand, his left hand holding the wand, and swiftly forming the 6 hand seals required for the illusion spell, completing the entire process in just a second. To Harry and Ron, Wang Li's fingers appeared as a blur, leaving them bewildered. Wait, Wang. Could you slow down a bit? Harry implores, urging Wang Li to temper his display of skill. Bumliakiss, reducing his speed, yet still forming the 6 hand seals at a brisk pace. This time, Harry and Ron managed to catch a glimpse of the motions, their expressions morphing into a mix of astonishment and confusion. Wang, how on earth do you make your fingers so agile? Ron inquires, his face a portrait of disbelief, clearly unable to fathom such dexterity. Well, I've practiced some musical instruments, Wang Li fabricates. Chapter 64. Invisibility Spell and Cloak of Invisibility. The process of Harry and Ron learning the hand seals proves to be exceedingly arduous, much to Wang Li's surprise. However, he is prepared for Ron's astonishment regarding the peculiar magic Wang Li has acquired. Previously, while purchasing books in Diagon Alley, he had found a slip of paper tucked within a second-hand book, which he now recalls saying, I bought a used book, as you know. As for that piece of paper, it undoubtedly remains at home. Harry and Ron harbored no doubts about this, particularly Ron. The Weasley family has been using old textbooks for these past few years, often containing various items tucked within. Fred even mentioned that he once found a love letter in one of his books. It is quite common to find spells scribbled inside as well. Wang Li recalled that during their 6th year, Harry acquired a potions textbook previously owned by Snape, filled with all sorts of peculiarities. Thankfully, Snape was not an artistic soul. Otherwise, if he had penned a few romantic verses to Harry's mother, it would have been quite the spectacle. Ron had experience in this regard, having heard tales from Harry, so he did not question Wang Li's assertions. However, Wang Li's gesture was indeed a bit challenging for them to accept. Ron managed to follow along, but Harry struggled for quite some time to replicate the arc that Wang Li achieved with his finger. It appeared that mastering this magic would require some practice. Observing Ron's fingers cramping again, Harry decisively abandoned his attempt for the time being. Well, you can start with some fundamental exercises, Wang Li suggested, still hesitating to share the physical cultivation techniques that Zhou Yan had taught him to Harry and Ron. It was not that he cherished them too much. Rather, the origins were difficult to explain. There were too many elements, and Wang Li was uncertain about where to begin. If he explained that a peculiar spell was found tucked within a textbook, it wouldn't seem too strange. However, to say that there was a spell along with an entire set of accompanying practice methods would be rather absurd. I'm going to practice, Harry nodded, although it appeared that his interest in this magic had waned. After all, he already possessed an invisibility cloak. Nonetheless, he added, Hagrid just gifted me a flute. I can use it for practice. Hagrid also bestowed a flute upon Harry. This surprised Wang Li, and upon recalling that Hagrid had given him one as well, he began to suspect that Hagrid might have gifted each of his friends one. Thus, he discreetly glanced at Ron. At that very moment, Ron remarked, "Oh, if only Hagrid had given me a flute too, although I do quite like that tooth pendant." Ah, so Hagrid gave Ron a tooth pendant instead of a flute. Wang Li thought to himself, observing Ron's dazed expression, which hardly suggested a propensity for musical instruments. "I've already taught you the gestures. Take your time to practice. Now, let me teach you the incantation," Wang Li announced. "It's already so complex. There is an incantation too?" Ron exclaimed in astonishment. "I didn't hear you recite any incantation." Harry expressed his skepticism once more. "Of course, there is an incantation," Wang Li replied matter-of-factly, "but it can be silently chanted. And it's not lengthy. Sun Xing Kuan Yu Li Gu Wen. What? Harry and Ron simultaneously exclaimed, clearly perplexed. Their confusion was justified, as Wang Li had spoken in Chinese. "Wait a moment." Harry reacted swiftly. "Chinese?" "Indeed, Chinese," Wang Li affirmed earnestly. "Please allow me to forego this." Ron spoke with a grave expression, declaring that the Chinese language was beyond the grasp of his intellect. "I feel the same," Harry nodded in agreement, though Wang Li noticed a flicker of distraction in his gaze, as if he were pondering something else. "By the way, Harry, may I see your invisibility cloak?" Recognizing that both Harry and Ron had lost interest in their studies, Wang Li shifted his focus onto the cloak. He recalled that Harry's invisibility cloak was no ordinary garment. It was one of the 3 Deathly Hallows from the fairy tales of the wizarding world. Curiosity piqued, he watched as Harry obliged, revealing the cloak from beneath his robes. "Is it really that small?" Wang Li remarked, surprised by the compactness of the cloak in Harry's grasp. It was lighter and more delicate than he had anticipated. Folded into a diminutive bundle, Harry effortlessly concealed it within his attire, then donned it to demonstrate its magic to Wang Li. Wang Li's eyes sparkled with admiration. What an impressive invisibility cloak! As Harry draped the cloak over himself, his head remained visible, yet astonishingly, not a trace of his body could be discerned. The cloak rendered him completely invisible, without the expected effects of light refraction he had imagined. Such remarkable efficacy! Wang Li exclaimed, finding casualness, while secretly observing Ron's reaction to the cloak. As anticipated, Ron scrutinized Harry with wide-eyed astonishment. "Wow, I hadn't noticed before in the dormitory, but your invisibility cloak is astonishingly effective. Is it really?" Harry inquired, a blend of confusion and delight on his face. Unfamiliar with the qualities of other cloaks, he felt a surge of pride knowing that this one, as described on the enchanted card, was a remarkable legacy from his father. Indeed, Ron continued, "I once saw Charlie's invisibility cloak, which only worked in dim lighting. Its effect was somewhat akin to the invisibility spell Wang used previously, especially when in motion, where some patterns became apparent. But yours, oh Harry, spin around." Following Ron's suggestion, Harry twirled in place. Yet apart from his head, his body remained utterly undetectable. The invisibility cloak revealed no signs of existence, even as he rotated. Incredible. Not a single trace. Ron marveled. "I suspect that, even under direct sunlight, this cloak would render you completely invisible. Is that so? So this cloak is truly extraordinary." Harry beamed with joy. However, Ron's brow furrowed slightly. "What's wrong, Ron? Is something amiss?" Wang Li inquired, noticing Ron's unusual expression. Harry also turned his attention to Ron. "There is a slight concern." Ron nodded, hesitating before addressing Harry. "While the invisibility cloak is indeed rare in the wizarding world, there are actually a number of individuals who possess such cloaks. However, the invisibility cloaks I have heard of are invariably similar to Charlie's. To achieve complete undetection, one must traverse areas with insufficient lighting and minimize their movements. Yet, Harry, yours is exquisite, flawless in every regard." At this juncture, Ron's expression turned peculiar. Chapter 65, The Legend. "Harry, your invisibility cloak is absolutely perfect, without a single flaw." As he spoke, Ron's demeanor grew increasingly strange. "So, is mine particularly exceptional?" Harry pondered, perplexed by Ron's insinuation. Meanwhile, Wang Li discreetly curved her lips upward, seemingly triumphant. The tale of the 3 brothers is a well-known legend within the wizarding world. Ron, of course, is no exception. Thus, upon encountering this remarkably effective cloak, he could not help but draw associations from the past. Wang Li had initially worried that Ron might take a moment to catch on and would require her guidance. However, our young Master Weasley, despite his frequent folly, never falters in critical moments. "Harry, what I am about to say may strike you as somewhat absurd." Ron regarded Harry earnestly, declaring that within the wizarding realm, there exists a fairy tale known as the Legend of the 3 Brothers. Ron was evidently well acquainted with this narrative and recounted it in its entirety. The Elder Wand, capable of conquering all, the Resurrection Stone, which resurrects the dead, and the Invisibility Cloak, which allows one to evade death pursuit. Harry's gaze flickered slightly. "Ha! Harry, you cannot be serious." Just then, Ron erupted into laughter, declaring that it was merely a legend. "Although your invisibility cloak indeed appears extraordinary, well, how should I put it? It cannot genuinely be connected to death." Wang Li cast a sidelong glance at Ron, observing his clear yet foolish expression, confirming that he was speaking from the heart. All right, earlier he was putting on an act, and Wang Li genuinely believed he had some inkling in this regard. Nonetheless, it suffices that Ron has broached the subject, prompting Harry's awareness. That should be adequate. Should Hermione learn of this later, well, just as Wang Li was musing, Harry interjected. Ron displayed a perplexed expression, utterly oblivious to Harry's words. Not only Ron, but Wang Li too wore a look of confusion, unsure of what Harry was saying. Well, Wang Li had a faint recollection involving renowned wizards from the medieval period. Yet, it seemed unremarkable. Of course, even if there was something noteworthy, Wang Li would hardly remember it. Some had already succumbed to slumber. Wang Li, though not asleep, was one of those drowsy students. "I do not recall. Is there something special?" Ron was undoubtedly among the few young wizards who had enjoyed a particularly deep slumber during that lesson, now appearing utterly bewildered. There is. Wait for me. Just a moment." With that, Harry turned and dashed off, leaving Wang Li and Ron in a state of utter confusion. Damn it. Those who travel through time either come equipped with a system or possess an intimate familiarity with the narrative. Alas, I find myself accompanied by a rather unreliable elder. Wang Li absently brushed his left hand's ring with his finger. However, this elder is far from dependable, and Wang Li silently shook his head. What did Harry discover? Ron inquired, somewhat puzzled. "I have no idea," Wang Li replied, raising his hands in a gesture of genuine uncertainty. Considering that Gryffindor's common room is situated on the 4th floor of the tower, it was evident that Harry had sprinted quite a distance. It's the textbook for history of magic. Both Wang Li and Ron wore expressions of confusion. In that moment, Wang Li felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had descended to the level of Ron, who, in the narrative, served as the comedic relief. He desperately wished to avoid becoming the jester himself, yet deep down, no one seemed to care, least of all Harry and Ron. After all, he still has homework to complete. However, previously, he had not made any connections. Now, he was astounded to discover that the cursed wand mentioned could possibly refer to the Elder Wand. Goodness, had there already been clues about the Elder Wand at this point? Wang Li was aware of the wand's genuine existence and surmised Harry's current thoughts, thus contemplating the matter. Clearly, he had not yet grasped the underlying issue. "Ron, haven't you noticed?" Harry raised his voice, evidently frustrated with his friend's sluggishness. The wand he used, the cursed wand, was later seized by Egbert. "Don't you think this bears a striking resemblance to the Deathly Hallows Elder Wand? Isn't that a bit far-fetched?" Ron replied, uncertain. Yet, upon Harry's suggestion, he began to see a hint of truth in it, albeit unwilling to fully believe it. "Perhaps we can uncover more information?" Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I recall Professor Binns mentioning the cursed wand during class, though I can't quite remember the details. The fact that you can even recall something Professor Binns said is astonishing," Ron remarked, chewing his lip in disbelief as he glanced between the book and Harry. "I remembered because I had confused the villain Morick with the weirdo Ulrich, and Hermione pointed out to me," Harry admitted with a hint of embarrassment. Thus, Wang Li cautiously inquired, "Harry, are you looking for that wand?" "No." Harry shook his head. "I merely wish to ascertain whether the wand truly exists. And if the wand is real, then might the Resurrection Stone also be genuine?" In that moment, Harry's eyes brimmed with yearning. Chapter 66. Harry's Resolve. Compared to the Elder Wand that would render him invincible, Harry evidently yearned far more for the Resurrection Stone, which could bring others back to life. Naturally, the individuals he longed to resurrect were his parents. Wang Li could grasp this sentiment to some extent, yet Ron found it utterly incomprehensible. Nevertheless, the essence of true brotherhood lies in supporting one another, even amidst a lack of understanding. Ron embodied this sentiment, and thus the trio ventured to a place they had presumed would be utterly inaccessible during the holidays, the school library. For instance, among the 4 house heads, 3 were absent. The only remaining individual, much disliked by both Wang Li and Harry, is Snape. However, Dumbledore has been a constant presence at the school, seemingly spending only a handful of days away since his tenure as headmaster began. Even when matters arise at the Ministry of Magic, it is the current minister, Fudge, who seeks him out at Hogwarts. At most, he might venture to Hogsmeade for a brief respite. Wang Li recalls the twins mentioning that they once spotted Dumbledore enjoying a drink at the Disheveled Pig's Head pub in Hogsmeade. Wang Li does not have much recollection of the pub. In truth, he has little impression of Hogsmeade as a whole. He only remembers a candy shop and a house rumored to be haunted, which serve as a refuge for Professor Lupin during his student days on full moon nights. There's a secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow that leads directly to that house. Wang Li has indeed taken note of the Whomping Willow. He struggles to comprehend how Harry and Hermione managed to slip beneath its branches in the film, given the dense, twisting limbs and the aggressive strikes aimed at anything that approached. It seems utterly implausible. It must be a result of the protagonist's aura, he muses. While he indulges in such thoughts, Harry and Ron are engrossed in a multitude of books. Although Madame Pants is absent, the library maintains its rules. Aside from being allowed to speak a bit louder, everything else remains unchanged. Books cannot be taken out, and the restricted section remains off-limits, just the same. As for the enforcement of these rules in the absence of supervision, it is not particularly challenging for wizards. Anyone attempting to remove a book would find themselves unable to cross the library's threshold, halted by an invisible barrier. The twins had tested this in their first year. Moreover, should one attempt to enter the restricted section at this time, the stone statue guarding the entrance would expel them, preventing re-entry into the library for the remainder of the day. The twins had also experienced this. Indeed, they are undoubtedly pioneers for many mischievous students, having paved the way through numerous pitfalls. Wang Li and Harry have no intention of entering the restricted section. The books found there are typically advanced magical texts, while Harry and his companions seek historical volumes, which reside in the regular section, thus avoiding any concerns regarding the restricted area. At least, that was the case initially. Indeed, Wang Li's thoughts took a mischievous turn. He recalled that in the film, after Harry received the invisibility cloak, he had ventured into the restricted section of a library at night to seek information about Nicholas Flamel, yet was not expelled by the statue. This indicates that the statue can be deceived by invisibility spells. Might he too find an opportunity to explore? Wang Li feels a surge of anticipation. According to Zhou Yan, he seems to possess quite a talent for magic, evidenced by the rapid growth of his magical abilities. Zhou Yan, after all, has roamed Europe for over a millennium, encountering countless wizards along the way. Among them are numerous so-called super geniuses. The growth trajectory of magical power among wizards is quite well understood. According to his assertions, Wang Li's rate of magical development, while commendable, pales in comparison to those exceptional prodigies. Nevertheless, he stands out as a paragon among the elite. Wang Li takes great satisfaction in this. After all, such recognition is what a traveler from another realm deserves. Had he managed to secure entry into the world of cultivation, he surely would have possessed some remarkable spiritual roots. Woon Tihi. While Wang Li wanders in contemplation, Harry and Ron are diligently searching, and indeed, they have uncovered a plethora of intriguing artifacts. Throughout the annals of European wizard history, several extraordinarily powerful malevolent wizards have emerged. Among those previously mentioned are Egbert and Merrick, alongside others like Godric and Hereward, as well as Loxias and Barnabas. Although they may not have enjoyed the infamous notoriety of Voldemort or Grindelwald from decades past, they certainly made their mark during their peak, appearing nearly invincible. However, it seems that these individuals met untimely ends, and in their narratives, there's a recurring mention of a particular extraordinary wand. Sometimes referred to as the Wand of Destiny, at other times as the Cursed Wand, it bears many names, yet is invariably associated with an exceptional wand. Initially dismissive, Ron's perspective shifts dramatically at this moment. Indeed, Ron's opinions seem remarkably malleable. So, could the legend of the Elder Wand be true? Ron's face reflects a mix of disbelief and elation. Wang Li is left pondering the source of his joy. Does he believe he might have a chance to possess the Elder Wand? Logically, he indeed has an opportunity, as the original narrative indicates that Harry ultimately acquires it. However, Harry's eventual decision to break the Elder Wand and cast it into the valley left Wang Li bewildered at the time. Later, it seems he heard that this plot point was an invention of the film adaptation. It appears to be the case. Harry gazes at the parchment before him, inscribed with over 10 similar accounts he has transcribed from various texts. He is uncertain whether he has overlooked additional references. Thus, the existence of the Elder Wand and the invisibility cloak remains tantalizingly plausible. Ron's eyes dart about, lost in thought. What truly piques my interest is the glimmer of wonder in Harry's eyes. If both the Elder Wand and the invisibility cloak are indeed real, does that not imply the Resurrection Stone could also exist? Harry, at that moment, seemed to sense Ron's return from his daydream, his expression complex as he regarded Harry. Even if the Elder Wand and the invisibility cloak are genuine, the notion of the Resurrection Stone feels exceedingly far-fetched even within the wizarding world. Yet, I contend that if 2 of the 3 items in a story are authentic, the likelihood of the third being a mere fabrication is quite slim. Harry clearly disagrees, or perhaps is reluctant to accept Ron's assertion. However, Ron gazes earnestly at Harry, stating, "I know what you wish to achieve with it, but as the tale warns, the resurrection promised by the stone may not herald good tidings. I, on the other hand, believe it cannot possibly be worse than our present circumstances." Harry shook his head with an unusual resolve. Chapter 67, Tenacity. Ron attempted to persuade Harry, but to no avail. At that moment, Harry seemed somewhat enchanted. Ever since he learned of the tale of the 3 brothers and confirmed the existence of 2 of the Deathly Hallows, his yearning for the third, the Resurrection Stone, was ignited. They spent the morning searching for information about the Elder Wand. After a hurried meal, Harry returned to the library to peruse the literature, but this time, he sought traces of the Resurrection Stone. To his disappointment, there was a stark scarcity of content linking the Resurrection Stone compared to the Elder Wand. Possessing the Elder Wand would transform one into an exceedingly powerful wizard, allowing them to gain prominence in a remarkably short span, thus drawing the attention of the entire wizarding world, ultimately resulting in their inclusion in historical texts. However, the Resurrection Stone evidently did not share such a premise. Even if someone had possessed the Resurrection Stone, it would not render them particularly renowned. The same could be said for the invisibility cloak, which Harry already possessed. This cloak, too, left no trace in any of the texts. How could this be? During dinner, Harry appeared deeply disheartened after spending an entire afternoon without uncovering even the slightest clue. "That's only natural," Wang Li remarked. "Innocent bystanders often bear the burden of possessing something precious. The Resurrection Stone, or even your invisibility cloak, differs greatly from the Elder Wand. One who wields the Elder Wand instantly becomes an incredibly powerful wizard, naturally avoiding the need for concealment, even succumbing to the temptation of boasting about it." As Wang Li spoke, Ron's gaze wandered, perhaps feeling the weight of the truth in her words. Wang Li had no doubt that if Ron were to obtain the Elder Wand, he would undoubtedly flaunt it with abandon. Ignoring Ron's slight embarrassment, Wang Li continued, "Yet, the invisibility cloak and the Resurrection Stone are not the same. They possess extraordinary effects, yet they do not enhance a wizard's strength. Thus, possessing them merely renders one a target for others, a target for plunder." Harry opened his mouth, speechless, for he knew Wang Li spoke the truth. However, to simply abandon his quest was not something he was willing to do. So, he remained silent, responding only with his silence. Wang Li understood that while Harry often appeared agreeable and not particularly obstinate, he was, in fact, a young man with strong convictions. Ron typically aligned his thoughts with Harry's. Although he believed Wang Li was correct and considered Harry's pursuit of the Resurrection Stone a rather unwise endeavor, he followed Harry's lead nonetheless. Thus, after dinner, the 2 returned to the library once more, seeking traces of the Resurrection Stone. Of course, Harry was more diligent in his search, while Ron took a more relaxed approach, primarily serving as companionship. Wang Li also attended, though her stance was far more resolute than Ron's. He did not endorse Harry's quest for the Resurrection Stone, nor did he believe that Harry could actually find it. Consequently, he chose not to assist in the search, and instead occupied himself in the library, exploring subjects that piqued his interest, such as spells. Typically, first-year students are not exposed to offensive magic, and the limited exposure in the second year is also quite meager. However, many ordinary offensive spells are documented within the library. Without the guidance of a professor, mastering the intricate structures of these spells proves to be quite challenging. As a result, most students, even with access to these texts, struggle to learn the spells solely through self-study. Of course, there are a few exceptions, such as Hermione and some of the Ravenclaw prodigies. Wang Li, in fact, overlooked one more individual. Harry himself possesses such innate talent. Harry's gifts were not immediately apparent, perhaps due to his limited prior understanding of the wizarding world and his lack of established study habits from his earlier schooling. Additionally, having a scholarly companion like Hermione only served to accentuate Harry's perceived shortcomings. Nevertheless, Harry managed to master a rather sophisticated dark spell, the Disarming Charm, purely from the notes tucked away in Snape's books. While Harry's aptitude in other subjects may be average, he undeniably possesses a remarkable talent for flying and dark magic. The former is undoubtedly inherited from his lineage, while the latter's connection to Voldemort remains open to speculation. Wang Li also considers himself to be quite gifted. At home, he has self-taught himself nearly half of the basic spells. Though not as extraordinary as Hermione, his proficiency is nonetheless impressive. During his last encounter with a troll, he realized that basic spells were insufficient. Thus, he has been quietly self-studying some offensive magic. Now he has mastered a few simple attack spells. Yet Wang Li feels it is not enough. His gaze uncontrollably drifted toward the depths of a library, where the restricted section lay. Hogwarts undoubtedly possesses tomes on dark magic. The current stance on dark magic in Britain is one of discouragement rather than outright prohibition. The school does not teach it, and the Ministry of Magic does not promote its study. Yet wizards from magical families are well versed in it. The ministry's attitude is clear. As long as you do not direct it against me, I will not intervene. While Hogwarts does not actively teach these subjects, it does house such texts, albeit inaccessible to ordinary students as they reside in the restricted section. Wang Li now yearned to venture into that area to delve into the study of dark magic. A significant event of the academic year was approaching, with next year's foreboding giant serpent looming as a threat. This was merely the beginning. There would be even more troubles after the third year. Wang Li believed that given his current relationship with Harry, these troubles were likely unavoidable. Therefore, to safeguard himself, it became imperative to grow stronger, particularly as someone from an ordinary family background. Finally, at 9 o'clock, Harry reluctantly concluded his search for the day. Compared to earlier, he appeared markedly less spirited. After an entire afternoon and half a night spent without any fruitful gains, it is only natural for anyone to lose enthusiasm. Wang Li found the situation amusing. These two treasures likely had never spent such an extensive duration in a library before. However, as she stood at the entrance of the common room, she was taken aback. How was she to enter? The number of Ravenclaw students remaining on campus was few, and she hardly knew any of them. Who could possibly escort her inside? Chapter 68, Night. Is there a problem, Mr. Wang? A cool voice emerged from behind her as she stood in a daze at the door. The speaker wore a gray robe, and the ample fabric did little to conceal her striking figure. Without a hood, her long, flowing chestnut hair cascaded down her back, simply tied in a knot. She possessed an arresting beauty, yet the air of aloofness about her exuded an aura that was difficult to navigate. Professor Babbling, the instructor of ancient runes at Hogwarts. Prior to her arrival at Hogwarts, Wang Li had no recollection of this professor, not even a fleeting impression. He could be certain that he had never encountered such a beautiful female professor in any film. However, considering he had previously been oblivious to the fact that Pansy Parkinson was an enchanting dark-haired girl, Wang Li pondered whether he had been too engrossed in watching Harry Potter soar on his broomstick. Thoughts raced through his mind, but Wang Li revealed none of it on his face. Instead, he politely greeted her, "Good evening, Professor Babbling. I do have a slight issue here." Professor Babbling remained silent, her gaze steady upon Wang Li. He had gleaned some insights about this captivating professor from older students. She was the youngest faculty member to receive a professorship at Hogwarts, second only to Snape, and taught the most esoteric subject of all, ancient runes. Her class was an elective for third-year students, and it was rumored that each year, a handful of newcomers were dissuaded from continuing early on. Even among those who chose to enroll, very few managed to endure an entire semester. At Hogwarts, her subject was regarded as one of the most obscure electives, alongside Muggle studies and protection. It struck Wang Li as peculiar that such an engaging professor had no role in the original narrative. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Professor Babbling's silence was not an appreciation of his appearance. Even someone as self-assured as Wang Li did not possess that level of confidence. The professor awaited his explanation regarding the minor issue he had encountered. "Well, Professor, I might not be able to solve the riddle for entering the common room. Bumnicum fussa. And how did you typically manage to enter?" Babbling inquired, her tone as indifferent as before, her expression betraying no emotion. I usually went in with other students," Wang Li replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Revealing his shortcomings in front of such a beautiful professor was genuinely awkward. "I see." Professor Babbling acknowledged with a nod, then approached the eagle statue before them. The sculpture of the eagle had its wings slightly unfurled. "What kind of clothing endures the longest?" asked a voice. "Underwear," replied Babbling with an air of indifference. Wang Li was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her response. "I will try to stay close to the other Ravenclaw students these days. I'm not on night duty every day," she remarked, casting a fleeting glance at him before turning to depart. Realizing her intention, Wang Li quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Professor." However, Babbling merely acknowledged him with a soft hum and continued on, her footsteps nearly soundless, to the extent that the torches lining the corridor did not flicker in her wake. A feature of Hogwarts' enchanted lighting, she glided purposefully into the shadows. Indeed, she possesses a remarkable character, Wang Li murmured to himself before hastening into the common room. He pondered the potential misfortune of being locked out later. Upon entering the common room, a different method of accessing it crossed his mind. Yet, He soon realized a flaw in this plan. There was a time difference between England and India. The emptiness of the dormitory did not unnerve Wang Li. During his previous life as a corporate drone and solitary soul, he had often found himself sleeping in a cramped space, which now seemed positively spacious in comparison. Nevertheless, he had no intention of hastily succumbing to sleep. He recalled that Harry and Ron would be waiting for him in the Great Hall, as they had agreed the night before. Thus he had not delved into the Christmas gifts. Now, however, he found himself with time to spare. Memory replication, memory extraction, memory detachment. As he gently moved his wand, a silvery thread of light appeared at its tip. Instantly, the mirror reflected the scene from the day he visited Professor Kettleburn's office. Yet, Wang Li soon felt a sense of confusion. The mirror seemed less effective than anticipated. Unlike the pensieve, which allowed one to immerse themselves and observe from various angles, this mirror presented merely a flat image. If that was the case, its effectiveness appeared somewhat lacking. Furthermore, it lacked the features of fast-forward, pause, and rewind. Though the learning curve was a bit steep, the results were satisfactory. If only it came with a user manual, Wang Li chuckled to himself. Mastering the technique, he adjusted the memory to the moment he observed the brass plaque and proceeded to jot down the contents with pen and paper. After completing this minor task, he felt a slight dizziness. Perhaps it was time to rest, or was he simply fatigued? He had intended to explore the restricted section of the library as well. This thought flickered through his mind before quickly dissipating, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, as he lay down, Harry, who had already retired for the night, quietly opened his eyes in the Hogwarts dormitory. Observing Ron, who was soundly asleep and snoring softly, Harry bit his lip, retrieved the invisibility cloak, and stealthily exited the dormitory. Chapter 69. The Exemplary Youth, Wang Li. Harry, I have discovered something remarkable. On the third day of the Christmas holidays, early in the morning, Wang Li was having his breakfast when Ron and Harry came running in. Undoubtedly, Wang Li had risen earlier than both Harry and Ron. One could hardly expect the twins to awaken Harry for training. They themselves needed someone to rouse them. Wang Li, however, was committed to his physical training whenever the weather permitted. So by the time Harry and Ron found him, he had already completed his morning exercises, taken a shower, and was halfway through his breakfast. It was now considerably easier to inquire about Zhou Yin than usual, for the castle was quite empty, and it was simple to find a secluded spot outside its walls. Initially, when Harry and Ron approached him, claiming they had discovered something remarkable, Wang Li paid little attention. Hogwarts was filled with intriguing objects, and the two boys often stumbled upon various trinkets in their daily adventures. However, when they led him to a magnificent, ornate mirror, Wang Li found himself momentarily speechless. Although it differed somewhat from his recollections, he was certain that this was the mirror capable of revealing one's innermost desires. Upon the golden frame, he caught a glimpse of an inscription. Irresister Rurwatabikafrodenguo Hees. What could this mean? Wang Li was puzzled and turned to Ron, who, being from a wizarding family, might possess some insight. I don't know. It seems like some kind of runes, Ron replied, waving his hands dismissively. But that is not the main point. This is what I discovered last night. Harry interjected, explaining, I went into the restricted section wearing the invisibility cloak to seek information about the resurrection stone. How unfair. You didn't invite me to such an exciting adventure. Ron complained. You were sleeping soundly at the time. And besides, I did call you afterward, Harry replied, somewhat sheepishly, but quickly justified his actions. Fortunately, I was alone. Otherwise, the two of us would have had trouble escaping quickly and might have been caught by Snape. Ron pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He pointed at the magical mirror, saying Harry could see his parents in there, but I saw a vision of my future. Wang Li couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at Ron. He recalled that Ron's vision depicted him holding the House Cup, winning the Quidditch Cup, and even becoming the president of the student council. How could he have the audacity to claim that this was his future? Yet, Ron remained oblivious to Wang Li's scornful look. Wang, do you think this is a glimpse of the future? Harry looked at Wang Li with eager anticipation, seemingly hoping for affirmation. Ron saw his future self, and I saw my parents. Does that mean I could bring them back to life? Wang Li furrowed his brow slightly. Originally, Harry was unaware of the resurrection stone's existence. The notion that the dead cannot return to life is universally accepted. So it was easy for him to conclude that he was not witnessing a future, but rather his innermost longing. However, now that he was aware of the resurrection stone, his mindset diverged significantly from the original narrative. Thus, he began to believe, or rather, felt compelled to believe, that what he saw in the mirror was indeed a vision of the future. Although I am not yet fully acquainted with the future, what I do know is that glimpsing into what lies ahead falls within the realm of divination. and it is indeed one of the most profound and elusive aspects of the practice. Wang Li pondered his words carefully. He found it hard to believe that a mere mirror could effortlessly reveal our future. Diviners can also see the future through crystal balls, Ron retorted defiantly. Both he and Harry harbored hopes that the mirror would unveil visions of the future. Is that so? But diviners must be rather rare, don't you think? Bum Li Shuja, choosing not to dwell on the subject further. Perhaps Harry and I possess this unique gift after all. Ron continued to grapple with the idea. Alternatively, Harry also thought it somewhat implausible that he and Ron possessed extraordinary divinatory talents. Yet he remained reluctant to concede easily, formulating a new perspective. Is it the mirror's uniqueness? Or could it be that its abilities are unstable, not providing a clear glimpse into the future like a diviner would, but rather revealing only fragments? Ron immediately nodded in agreement. Shall I give it a try? What do you think? Wang Li was not inclined to persuade them directly. One cannot awaken a person who pretends to be asleep, when others are unwilling to believe your viewpoint from the depths of their hearts. No amount of rational argumentation will suffice. At this moment, tangible evidence would prove far more useful. Both Harry and Ron nodded and stepped aside, clearing the front of the mirror. Wang Li approached the mirror, curious about what desires lay deep within him. However, when he stood before the mirror, it reflected only himself and the room around him. Nothing else appeared. Wang Li did not consider himself a person devoid of desires. While such individuals may exist, he was certain he was not one of them. On the contrary, his desires were indeed plentiful. In jest with his friends in a previous life, he had remarked that they were all ideal youths, indulging in a myriad of vices. A life free of desires? Impossible, absolutely impossible. So, the absence of other images in the mirror at this moment was perhaps due to some external force preventing this magical mirror from perceiving the depths of his soul. Wang Li quickly contemplated the reason behind it. The focusing spell. When Zhou Yin had initially taught Wang Li this incantation, he had mentioned that it could shield against soul-level intrusion. Indeed, it appeared to have some efficacy. At the very least, it had been discovered that he possessed such an ability. However, today, Wang Li had effectively verified that this spell indeed bore some effect. As the mirror before him seemed unable to directly probe into the desires of his heart due to his focusing spell, reflecting on this brought him a modicum of joy. As he quietly let the spell dissipate, Wang Li glanced back at the mirror, only to see the once ordinary room behind him enveloped in a shroud of mist, leaving him standing alone amidst the fog. Even his own figure became obscured within the haze. After approximately 2 seconds, the mist cleared, and as he beheld the reflection in the mirror, he found himself momentarily taken aback. This image was slightly at odds with the stature one might expect of a time traveler, was it not? Chapter 70, Another Dragon's Son. Wang Li gazed into the enchanted mirror before him, feeling a profound sense of disillusionment. At that moment, he was holding Padma's hand, his expression radiating an innocent joy. Could it be that the deepest yearning of a time traveler, such as myself, is merely for a young girl? However, Wang Li soon discerned that matters were not so straightforward. While indeed one hand was clasped around Padma's, his other hand was forming a complex gesture, a resplendent flying sword whirled rapidly around them. Swordsmanship? This revelation delighted Wang Li. At least he was still mindful of the art of sword control. This signifies ambition. He mused with a satisfied smile. Wang, what do you see? Harry inquired, noticing the foolish grin adorning Wang Li's face, reminiscent of Ron's previous demeanor. Huh? Oh, I see. I have received commendation from Dumbledore and become an extraordinary wizard, Wang Li fabricated. Harry and Ron, not pondering much on the matter, accepted the notion that such a remarkable achievement could be discerned. Look, Wang, you are so exceptional. It is quite possible that you would receive Dumbledore's praise. This could genuinely be a glimpse into the future, Ron exclaimed with palpable excitement. Clearly, he harbored a strong desire for the mirror to reveal future events. Harry shared a similar sentiment. Wang Li thought to himself that what he saw might indeed come to fruition. Yet, dear friends, what you perceive is merely a figment of your imagination. However, he refrained from expressing this and instead asked, "Are you familiar with the mind-cloaking spell?" Harry shook his head, but Ron nodded. Wang Li was somewhat taken aback. The young Weasley he remembered was the epitome of underachievement, often seen with a drumstick in each hand. Yet, in their interactions, it became apparent that Ron had a considerable knowledge of the wizarding world. While it was understandable that he knew of the legendary trio, akin to children's fairy tales, it was surprising that he was also aware of the mind-cloaking spell. Noticing Wang Li's astonishment, Ron shrugged and remarked, "I've heard my father mention that some wizards use legilimency to invade the thoughts of others. In such cases, the mind-cloaking spell is necessary as a defense." Wang Li realized the truth in this. I possess a spell quite similar to the mind-cloaking spell, he stated. When I employed it just now, the mirror displayed nothing. Upon hearing this, both Harry and Ron's expressions shifted dramatically. Ron's reaction was less pronounced, merely displaying a fleeting surprise before a sense of awkwardness and regret washed over him. Harry, however, showed a marked decline in spirit, appearing utterly despondent. Wang, what are your thoughts? A dejected Harry inquired. This mirror possesses an unsettling quality. It seems capable of probing into our innermost thoughts. Wang Li refrained from directly mentioning desires lurking within the depths of their hearts, as it did not align with the information at hand. Ron's expression grew increasingly awkward, while Harry nodded, seemingly in tacit agreement with Wang Li's assertion, at least on the surface. As for what lies within his heart, Wang Li remained oblivious. His concentration technique had proven somewhat useful, yet his telepathic abilities still languished in a state of ineffectiveness. Wang Li was unconcerned, as he had matters to attend to that were not suitable for Harry and Ron's company. The castle was desolate, and the outside world even more so. Braving the biting winter wind, Wang Li made his way to the edge of the Black Lake. A thin layer of ice had formed along the shore, and he chose a spot to summon Zhou Yan. Ah, you've been quite diligent lately, haven't you? Xiao Yan remarked, surveying Wang Li with a discerning eye before shaking his head in astonishment. Your vitality and qi have both increased. Have you undergone a transformation? What? I've always been diligent. Thank you very much, Wang Li retorted, maintaining his composure while puffing himself up with pride. Previously, I was simply overwhelmed with tasks, which left me little time for cultivation. Our circumstances are different from yours. We have an abundance of matters to attend to. Now that I have the time, of course, I will devote myself to rigorous training. Zhou Yan scoffed, his expression suggesting disbelief. Wang Li felt a surge of irritation, but recognized that there was little he could do to sway the old man. With a deep breath, he produced a piece of parchment from his pocket, inscribed with the words from the bronze plate. Take a look at this. What is it? Zhou Yan glanced dismissively at the parchment, but upon a single look, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He scrutinized the document from beginning to end, his brow furrowing deeply, his triangular eyes wide with incredulity. What is it? Wang Li, curious about Zhou Yan's reaction, inquired. Is it something remarkable? Indeed, it is something truly extraordinary, Zhou Yan replied with a cold chuckle. To think, it is an item of mine. What? Wang Li was taken aback. Are you saying that the contents of that box belong to you? Correct, Xiao Yan affirmed. It is a treasure I meticulously crafted. After my demise, I had no means to safeguard my treasures. I thought they had been lost to the sands of time, yet one has fallen into the hands of these barbarians. Wang Li found Zhou Yan's disparaging remarks about Europeans quite amusing. He had never engaged Zhou Yan in discussions about modern history. Otherwise, he might have been more prepared for his reactions. However, in terms of Zhou Yan's perspective, during his era, the West was indeed considered barbaric compared to the East. Wang Li had no intention of delving into historical transformations. He was more intrigued by Zhou Yan's treasure. Is it something from within the box? Is it related to the buy-in? He asked. No, the buy-in is, as I initially envisioned, a confinement. Interestingly, the one who came into possession of my treasure was, in fact, a person with ties to the East. By the way, when you perished, were there many Easterners around? Did you have any friends? Wang Li inquired, realizing he had not previously asked Zhou Yan about his past. Not at all. At that time, this place was merely a wilderness, rarely visited by anyone. I only came here to escape the turmoil of the Qin's conquest of the 6 states. Zhou Yan shook his head. However, in later times, some Easterners did arrive, most seeking refuge from the chaos of war. But I had none by my side. Wang Li's question had been casual, not born from genuine curiosity. Upon hearing this, attention was once again drawn to the box. What, one might wonder, lies within? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan chuckled and remarked, quite fortuitously, but the contents bore no relation to the Bian and were instead linked to another dragon offspring. Wang Li's eyes sparkled at this revelation. Chapter 71, The Bottom Line. Could it be that the items associated with the dragon offspring are indeed formidable? Wang Li inquired. Certainly formidable, Zhou Yan replied, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Yet, Wang Li failed to perceive the subtle shift in his demeanor. Firstly, his youth rendered him unable to discern such nuances, and secondly, he was not particularly adept at reading emotions. Had he possessed such skills, he would not have languished as a mere cog in the wheel of society in his previous life. At this moment, all his focus was fixated on the name Qi Pearl. After being ridiculed by Zhou Yan for his ignorance regarding Bian by Shi and Swan and I, Wang Li had taken it upon himself to delve into relevant literature. One must commend the library at Hogwarts. although predominantly filled with Western wizardry. It contained a wealth of materials on Eastern mythology. At the very least, the lore surrounding the 9 dragon offspring was accessible. Wang Li had made a mental note of their names, with Chi-Wan being among them. However, the specifics eluded him, and he hesitantly asked Chi-Wan, "Is it the one that resembles a fish?" Zhou Yin shot him a disdainful glance, but nevertheless nodded. It possesses a dragon's head and a fish's body, suited for ascending heights and gazing afar. Capable of swallowing clouds and exhaling rain, it can ward off wind and fire. This exquisite treasure was forged through great effort in my youth, adept at repelling various magical attacks, particularly effective against water and fire. Its offensive capabilities are also noteworthy. It can not only strike directly, but also utilize the water and fire it absorbs as means of assault. Even specialized artisans may struggle to replicate such a marvel. Astounded by the description, Wang Li felt an exhilaration coursing through him, his imagination ignited. After all, this was indeed a professor's possession. Yet, with the revelation that the contents were the Chi-Wan pearl, his mind began to race. Wang Li had never considered himself a paragon of virtue. Though he jested about being an exemplary youth, it merely indicated his lack of moral constraints. Of course, outright theft was out of the question. While he lacked ethical shackles, he was not inclined towards petty thievery. Wang Li pondered how he might cunningly acquire it from Professor Ketterburn. What? Is this deception? Is it any better than stealing? Regardless, that object would serve no purpose in Professor Ketterburn's hands. It would be better returned to its rightful place. After all, how could one who cultivates their craft be deemed deceitful? Wang Li reassured himself as he engaged in this mental justification. Meanwhile, Zhou Yin had already spoken. "Little Li, we must find a way to procure this item. Treasures of such caliber are wasted in the hands of these Westerners. It would be far better in our possession, ensuring it is both returned to its rightful owner and utilized to its fullest potential." Wang Li had come to understand why he found Zhou Yin so intolerable. Despite the latter's constant mockery, yet they managed to coexist, primarily due to Wang Li's reliance on him for cultivation and their intrinsically similar temperaments. Both were, after all, far from virtuous individuals. Contemplating this, Wang Li nodded in agreement, pondering the matter, though he recognized its complexity. What difficulty could there be? Xiao Yan countered. Dismissing Bang Li's perspectiva. Did I not teach you the art of misdirection? Simply procure it through subterfuge. Surely, Zhou, you are a figure of historical significance. Can you truly engage in such petty thievery? Wang Li mused, relishing the rare chance to stand on moral high ground. Zhou Yan's flawed logic went unheeded by Wang Li, who was more intrigued by another issue. You claim the Chi-Wan pearl is a magical artifact, not a ferocious beast. Yet why is it confined? Does it possess self-awareness? Are you suggesting that artifacts possess consciousness? Do you think it akin to the legendary treasures of mythology? Xiao Yan scoffed. It is likely that the individual who acquired my treasure lacked the knowledge to wield it properly, inadvertently allowing the true fire or mysterious water contained within to escape, thus deeming it a perilous object. Wang Li nodded in response. Though he was unfamiliar with the concepts of true fire and mysterious water, they sounded quite formidable. While he had no recollection of mysterious water, he had certainly heard of true fire. Surely all citizens of Huagua were familiar with the concept of the 3 realms' true fire. Do not hesitate, Zhou Yin urged. If the Chi-Wan pearl is secured, even with your limited cultivation, it will serve as a safeguard, impervious to ordinary spells. Such sorcery is mere child's play. Wang Li was increasingly tempted, but still shook his head. Theft is simply out of the question. I, Wang Li, could never stoop to such petty larceny. Xiao Yan, exasperated, lamented Wang Li stubbornness. If only he had a corporeal form, he would have seized the Chi-Wan pearl himself. Alas, without a body, he was unable to venture beyond the confines of the ring. Recognizing Wang Li's steadfast refusal, Zhou Yin shifted his strategy. Since you are averse to thievery, we must seek an alternative approach. What alternative? Wang Li, who was already contemplating how to deceive Ketterburn, inquired eagerly. What manner of person holds the Chi-Wan pearl? And what are preferences? How did your encounter transpire? Xiao Yan questioned. Wang Li recounted all he knew about Professor Ketterburn, meticulously detailing their previous interaction. After listening intently, Zhou Yan's eyes gleamed with cunning. If that is the case, he should be quite manageable. Listen closely to my plan. Wang Li, impressed by Xiao Yan's scheming, extended a thumb in admiration. Old man, you are indeed devious. Your moral compass seems utterly absent. Chapter 72. The wild boar cannot digest fine grain. Professor Ketterburn was not at Hogwarts during the holiday, as it was rumored he had gone to visit another enthusiast of magical creatures. Thus, The techniques imparted by Zhou Yin to Wang Li regarding the Keterburn method are of no immediate use and will have to wait until the commencement of the new term. Wang Li, however, is in no rush. According to Zhou Yin, even if the Chuanzu were to fall into Wang Li's possession with his current level of cultivation, he would be able to harness no more than 1/10 or even 100th of its potential. At most, it would serve as a protective talisman against fire and water. While this is indeed a formidable artifact for Wang Li, there is no need to hurry. After all, in these few days of the holiday, little is likely to occur. Although the formidable adversaries, Quirrell and the nearly faceless Voldemort, are currently residing in the castle, they dare not act with Dumbledore keeping watch over them. There is no need for alarm. Wang Li feels entirely at ease. He finds little interest in the Mirror of Arist, as the images it reflects hold no significance for him. Furthermore, he is aware that Dumbledore is keeping an eye on Harry, along with the mirror itself. Wang Li has no desire to attract Dumbledore's attention. The esteemed headmaster is exceedingly astute, and Wang Li feels he has no secrets in his presence. Why? One might wonder, does Wang Li, as a time traveler, possess such a lack of standing? It is a jest. Although he is a traveler from another world, he lived a life of hardship as a mere worker in his past, forever a somewhat naive youth, until his demise. The combined years of both his lives do not exceed that of Dumbledore's, so what grounds does he have to play such games? However, while Wang Li is disinterested in the mirror, Harry is thoroughly captivated. During the day, he continues his research on the Resurrection Stone in the library, undeterred by Wang Li's previous admonitions. The very next day, he resumes his search. Wang Li accompanies him, but instead of seeking information about the Resurrection Stone like Ron, he delves into the study of spells. As night falls, Harry stealthily dons the invisibility cloak to gaze upon the mirror, a fact relayed to Wang Li in secrecy by Ron. Wang Li refrains from commenting, understanding Harry's motivations and having no intention to intervene, for he knows that Dumbledore will soon approach Harry. Dumbledore has remarked that the mirror reveals one's innermost desires. Harry sighs, for despite Wang Li having previously provided compelling evidence to this effect, Harry still struggles to accept the truth. Yet now, he has no choice but to confront it. Holidays are always fleeting, a truth applicable in both the mundane and magical realms. However, as the end of the holiday approaches with less than 2 days remaining, Harry and Ron are horrified to discover that their assignments remain unfinished, with a considerable amount still pending. Observing their shocked expressions, Wang Li smiles cheerfully. His own assignments were nearly completed before the holiday even commenced, and the remainder was finished within the first 2 days. Now, he feels utterly unburdened. After Dumbledore advised him not to become consumed by the Mirror of Arist, he has had to occupy himself with a multitude of other interesting pursuits. He is reluctant to engage in wizard's chess, for the same reason as Wang Li. He cannot hope to match Ron's skill. Wang Li, I'm not. I didn't don't misinterpret. I simply find the pieces too noisy. Thus, it can only be other pastimes. The exploding snap game is indeed an excellent choice. This game becomes even more enjoyable with a larger group, and fortunately, several members of Gryffindor remain at school, including the 2 Weasley twins. When Harry first arrived at Hogwarts, he found these 2 rascals to be rather boisterous, nearly leading him to resist Gryffindor altogether. However, upon joining Gryffindor, his spirit awakened, and he began to find them amusing. Particularly, the twins frequently concocted bizarre little gadgets that piqued Harry's interest. Yet, at this moment, Harry mused that these 2 brothers were perhaps a tad too entertaining. Playing with them was exceedingly joyful, to the extent that he and Ron completely forgot about their assignments. With the school term starting in just 2 days, their anxiety was palpable. Wang, could you possibly let us copy your homework? Reference it. Ron gazed at Wang Li with eager anticipation. Harry mirrored his hopeful expression. The moment they beheld Wang Li's calm demeanor, they knew he had undoubtedly completed his assignments. Well, thought I don't mind letting you take a look for reference. Are you truly going to do this? Wang Li remarked with a shrug. Homework is an essential part of solidifying knowledge, and referring to mine may diminish your learning efficacy. Upon hearing this, Harry hesitated, as he was quite concerned about his grades. A flicker of doubt crossed Ron's face. Yet after contemplation, he said, Then, could you at least let us reference your astronomy and history of magic assignments? Oh, and potions too. Harry nodded eagerly in agreement, considering those 3 subjects relatively inconsequential and thus not a problem to copy. Wang Li, hearing this, did not press the matter further. There's a saying that a school life devoid of homework is incomplete, and Wang Li wholeheartedly agreed. Moreover, among the subjects Ron mentioned, potions was indeed useful, while history of magic and astronomy held little practical value. All right, I shall let you reference them. Wang Li consented, further endearing himself to Harry and Ron. Subsequently, He provided guidance on several other subjects as well. Although Wang Li was not particularly stellar in Ravenclaw, under Padma's tutelage, he had mastered the art of piecing together homework. Assisting Harry and Ron was well within his capabilities. In fact, Harry and Ron preferred this makeshift approach. Wang, having your help is marvelous. This is even more beneficial than Hermione's guidance, Ron exclaimed. Harry concurred wholeheartedly. Wang Li felt somewhat sheepish. Hermione held herself to Ravenclaw's standards, simultaneously expecting the same from them. Meanwhile, he merely cobbled things together while bringing them along in the process. Yet, somehow, they found his help superior to Hermione's. Is this akin to the notion of a wild boar unable to digest the finest grains? Chapter 73. The End of the Holidays. Wang Li began to understand why certain fanfictions from his previous life depicted Hermione's mother as guiding two rather foolish sons. In the trio, Hermione occupies a position reminiscent of a maternal figure. On that day, Harry and Ron had successfully completed their assignments with the assistance of Wang Li. After reviewing their work, Hermione expressed her satisfaction, remarking, "I expected you would procrastinate until the very last night to finish your assignments. Although the work cannot be deemed excellent, it is certainly adequate." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their expressions displaying a sense of pride, reaffirming their gratitude for Wang Li's help internally. Wang Li found the situation amusing, yet he refrained from mocking Harry and Ron, not out of reluctance, but simply due to a lack of opportunity. As for the relationship between Wang Li and Padma, he himself found it difficult to categorize. While they might be considered ordinary classmates, it seemed they had grown somewhat too close. Wang Li had never been this close to any other girl, not even to Hermione, with whom he shared a good rapport. After all, he and Padma belonged to the same house, making it more convenient for him to consult her regarding his studies. Padma, on her part, had not formed such close ties with any other boys. This was hardly surprising, as boys from other houses rarely had the chance to interact with her. Conversely, the girls from Gryffindor sometimes found themselves conversing with her more frequently, primarily due to Parvati. As for the boys from Ravenclaw, Wang Li was the sole person they could turn to for academic assistance. While not every student could be classified as a top scholar, most could manage their own academic challenges. In their first year, aside from the peculiar trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and the openly close relationship between Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson, the only other pair with a notably close friendship was Wang Li and Padma. However, Wang Li felt that their relationship lacked a certain depth. "Padma, thank you for your thoughtful gift. It was immensely helpful." Upon first encountering Padma, Wang Li greeted her with a broad and sincere smile. Although Padma and Parvati walked together and donned similar attire, the differences in their demeanor and expressions allowed Wang Li to distinguish between them effortlessly. Yet his self-proclaimed enthusiastic greeting elicited peculiar glances from the two girls. Parvati, with an odd expression, interjected before Padma could speak. "Wang, after a holiday apart, this is the first thing you say to us?" Wang Li, bewildered by Parvati's words, pondered for a moment before tentatively responding, "Was the journey tiring?" "Yes, I forgot you spent an entire day on the train. You should hurry to the Great Hall for something to eat, and then rest well," he added. In response to his somewhat foolish expression, Parvati burst into laughter, genuinely delighted. "Padma, you told me about this earlier. I didn't believe you. How fascinating." Parvati, a beautiful young woman, was currently sprawled on her sister's shoulder, laughing uncontrollably. Padma appeared rather exasperated. "All right, enough with the laughter, or those wrinkles will emerge prematurely." "Even if wrinkles do appear, I can't help it," Parvati replied, still chuckling heartily. She then gave Wang Li a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You can do it, Wang. You truly are something, ha ha ha." Another wave of laughter ensued. Wang Li felt utterly perplexed. "Sisters, what are you laughing about? Share the joke, so I can join in on the merriment. Your laughter directed at me is quite awkward." "Well, Parvati and I are off to eat. We shall meet in the public lounge later," Padma said, supporting the nearly incapacitated Parvati, casting a strange glance at Wang Li. In that moment, Wang Li yearned for his telepathic abilities to elevate to 100 levels, enabling him to hear the thoughts of the two young women. However, that was an impossibility. While learning telepathy was relatively easy, actual application proved to be quite rare. Yet, his telepathic skills showed no signs of improvement, leaving him only capable of conversing with owls. Zoyan had mentioned that telepathy differed from other techniques in that it did not focus on qi, but rather on the heart's intentions, specifically the essence of life itself. Although Wang Li practiced daily to refine his body and qi, he primarily honed those two aspects, both of which could be considered life. The essence, however, pertained to one's character, spirit, and even soul. Mastering life was feasible, but grasping essence was elusive. as though Yin had articulated. Yet, Wang Li remained skeptical of the old man's motives, pondering how a soul could endure for centuries after the physical body had perished. Undoubtedly, such a soul possessed extraordinary strength. This was clearly indicative of an advanced mastery of essence. Did this not suggest the existence of some profound method? Now, watching the two sisters depart and hearing Parvati's laughter persist, Wang Li's doubts intensified. After a considerable time, he managed to suppress his amusement and turned to his sister. Such a fool, Padma muttered through clenched teeth, unsure whether her ire was directed at Wang Li or her unreliable sister. He is indeed a fool. I didn't believe you when you first told me he was one, as he seemed quite clever in class. But who would have thought, ha ha ha, Parvati exclaimed mid-laughter, unable to contain herself once more. Padma huffed, stop laughing. If you continue, I won't help you with your assignments this semester. What? Parvati exclaimed, her expression turning pale. Please, dear sister, how could I survive without you? I promise I won't laugh at your classmates again. Oh, you still dare to say that. The two sisters playfully tussled as they entered the auditorium. A pair of lovely sisters, though they were fooling around at the entrance. Who could bear to scold such charming young ladies? Chapter 74. The Lackadaisical Ravenclaw. It wasn't solely due to Padma. It was also because the holidays had come to an end. Wang Li had previously believed he had fully acclimatized to the rigorous academic demands of Hogwarts, only to realize now that the professors had been somewhat lenient with the new students. During the first week after the break, Wang Li found himself nearly buried under a mountain of assignments. The workload has seemingly increased by approximately 50% compared to before. Consequently, even in the illustrious Ravenclaw, renowned for its academic prowess, the previously serene and composed demeanor has begun to wane. Remarkably, this shift has diminished the disparity between Wang Li and his peers. In fact, due to his relatively lax, self-imposed standards regarding assignments, he appears to navigate the workload with greater ease than many of his classmates. If even Ravenclaw is feeling the weight of pressure, one can only imagine the oppressive burden felt by students from other houses. Harry and Ron, in particular, have been vocal in their complaints, lamenting the arduous nature of their assignments, which has further encroached upon their already limited leisure time. Ron has managed to cope reasonably well, as he primarily contends with mere assignments. Conversely, Harry also has to juggle Quidditch training. Oliver Wood has transformed into a training zealot, as the twins would put it. At least compared to this time last year, Oliver's training regimen was not nearly as demanding. The rationale behind this shift, known to Wang Li through Ron, remains uncertain as to whether Ron heard it from Harry or his brother. To put it simply, last year at this time, Wood had already lost hope for Gryffindor's chances at the Quidditch Cup. They had suffered 2 defeats, and even a clean sweep of their remaining 4 matches would not guarantee victory, not to mention their lack of assurance in winning at all. Thus, they opted to adopt a lackadaisical approach. However, this year is markedly different. Harry's formidable presence has led Gryffindor to triumph in both of their previous matches, placing them at the top of the leaderboard. In contrast, the training enthusiasm among Ravenclaw has not been as fervent. They publicly declare that their focus is on academia and knowledge, relegating Quidditch to a mere pastime. Yet, as a member of Ravenclaw, Wang Li is acutely aware of the underlying truth. Ravenclaw has suffered 2 defeats in the first round and is now faced with the daunting task of confronting the formidable Gryffindor in back-to-back matches. A further loss would effectively extinguish any hope for this year's Quidditch Cup. However, given Gryffindor's performance in their previous matches, the players are not overly optimistic about achieving a double victory against them. Wang Li is eager to contribute some insight. The Gryffindor chasers are not particularly strong. Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinett are merely 3rd years, and Katie Bell is just a 2nd-year student. Their 2 beaters, the twin brothers, despite their notable talent, are still somewhat inexperienced. The true threats lie in the form of goalkeeper Wood and seeker Harry. As for Wood, there is little to critique. He can be regarded as the finest goalkeeper among all 4 teams at the school. However, regarding Harry, Wang Li perceives potential vulnerabilities. Harry's skills, while exceptional, still lack the refinement that comes only with extensive practice. Nevertheless, this is not the crux of the matter. Despite room for improvement, Harry has already distinguished himself among the 4 houses. There exists an audacious momentum, akin to that of a young calf unafraid of tigers, with an unwavering winning streak that has further bolstered their confidence. Opponents find themselves instinctively lowering their heads even before the match begins. At this juncture, it is imperative to deploy Qiuzhong. Indeed, you are not mistaken. It is a strategy of allure. This tactic has long been employed in the realm of sports. In numerous competitions, particularly those with home and away teams, the home side often arranges special services at the hotel for the visiting team's key players, striving to deplete their stamina during the match. This is why visiting teams frequently opt for concentrated training in the host city, avoiding solitary excursions, having been intimidated by such stratagems in the past. Of course, Chio's use of a lure against Harry does not necessitate such elaborate measures. A mere smile directed at Harry on the field, as Wang Li believes, would suffice. However, Wang Li ultimately refrains from voicing this notion, feeling that as a first-year student, harboring such devious thoughts is rather inappropriate. Perhaps next year, he could consider it. Due to Wang Li's abstention from employing the strategy of a lure, Ravenclaw unceremoniously lost a match, which only served to amplify Gryffindor's already formidable momentum. Ravenclaw's performance deteriorated further. The competitions involving the other two houses also unfolded in a lopsided manner, with Hufflepuff triumphing twice over Slytherin. The overall situation has become quite evident. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw fails to foresee that employing a lure against a mere first year like Harry could be a game-changer, making Gryffindor's 4 wins appear all but assured. Currently, Ravenclaw stands at 3 losses in 3 matches, justifying their lackluster performance with a sense of entitlement. Slytherin, with 3 losses out of 4 matches, can at best hope for a record of 3 wins and 3 losses. The only variable lies with Hufflepuff, who currently boasts 3 wins and 1 loss, having previously succumbed to Gryffindor. The present scenario takes on an intriguing twist. Although Gryffindor appears to be in a more favorable position, much like Hufflepuff, they too must secure victories in all remaining matches to ensure ultimate triumph. Hufflepuff secretly hopes for Ravenclaw to muster their resolve and overturn Gryffindor, thereby improving their own standing. Unfortunately, Ravenclaw has already chosen to embrace mediocrity. In the second match against Gryffindor, Harry once again delivers an outstanding performance, seizing the golden snitch in under 10 minutes. Quidditch is merely a form of entertainment. The outcome should not weigh heavily on one's heart, reassures Roger Davies, the vice-captain of Ravenclaw's Quidditch team. Wang Li feels a tinge of frustration as well. Thus, when Harry approaches him exuberantly, he initially hesitates to engage in conversation. Yet, Harry's words alter his perspective. Snape is attempting to extract information from Professor Quirrell, possibly concerning the 3-headed dog. He seems intent on getting his hands on the Philosopher's Stone, Harry expresses, his face awash with concern. Chapter 75, Revelry and Spectators. Although Harry struggles to articulate the details, he conveys that Snape is threatening Quirrell, mentioning the 3-headed dog and contemplating a method to access it. Harry exclaimed with anger and urgency, "What should we do?" He is about to make a move on the Philosopher's Stone. Ron and Hermione mirrored his frustration and anxiety, while Wang Li struggled to feign a sense of urgency, though it was apparent he was not succeeding. "Wang, why do you appear so unconcerned?" Hermione questioned him skeptically. "What good does it do to be anxious? We cannot thwart Snape's intentions," Wang Li replied, shrugging his shoulders. "The other professors are indifferent. Despite our concern, we are powerless to effect any change. But what if he truly obtains the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry expressed his distress and dissatisfaction. "Then we shall merely await our fates at the hands of Dumbledore and countless other wizards," Wang Li continued, nonchalantly. "Few are privy to the fact that the Philosopher's Stone resides with Dumbledore, and even fewer would dare to covet it from him. However, if it were to fall into Snape's hands, the situation could become dire." Upon hearing Wang Li's reasoning, Harry and the others paused, contemplating the matter gravely. Ron truly is straightforward, easily swayed by Wang Li's words. He immediately found them reasonable. "We and T considered this before. What if Snape were to acquire the Philosopher's Stone? It doesn't seem to lead to any significant consequences," Harry pondered. "He is a potions master, after all. Could he use the Philosopher's Stone to brew advanced potions?" "A master of potions," Hermione interjected. "What?" Harry was baffled by the term. "Snape is a master of potions, a title superior to that of a mere potions master. He is the youngest potions master in the history of the wizarding world," Hermione explained. And so, Harry rolled his eyes. Thus, Snape's expertise in potion making is exceptionally high. He may indeed concoct some remarkably powerful elixirs, Hermione intended to say. However, after some reflection, Harry concluded that even powerful potions might not be overly concerning. At most, he could brew the elixir of life, much like Nicholas Flamel, right? But even if Snape were to create the elixir of life, what then? The elixir merely prevents natural death. It does not protect against fatal blows, curses, or other afflictions. In fact, with enough precision, one could still kill a wizard who has consumed the elixir with a mere stick. In that light, it indeed seemed rather trivial. Suddenly, I feel less anxious. Harry blinked in surprise. "Me too. It appears there's not much to worry about," Ron admitted, relief evident on his face. Wang Li chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Oh, naive boys. Once you learn that Voldemort still roams free, you may not feel so carefree. Wait, how do they connect the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort? Wang Li pundarat. Recalling some details, this connection likely emerged after the incident involving Hagrid and the dragon. With Hagrid yet to begin raising dragons, there was no need for immediate concern. So he chose not to dwell further on that topic. Although Harry and his friends had relaxed somewhat regarding Snape's intentions toward the Philosopher's Stone due to Wang Li's words, their concern about Snape's progress remained palpable. This is manifested in their daily inability to resist the temptation of deliberately detouring to the fourth floor, where they would listen intently through the door for any sounds from the three-headed dog within. Clearly, at least thus far, Snape had not succeeded. Harry remarked on this, noting that he and Ron had recently been somewhat preoccupied with other matters. The holidays were lacking in time, a statement that seemed rather incongruous. It was the stark reality. The sheer volume of assignments had rendered most students overwhelmed. Moreover, Harry and Ron bore an additional burden in the form of Hermione. Hermione had devised a rigorous study schedule for the two of them, along with Neville. However, Neville was exceedingly grateful and embraced the plan with enthusiasm, albeit with some stumbling along the way, diligently, yet awkwardly. In contrast, Harry and Ron found little satisfaction in such an intense regimen. This leaves us no time for entertainment. Ron lamented, "Once the exams are over, it's summer vacation. After that, you can entertain yourself however you wish. But now, the final exams are looming." Hermione interjected, "Come on." "Hermione," Harry replied, somewhat exasperated, "the finals are still over 2 months away." 2 months is hardly longer than a nap for Nick, Hermione retorted. "But we're not planning to live for 600 years, nor do I wish to emulate that wretched Snape in seeking the Philosopher's Stone for immortality," Harry countered, dissenting from Hermione's perspective. Yet, when Hermione shot them a glare, both Harry and Ron quickly acquiesced. Wang Li, observing the unfolding drama, found it quite entertaining. However, he soon realized he had become part of the spectacle. "Wang, haven't you begun your final exam preparations yet?" Padma inquired, frowning as she observed him idly perusing a book in the Ravenclaw common room. "Preparation?" Wang Li replied, slightly taken aback, gesturing towards the towering stack of books and parchments beside him. "I just completed today's quota. There is still plenty of time in the holidays." Wang Li indeed had his own plans. He allocated the first half of the holiday for the professor's assignments, reserving the latter half for systematic review. He believed his arrangement to be quite reasonable. "Aren't those assignments set by the professors?" Padma glanced at the parchments, furrowing her brow. "Shouldn't those be completed before the holidays begin, followed by a structured review?" Wang Li was perplexed. Is it really like that? He glanced at his roommates, receiving affirmative responses. "No way, do we really have to be this intense?" Wang Li exclaimed in disbelief. Completing holiday assignments before the break, and then engaging in a rigorous review throughout the holidays? That seemed even more absurd than Hermione's approach. "This year, we've garnered very few extra points. To secure the House Cup, we must excel in the final exams," Padma declared earnestly. "To be among the top 10 in our grade, we need at least 8 of those positions." Wang Li pondered this, relieved they hadn't insisted on claiming all 10 spots, perhaps due to Hermione's influence. Chapter 76. A new memorable scene approaches. "Wang, Hagrid seems a bit off," Ron quietly confided to Wang Li one day during the latter part of the holiday. "The joyous days of your have vanished into oblivion, leaving me ensnared in a sea of assignments, and I feel as though my very essence has deteriorated. Even now, Padma and Mandabroha, along with Amanda Apala, are diligently supervising my studies. The rationale is quite straightforward. While my practical skills are undoubtedly the finest in the entire grade, my theoretical knowledge can only be deemed adequate. In another institution, such as Gryffindor, this would be regarded as exceptionally commendable, certainly a pillar of support. However, in Ravenclaw, this is simply insufficient. Although the practical skills of my peers have not quite matched mine, they are all above a commendable standard, with many excelling. Simultaneously, their theoretical knowledge hovers around an excellent threshold. This disparity has sparked discontent among the Ravenclaw community, as my theoretical understanding barely grazes the passing mark. Despite my practical proficiency being noteworthy, even ranking among the top of the year. Consequently, Miss Padma was dispatched by my fellow students to encourage me to elevate my theoretical acumen. If Padma were to offer me personalized instruction, I would readily accept, for she possesses a gentle demeanor. However, it is evident that both Padma and I are well aware of the situation that Ravenclaw finds itself in. A solitary Padma cannot possibly contain me. Thus, her companions joined the fray. Mandabroha and Amanda Apala alternated in their supervision. Clearly, the English girls lacked the self-awareness of being a hindrance. On the contrary, they found it irresistible to revel in the close-up spectacle. Yet, This amusement quickly morphed into delight at witnessing my struggles. Observing me, usually so composed during classes, especially in charms and transfiguration, now floundering in the realm of theoretical knowledge, brought them immense joy. At that moment, an oblivious Ron approached, and the girls cast him unfriendly glances. However, Ron, somewhat oblivious in this regard, failed to notice Padma's chilly reception and smiled at the trio. The three young ladies nearly rolled their eyes skyward in exasperation. Initially, I did not register the situation, but once I realized it was Ron who had arrived, my spirits soared. A savior has come. At that moment, I found Ron's cherubic face notably more endearing than usual. Padma, Ron needs to speak with me, so I'll step away for a moment, I quickly interjected. Padma gave me a scrutinizing glance, but ultimately nodded in acquiescence. I promptly seized Ron and dashed out of the library, only pausing once we had exited. Ron, nearly yanked off his feet by my frantic pace, winced as we halted. Wow, your strength is incredible. I thought my arm might be dislocated. I chuckled inwardly, thinking to myself, hasn't all that training over the past 2 years been worthwhile? My apologies. I didn't mean to pull you so hard. I was just a bit anxious, I replied, feeling a swell of pride in my physical prowess while outwardly expressing contrition. Ron, however, bore no ill will toward me. To him, I was now a cherished friend, second only to Harry, and even surpassing Hermione in his esteem. Such trivial matters would hardly provoke anger. What is the fuss about? I inquired, perplexed. He had actually not heard what Ron had said earlier. He merely noticed Ron approaching and quickly concocted an excuse to slip away. Miss Padma was gentle when alone, but she exhibited a stern demeanor in the presence of others. Wang Li expressed that he could not endure it. Hagrid has been acting rather strangely these past few days, Ron remarked. Upon hearing this, Wang Li became intrigued. This is clearly an opportunity. It's evident that the dragon subplot is about to unfold. What was the name of that dragon Hagrid has? I seem to have forgotten. That is not important. Wang Li was filled with excitement, not only because he was about to witness a memorable scene once more, but also because it would be his first encounter with a dragon. Although he often heard from Zhou Yin disparaging remarks regarding Western dragons, Wang Li remained exceedingly curious about these creatures. It's hard to articulate, just follow me. And let Harry and Hermione explain it to you. Let Ron spin a tale. He excels at it. He can craft a narrative full of twists and turns while maintaining logical coherence. However, when it comes to recounting the events as they transpired, he struggles, often unable to resist embellishing the story. Wang Li nodded and followed him outside the castle. In April, the weather in England had become quite warm. Coupled with the splendid day, numerous students were enjoying the outdoors. Such sunny days were indeed a rarity in England. Wang Li glanced around, noting the absence of Ravenclaw students, while Gryffindor students were in abundance. Upon finding Harry and Hermione, he observed that Harry was devoid of any distractions, clearly there just to bask in the sun. However, Hermione had 2 hefty tomes beside her, each appearing to weigh nearly 10 pounds. Wang, you've arrived. Come, analyze this for us, Harry beckoned upon seeing Wang Li. Hermione rolled her eyes subtly from the side. Not that her relationship with Wang Li was poor, although it was not as close as that with Harry and Ron. Wang Li was one of the few individuals Hermione considered a friend. The eye roll stemmed from the fact that, despite having already analyzed the situation, Harry and Ron still sought Wang Li's input. Hermione understood that Wang Li was recognized as one of Harry and Ron's best friends, and they often turned to him for discussion. However, seeking another's opinion after her own analysis left her feeling somewhat untrusted, which was mildly irritating. We encountered Hagrid in the library this morning, Harry exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement, as if recounting something utterly astonishing. Indeed, this particular incident was somewhat extraordinary. They had visited Hagrid's hut numerous times and had never seen even a single book, at most, a newspaper subscription. Oh, such a thing occurred? Wang Li feigned surprise in response. Moreover, Hagrid borrowed several books, Harry continued, and I noticed they were all related to dragons. And what of it? Bang li prua tentativeli. We suspect that Hagrid has acquired a dragon. Hermione has drawn her conclusions, although it seems rather implausible. The notion that Hagrid might read books appears to be the only possibility. Wang Li nodded in agreement. Hermione gestured towards Harry and Ron, her expression brimming with pride, as if to say, see, even if we bring Wang here, the conclusion remains the same. In Chapter 77, Dragon Egg, I remarked that Hagrid appeared rather secretive in the library today, not even greeting us. It turns out he was up to no good. Ron fully embraced his post-event wisdom. As both Wang Li and Hermione contemplated the possibility of Hagrid having indeed procured a dragon, he quickly sought further evidence. However, shouldn't a dragon be quite large? Though Harry believed Wang Li and Hermione, he pondered where Hagrid could be hiding it. Perhaps in the Forbidden Forest? What's the use of guessing here? We shall see for ourselves, Wang Li declared. His interest in the little dragon piqued. Even Padma, who typically encouraged their studies, seemed less charming than usual. If it is indeed as we suspect, it would be best not to go during the day. Hermione glanced at the still bright sky, suggesting they wait until after dinner, when darkness would cloak their venture. What? Wang Li's face fell instantly, a look of despondency washing over him. After dinner, Wang Li and Padma requested leave, claiming they had matters to attend to. He was unsure why he felt the need to ask for permission from Padma, who was also a student. Nonetheless, that was how events unfolded. Moreover, Padma and Amanda were not particularly pleased with the situation. He observed that other protagonists from similar tales seemed to revel in their adventures effortlessly and with great flair, leaving him bewildered and somewhat disheartened by his own predicament. Upon reaching the castle entrance, he found his closer friends, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, already present. Wang, did Padma say something about you again? Ron teased, his face alight with smugness, causing Hermione and Harry to stifle their laughter. Wang Li huffed twice, remaining silent, yet mentally noted Ron's antics. Unbeknownst to Ron, this good friend before him was not the straightforward Gryffindor, but rather a Ravenclaw, and he was unwittingly marking himself for future reckoning, reveling in the humor of a joke that everyone, Wang Li, except me, found amusing. The four made their way across the grounds to Hagrid's hut. Indeed, there is something amiss, Ron exclaimed upon seeing the hut before them. It was all too obvious. Hagrid's abode now bore little resemblance to its former self. The doors and windows were tightly shut, even the curtains drawn, the entire place sealed off. It was well known that Hagrid had giant blood in his veins, a fact everyone had long suspected, though the others remained uncertain except for Wang Li. Hagrid was remarkably resistant to cold. Even during the harshest winters, he frequently opened doors and windows for ventilation. Now, in April, with the weather pleasantly warm, he had closed everything tightly, a clear indication that something was indeed wrong. As Wang Li, Harry, and Hermione pondered how to approach Hagrid, the straightforward Ron had already begun knocking on the door. "Oh, who is it?" Just a moment, came Hagrid's muffled voice from within, followed by a rustling sound. "Moments later." The door creaked open, but only a crack. Hagrid's furry visage peered through the gap. Upon recognizing Wang Li, Harry, and the others, his initially tense expression eased slightly. "What brings you here at this hour? It's nearly dark, and it's not convenient to entertain you now." Wang Li and the others exchanged glances, while Ron raised an eyebrow. Look, there's definitely something amiss here. When has Hagrid ever been so concerned about rules and time? It was worth noting that Hagrid had once been a Gryffindor during his time at Hogwarts. "Hagrid, we already know your secret," Ron declared with a smirk. What secret? Hagrid, aptly nicknamed for his inability to lie, appeared flustered. Ron's abrupt revelation sent his expression spiraling into panic, his eyes darting about in sheer guilt. The last remnants of hesitation among Harry and the others vanished. "Hagrid, please let us in," Hermione sighed with exasperation. "Standing out here is far too conspicuous and will attract attention." Among the four, Hermione was the one most concerned about Hagrid possibly harboring a dragon. Wang Li had long been aware of this situation and had mentally prepared himself. Harry was oblivious to the gravity of the matter, while Ron, despite understanding its seriousness, was too captivated by the thought of a dragon to care about the ensuing troubles. Only Hermione, having been slightly led astray by Harry and Ron, remained acutely aware of the rules, especially considering the legal implications. Hagrid's face contorted in distress, resembling someone who had just bitten into a lemon, his features scrunched together. Yet, he ultimately relented, stepping aside to allow Wang Li, Harry, and the others to enter. Once inside, Wang Li's gaze immediately fell upon a large cauldron in the center of the room, topped with a broad-brimmed hat. "Where's the dragon? Hagrid, where have you hidden it?" Ron blurted out with a silly grin, clearly still fixated on the notion of a fire-breathing creature, at the very least a hatchling. "How did you know?" Despite having expected this moment, Hagrid's disbelief was evident when Ron mentioned a dragon. "So, you really have a dragon?" Hermione echoed, her expression reflecting both surprise and resignation. Though she had been the first to suspect Hagrid might have acquired a dragon, hearing him confirm it left her feeling quite exasperated. Hagrid, realizing he had inadvertently revealed himself under Ron's cunning interrogation, dejectedly slumped into his chair and gestured towards the cauldron atop the hearth. Just as he was about to utter something, a series of crackling sounds emanated from within the cauldron. Instantly invigorated, Hagrid sprang to his feet, a remarkable feat considering his size, and bounded over in excitement. "Ah, is it time already?" he exclaimed, swiftly donning a pair of thick, heat-resistant gloves before lifting the lid of the cauldron to unveil a dark, egg-shaped object, roughly the size of an American football. A dragon egg. Chapter 78. The insatiable Wang Li. How extraordinary, Hagrid. Where on earth did you acquire such a thing? Ron inquired, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the large, slightly cracked black egg resting on the table, from which something appeared to be stirring. That is quite a treasure, and its value in the black market is staggering. How much did you pay for it? Let me guess. Was it 2,000 galleons? I want it, Hagrid mumbled, his beetle-like eyes darting about. You shouldn't be here. Want it? Where could one possibly win such a thing? Ron responded, feigning ignorance to Hagrid's warning. Well, the Moria pub, just a short distance away in a half-magical village. Hagrid replied, somewhat resigned to Ron's obliviousness. Yet, the thought of his dragon egg made him giddy with pride. I was there having a drink when a stranger approached me for a game of cards. Huh, that fellow was utterly terrible. While Wang Li and Hermione remained largely unfazed, Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. They both knew Hagrid's lack of card-playing skills, and the notion of someone losing to him and being labeled as terrible by Hagrid was almost laughable. And then that individual lost a dragon egg to you? Hermione interjected, her brow furrowed in confusion. I suspect he found it rather burdensome, Hagrid replied, a hint of regret in his voice, clearly aware that this treasure was ill-suited for an ordinary person. Well, Hagrid, how you came by it is of little consequence now. It is in your possession, Hermione remarked, her expression tightening as she observed the egg's newly formed cracks. What do you intend to do once it hatches? Oh, I've done my research and have been intensifying my studies lately, Hagrid replied, gesturing to several hefty tomes scattered across his bed, desk, and windowsill. I borrowed a few books from the library, though some of the information is somewhat outdated. Nevertheless, it suffices. He then picked up a volume titled Raising Fire Dragons for Pleasure and Profit. Hagrid began to recount various insights he had gleaned from his readings. Hagrid, while I cannot discern the specific type of dragon this is, I do know that all dragons breathe fire, correct? Hermione interrupted his enthusiastic monologue. But I hope you understand. She surveyed the cramped room filled with wooden furnishings, that more than half of what's in this room is made of wood. Under normal circumstances, Hermione would have been delighted to see someone so trusting of books and eager to read. However, at this moment, Hermione found herself utterly devoid of joy. Aside from Wang Li, who remained composed, the other three children aware of Hagrid's secret dragon-raising venture were in a state of disarray. After the initial excitement had waned, even Harry and Ron soon realized the gravity of the situation. Should they be discovered, it would not merely be a trivial matter. Violating school rules was one thing, but transgressing the law was an entirely different matter. Even the typically carefree Gryffindors could discern the distinction. Despite their attempts to persuade Hagrid, their efforts proved futile. Hagrid was wholly consumed by thoughts of the soon-to-hatch dragon, rendering him impervious to their words. Harry and his friends found themselves unable to report Hagrid. They could only fret in silence, helpless to change the course of events. I was truly foolish and naive, Ron remarked to Wang Li one day after learning of Hagrid's dragon. Oh, how did you come to that realization? Wang Li felt that Ron's influence had led her to speak without much thought. Ron paused, momentarily taken aback by her response. Harry and Hermione, despite their serious expressions upon arriving, could not suppress their laughter. Fortunately, Ron, accustomed to Hermione's frequent rebukes, brushed it off and sighed. I once hoped for an exciting life. Looking back, how naive I was. Only a stable existence is truly desirable. By stability, do you mean the extra assignment Hermione assigns you? Wang Li could not resist teasing him once more. Ron looked momentarily perplexed, his expression shifting to one of oddity. Well, it doesn't have to be that stable. Just then, Hermione playfully struck him with a hefty tome. Wang Li was preparing to deliver another quip when Padma and Amanda approached from a distance. Upon spotting Wang Li, Padma widened her already large eyes in mock astonishment, prompting Harry and Ron to burst into uproarious laughter, leaving Wang Li feeling utterly exasperated. The following days unfolded in a similar manner. Harry and his friends were simultaneously worried about Hagrid while being subjected to Hermione's rigorous revision schedule. Wang Li, however, was not particularly concerned about Hagrid. He was confident that nothing untoward would occur. Even if it did, Dumbledore would undoubtedly intervene. Yet, this did not alleviate the burdens of Padma and her friends' demanding study regimen. Although Wang Li's academic performance was considerably superior to that of Harry and Ron, being a Ravenclaw. After all, Padma's expectations for him were far more stringent than Hermione's for Harry and Ron. Hermione insisted that they must pass their final exams, ideally with commendable grades, while Padma made it clear to Wang Li that any subject below excellence would result in a doubling of his study intensity the following year. Such disparate treatment. Yet a shared sense of joy persisted until one morning 2 weeks later. This semester primarily revolved around preparing for the final exams, focusing on consolidating the knowledge acquired throughout the year. However, despite being a review, the intensity was far from diminished. Professors often extended beyond the basics to assess students' true grasp of the subjects. Amidst the overwhelming burden of assignments, the students lamented incessantly. Wang Li was on his way to History of Magic class when he noticed Harry and Ron approaching briskly, whispering in his ear, "Hagrid says the dragon is about to hatch. It's finally hatching." Upon hearing this, Wang Li felt a flutter of excitement. He had indulged in petting cats and dogs in his previous life, but a dragon? He hoped the little creature would be amiable. His hands tingled with anticipation. Chapter 79, The Dragon Hatches. To his astonishment, he had expected that the trio would have already arrived. Well, perhaps not. Hermione would certainly attend class as expected. However, the fact that Harry and Ron had managed to hold off their excitement until now surprised Wang Li. "I was hoping to skip class," Ron grumbled, clearly harboring some dissatisfaction. Upon hearing Wang Li's comment, he immediately launched into a tirade. "But Hermione won't allow it. Honestly, how many times in our lives will we witness a dragon hatching?" Wang Li replied with a chuckle, "I recall your brother Charlie works at the Dragon Reserve. If necessary, I believe you could witness it many times." At first, Hermione felt a tad embarrassed, but her eyes lit up upon hearing Wang Li's words. "Exactly, Ron. We still have many opportunities to see a dragon hatch," she asserted. Ron rolled his eyes dramatically. When they reached Hagrid's hut and knocked on the door, it swung open immediately. "You're here. It seems the timing is just right," Hagrid exclaimed. No one acknowledged him, as Wang Li and Hermione's focus was fixed on the dragon egg resting on the table in the center of the room. The egg was now covered in cracks, with the shell visibly wrinkled, and it emitted a series of sharp sounds, indicating that the dragon was poised to break free. At this moment, even Wang Li could hardly contain his excitement, pulling a chair closer to the table to witness the dragon's emergence. Others mirrored his enthusiasm. Hagrid occupied the most space, his large frame unavoidable. Whether it was the anticipation from the crowd or simply the moment had come, a fragment of the eggshell suddenly burst away, and a small, dark red flame shot forth. Soon after, a head emerged from the shell, followed by a series of cracks, as the entire shell shattered, revealing the dragon in its entirety. "Oh dear, it's a bit unattractive," Wang Li admitted, somewhat disappointed. The creature, roughly half a meter in length, was still coated in a slimy residue. Its body was black and lacked luster, with crumpled wings gradually unfurling. Comparatively, its head appeared disproportionately large, featuring an especially prominent nose with white nostrils that sputtered sparks. The dragon lacked horns but bore 2 bumps where they would eventually grow. Its eyes were not fully open, shrouded by dark eyelids. "Did you see that?" Hagrid exclaimed with uncontainable joy. "It's a success. It has emerged on its own. Isn't it beautiful?" As he spoke, he reached out to caress the little dragon's head. At that precise moment, the dragon opened its eyes, and its gaze fell directly upon Hagrid's fingers. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth and bit down, revealing a set of sharp teeth. "Be careful," Harry and Wang Li exclaimed in unison, only to be left momentarily dumbfounded. Astonishingly, the dragon's teeth failed to penetrate Hagrid's skin. Did you see that? It recognizes its mother." Hagrid, unfazed, teased the little dragon, playfully asserting that it was merely engaging with him. Harry furrowed his brow, observing the dragon's determined biting. It was evident that the creature was exerting considerable effort. However, Hagrid's skin seemed to possess an extraordinary resilience that surpassed everyone's expectations, including the dragoness. Wang Li, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow, for he had heard the dragoness' thoughts. His ability to connect with others' minds was often deemed useless, but occasionally he could catch snippets of his owl's thoughts. For instance, when the little owl felt unwell and sought his comfort, he would prepare some warm water. "Wait, something feels off," he mused. At other times, he would occasionally hear the musings of Madame Loris. Thanks to this ability, he had never been caught by Filch, which helped him maintain his Ravenclaw reputation. However, he had never considered the early spells taught by Zhou Yin to have any significant utility until now. He discovered that the newly hatched dragon was consumed by 2 simple thoughts: hungry food. Unbeknownst to Hagrid, the little dragon's eyes sparkled with desire as it bit him, indicating its wish for sustenance, while Hagrid continued to playfully manipulate the dragon's jaw, causing it to shake its head in delight. "Hagrid, have you prepared food for the dragon?" Wang Li inquired. Yes," Hagrid replied nonchalantly. "But the book says that newborn fire dragons shouldn't be fed immediately. They can wait an hour or 2 after hatching, as they have absorbed plenty of nutrients from their eggs." He gestured toward a large wooden barrel nearby, filled with a potent mixture of alcohol-soaked meat strips. Wang Li raised an eyebrow, harboring no doubts about the accuracy of Hagrid's readings. After all, the prohibition against dragon keeping among wizards had only been established in the last couple of centuries. For nearly a millennium, prominent wizarding families had been breeding fire dragons. And even now, there were dragon training facilities. Thus, knowledge regarding the care of fire dragons should be quite ample. However, Wang Li was equally certain that he had indeed heard the dragoness thoughts. The others seemed to concur with Wang Li's insight, marveling at the little dragon. Hagrid, this is a Norwegian Ridgeback, a remarkably rare breed. They exclaimed. The one who sold you the dragon egg must be quite formidable. Is that so? I have no idea. Hagrid replied, his attention wholly absorbed by the little dragon, oblivious to the surrounding conversation. Hagrid, does the book mention how quickly this dragon will grow? Hermione inquired with concern. It will grow rapidly in the first 2 weeks, likely increasing to more than 5 times its current size. Afterward, the growth will slow, taking approximately 2 years to mature into a magnificent dragon. Hagrid was quite aware of this, smiling as he spoke. In 2 weeks, it will be 5 times its size. Hermione observed that the creature had fully stretched its body. The Norwegian Ridgeback, measuring approximately 60 centimeters in length and boasting a wingspan of 40 centimeters, would grow to nearly 3 meters in just 2 weeks. What are your plans for it then? She inquired. Well, for now, I'll keep in the house. Once it grows a bit larger, I'll find a spot for it in the woods, Hagrid replied. Just then, his words trailed off as Wang Li pulled a strip of meat from a nearby barrel and held it near the dragon's mouth. The little dragon eagerly tore into the meat, devouring it with an insatiable hunger, and after eating, let out a surprisingly adorable dragon roar towards Wang Li. How can this be? Hagrid wondered, perplexed. Wang Li, however, had an inkling of the reason. The little dragon's behavior differed from what was described in books. It was ravenous right after hatching. This was likely due to the manner in which it emerged from its egg. Normally, dragon eggs hatch in the presence of the mother, or sometimes the father, who aids the hatchling with their fiery breath. Hagrid had attempted to recreate this environment using a fireplace and charcoal, perhaps supplemented with a bit of magic, but it was essentially just ordinary fire. The temperature of dragon fire, however, far exceeds that of common flames, which typically allows hatchlings to emerge more swiftly. In contrast, Hagrid's dragon hatched a bit more slowly, resulting in a slightly hungrier creature, which was entirely normal. While others had not pondered this deeply, they understood that biological variations among individuals were completely natural, thus they paid it little mind. Seeing the little dragon let out a cute roar at Wang Li melted Hagrid's heart, prompting him to grab a strip of meat to feed the dragon as well. The creature eagerly accepted it, its mouth wide enough to fit a roasted piglet. At that moment, a sudden noise at the window caught everyone's attention. They turned to see a pale face, marked by panic and defiance, quickly turning to flee. Malfoy! Harry exclaimed in alarm. This is bad. Hagrid's expression grew grave. Bang! Wang Li burst through the door, his explosive speed rivaling that of a sprinter. Before anyone could react, he had dashed outside, just as Malfoy had only managed to run a couple of steps. Legs stiffened. As he charged out, Wang Li flicked his wand, casting a leg-locking curse at Malfoy. The incantation took effect immediately, freezing Malfoy's south ankles in place while his upper body, propelled by inertia, continued forward. Consequently, Malfoy stumbled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he had been fleeing from the window rather than the door of Hagrid's hut, and had chosen to escape across the adjacent meadow instead of the path that Hagrid had taken. Otherwise, this fall would likely result in more than just a couple of lost teeth. That delicate visage would surely be marred. Wang Li disregarded whether he wished to lift the leg-locking curse or retaliate against her, and promptly cast another spell, Expelliarmus. A beam of red light struck Malfoy's wand with precision, causing it to fly from his grasp, spiraling into the air before landing deftly in Wang Li's hand. How dare you? Malfoy exclaimed, ready to scream upon witnessing the loss of his wand. But Wang Li had already unleashed her third spell. Silence. Malfoy's voice was immediately silenced. While he had not mastered the dark arts, he had certainly acquired a fair knowledge of ordinary spells, among which the disarming charm was undoubtedly the most iconic. Although wandless magic was a subject taught in the 7th year at Hogwarts, many adult wizards still struggled to perform it. The silencing charm, however, was particularly effective against novices. Many spells required incantations for their execution, and these were indeed novices. The charm's advantage lay in its ability to affect a certain area, if faced with multiple inept opponents. It was often more effective than the disarming spell. This magic was frequently employed to silence others, though it was worth noting that an overwhelming desire to speak could break the enchantment. Yet, most individuals did not possess such an intense compulsion. Well done, Wang. Harry and Ron rushed out of the cabin just as Wang Li took action. Huh, Malfoy, you used that spell to bully Neville before, and now you're on the receiving end. Ron laughed heartily at the sight of Malfoy, whose legs were bound together, struggling to rise. Malfoy could actually cast the leg-locking curse? Wang Li was somewhat astonished. It was a spell he had mastered, one of the simpler offensive magics. It was already beyond the curriculum of the first year. For Malfoy to wield it with such proficiency, particularly against Neville, was unexpected. Wang Li glanced at Malfoy, whose expression was a mix of disbelief and indignation. It seemed the boy was slightly more capable than she had assumed. Alas, he had also spotted Norbert. Hagrid emerged, concern evident in his demeanor as he observed the venomous look on Malfoy's face. Norbert? Ron's attention immediately diverted as he pointed to the room. We must give the little one a name, Hagrid declared, sounding quite justified. Ron was left speechless. Let us take this peeping Tom inside. Wang Li surveyed her surroundings, noticing no one else apart from Malfoy. She couldn't recall if this incident had originally occurred. It seemed familiar, yet unfamiliar. It felt familiar because following this event, Harry and his friends were punished by being sent to the Forbidden Forest with Malfoy accompanying them. It felt unfamiliar because if Malfoy were truly present, would Hagrid's dragon-raising endeavor have gone unnoticed? That didn't align with Malfoy's penchant for causing trouble. However, pondering such matters was not the priority. First, it was crucial to subdue Malfoy. Fortunately, the cottage was situated at a considerable distance from the castle, and the students did not frequent this place often. Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron promptly came to assist, joining Wang Li in carrying Malfoy into the cottage. Although Wang Li could have managed the task alone, he gladly accepted their help to conserve his strength. Malfoy was unable to vocalize his protests or move his feet, but he still had his hands, which he waved in an attempt to resist. However, Ron's warning that he would bind him if he continued to struggle quickly subdued him. Yet, it soon became apparent that such measures were unnecessary. Hagrid approached and effortlessly lifted Malfoy, as though he were merely a small chick, an endeavor not much more challenging than that of lifting a small child, given the size comparison. Chapter 81. The Baby Dragon and the Young Dragon. The silencing charm did not last long. By the time Hagrid carried Malfoy into the cottage, its effects had dissipated. Let go of me, you oaf. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. Malfoy's demand was abruptly halted, not due to Wang Li casting another silencing charm, which could easily misfire given their proximity, nor because Hagrid had delivered a punch, although Hagrid did appear somewhat at a loss. Rather, it was Malfoy himself who fell silent, his gaze fixated on the small dragon resting on the table. Now named Norbert, the little dragon had consumed 3 strips of meat and had regained some strength, supporting its body with its wings. Given the dragon's anatomy, this could be considered standing. However, its head seemed disproportionately large for its body, making it somewhat laborious for its neck to lift it, causing it to sway slightly. Malfoy appeared stunned. Although it was merely a hatchling, the sight of it drooling directly at him was indeed somewhat intimidating. Wang Li observed Malfoy's bewildered expression, pondering uncertainly. Hey, are you in shock? It was evident that Wang Li was not the only one who thought Malfoy had been rendered speechless. Ron, noticing Malfoy's vacant stare, could not help but mock indeed. A coward from Slytherin. A mere baby dragon can frighten you to this extent. Had Malfoy typically ridiculed Ron's family, Ron would have been furious. However, discussing dragon rearing brought him a sense of calm. It's amusing, isn't it? Our family has never raised a dragon. You surely don't know who founded the largest dragon training ground, the Wilson Dragon Sanctuary? Upon hearing this, Malfoy was momentarily taken aback. He indeed knew the identity of the founder. The name was inconsequential, but the surname was Weasley. The Weasley name traced back to Merlin, the legendary wizard. Merlin was documented as one of the earliest dragon tamers, and the Weasley family was among the first recorded to domesticate wild dragons. However, when the International Wizarding Confederation was established, private dragon ownership was prohibited, and the Weasley family, having close ties with the Confederation, was among the first to cease such practices. Though Ron's mention of this was a relic of the past, it left Malfoy momentarily speechless. Certainly, it may not be a lack of words, as his gaze once again drifted toward the small dragon. At that moment, the little dragon had its head resting upon the table, seemingly unable to support such a heavy head due to the fatigue of its neck. It even playfully stuck out its tongue, adorably awkward. Hagrid was utterly enchanted, while Malfoy's eyes appeared to glimmer with something unexpected. This time, Wang Li noticed that Malfoy's expression toward the little dragon bore no trace of fear. Rather, it seemed to embody wonder, joy, and desire. Ultimately, he appeared to be exceedingly intrigued by the little dragon. Wang Li recalled that in fanfiction, Draco was often referred to as the little dragon. In her past life, she had not understood this, but in this incarnation, she had come to grasp a fragment of its significance. The name Draco indeed originates from the constellation Draco. However, it seemed there might be other underlying reasons as well. Wang Li harbored suspicions, yet refrained from voicing them, uncertain as she was. Meanwhile, Harry furrowed his brow at Malfoy and inquired of Wang Li and Hermione, "Ron, what about me? Harry, are you asking if you have a solution?" Ron what they intended to do with this fellow. Ron quipped about tossing him into the Forbidden Forest to feed the werewolves. "Huh, didn't he expect that, did you?" "You didn't ask, but I still answered." "Weasley, you dare!" Malfoy exclaimed, his pupils dilating, his already pale face turning even whiter. Wang Li felt her previous conjectures solidifying. This was indeed a manifestation of fear. Yet, she found it puzzling that Ron was clearly attempting to intimidate Malfoy. Did he genuinely believe it? Unbeknownst to her, Malfoy perceived the Gryffindors as a collective of violent brutes, gorillas, dinosaurs, grey wolves, werewolves, a certain future professor. "Lucius, you old fool." Giants, Hagrid. "Lucius, you old fool." In short, thugs. Among them, Ron stood out as a prime example. With such a mindset, Malfoy genuinely believed Ron and Hagrid would cast him into the Forbidden Forest to feed werewolves. As for whether there were indeed werewolves in the forest, rumors had circulated for years. Enough of this. Hermione shot Ron a glare before turning to Malfoy. "The issue now lies with you. You must convince us that you will not divulge what you witnessed today. Otherwise, Hermione well understood the potency of veiled threats. The most severe threats were those left unspoken. Malfoy frowned. He was reluctant to engage with Hermione. Yet, at this critical juncture of survival, he had no choice but to mutter, "I guarantee, by the honor of the Malfoy family, that I shall not speak of today's events." The honor of the Malfoy family? Ron rolled his eyes. When had the Malfoy family ever possessed honor? "Do you dare insult the Malfoy family?" Malfoy shot Ron a furious glare. Wang Li discerned Malfoy's disposition. He was disinclined to engage with her or Hermione, preferring silence whenever possible. However, with Harry and Ron, he was like a firecracker, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. What did this signify? Wang Li easily analyzed Malfoy's sentiments. He looked down upon those of Muggle lineage, unwilling to engage in conversation with them. In contrast, although he harbored disdain for Ron, he considered him an interlocutor worth communicating with. As for Harry, it goes without saying. With such an abundance of fanfiction, can it truly be said to be without foundation? Hermione, however, failed to notice this and cast a sidelong glance at the two before speaking. A mere verbal assurance is indeed difficult to trust. "Hey, as for the Malfoy family, I cannot speak for them, but you, Malfoy, are certainly lacking in credibility." Harry seized the opportunity to deliver a sharp retort. "Malfoy, I still remember the duel agreement at the entrance of the trophy room." Malfoy had intended to respond, but Harry's words left him momentarily speechless. I do have an idea." Wang Li contemplated for a moment before voicing his thought. All eyes turned toward him. Harry, Ron, and Hagrid were expectant, Hermione scrutinizing, while Malfoy's eyes betrayed a hint of skepticism. Wang Li raised an eyebrow and proposed, "Let us do this, Malfoy. You will join us in raising the dragon. That way, if you report us, you will share in the consequences." "How can that be?" Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison. Hermione frowned, and Hagrid gaped in disbelief. Only Malfoy's eyes flickered momentarily before he conceded, "Well, I suppose I can reluctantly agree." Indeed, Wang Li discreetly rolled his eyes. It seemed this fellow was also a dragon enthusiast. Chapter 82. Norbert. No, your so-called universal food is suitable for low to mid-latitude dragon breeds, while the Norwegian Ridgeback belongs to high-latitude species. Malfoy observed Hagrid preparing chicken strips soaked in blood and brandy for Norbert with disdain. Moreover, dragons do not favor chicken. They prefer fish and beef or lamb. Even if you find it difficult to procure beef or lamb, surely you can catch some fish from the Black Lake? I'm worried about the fish bones," Hagrid replied, somewhat awkwardly. He struggled to comprehend the notion of dimensions, yet he was aware that dragons enjoyed fish. However, as he mentioned, he was concerned about the possibility of fish bones getting lodged in the young dragoness throat, and his fingers, thicker than a club, were evidently ill-suited for such delicate work. "What are you talking about?" Malfoy regarded Hagrid with the look one might reserve for a simpleton. "A dragon's esophagus is practically lined with scales. They can swallow knives whole, and you're worried about bones? Surely you know they can breathe fire and even spit acid?" Hagrid was rendered speechless. It could only be said that concern had clouded his judgment. He was overly preoccupied with the young dragon, resulting in some rather misguided assumptions. Meanwhile, Wang Li and the others exchanged astonished glances. Malfoy's adaptation to the situation was remarkably swift. Having agreed to raise the dragon, he was now offering professional insights. Initially, Harry and Ron felt somewhat disgruntled, but soon they realized Malfoy's expertise in dragon care surpassed their expectations. To put it bluntly, Hagrid had long contemplated raising dragons, diligently studying after acquiring the dragon egg. Yet his theoretical knowledge was only on par with Malfoy's, and in some aspects, even lacking. Furthermore, Malfoy's attitude toward the fire dragon, his gaze, his expression, was strikingly similar to Hagrid's. Thus, it became evident that Draco, this little dragon, indeed shared a remarkable connection with him. However, Malfoy's enthusiasm for the little dragon did not extend to others. If it were to be said otherwise, it could only be reluctantly attributed to the dragon's owner, Hagrid. Yet, Wang Li was uncertain whether Malfoy's improved attitude towards Hagrid stemmed from a need for him to provide food for the dragon. As for others, he maintained silence around Hermione and Wang Li, and he would engage in banter with Harry and Ron whenever possible. Nevertheless, Wang Li considered this situation relatively favorable. At least Harry and his friends need not worry about Malfoy reporting them, right? Wang Li's assessment was quite accurate. Malfoy was currently too preoccupied to even contemplate informing on them. In fact, he seemed more eager to tease the little dragon than to interact with anyone else besides Hagrid. In the following days, Wang Li rarely encountered Malfoy within the castle. He often spotted Crabbe and Goyle, the two hefty boys, wandering aimlessly like headless chickens. Even the little girl, Pansy Parkinson, appeared quite bewildered throughout the day. The three of them could not locate Malfoy. Subsequently, Wang Li and Harry visited Hagrid's hut twice, only to discover that Malfoy had been there all along. Strikingly, the little dragon seemed to bond more closely with him than with Harry and Ron. What was going on? Why couldn't Teen Norbert distinguish between good and bad? Ron expressed his dissatisfaction concerning the closeness between the dragon and Malfoy. There was little that could be done. Malfoy visited daily, and the dragon saw him more often than he saw them. Harry shrugged. As for not being close enough to the dragon, he was indifferent. His initial fascination had waned after nearly having his eyebrows singed by sparks from the dragon's nostrils. However, why was Norbert so fond of Wang Li? Ron questioned with some skepticism. Upon hearing this, both Harry and Hermione expressed their confusion. Indeed, Norbert appeared to be more affectionate towards Wang Li than either Hagrid or Malfoy. Perhaps it's my affinity with animals. After all, I am quite kind, Wang Li remarked. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged exasperated glances. Yet Wang Li felt helpless. What else could he say? He understood what the little dragon, Norbert, was thinking. Aware that its short claws could not reach its neck, he would assist in scratching it. Knowing that its fire-breathing was a sign of thirst, yet could only drink dairy products, he provided it with milk tea. Although the dragon preferred fish, Wang Li would occasionally offer it chicken to prevent monotony in its diet. Thus, was it any wonder that the dragon favored him? His ability to empathize with animals was not inferior to other forms of magic, yet Wang Li hesitated to reveal this talent. Moreover, he was reluctant for others to know that, despite possessing a magic that allowed him to hear thoughts, he could only perceive the voices of animals due to his limited skill. It was unthinkable for anyone to discover this. As 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye, Norbert indeed grew several times in size, just as anticipated. Now, the little dragon has nearly reached a size of 3 meters, rendering Hagrid's hut unsuitable for its habitation. It remains uncertain whether dragons possess a penchant for mischief, or if this particular dragon simply revels in it. Norbert takes great delight in frightening Yaya. From the moment it hatched, it would roar menacingly at Yaya, who, being timid, would tremble in fear. As the dragon grew larger, its mischievous tendencies escalated. It developed a habit of nipping at Yaya's tail. Its bites were not particularly forceful, clearly not intended to cause real harm. However, given the sharpness and venom of its teeth, Yaya has recently found herself constantly bandaged around her rear. During this time, Hagrid has also been bitten a few times, causing significant swelling in his hand. Here, Malfoy exhibited the knowledge befitting a distinguished lineage, effortlessly reciting a plethora of herbs that counteract dragon venom. Hagrid, possessing some knowledge himself, was able to procure a few remedies, which alleviated the symptoms after a brief application. This left everyone, including Malfoy, somewhat bewildered. Although Norbert is merely a hatchling, the potency of dragon venom remains formidable. For instance, Yaya's tail now bears a bald patch. Had Hagrid not reacted swiftly to excise a piece of necrotic flesh from her backside, Yaya might not have survived. Conversely, when bitten, Hagrid, despite bleeding and experiencing swelling from the venom, exhibited a significantly reduced effect of the toxin, which did not spread extensively. This resilience left Wang Li and the others in awe. To prevent the little dragon from indiscriminately biting, Hagrid, following Harry's suggestion, crafted a chew toy for Norbert. Made of wood and resembling Yaya, it was thoughtfully wrapped with a tough animal hide around the rear area. Wang Li watched as Norbert gnawed on the Yaya-shaped chew toy, her eyelids twitching incessantly.